The other continent is different from Earth, and is called Terranor. And when a ruler has an idea that makes him lose his heart, a being will appear on this land who has no control over the fate of the world. It's a legend originating from the ancient days of Terranor, the summoning of a being from another world. The lord of the empire Lusklan sacrificed 5 of his sons, 7 daughters, and 19 close relatives. This happened because he was trying to summon a god from another world. However, when it did, he asked if this was the creature from the legend. It was a terrible waste of time. What a worthless creature. It was just a child. It turned out that the ritual had only summoned an ordinary boy of 10 from the earth. The emperor ordered him out of sight, so it turned out that as a result of the emperor's anger upon arrival in this brand new world, the guy was simply thrown away. Past tense and interesting events were once again brewing in Lusklan Castle. The emperor once again called for the existence of a healthy world. A fierce serpent-like beast appeared to him that was ready to tear anyone apart. Confronting this monster was an ordinary guy, as it might seem at first glance. Though simple he certainly wasn't, and the power spoke for itself. He swiftly rushed to attack the monster using arts, heaven-shattering, mountain-shaking. The emperor was angry and couldn't believe his eyes, for monsters from other worlds had been defeated with such ease. Suddenly, the very guy reported the reason why the summoned non-creatures are so dangerous is that the laws of this world have no power over them. However, the same applies to him. After all, he is one of those very creatures who Lustanad has summoned to this world, a savior from another world, son Shihan. The ruler used a powerful ancestral magic, passed down from generation to generation only within the narrow circles of the Lusklan Empire. It is the ability to summon monsters from other worlds. A great many people have been killed in the name of this power, and many more have had to suffer under tyranny. And that's not even counting the fact that the guy himself went through all the circles of hell because of this old man. When he was drafted, he had nothing. Drafted by the ruler. And also immediately thrown away like some kind of garbage. The guy barely escaped from that place. And now 3 years later, he's back. He lived a living hell day after day, tempering his sword in the desire for vengeance and waiting for that very day. King Lustan's tyranny will end today. It is the same rage and pain of all the hero's friends that were exterminated by him. Son Shihan can finally reward him with them. The ruler realized he was finished. All he did was shout that it was a curse. If it wasn't for the goddamn prophecy, things would have been different. Just before he could utter those words, he was chopped up. It became clear that the ruler was no longer alive. But the protagonist didn't hesitate one bit when he did it. He instantly holstered his weapon, and informed him that it was over, after which he could exhale with relief. Suddenly someone approached him from behind and turned to him. Shihan realized it was Lavina and rejoiced. The girl said that after all this time, he finally won. So she is happy to congratulate him. The hero confirmed that he too was glad it was long and a battle. He hugged his companion tightly and said it was over now. She didn't have to worry about anything now, and he would make sure she was always happy. Levine, that was very nice to hear. Suddenly, the other person who was with them said that this wasn't the end, because they need to burn the king's heart to get rid of the remaining monsters. He thought it would be impossible for someone like Shihan to defeat the king. But this scene proves otherwise. Everything about the guy is incredible, and every time someone sees her it's like seeing her for the first time. The hero thanked Lilstein for that. The others also congratulated the guy. But after all, if they could burn the king's heart, then Shihan would also be gone. Someone noticed that the guy was summoned with the hearts of his relatives, not the king himself. There's no turning back for him, even if you burn all the hearts of this world. It turns out to be a very comical situation, as the king personally called for his own death. Lavina walked up to the guy and noticed if he really didn't want to go home. He smiled and said he didn't want to, because he had already decided everything for himself. Next to him are those who fought him, and those who put their lives on the line. These are friends he can rely on. And then there's the person he loves, the one he wants to be with for the rest of his life. All these people standing here with him right now. Of course, he'd be lying if he said he didn't miss Earth. But he has no regrets about choosing this world. Everything that matters to him is right here, right now. His squad was really pleased to hear that. Lusklan noted, he really does seem to have made up his mind quite a bit. Shihan just confirmed it. Lavina turned to him next and he turned to her, after which there was a kiss between them. The hero stared at her amorous look, but didn't understand why she did it. Suddenly the girl said quietly that it would give them trouble. Shihan didn't really know what she was talking about. Just as suddenly, right behind my back, I felt a portal and a half open. He turned his attention to him in horror. Realized it was a portal, it became clear it was bad. So the guy yelled with you, everyone else was careful, someone opened it. But what he saw when he turned around startled him. All of his friends were not at all like the ones he knew. Lilston held the ashes from the king's heart. The hero realized it was a former heart. Suddenly his comrade asked if Shihan knew. Even if all of Lusklan's nobility was dead, if they had access to at least their ashes, they could open a rift between dimensions. Lilstein was the one who said it. Shihan, in his opinion, had become too powerful. Other comrades have also confirmed this. He gets all the attention and all the love. At that rate, he would take the throne of the king himself, and they don't need another tyrant. No doubt he is the savior of this world, and they are very grateful to him for that. But they still return him to his home world. They continue to control the fate of this world. It cannot be in the hands of an outsider. The main character was horrified and asked what the hell they were saying. Next, he asked for Lavina's help, but he saw something that struck him even harder. The girl lowered her gaze and was very cold. Next, she smiled slyly and said that he might well have made the right choice. Shihan didn't understand why she was doing this. The beloved said that being the king's wife was not in her plans. She would be a queen herself. She does not want to be a prey for a man, but to be a woman who takes what she wants, including men. But Shihan is the one man who can't be her trophy. The hero asked again what kind of nonsense they were talking about. The girl remarked, he seemed to have a hard time understanding and accepting it all so she would ease his suffering. The guy asked to wait, but she had already pushed him, lastly telling her to let her love return. Let him go back where he came from. The protagonist only continued to scream, for she realized that she was about to disappear. Indeed it did, and he soon disappeared. This world was saved with 6 heroes and an alien from another world. He has fulfilled his purpose for which he was called into this world. And they were doing his will, bringing a new future to the people. After all, that's what Sun Shihan really wanted. The time of the king's tyranny has come to an end. 6 heroes will become the pillars of a new world, starting 6 kingdoms. Thus, cruel taxes were abolished, and people were freed from slave labor. The 6 kingdoms worked side by side, ruling the continent of Terranor with all wisdom and mercy. It was a time of peace and prosperity. The teleportation of the main character was also successful. Next, events unfold near a small house. The girl went outside and managed outside the house. The sky was very clear today, and there wasn't a single cloud, so it's just perfect weather to plow the field. Which in fact she did. Keep digging beds for future plants. Suddenly I heard some noise. Turning her attention, then she saw the fish. This surprised her greatly, because it was fresh flounder, so it was also live. It must be delicious. The other girl thought to herself, how on earth can she eat it? I don't know where it came from. After all, the flounder happened to be deep in the forest, so she decided to throw it away as it was too suspicious, and she was just going to keep working in the field. But a few moments later, there was an even bigger noise. The girl looked in horror at what was happening in her beds. Turns out it was already a dead pig. First a flounder and now a pig. It's unclear what happened to the sky in the first place. Well, what she saw next amazed her even more. There was a man falling downward with all speed. But it wasn't just a man, it was also a naked man. Naturally, the hostess was embarrassed by this, and the man landed a few moments later. The girl again could not understand what was actually going on after the pig fell naked man. I wondered if he was dead. Just as she tried to approach, the guy poked his head out of the ground, after which he turned back to her, and began to look around the neighborhood, seeing the forest, and then a settlement where apparently someone was living. The owner of this house did not know what to do and only greeted him. The guy immediately smiled. He kept laughing and was glad he had done the very thing it had taken him years to do. Still, he was successfully able to return to the place. After uttering these words, the guy finally lost his strength and fell down, and the girl next to her couldn't realize at all what it had just been. And so the night came. The protagonist opened his eyes sharply, and he saw that he was in a room of some kind. It was only when he tried to say something that the girl saw that he was awake. She said she took some hot porridge. She also asked if he was feeling well. It was very strange to watch a man falling snow. The main character tried to get up and say thanks for being rescued. Suddenly he felt pain throughout his body. On the other hand, the effects are worse than he thought, and his calculations were wrong, probably. The landlady realized that this man had a different language. It's definitely not the one everyone uses in Terranor. The fact that he speaks a different language instead of Austin might say he's from a different tribe. He's too pure to be bloody goods, though. Shihan realized he was speaking another language, for he had forgotten that this was not Earth, but Terranor. So he asked if he understood correctly that the girl had saved him so-and-so. She replied that it was correct, and found out that way that he wasn't from a primitive tribe. The guy asked where he was now. The hostess said they were now north of Mount Dephelion, about noon from the village of Quran. But that didn't say anything to the hero, and he didn't understand where that was. The girl stated that she would explain the theory first. They are in the kingdom of Realstein. This country formed by Realstein after the revolution of the hero's family. Hearing your information, Shihan smiled. He realized that this rascal Realstein was now the king. An awkward pause hung between them. It wasn't until the guy asked if he could put some clothes aside before continuing that she was naked for a little while. The girl agreed, and soon he was altogether gorging himself on the food she had prepared for him. Shihan noted the fishy smell. He thinks it can't help. Probably spices are very expensive in this village. Can finally feel his return. Though he's ungrateful and decided to say thank you for the food. The hostess, for her part, continued to stare at him. In front of her, she saw a guy with a trained body with no fat and a particularly clean face along with it. He also had a rather rough demeanor. It became unclear to the girl who he was, if he was a member of the royal family. She wondered why he was naked. Suddenly, the hero said he realized he hadn't even asked his savior's name. The hostess was surprised that he only asked. But still, she introduced herself, said her name was Alita. She is, as you can see, a simple village girl. Shihan wondered if this was how swordsmen were treated. It looks like she's also well-trained. The interlocutor was surprised, asking how he knew about it. The guy reported that this feeling of instinct is probably hard to explain. Alita has confirmed that she is a warrior swordsman, though she is not a knight. Free butchers like her who don't have a king to serve are technically unemployable when they don't have any training. Saw case. She just needs to tend to the crops until nothing needs to be done. The hero noted if that was the case. Then he had another question. What is her relationship with King Rustanad? Only when she asked that question did she see something in front of her. It was the table he'd been sitting at, but was now overturned. And it was done by a savvy homeowner. She also snatched the dagger from her hand, and skipped over to where the guy was supposed to be, but was surprised to see what was there. After all, he wasn't there, just broken dishes. Shihan, for his part, was at her back. He reported that he did not ask this in order to fight. Alita tried to attack him again, not realizing how he had managed to get here. But the hero dodged easily again. It became clear to the girl, if he dodged, this guy was also a swordsman. She decided to let her musings go for later and continued her attacks. The guy was just asking to listen to him, because he has no intentions of fighting her, and he's just asking if he can talk. Alita realized that this guy is strong. He dodges all her attacks with minimal movement. In that case, she's going to be faster than him. Shihan smiled and said that she wasn't as calm as she immediately seemed. But he thinks she does have a good heart. She's aiming for his shoulders, which means she has no intention of killing him. Alita was amazed that he recovered her attack with a wooden spoon, and after that it was discarded. The guy walked over to it, and it was obvious that the spoon exuded some kind of power. Swordsman noted she lost, but she wondered what kind of man he was. The hero reported that his name is Song Shihan, and he brought here from the ground. It really struck the girl. So she asked if he was the stranger's savior. The boy was glad that he was not even forgotten here. He understands perfectly well why the girl attacked him. He asked about her attitude towards the tyrant king, so his feelings would be hurt too. But he asked just out of curiosity, so she might not even answer that. Suddenly it struck him that the girl's full name was Alita Bella Rustand Rusklan, and she is in fact the daughter of King Rusanad. When all this happened, people took to the streets and shouted that the course of the tyranny was numbered. All the blood heirs of the tyrant emperor must be killed. You just can't allow two tyrant emperors to manifest. The imperial family was on their own estate. Alita's mom was already hurt and apologized to Kiran, talking about how he was the only one she could count on. The man couldn't believe that Serafina was dying. He promised her that he would protect her child anyway, and he put his honor and his own life on the line. As it happened, Kiran was Alita's bodyguard, and he took care of her. He raised the girl away from humans and taught her how to hold a sword. Kiran was just doing his job, even much more than that. But when her identity was revealed by accident, he had to take her away from the kingdom. Together with him, the girl lived here for the time being, except when they went to the nearest town to pick up an order. And that was after the money ran out. Now the protagonist understood why she lived here, hiding like this. He didn't even realize that she was the daughter of the tyrant emperor. And it turns out that he is her father's enemy. The girl reported that she did not have any feelings for the tyrant emperor. This man has been dead for a long time, but people still fear that someone will take his place. The members of the imperial family are able to open the dimension portal, so they are being hunted. So the girl thought that Shihan was one of the assassins. The guy realized that these guys thought he was going after the relatives of the tyrant emperor's tyrant. But it was too time for them to change his mind, so they just cheated. The more he learned about what happened, the angrier he got. He knows these things are very hard for her, so let her cheer up. In comparison, people like him that fell into this world with these people, the guys are good. She only turned to him again, asking if he was sure that he was the savior from the Otherworld, Song Shihan. She had heard that he had returned to Earth after defeating the tyrant emperor. So it's unclear how he was able to return to Teranor. What's even more interesting is why on Earth he came back naked. The protagonist was embarrassed and shouted that it was out of his power. That's because only a living organism can come through the portal as well. And it's not because he has some weird preference. He had been naked when he had previously come to this world. And even when he had returned back to Earth 10 years ago. In the center of Granhwamun Junction. He feels bad just thinking about it again. Suddenly, Alita said, "So he came back to Earth 10 years ago, but was summoned back to Terranor by someone." She can't believe that someone summoned a person from another world. Is someone other than the Imperial family capable of such a thing? The hero noted that if you thought about it that way, it was himself. He came back with the help of his powers. The interlocutor was amazed by this, and she asked how he had summoned himself. Was it really real? Shihan noted that it was certainly not easy and took a whole 10 years. He doesn't even know how to explain the fact that he can summon himself. Suddenly he felt something. The girl saw his concern and asked what was the matter. The guy noticed she was being hunted, and the reason is that she has the blood of an emperor flowing in her, and that allows her to summon beings from another world. The lady who spoke to me confirmed that. Then Shihan asked if he had made an accidental mistake. He said to nail down from the ground to get here pointers of the magical dimension in this world are mandatory. So he used coordinates where there are Lusklan bloodlines that have the power to summon from another world. Alita is the only one with pure Lusklan blood. Now the girl understood why he had asked her about her relationship with the Crater Tyrants. The boy went on to say that he had used her as a summoner to come to this world. It means only one thing, namely that other mages would be able to see that the girl had summoned him with summoning magic. Alita couldn't believe it. She rose abruptly from the seat she was sitting on, after which she quickly ran to the window and looked out there. The girl didn't realize which one had happened and when. The knights made their way through the night forest, and they were already very close to the girl's house. The old man reported that traces of summoning magic are all around here. He's sure the reaction is coming from this house. Looks like they'll be able to finish the sludge. This was what he was telling the superior Jennon. The boy thanked the efforts of the clan caller. Next, he ordered his warriors to prepare for battle and surround the house. While this was happening, Shihan saw something interesting. Namely, that Alita had already changed her clothes and grabbed her weapon. The hero wondered if she had trained for situations like this. Probably. He was sorry, since he'd just come here because he wanted to. She's managed to hide for so long, though, and she's been caught. Even if she doesn't show it, she's definitely very angry. Suddenly he turned to the girl and remarked, if she had something to say, she could say it freely. Alita only gave him a surprised look, and then bowed and expressed gratitude for the advance warning of the surprise attack. Now the protagonist was surprised. There were already knights outside at this time. They ordered the sinner to show herself, or else they would blow up the whole house. Jennon ordered the clan mage to start with a small attack, and he immediately agreed. Using his power, he created a small spell, which called a harpoon of combustion and pointed it right at the house. It looked so large that the commander was surprised. He asked if it was too strong an attack. They were going to capture her alive. The old man informed that this spell looks flashy outwardly, but it would not kill her. If she's unlucky, then it's possible she'll get burned. А вдруг из дома вырвалась девушка, которая пробилась. The knights standing at the door didn't even see her when she swept through. But when they did, they were ordered to capture her. They would even give 10 gold coins to the one who captured her alive. Alita wasn't happy about that prospect, so she started the battle. The attackers were horrified by this, realizing that she is a knight, and the girl found out that she had too many opponents, and it was unclear how to get out of here. Suddenly she felt an attack from the side. This attack was so swift that she didn't even have time to dodge. The attacker turned out to be Jennon. He called the girl a cursed blood of Lusklan. It's incomprehensible how a knight can kill soldiers. Isn't she even ashamed? From now on, like a true knight, he is going to deal with her. Alita realized that strength was also present in his lies. He's stronger than her by 1 level. While she was pondering, the enemy wasn't going to hesitate and attacked. Fortunately for the girl, she dodged easily. At that point, there was no chance yet. She tried to attack with her weapon, but the attack failed. Jennon noted that the strength of her sword is very even. However, his defense is stronger than that. Tricks like that just wouldn't work on him, no matter how hard she tried. Next, Alita was once again subjected to attack. Eventually, the onslaught failed, and her body differed to the side. Jennon felt her blood on his face. It was so disgusting to him that he immediately started wiping it off. Alita wondered what it was about this incredible force that broke her right arm. The captain said if she was a knight, he was sure she had no chance of defeating him. And if she calmly laid down her weapon, he would have mercy on her. Before he could even finish that sentence, the girl gave up. Jennon pointed out that it was a good choice, and they quickly grasped the situation. Now all she has to do is follow him. Suddenly his conversation was interrupted by someone from outside. It was the main character who noted that this person was furious the whole time. Didn't calm down, probably just because she felt sorry for her. So wasn't he quick to change his own emotions? Jennon was immediately alert. It was unclear who this guy was, and when he'd gotten so close. He didn't even feel his presence at all. It's amazing and hard to believe. To clear the air, the captain asked who he was in general. Shihan immediately apologized and said he had nothing against him personally, but I guess it all comes from a sense of self-responsibility. The captain felt he was about to be attacked. This is what happened. The protagonist attacked with just one hand, but the force of this attack was so impressive that the opponent flew far away and stabbed him in the rock right up to his chest. The soldiers who saw this were amazed, for they realized that he had buried him in the ground with ease. Alita was also surprised, not understanding why he was confronting the soldiers. This guy is unsurprising. Aren't these the subordinates of his former allies? The clan wizard reported that he was a remnant of the evil empire and needed to be eliminated immediately. Shihan asked if they wouldn't back down even though their boss was defeated. In that case, he can't help himself. He really doesn't like it. But by attacking, he was apologizing and wanted there to be no hard feelings. There is also no need for enmity between them. The rest of the soldiers, seeing their allies being attacked and apologizing, thought they shouldn't do that if he was going to beat them up. Soon, Jennon began to rise, cursing the scumbag who had killed him. The picture he saw next confused him. The soldiers with whom he always arrived were all beaten. This picture seemed horrible, because the armed man defeated all those soldiers by himself. So the captain looked exactly the same as his subordinates did a moment ago. He was lucky to be alive, though. Recalling the movements, he realized that he had seen them somewhere before. He reminds me of that alien, who helped to deal with the tyrant emperor. Suddenly, the main character approached him. He noticed that this guy was pretty tough since he was already awake. He apologizes to them again, of course, but he'll have to rest a bit more. The captain asked to wait a second, and wanted to discuss who he was. But it was too late, and he found himself back on the ground. The hero noted that he repeats once again he has no beef with them, so he sees no reason to keep fighting. If they really want it all, no problem. It was clear to the wizard that elite warriors and magic were uneven to this man. It's unclear where the hell a monstrous swordsman like him came from. Shihan informed Alita that the warriors probably wouldn't attack again, and asked if she would just sit there. She was a little surprised. She said she wouldn't be. Soon they headed off together in an unknown direction. The wizard was getting angry about it. He informs them that their mission has failed because Commander Jennon has been injured. They have no choice but to retreat. The survivors need to collect the corpses of their comrades. Suddenly he was addressed. He reported that all their allies were alive, just buried in the ground, and don't even have a single broken bone. The old man asked with horror what he was saying. It was impossible. They were beaten so badly, but no one was even hurt. The situation is even more amazing. It's unclear what happened. As they continued walking, the hero informed them that those wars would now be unable to follow them. He was relieved, for that would have been annoying. The side effects of dimension transfer are worse than expected, compared to when he was called the savior of the Otherworld. Right now, the amount of battle energy is 1/10 of what it used to be, and the mana level is decreasing. It was unclear how long it would take to establish their original state. Suddenly he saw that his companion was in pain. In this he inquired how she was feeling. He thought she had broken her right arm. Alita smiled and said that, luckily, she was lucky. It could have been much worse than a broken bone. The guy didn't understand what it was she was excited about, a very strange girl. Next, he helped her with her treatment and said it should help. The companion thanked him profusely, and Shihan said he had not experienced a problem with it. Alita then indicated that in that case she would go. Such a turn of events the protagonist clearly did not expect. He wondered in horror where she was going. Weren't they supposed to be traveling together? And how was she ever going to get out of the woods with an arm like that? The girl reported that if she was a little more careful, the regular hotel would be fine. but Shihan didn't think so. He remarked that he was going to help her anyway. It was partly his fault that she was being chased. Besides, he can't leave an injured girl behind. Alita thought about it for a bit. Next, as usual, she smiled sweetly and said that she would be his guardian then. The hero didn't understand why she had thought about it for so long. He also asked to stop calling him Mr. Having discussed this, he inquired as to what his interlocutor planned to do. After all, now that her identity had been revealed, she could no longer stay here. Alita said that the nearest civilization from here is the village of Quran. However, there may be a search party there. Thus, she simply suggests crossing this mountain and heading to the trading city of Kagon City. The ruler of the kingdom of Realstein was in the library. He was engaged by the books arranged on the shelves. Suddenly, His Highness interrupted the subordinate. He reported that there was a report from a search party that went to Memt Defilin. Realstein put aside his reading and inquired about the news. He is the first ruler of the kingdom of Realstein I. The library was a very unusual place, and there was a secret door. It was into it that the ruler entered and started down the stairs, where a door awaited him that could be opened by force, which in fact the man did. Inside were even more books, as well as the entry of strange flasks of liquids. It turns out that in addition to everything also, here's the person who approached Realstein. Him he cursed for what he had done, and he couldn't understand how he could call himself a hero after all he'd done. The governor called him a descendant of Lusklan, and noted that he had matured well in a month. Next he asked if the interlocutor knew why the magic player underneath was not red but green in color. This means that his mom's transformation has already been completed. The victim reported that he feels sorry for the people who worship him. This only made Realstein smile and notice who else was pathetic here. Isn't a man whose heart is about to be ripped out pathetic? The interlocutor didn't understand what he was saying, but the ruler immediately rushed to him and did what he had just said. From this man, whose heart had just been ripped out, began to die. With his heart burning in his hands, Realstein reported that it was not enough. Gradually, the amount of mana siphoning and concentration from the second-rate bloodlines of the bloodline was limited. The man realized that he would not be able to cross the interspatial barrier this way. As he expected, more pure Lusklan blood is needed. Then he remembered what had happened recently. Unfortunately, his subordinates failed miserably. They say they were beaten by an unknown man, and the target even managed to escape. He has dark hair as well as eyes and looks similar to the Gallon race, traces of otherworldly summoning techniques along with dark hair and eyes. This could be the person he's thinking of. It's not clear what he's thinking, though. It's not clear how he managed to cross the dimension again. Even if he did, Realstein would definitely have noticed it, which means there's no way it could be the right guy. The protagonist, for his part, has finally arrived Kagon City. He noted that this place must have been called South Kalania under the Empire. He couldn't even think the name had changed. But how he missed this place in the past, this had been their main base here. Alita asked if it was really here. The hero confirmed that this was the center of trade. It was easy for him to hide as many different races frequented the place. Fortunately, the Gallon race was very similar to the Northeast Asians. The interlocutor clearly didn't know what he was talking about. Then she questioned his face, asking if it was the rumored Thief Queen technique. I mean, transformative energy. A transforming energy technique that manipulates the air around the face to change its features. The slightest change is enough to give the impression that the person is someone else. It is known as the unique fighting technique of the Thief Queen Lavina. But the hero pointed out that it was a fighting technique that was originally developed by him. He was the one who trained the girl in it. Next, he asked if Alita wanted him to teach her. If she learned, she would be able to hide with ease. But she said no, as she has no reason to accept such help from him. One can still feel that tension between them. Shihan noted in that case, just let her forget it. And they would need to find a place to live first. So suggests we go out. Suddenly he spotted an interesting building. The girl looked at him and asked if she knew this hotel. Let's say he didn't know her 10 years ago and she wasn't here. Instead, there was a gallows. Still, this place has changed a lot. But now he made sure it had to be Terranor. Since they're here, that guy suggests they come in here. The companion was wary and said that there were a lot of ghosts there. Shihan noted, in which case he would be able to meet a familiar face after a long time. And yet they entered this hotel. The rough man handed them a key and said this one was for their room. Next thing you know, he was swearing and saying he was sick of this hotel business. The main character couldn't understand why he was so angry. The girl told him everything. Turns out he's been a family man the whole time. It's true, and even if he's a legendary hero, talking to people in such a manner when meeting them for the first time is a bit rude. She's fine with it, of course, but he's pretty old. Shihan himself realized that she was right. The last time he spoke in Estinian, there were very few people he needed to speak to formally, so he hadn't even noticed. In that case, it means she insulted a girl she'd never met before. Alita noted that it wasn't a problem, just let her keep talking informally. More importantly, they arrived safely in Kagon City, where he wanted them to go, so one wonders what he will do next. The guy informed her that he needed to get used to the place, so he was going to do some traveling with her. Unless, of course, she's okay with it. Alita surprised him with an emphatic refusal. She's not the only local. Besides, she's wanted, so it would obviously do more harm than good. If he insists on it, to travel with her despite the lack of obvious reasons, then she'll have to come up with a reason why she's been with him all this time. Still, there is no need to put up with this inconvenience. The hero realized he wasn't, and he wasn't going to say it, but there's no choice. He reported to the capital. Without it, he would probably be arrested immediately. Does she use summoning magic, summoning someone from another dimension? Then the dimensions of this world will vibrate. But this time in his case, he wasn't called upon because he crossed the dimension on his own. So it was probably quiet in this world, and no one knows he's here. However, there are still traces of those who try to summon people from other worlds. Because of this, every time they move, there will be a tiny vibration at the interdimensional level. As long as it doesn't leave this trace, the pursuit team will continue to follow them. The interlocutor was horrified. She asked if no matter how hard they tried to escape into themselves, it was useless. Shihan asked her to calm down. He couldn't do anything yesterday since he was out, but now blocked the vibration with magic. As long as the spell is in effect, no one will be able to locate them. The only problem is that it has to be renewed every 2 or 3 days. It became obvious to Alita that she needed him, but the question immediately arises as to why he needs it. In the capital of the kingdom of Rilstein Delstre, a knight reported. Jennon asked for just one more chance to regain his own honor. He must get rid of that stain on his name, and be sure to catch that damned Lusklan who escaped last time. Srow Darwin didn't like it. He asked if it was really necessary. Not even the king himself has tried to punish those responsible for the failure of the mission. And he says he'd rather be back on the battlefield with untrained soldiers than be on probation for a month. Jennon was amazed. He did not understand how anyone could forgive someone who disobeyed an order. He believes it is a knight's duty to restore his fallen honor. Now the commander, too, was surprised. He shouted that his subordinates had not forgotten who a true knight was. That was excellent. In that case, let him go and regain his honor as a knight. Walking out of the commander's room, the guy thought for a moment. Those people need money to survive. Besides, they are also swordmasters. In that case, there is a good chance that they will work as free mercenaries. Judging from the direction they escaped in, their destination must have been Kagon City, and there's only one place to find a quest there. If one used this information and pretended to be looking for his friends, asking what quest they had accepted, would be able to track them down. To be honest, he doesn't care much for someone with Lusklan blood in her veins. What's more important is to verify the identity of your man that was with her. From every angle, he looks too much like a hero from the old days. But it's very hard to believe. But he can't possibly be that man. The guy needs to make sure of that for sure. He needs to see it with his own eyes. The butler greeted Lord Ted. The gentleman reported that Rathward did a good job. He also asked if these were the people he was talking about. He noted that it was true. These were the mercenaries Kargon had introduced to them, Freemasters Alita Relkin and Sean Stein. The girl asked the hero in a whisper, wondering if he had introduced himself as Sean. Shihan pointed out that the name Sean just sounds like him. So even if you accidentally call him by his real name, you can just let things slide. The butler proceeded to introduce them to the Lord, saying that they were both swordmasters of the warrior rank. Warriors who can apply the swordmaster's combat energy are divided into 6 different ranks. The first of these is the entry level. This is where those who can use combat energy to enhance their physical abilities are located. Next comes the warrior rank. These are those who can infuse metal weapons with battle energy to create an energy battle sword. Most swordmasters fall into this category. Those who have reached the rank of knight will be able to transfer combat energy to armor. Once a person reaches the rank of master, he or she will be able to impart combat energy to non-metal weapons. On top of that, being at superhuman rank, able to release battle energy, air, to materialize something sword-like. While there have only been a few people in the history of Terranor who were able to master all the combat skills in energy combat. These are swordmasters of divine rank. Shihan was once a swordmaster of divine rank. But most of his combat energy and magic power was absorbed in the interdimensional jump. The remnant of his combat energy and only enough for the warrior rank, and that's a shame. Though the Lord reported whether the guy has the rank of a warrior, so for someone as young as him it is impressive. How fortunate that they're both here. The capture squad will be leaving tomorrow, so let them rest until morning. Lying on the bed, the hero reported that it was very tedious to earn money for traveling. He does not like the work of mercenaries. If it was like before, he'd just pick a house, some nobleman, and steal something there. Alita was surprised that the legendary hero was also a thief, and the guy reported that the girl he had feelings for was a thief. And it wasn't just stealing, there was some justice in their actions. After all the nobles of the Empire were villains. He assumes it's hard right now. But it can't be helped. You have to try to make money by killing others and sprinkling the earth with their blood. Alita said anyone who heard that would think otherwise. Next, the hero began to reason that the mission was to subdue the monsters. The interviewer confirmed it. It seems that a pack of firewolves has been discovered on the Betrayal estate. Although a mopping-up squad was assembled, it failed due to lack of strength. So now they decided to hire a mercenary from a swordmaster to get rid of the wolves. Shihan said if they were the ones spewing flames, he hadn't seen them in a long time. 13 years ago, the first monsters he had encountered were also firewolves. They had friends trying to chase them out of the forest. But in the end, these same people called him too strong and oppressed him for being adored by everyone. And the future of this world was definitely theirs. The guy really didn't like it. He noted that it should be enough for a good warm-up anyway. Since he had lost too much fighting energy, it should be a good enough opponent. Alita wondered if he was sure he had lost his powers. He could overpower her with an ordinary spoon and easily dealt with the search party of knights. Shihan noted that this is exactly the point. He even needs a spoon to overpower her. The girl realized, even though he was right, it pissed her off a lot. The hero went on to say that in any case, even if his combat energy ran out, he still had experience. Just because they have a lower level, doesn't mean that the winner of an international PvP competition will lose to anyone. The girl again didn't understand what he was talking about. And the guy asked not to take that head and just need to get some sleep. After a while, the sun peeked out from behind the horizon. Lord Ted of the troop reported that it was finally dawning. These monsters dare to invade his territory and they will pay for it. Let them attack if they dare. He, Ted Bacalon, is knighted by His Majesty Jacksonguard proper and is going to defeat them all. The hero certainly didn't cheer like the others. He only said that this man was well armed, but it would be of little use against these monsters, and he looks heavy. It seems like the knights in this area are all the same. Next, he asked Alita how her arm was doing. The girl noted that it was much better thanks to his battle energy healing. The hero was glad to hear that and suddenly asked to get ready. He can already smell the sulfur very close by. The man who had decided ahead in the bushes noticed some rustling. The Lord ordered all troops to immediately halt and prepare to attack. There's a pack of flaming wolves in front of them. They're just the vile spawn of darkness. Their dark flames can't even stop a knight's blade. Just before he could say that phrase, the wolf attacked him. Looking at this, the hero said, "That's why it was necessary to take off the armor." But the interlocutor asked how it is that a knight can fight if he is not even wearing armor. Everyone was ordered to be careful and hold formation. They could still win, because this time they have swordsmen with them. Fighting, Shihan thought they were easier than he had thought. There will make every effort, even himself will be able to take care of all of them. But he would not do so, as it would draw too much attention to him. Really need mercenaries to deal with these monsters, though. What if he heard screams? People couldn't understand what it was. It soon became clear to everyone that this was the great firewolf. Shihan, on the contrary, was glad that the leader had arrived, so he prepared himself to fight him. The others screamed that it was a monster and tried to escape. Ted had already recovered and asked everyone not to panic, because this was their chance. If they defeat the monster boss, they will lose their morale. He relies on Sean, as well as Alita, and will protect the soldiers himself. The hero noted that in this case they would have to do all the dangerous work. It is hard to be an employee after all. He asked the girl to take the lead and he would block the other monsters from approaching. The girl was surprised by this. Shihan reported that he didn't feel like cleaning up. They could handle a couple firewolves. When he destroyed the first monster, he ordered the ally to go forward. She didn't hesitate to do so. Heading straight for the firewolf, he saw the swift approach of the man, so spewed out his blue flames. Alita, for her part, ducked very easily. After that, she gave a deep cut to the monster she attacked. He wailed furiously, but the girl had no intention of stopping her attack. Lunging forward, she immediately pierced the monster's head. Shihan noted that she was indeed very strong. It looked like he had nothing to worry about. But suddenly he froze for a second. What happened was that the wolf didn't die even though its head was impaled. Alita just couldn't believe it. The monster used its fighting power or threw the girl away. How she was promptly stunned, just falling to the ground. The creature grabbed her with its teeth and darted off in an unknown direction. Shihan was actually horrified by the picture he saw. A little earlier, the girl had asked why she wanted Shihan. He noted, he thinks it's better to tell everything now so that there won't be any misunderstandings later. When he first came to this world, he was summoned by sacrificing the hearts of the Lusklan royal family. That's why he was able to stay in Terranor despite the Emperor's will. But this time, the way he finds himself here is more like a ceremony and a summoning than a sacrifice. His existence in this world is sustained through his connection to his summoner. In other words, he's not doing well right now. If Alita dies, he will be forced to return to Earth. The girl was unconscious. Shihan realized that he wasn't fast enough as he lacks combat energy. And as he runs, he loses his converted energy, and he had to wait for 10 years to come back here. He was even willing to fall naked from the sky to return to Teranor. So did this door think he would allow himself to return in such a humiliating way? Gathering his strength, he infused his weapon with power. He used the energy of the dragon's sword. The wolf leader sensed the danger and looked his way, but it was too late for him to do anything about it in time, for the hero proved to be quite fast. So easily dissected his body. Afterward, he lay down beside Alita and was glad to be alive. He had been too careless and almost didn't come home because of it. Not much time has passed since these events. Shihan and Alita were sitting near the fire. She was bitten by a beast, and nothing hurts. The companion noted that she felt pain everywhere. But it seems that the beast did not initially intend to kill her. It seems the flame wolves have the habit of giving the pack leaders food to the living. To think that she, as a sword master, would be treated like food by this one. This is also the first time she sees a firewolf using lightning. Perhaps he was mutated. But now that they've killed him, there shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, Alita coldly glanced at Shihan. She noted that she used to think the line was why she needed to know. But now that they were allies, she was curious. Why on earth he'd been hiding his identity all this time? The present 6 kingdoms are countries founded by his comrades. He will be treated as an honored guest wherever he goes. The guy said what other honored guests he'd be lucky to have if he wasn't executed. He began to talk about how right after he killed the tyrant emperor, his allies betrayed him. He was forcefully sent back to Earth by return magic. It lasted only a few minutes, but he still remembered it vividly, even though 10 years had passed. He, for his part, could not understand why on Earth they had betrayed him. No one who was there hesitated, and it certainly wasn't a spontaneous decision. It's unclear what he'd been thinking all this time, and how he could have noticed their true intentions after so many years together. After that, silence hung between them. Shihan thought her interlocutor was shocked. Though it wasn't surprising, she had just gotten into a conflict against all the kingdoms in Terranor. Suddenly, Alita noted, so he has shown up to get back at them. Then she could see exactly why he was hiding his identity. This guy's reaction surprised her, so he asked her again if she understood exactly what he said. She noted that she had. The hero barked out why she was so calm then. After all, he had just said that he would fight against the 6 kingdoms. Alita clarified that these 6 kingdoms were all her enemies. She'd been fighting Terranor for 10 years. She had no choice from the beginning, so it was better to do the best she could in the current situation. When Shihan heard that, he called her a hopeless optimist. She noted that her father had always said that. The hero wondered if she was talking about the Emperor, but it wasn't so. She wasn't referring to that madman, but to her real father, Karen. While they were talking, the hero sensed something and asked them to stop, because right now, someone's approaching them. Alita asked, wondering if it was the enemy. Shihan assumed that the tracking group had traveled all the way here. It seemed to be one of the lost units from Bakalon territory. There's nothing wrong with being more cautious, though. What if there was just one guy who came out to them? He blew up and apologized, asking if he could ask for directions. Alita and Shihan were very surprised. After all, this man is a bloodhound from Rilstein. Jennon asked in surprise at what they meant. The girl didn't want to listen to him and prepared to attack, after which she swung her blade. The knight asked her to wait a second, for he wasn't going to fight. The second the main character was behind him. He noted, it looked like this man really wasn't going to fight. He would have to get some sleep, however. After these words, the hero sent him flying once more. Everything became clear to Jennon in that moment. But now he wasn't confused and used the skill. Shihan was a little surprised even, and the one he sent flying landed safely. The hero asked where he knew how to cancel this skill. It's original and a skill he used as a child. Not many people know about it, even among his old allies. So now I wonder who he even is. Now Jennon was completely sure. He reached for the bag he was carrying. Wary, Shihan asked what it was he was going to get out of there. What he saw of him surprised him. Jennon quickly approached him, and then holding out that thing, asking if this underwear really belonged to him. Alita and Shihan couldn't believe it. This man is actually showing his underwear in front of them. Shihan immediately said for Alita to kill him, turns out he's just a pervert. Jennon yelled out that it was a misunderstanding and asked him to wait. He just got nervous and said what he thought first. The hero pointed out that the cowards thought of him first, so they should kill him. The knight shouted that he was surrendering. Shihan was outraged and asked why he was shaking cables instead of a white flag if surrendering. Let Alita kill him immediately, and he would help. Suddenly, the hero saw that these underpants were signed as Song Shihan. Not only was it written in Korean, it was also written in his handwriting, and it was clear that these underwear belonged to him. Jennon confirmed it. He must be the savior from the other world, son Shihan. The guy knew his eyes weren't deceiving him and rejoiced. Shihan realized that his transforming energy was not active, and the interlocutor asked if he didn't remember him. It's him, the same boy the boy saved 12 years ago, Jennon from the village of Baron. The hero immediately reflected on that event. John went on to say that with this skill the guy dealt with all the Imperial soldiers who invaded their village and also saved him. The boy only later learned who his savior was. It's a hero who's been called a savior from another world. When he learned how to use martial energy and became a swordmaster, he realized that the one uses martial energy to dispel the attack powers he then demonstrated. It is an empathetic skill that minimizes unnecessary deaths and shows how he is considerate of others. Finally, Shihan remembered something else. He just wanted to test the new skill he had developed. I guess it's all up to interpretation. So this knight is that child. So he asked if he was younger than he was. Jennon said he had just turned 22, but he looked older. Appearance is just a shell, but what's inside doesn't show the real value of a person. The hero understood where he had heard this stupid phrase. The interlocutor, however, noted that he had only quoted his words. It all made sense to Shihan, especially why he respects him and all. But didn't he find it a bit odd to carry his underwear around with him? The knight noted that it wasn't about him at all. He has a sculpture of the hero's image from this moment, along with the hero memories biography of Son Shihan. A romantic fantasy crossing two worlds. A dangerous lover from a parallel dimension. Many more to come. All the books about Shihan, as well as all the drawings of him. He collects literally everything that comes with it. The hero of this one was in a stupor. Jennon added, among other things, this pair of underwear is special. He wore it when he defeated the Berserk Emperor Rustenad. He'd barely managed to get them at auction for half a year's salary. It was clear to Shihan. He only wished those cowards would be down already. The interlocutor bowed and said, the reason he had chosen to swear allegiance to the Rilstein family was because the king was allied with Shihan, and he, Jennon Straight, would want his sword to serve him on his journey. Ira asked what he would do if he acted hostile to Rilstein. The guy, without hesitation, said then, in that case he would be his enemy. And he said it all of it, in all sincerity. His gaze gave away in full measure that he was serious. So he said since he knew his identity, he couldn't let him go, and he accepts his sword. Jennon was very happy about that. He stood up and stated that he would try his best. He would definitely not let him down, and would also take care of the rest of the firewolves. Shihan reports that they've already done all that. Doesn't he see their main man over there? Jennon questioned that judgment. Wolves always travel in pairs, like male and female. It seemed to him that they wanted to lure the female with the corpse of the male. The hero was immediately wary, and there was a noise behind his back. Just as they arrived, a female arrived. It was clear from the look on her face that she was very angry. The hero noted, since firewolves travel in pairs, it is logical that they have two leaders. He wondered why he hadn't thought of that before. Alita asked how someone as experienced as Shihan could forget something so simple. He pointed out that stuff happens. After all, it's been many years. Did she really think that people could still calculate integrals after graduating from high school? While they were talking about it, Jennon turned to the Lord. He asked the man to let him handle it himself. I'd like to show my skills. Shihan didn't mind him doing it at all. Then the knight immediately prepared for battle. He had the opportunity to socialize and defend a hero he had respected his whole life as well. What impression he had made on this hero throughout his time. It turns out that as many as 2 times was buried in the ground. Now he was going to show all his skills. This time, he will show how strong he really is and get the Lord's recognition. Alita marveled at the amazing energy. And the hero didn't understand why he was going so overboard. The firewolf prepared for battle, and soon it began between them. The knight concentrated fully on the battle, and he continued to deliver blow after blow to his enemy. To Alita, it was astounding. This man pushing this giant beast away without even moving an inch. It looked like he'd spared her in that very fight. Shihan told the girl that she's pretty strong for her age, but this guy is pretty damn good too. He's very talented. Alita asked if it could be described as just very talented. That's why gifted people are annoying. The character pointed out that all the people he knew back then were real talents, so maybe he expects too much from him. Shihan himself is not as talented, more like a special exception as an earthling. The real genius is Lavina. The battle with the flaming wolf continued. He began spewing fire, advancing towards the next attack. Jennon asked if he really thought he could hurt him with that insignificant flame. He rushed to the attack and shouted that this creature was finished. The hero, along with the girl, waited interestedly to see what would happen. But eventually Jennon was pierced by the current the wolf had created, and the guy's body slowly fell to the ground. Shihan's picture is like déjà vu all over again. The knight came to his senses a bit and didn't understand what the hell had happened. It wasn't clear how a flame wolf could use lightning. Alita immediately asked to let her handle it. The hero noted that it wasn't necessary, but that was fine too. In any case, he's the best at handling magic. The accomplice realized it was true, since he was from another world. The Mad Emperor's monster army was so intimidating not only because of its strength, but also because these otherworldly creatures could not be harmed by magic. No matter how powerful a Ma is, it is useless in front of a being of sound mind. The same applies to Sun Shihan, the man from the other world. The firewolf continued to attack, but Shihan didn't care about that fire at all, and it wouldn't work. When he had first arrived here, he had been able to survive because of that experience, that nullification of magic. Previously, he had only pretended to just run away because there were too many extra eyes, but now he had absolutely nothing to worry about. Just as he was about to deal with the creature, a bolt of lightning struck him. The others were also amazed at what they saw. Déjà vu happened again. Shihan immediately stood up. She didn't understand why the magic was working on him. It had never happened before, had it? Because of the situation, the hero was really angry, saying that the creature was dishonoring him. Therefore, he immediately attacked. It wasn't even affected by fire. Then it's unclear how the lightning strike did. After what happened, Jennon asked Mr. Absolutely Fine. Shihan said to stop calling him Master, let him communicate informally. While they were eating with the firewolf, something started to happen. It's like he started disappearing around the pizzas, and it's weird. And soon the whole body was gone. Heroes couldn't figure out what it all meant. He was already completely confused. And so some time has passed since that situation. The lord who had hired the Shihan was glad that he had survived. Thanks to him, all the monsters in their land were gone. There's a nice reward of 600 silver. After receiving the award, the guy remarked, considering his plans for the future, it's obviously not enough, but it wasn't bad to get so much for one job. Maybe just take a bunch of quests and solve money problems that way. Alita pointed out that the orders weren't that frequent. They just got lucky and found a good errand this time. Jennon was now calling the hero the Great Shihan. He asked if he had been able to accomplish his task. If he was talking about needing money, here's 100 gold pieces. Alita and Shihan were interested in that money. The hero asked where this guy got all that money from. The expression on Jennon's face spoke for itself. He became very sad. He reported that he had sold the artifact of the savior from the other world to the underwear. Shihan was discouraged and realized he shouldn't have asked. Alita started to have to reason that his underpants were expensive, but the guy was only an hour old, so she didn't think about it. Just because he wore them didn't mean they were expensive. It was only a limited edition collection. Next, the knight wondered what his plan was. These funds should clearly be enough for now, so it seems he doesn't need to employ any more mercenaries. The protagonist reported that there are 3 options right now. He hasn't decided where to go first, but it would be good to go to a place that is easiest to conquer. Suddenly, he saw something interesting. Who'd have thought he'd come out with that face again? He soon decided that they would now be heading north, straight to the kingdom of Zexard. The experiments at the Rilstein Kingdom Laboratory did not stop. Trandon came on the line to the king. The ruler greeted the master. He didn't think there was a report scheduled for today. Then it was unclear why he had contacted him. The wizard reported that this involved manipulating test number 11 and 12. There was no need to hire someone for that anymore. Apparently, the Bakellan kingdom had dealt with them on its own. The interviewee was surprised by this. He noted that maybe it was because these numbers are not as strong. Magister added besides that, they also lost test subject number 1. The rulers were actually even more surprised by this. He shouted out what it all meant. This is kinda crazy, and it's unclear why the hell he's not doing his job so badly. He has the nerve to call himself the head of the Blue Ivory Tower. The 4 magical towers of Terranor have existed for thousands of years. They are towers of red, white, and blue and black ivory. The first emperor of the Lusklan Empire, who was also the strongest mage in history to unite the continent, collected and organized the magical knowledge and wisdom scattered around the world. And 4 towers were built across the continent to store these achievements. All the knowledge of magic was organized into classes and then distributed to different floors. So everyone can learn magic at their own skill level on a certain floor. If one became skilled enough, he could move on to a more advanced level of learning magic. In other words, the number of floors of an ivory tower became a measure of a magician's skill. Rielstein is the master of the 9th floor of the red ivory tower. He remarked to Trandon, the same remember that the only reason his ass was allowed to become head of the blue tower was because all the qualified people were executed. So does he really want to be fired as well? Mages of his level are often found on the 8th floor. He's gonna give the old man one last chance. Let him deal with test subject number 1 as soon as possible, and don't forget to cover his tracks. He shouted that he wouldn't let him down this time, and the connection between them was immediately broken. The Magister was frightened by this, but at least he got another chance. The protagonist continued his journey to the kingdom's capital, Zexard Rattensel. A subordinate entered the ruler of these lands and addressed him. His Highness asked the valet what had happened. Does the man want to join him for a drink? This man's name is Zexard, and he is the first king. The old man merely noted that His Majesty had thrown a party again. The king smiled and shouted. As a man, he couldn't be happier. The days when the entire empire hunted him seemed like a distant dream. The Chamberlain worried that he was having too much fun and avoiding political affairs. He was afraid that his subjects would no longer respect him. The Lord said not to worry about it because he's not a bad ruler, and to spend his own money on it, so what a luxury. The interviewee thought the problem was that he was getting all this money from people. Zexard said it's not like he imposed a tax of 60 like the previous operator. Indeed, there was only a 50% tax. The man also reported that he did not burn hundreds of villages, causing tens of thousands of people to be forced into slavery. The Chamberlain, on the other hand, knew that he had rendered hundreds of villages and sent tens of thousands of people into the army. The king said that he at least deserved such an award after overthrowing the previous emperor. Everyone remembers how cruel the previous emperor was. After all, how can you compare it to him at all? After all, beggars can't be choosers. The old man wanted to contradict him, but the rulers interrupted him and expressively said he had to go. The Chamberlain understood at once, so had to deflect. As he left the room, he realized that the government had gone too far. The king was certainly an excellent warrior on the battlefield during the war, but he has none of the qualities that are characteristic of a steward. It would be nice to have a minister around, and one capable of guiding His Majesty to the right path. Zexard said he was having a good time, but now his mood is ruined, so maybe he should fire the old man. Suddenly someone burst into the room and addressed him. He called His Highness the savior of the world and the hero of heroes. It is a great honor to meet him as king. Zexard was pleased to see the Duke of Kelteron. Duke apologized for being concerned, but something needed attention. The man noted that, it's fine, and he's always liked it, so just wondering what's up. The interlocutor said nothing too important. These are just some documents that need to be looked at. The ruler only glanced at them with one eye. He went on to say that none of that mattered. Let the man take care of it himself. A king's duty is to protect those who cannot protect themselves. He has no time for this petty business. The protagonist, along with the others, arrived at the western edge of the kingdom. They were outside some rundown house. It turned out that Shihan had actually bought a house in Rattensel. The hero said if he stayed at the motel for a while, it would draw too much attention. So, let the rest of us consider it a temporary base. The knight noted that this was certainly true, but he was worried. Shihan didn't understand what was wrong. Jennon couldn't believe that a great master would have to stay in such a rundown place. If he had known it would happen, he would have sold his own house. Next they went inside, and the guy thought it wasn't as bad as he expected. Thinks it would be nice to stay here after a little cleaning. Jennon clearly didn't like it, which he didn't really hide. He shouted that this was a cursed place, and would not allow the Lord to be in such a house. So he kicked everyone out because outsiders would only interfere with his cleaning. Next came his mega cleanup. It wasn't clear if it was normal or if it was the sound of someone cleaning like that. It wasn't long at all before Jennon invited everyone inside. It was still pretty basic, her lame dwelling, he reported. But at least it should be enough for a stay here. Shihan was surprised to see the order inside. The knight added that they just needed furniture, and then everything would be fine. Next, they started discussing why Jennon was so obsessed with cleaning. Alita wondered if she'd ever run into him again, if she'd just spit on the ground. The hero praised the guy and said it was a good start. Now they finally have a base, which means we need to prepare for an attack on Zexard. Jennon reported, there are currently 6 kingdoms ruling Terranor. Of those, 2 are strong, 2 are medium, and 2 are weak. The first strong kingdom is the kingdom of Lusklan and the Empire and Anacius, from the middle kingdom of Saffron and the kingdom of Felos. Zexard and Teranor are 2 weak kingdoms. The laws passed in them in 10 years have not shown any effectiveness or growth, so there have been many conflicts between states. Most recently, there was the rather large Kargon War. The kingdom of Lusklan and the Anacius Empire had not decided who would take over Kargon. The rest of the kingdoms, sensing the scope of the coming war, have taken drastic measures to stop the conflict. Zexard said if someone decided to take over Kargon, their kingdom would support the opposite side. The knight continued the story. Despite being called strong, they were not really outweighed in reality. Because of which, the declaration of Zexard had enough effect to break the stalemate. Over time, the 2 kingdoms came to a compromise, and with that, the kingdoms did not divide the rights to rule the city. It became clear to the main character that they do have conflicts, and that's not a bad thing. He expected those would not be on the best of terms. The more authority and power people had in their hands, the more unwilling they were to get, and these people had thrown him out, so there was definitely something wrong with their heads. Jennon confirmed it. Those cowardly bastards killed a true hero just to get more power for themselves. He kneeled before these villains, so he was a fool too. Shihan decided to back away from this conversation a bit. He asked Alita how her training was going. The girl looked at him sharply. From her face, one could tell that she was experiencing the power of 1,000 looks of an empress. He noted that nothing has worked out again. It's not easy. Her face continues to become normal, and it's unclear what's so funny about it. The guy noted that everything was fine. She should not be in a hurry, and let her put her thoughts in order and visualize an invisible hand on her face. Afterwards, let the martial energy wrap around her face. It is necessary to think in this direction. It is not necessary to change the face with battle energy, but rather to apply makeup with invisible energy, and only then stabilize it with one's own battle energy. Alita was indignant and said it was the 3rd time he had told her that. He should have explained it to her in a different way. She seriously doesn't understand it. Shihan actually confirmed that he didn't really understand much either, as Lavina explained it to him. His interlocutor didn't understand, whereas he had learned it himself. The guy said they couldn't use that method, because he is an Earthling. Earthlings and Terranorians have the same body structure, but they have significant differences, ways of fighting, and in magical energy. Combat energy is not something you are born with. You have to be highly spiritual to develop it. It was like looking for something in a huge warehouse in total darkness. However, for Earthlings, such as the protagonist, the warehouse is fully lit. In him, the martial energy was born by itself, along with the magical energy. As a result, he was able to reach the pinnacle of mastery in martial and magical energies in just 3 years. Alita shouted that it's cheating and she already hates Earthlings. Shihan said, that's why he's not a genius. Also narrated that based on research, Lusklan is all about being from another world, not specifically from Earth. It has something to do with the restructuring of the human body and mind after passing through the dimensions. The girl couldn't believe that passing through a dimension bestowed such a talent. The hero added, which is why his instruction in this case won't help. Let her try to master it on her own. Alita wondered what would happen if they sent someone out of Terranor and brought him back. He would probably gain the same abilities as him too. She wondered if it was possible. While they were talking, something like an earthquake started. Naturally, everyone's mind was stirring, and they didn't realize what was going on. Jennon even assumed it was an earthquake, but the hero objected. He felt some strange energy. The dust that had risen began to slowly settle, and it showed mangled people as well as ruins. The remaining survivors were being chased by some strange creature. It was more like a large lion that roared. People were shouting that it was Leokin and they should run away quickly. Some girl got caught and fell, and the monster tried to kill her. Suddenly, a guy jumped to her defense. It was the main character that asked if she was okay. He didn't understand what was going on here with at least 30 monsters. It was unclear how the brains had gotten into the main city. The security and army here must be that bad. But even after those judgments, it's unclear how the monsters got to the center. It's a pretty open forest, so there's something wrong here. Of course he didn't want to attract attention, but there was nothing he could do about it now. So he offered to save all the people first. His new subordinates agreed and rushed to the attack. Along with Shihan, Alita and Jennon fought as equals. Soon a detachment arrived and asked them to stop. The girl noted that they were the Knights of Zexard. The hero was glad that they had finally arrived. These men must save the city from more mayhem, as long as they can contain the monsters. But the Knights did nothing for some reason, and only surrounded the hero and the others. The man in charge asked, "Didn't he tell them to stop? This area is under the control of the Dark Lion Knighthood, so let the civilians retreat." Alita didn't understand what the hell was going on. People were dying in front of them, and they were saying such things. Let them get rid of the beasts first, and then they could chase them away. The knight ordered her to cover her mouth. Let her step back after all, it was an order from the king. Are they not going to obey orders? Jennon himself couldn't figure out what was going on here. Suddenly, Shihan felt a strong energy and looked in her direction. He could clearly see her among the crowd of all the knights. This energy was very familiar to him, so he was completely confident. This is definitely Zexard's battle energy. Indeed, it was the king who did not understand how dare such beasts try to harm his dear people. But don't let anyone worry, he's here to save them all. He's asked the Dark Lion Knights to protect the townspeople, and he's going to take care of these scoundrels himself. The subordinates obeyed his orders. The hero made sure it was Zexard. The ruler noted that his body had grown stiff lately, so he's gonna have some fun with these demons. It was unbelievable to the townspeople that he was holding 2 huge axes, and the ruler had fun killing those monsters. To him, they were just ridiculous and pathetic demons. The Leokans were wary when they saw this, so some even the horrors started to escape. Zexard informed if he wasn't going to do it, they didn't stand a chance, after which he applied another of his skills. Jennon was amazed, for it was a battle seal. It was the first time he'd seen it with his own eyes. Alita didn't understand what it was. The interlocutor explained that it could only be used by a swordsman with the rank of master. This is one of the magical seals that enlist combat magic. The ruler rushed into the attack, intending to destroy the group of foolish parents. He applied the battle seal and the giant's hand. The people cheered after he removed all the demons. Alita remarked that he was a real monster. Jennon also wondered if this power of a master-rank swordsman was accurate. The protagonist realized the whole situation. Zexard is definitely a scumbag. In order to get the doors of the citizens, he set the whole thing up. The demon invasion was just an extravagant show. It was because of this that the knights of the kingdom pushed them away. The king was supposed to catch the demons. The performance was pure bluff, but it worked on everyone. The guy doubts Zexard would have pulled something like this. Beyond dementia and cruelty, he has an unshakable ideal. Can stoop so low for the recognition of the people. Shihan pondered this for a while. He saw a rather convincing look on his face. It made him wonder if he'd ever been good at pretending. The people went on to call the ruler the strongest. They said he had saved hundreds of lives, and they thanked the revolutionary hero. Now the Shihan had it all finally put together in his head. The ruler really doesn't know that all of this is staged. Most likely, it was the work of his subordinates. They'll be pulling all sorts of shenanigans while they put on a show for the king's amusement. Of course, it would have been much better if he'd just been bribed. He, for his part, has never been noted for his intelligence. Suddenly, Zexard shifted his gaze directly to Shihan. The guy was wary because of that. The ruler thought he was seeing that man for the first time. But he didn't look like an ordinary man. Suddenly, the subordinates told His Highness to return to the castle. Zexard agreed and thought nothing bad would happen. The hero also pondered, although he is not a fool, but like 10 years ago, reminded of the fortress lived. The world has changed, this man's skills have not deteriorated. It is not yet time to openly enter the game. We should be careful and prepare everything thoroughly. 10 days had already passed since Shihan, his company, had stopped in the capital city of Latinsil. Alita was able to learn the basics of the power of the 1,000 wrecks of the Empress, and now she can change her facial expression slightly. Jennon learned more about the art of destroying mountains from the creator of this, his method, and Shihan himself focused on raising his combat and magical energy levels, and has tripled his resource since returning to Terranor, while they worked on honing their abilities and quietly waited for the right opportunities. At this point in the Betrayal region, The pagans control a group of demons to incite panic among the inhabitants and spread chaos throughout the world. The kingdom summons heroes from all over the world. If they wish to participate in this honorable battle, let them join the expeditionary team and make themselves known to the world. The hero just couldn't look at these heathens. Jennon noted it was a Dimension clan. During the reign of the tyrant emperor, there were groups of pagans in various regions, and in them the cult of the true god from the Otherworld, Heros, flourished. Boy, I heard they were crushed by the Lusklan Empire. But it seems they've recently reassembled their forces as well. It says here they're using new teachings to attract people. Shihan noted that people don't always rely on religion. The interlocutor added, now they are called the second coming of Shihan. Then very much struck the hero. The one asked for a gift, as they are called. Jennon, he noticed, was the savior from the other world, son Shihan. He was actually the son of the god Heros from another world, and he had been summoned to Terranor to punish the current world that was slandering and destroying the Lusklan Empire. Shihan wanted to bring the inhabitants of the Terranor Empire to a paradise called Earth, but he was stopped by 6 evil revolutionary heroes and taken back to Garros. That's what was written in their writings. What annoyed the protagonist most of all was that there was some truth to it. He noted that this is their chance anyway. They could fix the heathens who were sowing panic among the innocent inhabitants. What a convenient assignment for the king. Given Zexard's character, he will personally lead the expedition team, and they too will be part of this expedition. When they can leave the guard capital, there will be much less, and then they will be able to get closer to Zexard itself. After a while, people were told to get in line. The man on the horse announced that he had been chosen by a great hero, a revolutionary, to be the leader. His name is Count Keltarin. The reward of these men is entered measurably with their success. So let him faithfully follow along with him. Alita noted, so he would be the one to lead the team. The hero didn't like it, for without Zexard, they would suffer. The boy was fully confident that this scoundrel would show up here in person. In any case, if they have a good effort, I'm sure they will have many more opportunities to get closer to their former comrade, and participation here will certainly not be in vain. But it's unclear what happened to this aggressive bastard. The Count, for his part, reflected that it had been very difficult to persuade the king not to go, and fortunately, he was now leading this expedition, though there were reflections as a Povel in this turmoil. Earlier, he met a magister who begged him to help. The secret of the Blue Ivory Tower depends on it. That secret must never reach the ears of the king of Zexard, and the military must not be dragged into all of this. Keltarin reported that he had figured it out, and it wasn't exactly a complicated case, especially this request from their regular sponsor Blue Trandon. Magister added Ivory Tower will send 10 mages from the 6th floor, and he will bring 5 Dark Lion Knights. That should be enough. The Count just needs to recruit capable military men with his money. Thinking about it, the man realized that it was a bit tedious, but only needed to measure a small group of heathens. If he paid off the tower and Ivory Head, however, it would be nothing. Weighing everything, he ordered the others to follow him. He and the others moved out at once. The pagans had assembled and were holding their gathering. The leader addressed him. He reported that the heretics had finally taken in hand the swords of sin, and with an army they are going to rob the true believers. Those present shouted that this was foolish, dark godlessness. Death is only a release from earthly pricks, so one should fear nothing. Poster cheered as he heard these cries. He confirmed the words that had been spoken. According to the teachings of Heros, death, the only way to be free from this false world. But Jaros does not want to see the egoistic way to true freedom as suicide. Death found in the liberation of other waters is sweet joy to their god. Those chosen for torment, let them take one step forward. A trio of people immediately came out. The pastor smiled and said they had nothing to fear. They were blessed with the love of Garros. The girl informed Lakran that it was true she was not scared at all. He was very glad to hear that. Then he turned to the dragon of his god and asked him to accept the devotion of these righteous men. Just as he was making his speech, suddenly there was a sound, and straight out of the dark depths a creature appeared. This was the dragon that was recently mentioned. The martyrs, though wary, were glad to see him. The girl smiled and begged to accept their devotion. The dragon didn't even finish her word and immediately ate it. The rest of those who were supposed to be victims got even more excited. The messenger of the Lord did not refuse their offering. This is excellent, and it is necessary to grant me to those who believe the fire of truth. Lakran exhaled a sigh of relief. For this time it had been successful. Still, it's ending faster than he would have thought. As long as he has the ashes of the hearts of the royal family of Lusklan, he will continue to make offerings. And the dragon of the earth will continue to fulfill his wishes. It's just unclear how much longer he'll be able to control it. Without him, there's no way to convince these fools. I guess when the time comes, he'll have to deny it. But you've got to have some fun in the end. The main character and the others were making their way through the forest. One of the men in charge said that they would be spending the night here tonight, so they should set up camp. After that, there was a commotion and everyone was gathering around the campfires. Jennon noted that the place was in complete chaos. No order, unlike the official army. It was unclear how they would fight if they couldn't even handle something like this. Alita said there really isn't any organization in mercenary expeditionary groups. How would you, a powerful knight, know the order of mere mercenaries? The boy asked what other powerful knight. It's funny to hear Alita say that, isn't she a blue blood? Just like that, they had a fight. Shihan only asked me to watch my words. This is serious, because if anyone had heard, they would have had to explain everything. The interlocutor apologized for that. The hero offered to eat a little, for he was hungry. The knight lit up and said he would get everything ready right away. In the end, it turned out that today's menu was going to be stew again. Alita reported that it is crucial to get all the right nutrients while traveling. That's why they eat stew. It is quick to prepare and has everything they need. Shihan knew that very well, but it turns out to be unpalatable when cooked under these conditions. The girl said that they eat it to survive, but she wondered what it tasted like. Suddenly, Jennon announced that everything was ready, and he just offered everyone a meal. When Shihan tasted it, he said it was really good. Did the guy really use the same ingredients as everyone else? Knight reported, "It is after all a regular vegetable stew." He enjoys experimenting with food, as he is ready for just his hobby. The hero reflected that it is not a simple hobby at all. He said that it is very tasty, and would believe if he said that he used to work as a cook for the king. Jennon noted that he would be very nervous if he was harassed by the King Lilstein chef of this recipe. If the person in the mouth of the recipe is getting darker than their own life, they should be ashamed. In between all this reasoning, Alita asked for a refill. The knight was not going to refuse her. Shihan liked this kind of atmosphere. But there were some things he really didn't like, for despite everything outside, it started to rain. The camp was bustling again, and everyone was pitching tents. The Count was horrified that they were not in the house, and it was raining. Shihan noted that it is difficult to navigate here. The interlocutor confirmed that it is difficult to distinguish anything when there is only water around. Alita noticed. They had a saying that the main power of the Shihan cultural parish was derived from demons. The question then is whether they should be worried about being attacked in the rain. They are demons, but they retain the habits of beasts. Would be the point, but no one on guard is looking for an opening from rain. They lack vigilance. If they have gathered troops from the demons, it means someone is controlling them, and at his will they can stampede in this kind of weather. Shihan objected that it was simply impossible. Even if the control is masterful, it is impossible to completely suppress the animal instinct. He can confirm the demons won't come out here in this heavy rain. Just as soon as he had reported this, there was a cry from the camp that demons were attacking. Those who were unarmed started running away from there. He did show up and attack the camp. Shihan was a bit confused and wondered if things had changed so much in Terranor in a whole 10 years. The people inside the camp also didn't understand what was going on. It's raining like this, but the monsters still came out. It's unclear how they are being controlled like this. One of the main knights pumped that all of it was unimportant right now. Everyone needs to take a battle formation, form a circle, and prepare to attack. Those who have already fought said, though it is a demon, it remains a predictable animal. The people here are mercenaries and have been through, will be praised hell. So they rushed to attack the demons without fear. Some were even glad that one had been killed. But he could not rejoice for long, for the creature attacked him immediately. Even though the demons were wounded, it was unclear why they were so resilient. The humans didn't understand. Shouldn't this amount of casualties scare them all away? Suddenly, the main character came up and said that they had been taken over. They would fight to the death. It is necessary to kill these creatures one by one. The first thing to focus on is the closest demons, not all of them. The men obeyed him and rushed to the attack. One of the chief knights told Duran that this mercenary is quite useful. The interlocutor confirmed it. He commands amongst the chaos. If this guy was really that skilled, he would definitely come in handy. Shihan was completely focused on the battle. He fought alongside the others, not shirking on the sidelines at all. And so after his swift attack, the monster was defeated. The mercenaries realized that this was the last monster, and it was finally over. They began to rejoice after they had won. They finally got rid of those nasty monsters. The hero pondered the fact that all 44 beasts had appeared, and wondered that not one of them had tried to escape. How this is possible is unclear. So strong is the magical mind control that the beast begins to ignore its instincts. Never before had he encountered a spell of this level, not even when he fought against the Empire years ago. While thinking about it, he was attracted to someone. It was a small group of people near the tent. They were kind of agitated. Shihan realized that something was going on here. The main objective is not to subdue the sectarians. The Count has ordered everyone to remain vigilant. If they strike even for a moment, serious punishment will follow. The mercenaries were angry that he wouldn't stop talking. As soon as he saw the monster, he immediately hid behind their backs. They didn't suffer such heavy losses if Black Lion Knights fought alongside them. Jennon noted that this man certainly didn't deserve to be called commander. Alita confirmed he was an exorbitant egomaniac. The protagonist, for his part, asked not to worry about it. This loser acts like this all the time. The knight asked in surprise if he knew him. Shihan said that he knew him a little bit. He didn't know him personally, but sometimes he heard talk about him. He was called a man with the body of a wise man and the mind of a beast. Jennon was amazed and shifted. He might not be so useless. Suddenly he asked if Shihan had accidentally confused body and mind. The hero pointed out that he was correct in saying he was just a stupid weakling. This man doesn't have any fighting skills, but he's as tenacious as a cockroach. To think that he is now an entire count. The interlocutor said, "Simply in the world is an amazing place." Alita hesitated a little. She doubted that a completely useless person could achieve such a position. After a little while, the detachment brought the village of Zard. The Count reported that everyone performed well in yesterday's battle. The official conquest of the Shihan sect begins tomorrow. Therefore, let them rest well tonight and conserve their strength. The mercenaries were glad, for they would sleep on something dry. They thought they would be staying in cramped tents for the night. Being mercenaries never got better treatment, so that's pretty good. The main character pointed out that yesterday they were all complaining not only people on the ground are easy to change their minds. Since they were ready to go, he said they needed to rest a little today. What if someone called Sean Stein's name? It was the girl who once again said it all. The protagonist stepped up and said that this person was him. The stranger gave her name. She is Dina Crumble. Is an apprentice to the mercenary foreman of the Knightly Order of the Black Lion. She called the question if he could come out with her for a moment. The mage Habark, as well as the mercenary Duran, are looking for him. Shihan shimmered along with his companions, but still, he went out. The girl noted, "This is where the mages and Black Lion Knights rest." Since they were holding confidential meetings right now, she would go. But before she left, she turned her attention to someone else, and it was Alita that caught her eye. To her, this sister looked much older. But she already has the rank of warrior. Such talents really do exist, it's amazing. Before going inside, the hero used the power of the Empress's 1,000 guises. He greeted everyone inside and introduced himself, hearing that he had been summoned. Duran was glad he was already here and gave his name. Habark introduced himself as well. Pointing to the map, the knight informed him that he was just in time. He needed to take a look. It is this designation of sectarian base that will take as much as half a day to reach. Habark said Shihan's Second Coming sect has access to the spell that controls the monster. He must have already noticed when he fought yesterday. Jennon confirmed this. This was the first time people had seen the beasts attack during a heavy rain with thunderstorms. The wizard was a little surprised that the mercenaries were starting to notice it too, so he asked if they could keep it all a secret. Shihan realized it wasn't a simple matter, so he said it all depended on the benefit. Habark smiled and indicated that he liked that attitude. Placing a handful of gold coins on the table, he asked if it would be enough. Jennon shouted out that it was 10 gold coins. Shihan, for his part, had a hard time considering it a lot of money when his underpants went for 100 gold coins. But judging from the guy's reaction, it must be decent. Thus, he agreed and said it would be enough. Wizard said it was a wise decision to maintain this position going forward, and now he proposes to continue their conversation. In the past, the Second Coming Shihan sect didn't have beast subjugation magic. They used dark sorcery based on human sacrifice. Magic is described as orderly and accessible to learn. The end result can be calculated. Whereas witchcraft is not orderly and unpredictable. Also, witchcraft does not recognize magic because in many cases, sacrifices are required. Shihan asked if he meant to say that they controlled the monsters by sorcery rather than magic. Habark objected. They have no such sorcery. It is a shameful story, but it's actually a top-secret development from the Blue Tower. Previously, the man named Rockran Proud was a respectable mage, and at the age of 37, he was already living on the 6th floor of the Blue Tower. Thanks to his talent and skills, he was recognized and allowed to participate in the top-secret experiments of the Blue Tower. However, he wanted too much, and because of his oversight, the experimental beasts escaped. As a result, this man lost all his titles as well as his rights, and was sentenced to a 4-element punishment. Jennon asked what it was. The wizard explained, "It is a spell combining the 4 elements of magic, earth, water, fire, and wind. It is used in the tower for punishment. It is essentially a death sentence." Knight was shocked that because of some mistake in an experiment, a man was being killed. Habark became more aggressive and asked if the mercenary thought he should be more careful about what he said. The guy promptly apologized. The wizard went on to say that they should only know the essentials, so just let them listen. They don't know how Raken did it, but he escaped from his cell and also created an even bigger problem. He took one of the test animals with him. This beast, in turn, is special. It has the power to take control of other beasts nearby. Shihan was interested in this skill. Habark added this information and found out later, but Rarkan's parent actually turned out to be a high-ranking member of the sect. They were undoubtedly using this beast to expand their own power. Juldaran joined the conversation. He said that was the real purpose of their quest, to kill the monster and eliminate all traces of the Blue Tower's connection to the incident. So he thought that with Shihan's skills, he would be able to help them, which was why he was here. The guy smiled and said that he was honored. With their strong knights and outstanding mages, they would definitely be able to kill even a dragon. Suddenly, Habark noted that he had guessed right. It is his earth dragon that they must slay. The hero couldn't believe it. After a while, he discussed it with his comrades. If it's an earth dragon, no wonder they're offering 10 gold pieces. Considering his current condition, it's an easy opponent, Jennon remarked, not understanding why an Imago swordsman would want you to subdue heretics. Maybe it's best to say no then. He responded by hearing that it shouldn't be done. They had learned the secret of the tower head and would be in danger because of it. After the mission, these people might want to get rid of them. The comrades were alarmed. Seeing their reactions, Shihan wondered if it had never occurred to them. Although it was not surprising, they were still children in a time of peace. But that was the reality. Alita noted that she thought it would go smoothly. Because of this, Jennon changed the subject from the question about the Blue Tower's secret experiment. They would have told about it if they were planning to kill. Same with the details of the incident. They deliberately made it clear to them when they could have just given orders. So they gagged them with important information. Jennon was surprised that she noticed it, and the girl said she wasn't being runny. The hero thought to himself that he had underestimated them. Suddenly the knight asked Shihan what he would do, really, how they wanted him to do it. He said he didn't know yet. But good information can be turned into great bait. With his help, even Zexard could be approached. Time went by, and they all continued to do laundry, until someone from the outside approached them. They were women who had come to do the same thing. They were surprised to see 2 handsome young men here. When they came closer, they wondered if they had come from the capital. It must be inconvenient to recuperate in a remote village, but this place would be perfect for resting so they could regain their strength before leaving. Jennon said that they would do so, and then it was time for them to go on their way. After that, they said their goodbyes. The guy got uncomfortable. It's hard not to be infected by their energy. They are very pleasant people. A moment later, his opinion proved to be already wrong. Those friendly women pretended to be someone they weren't and grabbed guns, after which they rushed towards the retreating people. Alita sensed danger approaching and looked in their direction. Luckily, she even managed to and back from the lunge at her. The guys didn't realize what was going on and looked back in surprise. There they saw women who were angry that their ambush had been botched. They couldn't even believe that these men had figured it out. They also called them pathetic unbelievers. Shihan found out they were fanatics. But it's unclear how Alita found that out, reacted, and so as if she was aware of the ambush. She noted that she didn't know anything. Still, she's simply very cautious when she's around people. The hero thought, so while they were talking sweetly to the women, she was thinking about who might stab her in the back. One woman reported that the life of non-believers is boring and dull, definitely better than death. Death is the only true salvation. They rushed to the attack, saying that those who believed would go to heaven, and the filthy heretics let them just die. Alita said to her comrades to be careful, for something had changed in the eyes of these people. But just 10 seconds later, everyone who was attacking was already on the ground. The girl noted the only thing that had changed were the eyes. Shihan noted only warriors gone mad could be berserk. This was just a crazy nag. But I wonder why they attacked them. Are they such an important person in this squad? While he reasoned, Jennon asked him to look somewhere. Smoke was rising above the forest, which meant there was a fire somewhere. The hero began to reason out what their target, their entire squad, meant. They wasted precious time doing laundry. Apparently the whole village is a den of heretics. Indeed, people were shouting that the Shihan sect would go to heaven and the non-believers would go to hell. Death for them would be the true liberation. The knights had to fight alongside them. The dying sect members rejoiced that they would finally join heroes. Hearing this, Duran realized that they had gone completely out of their minds. Suddenly, something more important caught his attention. It was a huge buffalo that was speeding toward him. The man realized that demonic beasts were at the head of the heretics. To defend himself from the huge beast, he used the Iron Wall skill, after which, ordered Level to act. He obeyed the order and chopped the animal with the destruction skill. Duran didn't understand why there were so many demonic beasts here. It was as if there was no end to them. There were even thoughts that this was some sort of legendary demon king's castle. Habaru approached him and said that the heretics seemed to have scattered demonic beasts all over the mountain. The knight was surprised that it was such a huge area. Could it be that the range of the dragon's mind control is so wide? He must be more than 500 years old, which meant that this mission was definitely beyond them. The wizard said, "Based on experience, we can accurately judge that he is only 100 years old. His mind control abilities have gotten stronger because of his experiments." The interlocutor shouted, it only meant that fighting against it was the same as fighting against a dragon 5 times older. Habark objected, although his mind control skill improved much more than expected, but his combat energy, mana, and physical abilities increased as calculated. Zexard shouted dragon, completely exceeding their expectations. While they were yelling, Level noticed something else. It turns out that the demonic beasts are heading towards the tavern, and that's not good. One such creature successfully made its way into the tavern, and that's where the Earl of Keltron was. He was terrified and screamed that he had been told it was top safe. That's why he asked the escort to stay with him. Now all he needs is help. There were only a few girls on the aristocrat's defense, Dina being one of them. The creature's blow should have been taken by her, but the protagonist suddenly appeared on the defense. The girl was glad that the mercenary Shihan had arrived to protect them as well. The demonic creature was also dealt with by Jennon and Alita. When it was over, Duran arrived. He said they were alive because of the mercenary Shihan. But are they really the only ones here and all the other mercenaries? The hero noted that they were fighting heretics throughout the village. The knight realized in horror that these men had ambushed the entire squad. He asked those present to stay here and protect the count, and they would take care of the demonic beasts in the meantime. The count himself had ordered the mercenary to protect him. Soon Shihan heard something. He realized what was rapidly approaching them. This creature turned out to be an earth dragon. The village where the battle was fought continued to blaze. As said, the knights continued to fight the demonic beasts, destroying them one after another. Duran said they were almost done and asked them to hold out a little longer. Keltron was already calmer. He noted that she was the one the Black Lion had expected from the knightly order. They had managed to defeat all those monsters. The protagonist realized it was true, but very few carcasses. The rest of the monsters just ran away. Suddenly, the wizard started screaming in terror. Level also noticed something strange. It was the same green dragon, but it was unclear why it had to appear now. The threat becomes much scarier than it was before. Everyone was told that a dragon had come to fight him. There's no need to panic. They have wizards, and they need to prepare magical defenses now. The dragon didn't wait until he was prepared and unleashed his flames. Fortunately for the mages, they had time to create their water barrier spell. One of the knights said it was fine, his power is within their expectations. The mages can handle him without fair. If the squad put their best foot forward, he couldn't even grab it. Although they were still quite tired after fighting all the monsters. Duran was angry that their plans had been ruined. Isn't this power expected? He still commands dozens of monsters. Habark said there's still a small chance that the Earth Dragon's control ability will improve. He thinks about 4%. The captain didn't like that. Horrifyingly, the entire neighborhood was flooded, no matter how tired they are. A true knight never backs down. They will let that evil dragon hear the roar of the Black Lion. The Earth Dragon was basically fine with fighting them. He attacked with his Duran limbs. The man used the Iron Wall skill to defend himself. This was followed by an Annihilation skill. The other knights weren't going to stand by either. so rushed into the attack, pushing the creature back. Jennon reported, "It's a unique battle formation of the Black Lion Knight Order called the Iron Wall. It's unbelievable. They didn't even move a millimeter from the Earth Dragon's attack," Shihan remarked, as if he was observing Zexard in the past. He yelled that if he got hit, he would hit back, his punch would hurt more. It was a very reckless method of fighting, so it's just a Zexard outlier. Not only has the character understood the character, but his style in battle has remained unchanged over the past 10 years. If all this is really true, then they have the same weakness. He shouted out to his comrades that the knights were not removing the dragon of the land like that, and they needed to join. The Count was horrified to hear such a thing. He asked what it meant. Where would they join them? They would have to protect him. The protagonist said that if they lose, then they will get it too. The aristocrat was not convinced, and he said, all the more they should leave here, so let them take him away. Alita and Jennon were horrified. It appeared that this man wanted to escape alone while mages and knights fought before his eyes. Calteron's orders were to go protect the retreat route. Or the mercenaries aren't going to obey his orders. Shihan motioned for the others to knock him out, so he approached from the back to do it, but the Count looked at him and asked him what he was going to do. Would knock out and go over there. The hero was surprised that he had time to notice. Aristocratic shouted for all of them to get rid of their foolish thoughts and show the way. The first order of business was to get out of here. He didn't have time to finish the sentence, and immediately collapsed as if it were a sandbag. The girl who had done it asked where the piece of garbage had come from. It was Dina. She said it would make the perfect crime, and asked Sean the mercenary to go ahead. Shihan praised her for her abrupt action. The knights at this time continued to fight. Unfortunately, their strength was running out, and they were already at their limit. The monster attacked Lavelle and was ordered to dodge. But since his strength was almost gone, he didn't have time to do it. Duran was horrified to see his subordinate hovering in the air. The Earth Dragon prepared to slay him. But fortunately, the protagonist along with his comrades arrived at the defense. Duran rejoiced at Sean's arrival. The hero reported, tired, not to help in battle. And the Count fainted after a piece of garbage fell on him. And the Knight Level is fine. The captain said he understood everything. It's great. And thanks to him, are not saved. Suddenly, Shihan noticed that something was wrong with the Solid One. That's why he asked if she was hurt. The girl reported that she was fine. The Earth Dragon's body was tougher than she thought. Even as she attacked, she dropped her arm a bit. The guy stated that normal attacks wouldn't work on dragons. They need to peel off his scales. It's a difficult opponent, so they need to be more careful. It was at that moment that he noticed the state's dragons were out of place. The evil creature fighting the entire time was clearly somehow confused. And after only a few minutes, the Earth Dragon turned around and started killing. To say that those present were shocked is saying nothing. Alita couldn't figure out if it was because he got blood on him. Maybe he's misophobic. After a while, they left a little puzzled, and the attack of the cult of the Second Coming of Shihan came to an end. Some members of the sect were taken captive. They were angry and shouted at the foolish unbelievers to be set free. After all, they were following the true teachings of Mr. Shihan. The mercenary who had been watching them didn't oblige and kicked them. He told them to shut up. How dare a cult do such things in the name of a savior from another world? Mr. Shihan, back on Earth, would not be happy about this. The cultists kept shouting that he would save them. The hero who heard this thought that he wouldn't save them. Next, he reported, he thought they were done here. Alita noted their side, took a lot of damage due to the ambush. There are only about 600 men left in the squad. It's even more beautiful that Kelteron doesn't remember anything. It's been 3 days since they left the village. But doesn't that mean the suppression of the sectarians is over? The leaders have already fled. Shihan reports they've made some progress. It could be considered a success, since they had eliminated so many fanatics. But that wasn't the main goal. The Dragon of Earth and Lacan escaped. They must be hiding somewhere, licking their wounds. In fact, that's the way it was. The sorcerer didn't realize what was going on. The Earth Dragon stopped obeying his orders. He tried again to wake the beast to get it up and moving, while not realizing what happened in the village 4 years ago. He still needs that rascal. Damn mages are going to kill a man because of one mistake. If he had the abilities of an Earth Dragon, he would have long ago disposed of his pursuers. In this way, he would both scoundrel and tower-headed revenge. And after that, he was wandering a luxurious life on the money of Shihan's church. Once again, the man asked the dragon of the land to wake up. He sprayed his heart if he needed it. Let it wake up and rid itself of its pursuers. That's when something strange started happening. The heart that was in his hand suddenly became inflamed. Lusklan didn't understand what was happening or what the creature was doing. After that, he cautiously glanced at the dragon. He's just up and towered over him. The man realized that things were very bad. It's unclear how this happened, since he hadn't even gotten up yet. Some sort of bright flash appeared on the dragon's head. In a way that was incomprehensible to the sorcerer, he successfully destroyed the mind control magic. Lusklan asked the creature in horror to calm down and listen to him carefully. But in the end, he realized it didn't bode well for him. The next thing he knew, blood was spurting out of his body. Thus, the earth dragon killed him. Duran arrived at the cave. He noticed that it was quieter than he had expected, thinking that there would be many monsters here. There were probably no doors left to control. They had gotten rid of more than 100 monsters in the last few days. Habark was beside him and said it was a relief. Either way, there's something that worries him even more. And that's why, in fact, Count Keltron is here. The existence of the Dragonland and Lakran confidential information about the royal families. The knight, on the other hand, said that the mercenaries and the Earl were only needed to suppress the heathens. The interlocutor remarked, "That's why he didn't say they would return when they dealt with the dragon of the land." Keltron was horrified that his guards consisted of only one black lion knight and 2 mages. Do they really wish him dead? Have them give him at least 2 knights and 4 mages. Now it was Duran who was in shock. He shouted with this lineup, "They can't remove the fight on the ground. There are mercenaries here. He can take the mercenaries away." The aristocrat was horrified, asking how can they be trusted? They are only here for money. And if a monster shows up, it will be terrible. The captain asked what he wanted from them then. Let him just go along with them if he was unhappy with the quality of the guards. The count noted that it would be much safer this way than with mercenaries and heathens. An awkward pause hung between them. The count thought for a moment. The dragon of the land is scary, but it's dangerous here too. And if you weigh everything up, it's safer with strong people. So he reported, if the knight said so, he would risk going with them. But the captain did not expect it. The mercenaries now asked him if he was sure the dragon of the land and Lakran were hiding here. Habark reported that it was true he had taken advantage of my recognition on the heathens. Shihan realized confession magic is standard magic. He saw how things really happened. Magic was indeed common. But that was until they used some black powder and cracked them like peanuts. So he gets to wondering what the nasty stuff is. While he was thinking, a sound echoed throughout the cave. She was literally overflowing with bloodlust. The captain shouted that the earth dragon was already here. Let everyone prepare for battle. What they saw next amazed them even more. Duran asked if they were sure they had seen such an earth dragon. This creature has actually gotten a lot bigger. Although he doesn't know what happened to him, it's all definitely nothing. Right now, the man is going to show him the true power of the Black Lion, Habark reported. He didn't have a chance to show his magic since they had encountered a bunch of monsters before. But now they have enough combat and magic energy. So he's going to teach him a lesson too. He and his wizards used the skill of crying cold frost, cold frost. The others raised the teeth of the earth into the sky, ordering them to take off and attack with their spears. The knights, for their part, stood near the dragon, restraining it as usual. Jennon said these people use knights for defense and mages for offense. Shihan noted their coordinated work. Their intervention would be unnecessary now. Suddenly something very strange happened. The magic that had been directed at the earth dragon had disappeared somewhere. The wizards at a loss could not believe their eyes. There were questions about what happened, because the magic was gone as if something was wrong. Perhaps this monster is from another world altogether. While they were talking, the creature prepared to attack, using its fire. Flames immediately poured down on the wizards as well as the knights. Some were killed and some fled in terror. Duran even lost a few of his own knights. Cautioned, he said the situation was getting out of hand. But it was unclear to him what was happening now. The earth dragon, in turn, continued to attack. The hero felt it was too hot in here. This rogue has a resistance to his nullification as well. Like that firewolf. Pondering, he decided to take a look at the surroundings. It became clear that 2 knights and 4 mages had fallen. Magic stopped working. The magicians turned into useless dummies. What remains is the strength, and that's the 3 Black Lion Knights. Thus, all of them might as well die here. The character suggested that he had no other choice now. Perhaps he would reveal his identity. But anyway, he has to save at least the humans first. Upon stating this, he immediately began to use his own force. Alita couldn't believe her eyes. The martial energy that didn't differentiate was enormous. Jennon also marveled. He reported it straight out of the legends of Terranor, the battle technique of saviors from another world. The skill that Shihan used is called conquering the heavens. He swiftly rushed towards the earth dragon. The creature noticed him, but could not resist. The captain, along with the rest of the knights, couldn't believe it. Alita marveled at the immense power. Jennon reported it as a matter of course. The conquest of the heavens was invented by saviors from another world to defeat the monsters of the Berserk Emperor. This power is clearly not inferior to other combat techniques. Shihan was frustrated to realize that his energy was still not enough to use the attack to its full potential. Even so, it's the only way to break through the dragon's scales. Level couldn't believe this guy was fighting. One of the dragons. It was unclear who the mercenary was. Duran said he's not sure about that, but one thing is certain. This man is clearly much stronger than all the knights here. Alita, along with Jennon, also rushed into the attack. The Count, watching the duel, was confused. He saw the very battle technique that reminded him of something. The Earth Dragon noticed someone was attacking him, so to defend himself, he used his tail and kicked the ground. Shihan's comrades immediately stopped. And the guy, as he continued to fight, said that this dragon was clearly not amiss. The creature prepared to spew fire. Immediately, she pointed it towards the hero who was in the air. Level shouted for Sean to be more careful. The Earth Dragon would use all its power on him now. This attack is clearly going to be much different from all the previous ones. The hero understood that neutralizing the magic wasn't working, which meant that there was only one thing left. He once again used Sky Conquest and a skill called Mountain Rumbling. In doing so, he greatly surprised his comrades. The energy of the dragon sword continued to soak into his weapon, and he himself continued to inflict wounds on the creature. Right at the Earth Dragon's head came the attack of 1,000 explosions. With her help, the creature was defeated. He collapsed to the ground and didn't move again. When it happened, the heroes were glad it worked out, but those present could not believe their own eyes. Without hiding their own surprise, they continued to gawk. Shihan realized they were all staring at him. They must have figured him out by now. Suddenly, Habark noted, this was just great. He just can't believe this guy slayed a Dragonland all by himself. The hero didn't realize what was going on. The knights also asked why on earth he was working as a mercenary with his abilities. Thus, Shihan found out, these people were impressed by his simply good skills. Not an encounter with someone who was the stuff of legends. He probably would have killed him with one punch before. So he doesn't know whether to be happy or sad now. Either way, he's really glad everyone is still in one piece. When Shihan came down to him, the captain addressed him. He asked if he understood correctly that he had withheld his skills. His energy as well as his sword skills are on par with the Order of Black Lion Knights. Although that wasn't true, he might even be stronger than all of them. In that case, it's unclear what this is all about. To explain himself, Jennon came over. He said that the man didn't mean anything by it. Before becoming a mercenary, Sean had only trained in the mountains. Although he was older than him, he felt that this man lacked experience, so suggested that he start with a lower rank to build him up. After all, it's okay to hide one's abilities when one is a mercenary. Those in attendance were surprised that this man said he was younger. Duran said he understood now. So he had the rank of a knight, but he was courteous to the guy. The hero confirmed it all because of them. And he's just lucky. He doesn't think he contributed much to the victory. Hopefully their reward will go beyond praise. Now the captain had calmed down. And let me know when they'll be back in the capital. These guys are gonna get what they deserve. When it was over, Shihan thanked Jennon. It was only because of him that he had managed to get out of an awkward situation. The comrade asked me not to worry. He had put so much into his character, and he couldn't let it go to waste. He thinks that one is so believable after all, as if his skills are only good enough to slay a dragon. He's really good at it. Shihan stiffened a bit at those words. Alita asked if Jennon knew that the hero had lost his powers. Shihan noted that when his friends betrayed him in a big way, they'd see if he'd tell anyone about his weaknesses. He did tell her, though, because he had no choice but to do so. In any case, it all worked out. Using Sky Conquest when there were so many people around was risky, but with his current powers, even the most observant wouldn't have figured him out. Alita asked what about this man. Said she to the Count, he seems to know him, and a very observant one at that. The expression on his face spoke for itself. Shihan was immediately wary. This is how the cult suppression of the second coming of Shihan was completed. In the process of taming the dragon, 4 top-ranked mages bid farewell to their lives, and 2 knights of the Order of the Black Lion were in critical condition. Lusklan's body was also found in the cave. The magicians burned the Earth Dragon and Lusklan's body with fire magic, to finally wipe out their existence from the face of the earth. Shihan found out that magic works on corpses. When the Ignatian wolf died, his corpse disappeared. What corpses of other monsters from another world? And the beast whose magic could attack the guy was also gone. So there's clearly some connection. but the corpse of the male didn't disappear anywhere, so it's unclear what it all depends on. After all the events, Duran's squad returned to the village of Zard to join the main group. They spent the night in the village, and then returned to the kingdom of Zexard. It was on this night that Shihan arrived at Earl Kelteron. He greeted him and informed him that they needed to nag to talk. The aristocrat agreed. She didn't see what the problem was. He knows they have to send their way tomorrow, so better could rest better. Shihan was surprised at this reaction, after which he shouted that he was being quiet. Kelteron was startled and casually called him a savior from another world. It wasn't until a moment later that he realized he had blundered. The protagonist knew he was onto him. I guess he realized who he really was. Continuing the conversation, the Count asked, "So is he really Song Shihan?" The guy confirmed it, but he didn't understand how he understood since he wasn't even a swordmaster. The old man noted that they had bumped into each other a couple of times. He remembered very well how he had fought during the revolution. He had his doubts, for he had less energy now. I didn't even know he'd made it back to Terranor. That said, it's unclear why he would be in hiding. They came out victorious in this war, and the enemies are exterminated. There is no need to hide anymore. Perhaps this guy wants to avoid unwanted attention, but he's trying unnecessarily hard to do so. It's like he's trying to do something. After pondering this, the Count asked if there were still any enemies left on Terranor. Shihan didn't understand why he was saying that. The interlocutor noted after he returned to Earth, did not say a word. There were all sorts of rumors. For example, that he envied the efforts of the Savior. Other heroes sent him back home by force. But everyone's sure it's purest water. I don't believe it. If you ask me, it's true. Only the idiots turned their backs on the guy and sent him home. In truth, sitting across from him starts to remember what people have been talking about. The hero is impressed by this. Just from the fact that he was hiding his identity, the Count almost deduced a full picture of what was going on. Why would such an intelligent man be given the mind of a beast? He asked what the man would do if the stories turned out to be true. Kelteron became wary and began to mumble something. He thought that Shihan as well as Zexard are allies. Everything is fine as long as he will be on Zexard's side. But if Shihan was really betrayed, he will take revenge by all means. I don't know why he's hiding then. Even a savior from another world couldn't handle 6 heroes, I guess. The question then arises as to what will become of the person who revealed his identity. Frightened, the Count asked to be spared. He said that he was supporting his old mother as well as a 3-year-old child. If he died, the child would be orphaned and live on the streets as a street child. Now Shihan understood why he was called an idiot with an animal mind. After all, this person wasn't even an enemy. Then what child could he be talking about? His brain probably shuts down mentally at the sight of danger, and the talent only activates when he feels completely safe. That's why he was sitting on his ass when they were fighting the Empire. Soon the guy asked him to get up. He wasn't planning on killing him at all. Kelteron remarked, if that was true, he was very grateful. If he let it live, it would serve him well. Zexard wouldn't even know anything. Shihan reported either way, he can't just let him go. That's when the old man saw the guy use his power. The hero instantly jumped to it and applied the skill. The Count thought at first that he was going to be hurt, but in the end, he felt nothing. He wondered what had been done. Shihan wondered if he had heard of the explosive aura. Kelteron was startled when he heard the name. When you use an explosive aura, combat energy is implanted into the body, and it is possible to blast the person on whom it was used at any time. This is a unique skill of a rescuer from another world. The hero said, although he can only use it on 3 people at a time, and that's only if they aren't swordmasters or mages, it's still the best skill. The aristocrat's life is now in his hands. He will break the spell when he can trust it. Kelteron was indeed confused, but soon he breathed out a sigh of relief, for he was still alive. The guy didn't understand why he was having this reaction, so he asked if he hadn't heard him say, if ours ends, he'll just blow it up. The Count said he understood, he could blow him up somewhere, but because as long as he is obedient and has not given it to him, he will not do anything to him. The worst thing is to arouse suspicion and be held responsible for something the person did not do. He will obey any order and be subordinate to Lord Shihan. The hero wondered if he would give Zexard when his life was threatened, and not feel any remorse. Kelteron didn't understand why they would be. He has the choice of a savior from another world and a destroyer of the earth. It's unclear who would even think of choosing the second option. It was already late at night outside. It was then that the protagonist returned. He was met by Alita and informed it seemed the conversation had gone well. The hero confirmed it. He's grateful for the girl standing guard. She said even weakened, he was able to use an energy-consuming skill like Blast Wave. Shihan smiled and stated that it didn't matter at all whether he was weakened or not. The Blast Aura skill didn't exist anyway. If we're talking about blowing someone up whenever you wish is too good for ordinary skill. The point of this play was just to create psychological pressure. Alita did not believe that this famous savior skill did not exist. After all, she had even read books on it. Shihan stated that he purposely spread it out loud. The more people who believe it, the better. It sounds even more realistic with the restrictions. It's a good thing he stopped by for this tour. Now he has a trump card up his sleeve. Though even so, he still had questions as to what kind of earth dragon this was. It was like that red wolf. But where did the animal of Terranor even get the features of animals from other worlds? They said the creature was the result of an experiment in the blue ivory tower. It's probably the same thing that happened to the Ignasian wolf. Something's obviously wrong here. Alita also noted that something was bothering her. It's about that black powder the mage Habark used. The hero noted if she was about that terrifying power during the interrogation, that too was beyond his comprehension. She completely ignored his mental defenses. The girl objected that she wasn't talking about that at all. When applying this powder, she felt strange. It was as if dozens of insects had spread over her body, a horrible and ominous sensation. Even remembering for her was creepy. Doesn't know how to even explain it, but at its application she could barely hold back her tears. Standing beside the bloody woman was a murderer with a gun. Next to him was the ruler of one of the kingdoms. It was Lilston who had ordered the man to kill now himself. The old man was under some sort of influence, and drew the sword to his neck, and at the last moment he did nothing and his hand trembled. Then it was as if he came to his senses, and I saw what happened to the woman. He realized he had killed her with his own hands, and was horrified. Lilstein wasn't going to let him live, so he killed him himself. He realized that even with his instincts suppressed, killing himself was impossible. And this is the maximum, though it is the purest powder from the heart. Next, he snapped his fingers and the body lit up. The wizard realized it wasn't going to be easy at all with complete mind control. In the capital city of Latincel, the report arrived. Zexard was informed that his subordinates were fighting a dragon about the land. He was surprised, for it should have been a simple campaign to pacify the cult. Calteron said he had gotten it right. This dragon had lived in the Berzelt region for as long as 300 years. It was so strong that even the two knights of the Order of the Black Order and the Lion did not survive an encounter with it. They suffered heavy losses, but the mission ended successfully. The Count understood that Sir Trandon had asked him not to spread about the ivory tower, so it was better to keep silent. Thus, he reported, the cultists were only spreading rumors that they were the ones who had summoned him. The ruler was outraged because he listened to him, and it was a 300-year-old dragon. How he would have liked to fight it. If he'd known first, he'd have fought it. The repaired man apologized to His Majesty. The man asked to be forgotten. He didn't know about it after all. Suddenly, one of the knights said, "They say there were those who distinguished themselves during the mission. I wonder who they are." Duran confirmed this to Captain Berkeley. They are so strong that he would like to take them into the Order, except it looks like they've already become knights of the Earl of Keltaran. Berkeley was hoping for a replenishment in the ranks of the Order after hearing their style. They seem to be the kind of people who are more into money than pride and honor. Too bad. Still, such ungrateful people are no match for them. Juldrin said that he was probably not quite right about their manners. Soon the Count returned to his mansion. He reported that he has done everything as requested by Shihan. He has a title position as well as a secure base. He, Lord Jennon, and Ms. Alita are now bodyguards for the Earl of Keltaran. They will continue to use the names Sean Stein and Alita Relkin. They have also prepared separate chambers for them out of sight behind the mansion. The protagonist said that the Count did a great job. Now you just have to kneel down and swear allegiance. The aristocrat shrieked in horror that he could not demand such a thing of him. He was already uncomfortable with his superior's role in public. By the way, he had something he wanted to say. Since he wants revenge on the 6 heroes, does that mean he's planning to kill Zexard? The hero questioned this in surprise. Then to the aristocrat's surprise, he burst into laughter. Didn't ask why he would kill him, all he did was betray him. Though he devalued their friendship, the trust, the memories, the blood and sweat they'd been through together. But he remained a friend to the end, didn't send it home in pieces. The guy's definitely not going to kill him. Absolutely definitely not going to do it. There used to be a battle with a tyrant emperor. After another victory, the warriors rejoiced tremendously. Only one of them sat near the fire thoughtfully. Then someone approached Saffron. That man turned out to be Zexard. He asked what the guy here would do when the battle was over, so let him wash away the victory. Guy stated that they didn't win because of their own strength. Also questioned who the prince of this land was. The interlocutor informed them is the half-brother of the Berserk Emperor. I believe his name is Gra. He was not happy to be dead, judging by the eyes blazing with rage at the head flying off his shoulders. Saffron stated he felt the sight of the knife in his back. Things could have ended differently if the Berserk Emperor would have sent him backup. In fact, he used them to get rid of a political rival. Zexard reported, no one cares about blood anymore when the eve of power. The main thing now is still victory. The interlocutor envied the guy's short-sightedness, and he said that Saffron needed to take life easy. Otherwise, his handsome face would get wrinkles. Saffron just glared at him. He then decided to ask a question, but Zexard interrupted him and answered. Saffron resented that he hadn't even finished, but the comrade reported, I don't even know what he was talking about, but he certainly wasn't thinking about it. He's the one here thinking for them all, and the one just waving his sword around. Still, the guy didn't choose to ask it. If the Berserk Emperor is done away with and the Empire collapses, what will happen? Zexard said that peace would come. But the comrade pointed out that it was too simple. Let him think some more. If the Empire collapses, someone will probably become king and rule Terranor. I'm very curious to see who it will be. Zexard replied that it would be Song Shihan. Not only is he excellent, but he doesn't even think about returning to Earth. Saffron remarked, perhaps he did. But then there's the question of whether they'd still be friends in that case. The comrade was alarmed. And the guy went on to say even the patriotic Grand Duke Grass was betrayed by his brother and lost his head, so he wonders if he can change things like that. At this point, Zexard opened his eyes. He realized it was just a dream. He seemed to have managed to fall asleep in training. What he saw had already happened a whole decade ago. Immediately he thought about the decision he had made then. Suddenly his musings were interrupted by the screams he heard. The guest was shouted at that His Highness was practicing and told not to disturb anyone. But the guest was persistent and touched everyone else to get him off. After that he continued on his way. Zexard saw him and called him Eins. He also asked what the matter was. The guy who brought it in said, rumors had reached him that a new construction site near the southern Sieve Palace had been started. It's unclear why only money and manpower are being spent to build a new palace, instead of housing the concubine in the one already built. The ruler noted, the heating doesn't work in the South Flower Palace. It's a bit cold there in winter. After all, his kiddies have to live in luxury. Eins resented that this was why he sent people to the construction site during this difficult time. It is unclear how he differs from the Berserk Emperor. Immediately there was an awkward pause. Zexard got angry and said the guy had gone too far. He's going to let him go this time. But even if he's not family, there's something you can't raise. Turns out this guy is his son, Eins Lattenberg. He also asked me to repeat what he just said here. The guy knew he was right, but it's hard to say. He said overly busy schedules make labor unbearable. These people suffer. And this causes discontent among all residents. In that case, is life in his father's kingdom different from life in the Berserk Emperor's empire? The man became even more angry. He ordered his mouth to open and didn't understand how the man dared ask such a thing. What could he even know about those times? The onslaught caused the son to immediately backpedal. Then he lost his balance and fell. Zexard stated not to waste his time and buggered off. Eins noted that he said what he had to say and now he's asking for his forgiveness. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. The man was a little disappointed, taught him a lesson, and already this behavior, he's some kind of sissy. Zexard's parents and siblings, even his other half, were hanged for treason. When the world changed, this boy was the only one left of his relatives that was found in his hometown. But unfortunately, his son doesn't have the talent of a swordmaster. He's very vulnerable and bony at his age. Zexard already had an expert level, so he and he are too different. He probably spoiled him a lot as a child. Kelteron's mansion was colorful and enormous, and behind it was a plain old building. Shihan noted that this house is superb, and you can't tell that it is so exquisite inside. And there's an easy way out through a secret passageway. He only asked for the house a couple days ago. There's no telling how he managed to build it so quickly. Kelteron reported there is a reason for that, all because he's not married yet, so she prepared this house for the enemy in advance. Shihan pointed out that it was against the law to kidnap people, and wondered if he should blow him up after all. The Count objected that he had been misunderstood. As everyone knows, disloyalty to the crown is not tolerated here. If he starts a family, they could get in trouble too. So he built this safe house just in case. The hero didn't understand why he was getting ready so early. He'd better get married first. Suddenly, Jennon said he put his vacant house on the market. Its price even went up after he bought it. That's effective money management. Shihan was glad that he didn't have to worry about money anytime soon. The aristocrat noted that he had it too. Let him say as much as he needs, and he will fulfill it. In this way, the life of the protagonist became better. When the time came, he informed Alita that he had listened to her, thought about asking the Count to take it easier, but formal tons is good for their relationship. The girl noted, this is a good thing. Titles exist under the palace and the army for a reason. This or behavior affects the way people treat him. If he speaks to her on a first-name basis, subconsciously, he considers her an equal. This works especially with his personality. Shihan noted that he didn't understand much about such things. But why would she care so much about it? She's not usually interested in such things. Alita reported that it used to be that way, but it's different now. The hero was really surprised. The girl was a little confused herself, but changed the subject. She asked if she and Jennon should address him by his rank. The guy said, I don't think that's necessary. He would like to keep a friendly tone of communication. The interlocutor smiled and thanked him for it. At the same time, wondering why he'd called her here, Shihan remembered this and asked if she wanted to try her hand at magic. She does have the potential for even more than combat energy after all. She had summoned him here after all, even if not directly. I wondered what she herself thought of it. Alita was a little confused, and further stated, it would be good to use magic in battle as well. But can she be trained in it? The Fourth Ivory Tower would not accept her, given her bloodline. Shihan didn't understand what she was talking about now. In front of her, after all, is a high-level mage in person. The savior from the Otherworld is a swordmaster, a divine rank, and a 9th-level rank master mage. The first thing he did was ask if the girl knew the basics. She said she knew a little. Magic is mainly divided into 3 languages. The first is the language of runes. They mainly move magical energy. A second spell layer that concentrates the energy in the spell. And finally, the signaling one that triggers the magic command. It was these 3 languages that Shihan showed. But, of course, all this is just the basics. In time, she'll get over it. Everything will come with training and experience. But even a very smart person can't memorize everything about a mage. So there is, of course, something that will help her. He held out his hand directly to the girl. And then he took out a magic object and said that spells and wisdom of magicians are recorded in it. The creation of it was the beginning of magic. Alita was surprised, for she had met many mages. But this was the first time she had seen such a thing. The hero stated that the book is often not visible to the others. Like a safe, mages store their spells in it. By conjuring in a certain pose, you can look for a technique in the book. They call it a handprint or somatics. In exams, an invisible book would be just perfect. Alita didn't know what he was talking about, so she asked if there was no combat energy and magic on Earth. Shihan confirmed that the Earthlings could not do magic. The girl objected, but he can use magic even there. So the Earth can't reject magic. Then it's strange why it's not in use there. The hero noted that he doesn't know it himself, because he never even thought about it. Now he is really curious about it. He learned about his ability to control energy when he traveled between worlds. But Earthlings certainly don't have those skills. Now Alita understood, so he's got no equal on Earth. The guy marveled at the lack of understanding since when she was interested in the Earth. Literally never noticed that about her before. Suddenly the girl asked another question, then how he survived getting back to Earth. The hero's reaction immediately followed. He lowered his head and began to remember in that moment. It was an ordinary day where he came from. There were cars driving through the streets, and there was a lot of hustle and bustle. They were all taken aback by the naked guy who appeared on the ground. They tried to call the police, and because they understood what he was doing in the middle of the street looking like that. He was unconscious for a little while, and then he opened his eyes. There were more comrades in front of them, and the question of why and how they did it. In the end, the Shihan turned out to be the one who was naked. There was some discussion that it was the one who was lying naked in the square. It looks like he was drunk or something. Even in a police car, he couldn't keep his temper. He was reported missing 3 years ago. Looks like he just ran away from home. Probably rebelled because of his parents' divorce and poor grades. The investigator asked the guy what he was doing and where he was. Shihan replied that he didn't remember anything. The interlocutor did not believe him and shouted that he was stubborn. Let him not lie. Then the hero immediately used his power on him. The investigator agreed that he had amnesia and told him to see a doctor. The guy realized that magic also worked on the ground. But it's better that no one knows about it. We've got to get out of here somehow. He eventually managed to get out of the police station. There he saw something he didn't expect. There was a car at the entrance and a man standing next to it. And this man was the father of the protagonist. Together they arrived at their own apartment, where the conversation took place. His father shouted at the boy and asked where he had been for 3 years without a word about him. He didn't even show up at school. He was upset that his son didn't even graduate from high school, and that's a great shame. And I don't know what the hell he's got going on in the square. He ruined their whole family's reputation. The hero realized his table was all the same. Didn't expect a warm welcome from him, of course, but yelling at his son, missing for about 3 years, is weird. During his time in Terranor, he had grown to miss the land, but the culprit of his longing was internet heating appliances as well as air conditioners. It wasn't home and family at all. His father once again makes it clear how much he doesn't care about him. He kept yelling that it wasn't too late at all. The kid's going to Seoul. He's going to a special school for accelerated courses, so he should start cramming now. He'll pass the exam and get his diploma and then go to college, and let him stop ruining his reputation. Shihan agreed to it. His father reiterated that he should take his hands. As he does, he will become a man at once. If it did not call to him, it was better to let it disappear again from his life. The hero thought that he definitely didn't need to take this man's words seriously. He took his best, risked his life for a world where everyone would be happy. But he lost everything. So determined that he needed to go back. He's gonna get to those bastards of his former comrades. He'll come back and make them answer for everything. And that's how a whole year on Earth went. Shihan pretended to go to a special school. In reality, he was in his office, studying and repeating magic and magical theory to find his way to Terranor. He had a spellbook with him, so he could easily cheat off what he didn't know. His father was happy that he was able to get in and finally got his head together. Now he could be proud of his son. Shihan noted that he successfully met all of his conditions. And now he's moving out, he won't starve to death, so you shouldn't worry. The old man was surprised and asked what he meant by that. The guy's too easygoing in the big world, not so easy to survive. He'll see how long that asshole can last. The hero thought, if he takes life lightly, these words are true. The achievements of this civilization are simply nothing compared to combat energy and magic. Making money became no problem at all. For example, there was horse racing. He manipulated the speed of the horses with battle energy and started winning at betting. With the help of completely different manipulations, in a year Shihan has accumulated enough money for a trouble-free life. But he never found a way to get back to Terranor. He could barely make a hole in the surface of the dimension. And even if he passes through it, he doesn't know where he'll end up. Finding Terranor in the midst of infinity and dimension is as difficult as finding an oasis in the desert. Shihan didn't particularly care if he got through. There's not a single clue. Where to find Terranor? None at all. It could take decades, maybe even a lifetime. At that moment, the guy's iron will was coated with the rust of harsh reality. Maybe he wondered if he was really that angry. His comrades hadn't killed him. They had just sent him home. Even then, he was beginning to compromise with himself. Even about Levin, he thought. The relationship between a man and a woman is hard to predict. Naturally, it was true that they had betrayed him. But it's all excuses and excuses, so might as well realize it. The ocean of seemingly endless anger began to dry up. A sweet poison called forgiveness runs through Shihan's veins. He cannot return to Terranor. A whole 7 years have passed, and the hero has decided to get used to reality. Though he denied himself close relationships, he still made a couple friends in college. After the service, nightmares about Terranor became rare. He began to have nightmares about returning to the army. Sometimes he thought of finding uses for his powers to make the world a better place, just like the hero from the movies. But he had already burned himself once last time after such a breakthrough. There was definitely no strength or will left for that. A new attitude. The guy saw through a cloudy glass as if it were a dream. With each passing day, reality lost its meaning. He could get anything but joy out of life. And in this pitch darkness, he was groping for a way out. And then one day it shone into his life like a ray of light. As usual, he was in the training room, and suddenly he felt something. It was a very familiar energy that he felt immediately. It was disconcerting, for clearly Terranor's magical energy. Shihan dropped everything and started running. Thoughts popped up in my head as to how it happened and why now. When he felt Terranor's trail, he recognized the coordinates of the dimension he was looking for. Now Shihan had hope that he could come back again. He had tried absolutely everything. But unless he knew what dimension Terranor was in, it was almost impossible to get back. However, it's not all bad, and there's a silver lining. The guy now felt clearly the energy he needed. It had traveled through the dimension and reached the ground. Suddenly, there were thoughts of what difference all this would make since he had decided to stay on Earth. Convinced myself that I'd forgotten everything and also forgave everyone. But if that were true, would he be as devastated as he was now? He never forgave anyone, because he believed that everything would come back. He was just a servant of the hand. But this time it's different, he can go back there. And this time he's not going to give up. Shihan dropped out of university and started practicing magic and martial energy again. He also began to study the magic of interdimensional transportation. He thought if he knew the coordinates, opening the portal wouldn't be a big deal. For the first time since returning to Earth, he felt alive again. And after a while, a miracle happened, and a bridge between Terranor and Earth appeared. 10 years had passed since the Shihan had arrived on Earth. He was discouraged that he had finally succeeded. Exhausted and tired, he even smiled. After all, he'll finally be able to get back to where he wants to be. Shihan realized that all thoughts of forgiving his comrades and just a rite of passage. He can only forgive them when he gets back everything he's taken, and he's going to get to every one of them. To Alita, he reported that things were not bad. He could still use magic and battle energy, so things were going well. He decided to let the bad parts of his life go. The girl smiled and asked if that was the case. Shihan was surprised at this reaction. A little while later, Alita was still practicing. The hero asked the question if she felt anything. The interlocutor noted that she had some strange feeling. The guy explained that's what magic is. The basics are important, but the main thing is to feel how to control it. Let him try. Once he reaches 3rd level, he will be able to hide the use of the summoning spell. Alita was surprised that there was only such a low level of magic there. The hero confirmed it, and said that she was able to use it even with the lowest level of magic. Traces of magic don't disappear after all, she just hides them, but it's not that hard. Once she learns to spot them, then he won't have to tail her. Alita was interested in this, so inquired if once they learned it, she would be able to travel alone. Shihan confirmed it's enough for now and her strength. So why would he be hanging around here then? But only if she promises to live quietly and peacefully and not cross anyone. Though she thinks that's something you don't have to worry about. Suddenly the girl asked if she stayed. Would she be of any use to him? The guy hadn't expected such a question and was a little confused. He said she would be useful. She was the only one he could trust, so her help would be invaluable. The interlocutor sank into thought, and further questioned what he would do after he got his revenge. Does he, as he planned a dozen years ago, want to settle here? Shihan said a lot has changed since then, and Terranor isn't as dear to him anymore. He came back because he has unfinished business here, and once they're resolved, he can move on. Thus, he will most likely return to Korea. The interlocutor was surprised. Would he have to burn someone's heart to get back? The boy was indignant, and said he would go back the same way as last time. Traveling from Earth to Terranor is like a miracle, but returning to Earth is much easier. He tried to demonstrate just that. He can open the spatial door in between, except he doesn't know where it leads. However, since he is a native of Earth, if he doesn't set the coordinates, he will be returned to Korea. Though where exactly he'll end up, no one knows. He can never forget the square where he was left naked, but that's clearly not a problem. He's already made the door for his return, and no one will ever see him naked in the square again. It won't happen again. Looking at it, Alita said, "It looks like he's injured." But that was the kind of answer she clearly liked, so she soon informed him that she would follow him. The cursed daughter of a berserk emperor clearly has no future on Terranor. But I wonder what would have happened if she hadn't stayed in this world. Anyway, the girl is going to help him get revenge, but in return, when it's over, she asks to be taken back to Earth. The girl was strolling through a luxurious garden. Suddenly someone approached her and asked why she was all alone on a half-day walk. Prince Ainz turned to her, and the girl turned out to be Queen Layla. She remarked that it was just a very beautiful sky today. Guy noticed even the maids aren't near her, but mine is dangerous to walk around. Layla smiled and stated that there was nothing wrong with that. Even though she is called a queen, she is only a beautiful decoration without power or influence. In that case, what could happen to her? Things would be different if His Majesty loved her. But with beautiful and young concubines walking around, who needs a wife from a marriage of convenience? The prince called her his queen and said something that her father wasn't interested in, which is a good thing. He hugged the girl from behind, letting her know he was glad he did. Layla was embarrassed and said they couldn't. After all, if anyone saw it, it would be bad. The interlocutor reported that there is no one here. Like this for a while they continued to stand. And after a while, Ainz left. He sensed someone's presence, so he told them not to hide and to come out. He doesn't understand why Keltarin is following him. The Count smiled and said that he had some very curious information for the prince. Shihan was eating a meal. The food was obviously not to his liking, for it was bitter. Then Jennon announced that he had made the sauce, and it would taste much better with it. Alita, after trying it, said it was a wonderful remedy. She has only been using it for a day, but she already feels a change in her body. It is a pill that increases combat energy. It is used by sword masters to make their training more effective. Very useful, but very expensive. Only thanks to Kelteron is access to them now unrestricted. Shihan reported that money solves a lot of things. The recovery is going much faster than he expected. The combat energy was already almost at master level. At this rate, he'll soon be able to fight Zexard. After a while, the Earl was informed that Master Shawn had arrived. The aristocrat shouted that it was too late. He had summoned them a long time ago. Let the knight come in, and let the maid get out as soon as possible. In the end, that's what happened. After everyone left, the Count changed his pose. He bowed to Shihan and saluted him. The character noted that the old man is amazing, and the actor might have believed it if he didn't know. The interlocutor noted that you just have to fit the situation. Next, Shihan wondered what was wrong with his request. Kelteron noted that he has already prepared a list of names. These people have enough strength and power to stand against Zexard. It's unlikely anyone will be on his side when Shihan shows up. But then the other kings will have time to prepare. Fighting off 5 of them at once would be difficult even for him. But overthrowing the tyrant Zexard by the townspeople is just a great idea. The hero marveled that this man was still an ally of Zexard not so long ago, but the opposition sentiment is not very strong. He thought a lot more people would turn out, given the man's methods of government. He still seems to be perceived as a hero of the revolution. He has the entire military force at his command, and he's in charge. The Black Lion Knights and the 13 infantrymen will all stand up for him, but not everyone in the royal order goes behind his back. So there is a loophole. The Count noted that some aristocrats are loyal to the government. They are the very center of power, and they hold the administrative apparatus in their hands. Shihan said that in case of that, it would be worth dealing with them first. So he asked who was in charge of them. Kelteron noted to himself. The hero realized that there is a 50% chance of success. Can be done, but it's not all that easy. He further indicated that this person was a great fit. The Count confirmed this and thinks so too, but he treats it like an insect. Ains was surprised when Kelteron told him everything. She says she's going to betray her father. So does she really want him to believe that? He doesn't think the Count could do it. It even sounds ridiculous. Kelteron realized that was true. If you weren't Sir Shihan, it wouldn't have occurred to him. But he can't tell the truth about it yet. Ains stated he dares to talk about patriotism like the parasites of the Order. Stop lying already. Let him talk business. The Count noted that the interlocutor is right, he is a parasite. And a good parasite knows how to choose its host. And soon the age of Zexard will come to an end. The boy was surprised at these words. He noted that what he said now was not even good for a joke. But Kelteron said he was willing to risk his own life for it. In truth, he does not care about patriotism and suffering peasants. He says it is for him because it is profitable for him. But I am sure that such a move will reduce the suffering of the peasants. I guess Ains knows what those called disloyal subordinates dream of. To live a long, happy life is no use in temporary luxury. The prince said, the one who says his father's reign will be short, but he's still young after all. In that case, why does he think he won't correct for long? The Count smiled and said that he knew the answer to that question himself. The kingdom of Zexard is an annoying thorn in the side of neighboring kingdoms. We can take the Kagan War as an example. The 2 countries were at a disadvantage. As soon as Zexard shows even the slightest weakness, either the Lilstein Kingdom or the Anacius Empire will not hesitate. The friendship between the heroes of the revolution is long past this kingdom. It would be better for the people and the nation if Zexard yielded the throne. The Count thought he'd easily betrayed her to this country from a god-awful safe place. But it looks like we'll have to play patriot because of Shihan. And if it all works out, it's better to be a patriot than a traitor. Suddenly, Ains said, if the state falls, the Count will be in danger. Even he will not sell out his nation. That said, the guy still doesn't realize what he will gain from his reign. After all, if the prince wants his luxury to turn to ashes, and it's pretty clear he knows exactly what he thinks of him. So why do you think he's going to get a free pass? The old man knew he would be asked such a question, so he was prepared. Thus communicated what is an instrument in the hands of the king. And if the king wants to rule for the citizens, he will serve that purpose. And if he wants luxury and pleasure, he will also serve it. and only the king decides that. Zexard sees greed and tyranny from him. One wonders then what the prince would want from him. Ainz got angry about it. Kelteran then noted that he was done, after which he got up and got ready to leave the room. The prince is lost in thought. Suddenly the old man started talking about the queen. Layla is the king's woman after all. The boy wondered what he meant by that. Looking at him, Kelteran smiled, and further stated that only the one sitting on the throne would get her. Shihan continued to stay in the house behind Kelteran Manor. He was enjoying his time and thought it was a great opportunity to take a break, but that was short-lived, for soon he heard a loud scream. So lined up then and asked what happened. There he saw a frightened Alita. The girl stood over the body of Jennon, who was not in the best condition, and asked what she should do. Shihan lifted the guy up, not asking him to pull himself together. It's unclear what's wrong with him. About that, Alita, there was something to tell. Shortly before the incident happened, Jennon was pleased that the plants were growing nicely. It looked like a few more days of picking would be possible. The girl, on the other hand, reflected on the fact that she had been practicing magic, and had been for a month, and was now feeling it perfectly. Thus, decided it was time to do some spellcasting. The first thing the one Shihan showed the simplest of the first-level magical fire magic. She began to cast spells and felt flames coming from her fingertips. The situation soon spiraled out of control. She didn't realize what was happening, but she can't control it. Jennon sensed something strange and wondered what was wrong. And already at that moment, there was a fire spell on the captive body. Naturally, it was too late to react, so he was exposed to the explosion of that blow. That's how Alita told what happened. She was afraid she was going to get hit and tried to change direction. Jennon immediately stood up and asked in horror why she had done it. He was the one who should have been turned into a coal, and his children were now unreturnable. Shihan realized it seemed only his feelings were hurt. The girl apologized and said she would aim at him next time, but he asked to just shoot at the sky. The hero noted that there was something strange about this situation. If it was fire magic, it didn't look like first-level magic, so he asked to read the spell she was using. Her companion agreed. Immediately I began to recreate it. The protagonist was surprised. After figuring out what he needed, he immediately ordered a halt. He didn't understand how this could have happened. She makes it feel like she's a level 5 mage, and if he looks, he can see that it's a 7th level mage. Jennon was surprised too, asking if he was sure. The girl has literally just recently started studying magic after all. Shihan knows it's hard to believe. That's how to identify the predisposition to magic outcome. Alita didn't understand what they were talking about at all, so she asked for an explanation of what was going on. Sleep asked if she remembered him explaining that spells were made up of magic and natural energy. Most mages could only absorb 10 parts of the latter, and convert it into a spell with a power containing 5 or 10 times less. But in the case of Alita, let her absorb also 10 parts, the power does not decrease during the transformation, it only, on the contrary, increases. It's as if her magic is being fueled by an unknown source. Shihan certainly hasn't encountered anything like that. I wonder if Segrin or Lilstein know anything. The girl wondered if it would prevent her from studying magic further. The hero replied the power she can use in spells is too great for them. Losing control just increases the risks, so he advises her to practice for now. Alita countered that she understands his concerns perfectly well, but he tells her that she has more power. So far it's of little use, but how can you just take it and give it up? Sleep didn't think she'd have that kind of attitude, so I realized I needed to take action. He reported that to be fair, there is one way. He has a similar problem himself. The human ability to absorb energy seems to be greater than that of the Terran. Although he had a lot of energy, he didn't know how to use it. The girl asked if she understood correctly. The hero confirms her hunch. He can teach her how to control her energy, but she needs to be willing to take the risk, so asks if she agrees. The interlocutor agreed without delay. Some time passed, and the hero returned to the house. He was met by the Earl of Kelteran, who was waiting for him. When Shihan saw him, he asked how Prince Ainz was doing. The interlocutor said that after several personal meetings, he had finally expressed interest in joining them. Before joining, however, he demands proof of his willingness to carry out a coup d'état. The dream did suggest this turn of events. So curious as to what he wanted, Kelteran reported he asked to eliminate one of Zexard's 3 loyal dogs. These are 3 people who run the government from under the floor. They are responsible for the military, economic, and political sectors of the country. People hope that someone will put their face on the floor, that's why they are so nicknamed. The military sector is run by the leader of the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion, Master Berkeley. Behind the economic sector is the richest man in the kingdom and Zexard's father-in-law, Count Kramaton. Shihan realized who these people were, but wondered who the last one was. The Count reported that it was him. Then the hero felt déjà vu. Keltarin added one of Prince Ainz's demands of eliminating Master Berkeley. Sun wondered if he would have to fight the Swordmaster and leader of the Order of the Black Lion Knights. The aristocrat was sure it would be a one-time thing for Lord Shihan. The hero wasn't so sure, and said that he would have to dispense with his fighting techniques to maintain his anonymity. He said he'd just have to find out more about Master Berkeley first. The Count noted that he should be familiar with him by now. But the boy realized he was not familiar with such a name. Keltarin noted that he simply changed his name when he gained power. The hero should remember Darthwald, the first assault commander of the Zexard army. The guard was telling the slaves to move. This is Lord Zexard's new castle. With their speed, he'll never build it up. It may be necessary to just kill one of them, whatever it takes. Before he could finish that sentence, he found himself on the ground. The one who did this reported that they could no longer live like this. He must realize how many had died because of these horrible conditions for the king's entertainment. Thus, they are going to get out of this place today. The guards realized it was a riot, and a bloody struggle ensued between the slaves as well as them. A problem was announced to the leader that the slaves of the setting had revolted. He stated, "Even so, they are just slaves. Let them be dealt with." Suddenly, he heard, "It seems that there are remnants of Lord Zexard's past army from the revolutionary times among them." The commander asked if they had lost any remnants of honor. In that case, they are traitors who have lost their loyalty. And he, as leader of the Order of the Black Lion, will deal with them himself. The guards couldn't quell the riot at all. After all, the leader of the rebels was a bloodthirsty warrior. Though he didn't fight to the death, he said he didn't want to kill former allies, so he asked them to leave. It became clear to everyone that this man is Captain Delarte of the Revolutionary Army. He's a master swordsman, so he can't be dealt with so easily. Suddenly, the leader of the rioters saw a familiar face. The captain has arrived. He wondered if these men would disobey the king's orders. Then they were traitors, and he would not let it go. It's been a while since he's seen Grams Delarte, although Grams himself was not very happy to see Darthwald. The captain informed me that he was no longer Darthwald, so Master Berkeley could call him. I wonder what he's doing here, though. The man thought he'd become a farmer or something and retired. The interlocutor confirmed it. He put down his sword, thinking that everything had changed and he wouldn't need it anymore. Turns out he was wrong. They should fight for the poor and destitute people. Berkeley noted, he's retired now, but he used to be a knight. So does he really want to throw away honor and betray? Yet he is a farmer without knightly pride and honor. Grams was angry when he accused him, and asked to see these people impoverished her, desperate, and all because of their greed. Isn't that what their pride and honor is all about? The captain didn't understand what business he had for the night. Only one thing was important to him: loyalty to his king. The interlocutor asked that didn't they fight for that in the revolution. Berkeley yelled again not to call him Darthwald. He rushed to the attack, shouting that his name was Berkeley von Rachest. It was a name bestowed upon him by the king himself. Grams didn't expect their conversation to end in a fight. The opponent was already rapidly approaching him. I had to raise my own weapon to defend myself. The man realized that the force that was pressing down on him was immense. The captain is indeed stronger than before. He recently got the same rank, but he feels his level is much higher. In the end, the leader of the rioters could not withstand such a strong onslaught. Because of this, his left side was pierced by the blade. Blood immediately spurted from his mouth. The rest of the rioters were afraid for their captain, so they rushed toward the fight. Berkeley saw the familiar Alice. He must not be a swordmaster from the Revolutionary Army. Well, now they're just fools. Still, the lion doesn't care how many rats are around. He killed them with one swing of his sword. Then he told his own subordinates that he had dealt with the enemy leader, and ordered the Black Lions to deal with the others. And so the process of smothering the riot continued. Berkeley glared at his former ally, and said that old man Delarte is a very foolish man. He could have escaped, so why ruin himself for these simpletons? He even broke his oath of allegiance. The interlocutor only smiled. Darthwald talks about pride and chivalry, but he doesn't even understand why he does it. That means Darthwald is not a true knight. He's just a killer, and he's been one all along. Berkeley clearly didn't like it, so he walked up to the rebellious leader and severed his head. Back up that action by telling me not to call him by that name. It's in the past. Suddenly, a subordinate came up to him and informed him that they had dealt with the swordmasters. The others had been taken prisoner. The captain wondered what he was talking about. They are all traitors too, after all. The punishment for betrayal is death on the spot, or a subordinate wants to disobey an order. At that point, someone came up to them and asked them to stop the order. Doing that, this man turned out to be Prince Ainz. He said he forbade killing them. Berkeley didn't like it. The prince has stated that he will no longer allow bullying of employees. This is a direct order from the heir apparent. The captain objected that he had exactly the power to give such orders. Ainz said if he kills all of them too, who will build his father's palace? Let him wait until Togo, until it's at least ready. There is no need to punish, but rather return the beds. The interlocutor agreed, for who was he to disobey the prince? So he ordered his subordinates to send them back to the construction site. The prince looked at him coldly, and then he just turned around and walked away. The Black Lion leader realized that he was being too kind. The heads of those disloyal to the king must be torn off without mercy. This boy is weak of spirit and too soft. I don't know how a tiger could have bred such a pup. When Ainz stepped back a little, asked her what he thought of it. This man, the captain of the Order of the Black Lion. This is what the hero who led the revolution to victory has turned into. The protagonist countered that it's not true. He's always been that kind of person. Before and now he just kills anyone who gets in his way. At the behest of Zexard, he will dispose of any enemy. That's the only truth he lives by. The prince, he remarked, speaks as if you knew Captain Berkeley personally. Shihan pretended, and just heard it from Earl Keltarin. Ainz was surprised to hear such a thing from him. Also questioned why the guy got involved in all this. Sam reported that he thought the prince would be a better king than the current one. The interlocutor noted that no one had ever told him such a thing. People only whisper that the lion gave birth to a cub. Shihan stated that the dog is man's best friend. They are loyal, herd livestock, and help in hunting. They are excellent at guarding property and masters at night. There is no better companion for man in history. Zexard rules like a tiger, and it's obvious, but I'd rather serve the dog than him. Ainz smiled and said he was clear. Master Sean seemed like a curious person to him. The more he talks to him, the more he inspires trust. And the hero pondered the words of the rebel leader. Is this the peace they wanted? To make the traitors pay for the crime is to sacrifice comfort and a peaceful life. Shihan was afraid of ruining this world with his personal accounts. But Zexard had made it easier for him. The man had taught him not to doubt. In the tavern, the civilians were looking at the same company. It was the Knights of the Black Lion who were walking. They sang and rejoiced. The captain asked his subordinates if they had heard anything about the men at the construction site. He was informed that he hadn't heard, but did something really happen? Berkeley said it seems that Prince Ainz has demanded they get a new place to live and has requested more building materials. The interlocutor asked if he really let that happen. The captain told his interlocutor that naturally he objected rewarding them for the sins they had committed was pointless. For then they would be rebelling all the time. The wards pointed out that it was true that a firm order must be imposed with a firm hand. What do these beggarly simpletons think they are? As they chatted, the window opening swung open, and into him in a split second at high speed, and an arrow slid, which was already almost at the captain's head. Luckily for him, he managed to spot her in time thanks to his instincts, but his subordinates were very afraid for him. There was nothing to worry about though, since Berkeley had smashed it with his forehead. The knights were a little surprised that he broke it, though it was their captain that was no surprise. Berkeley smiled at him. This was getting curious. There was a substantial amount of combat energy in the arrowhead. It must be a challenge to aim through such a narrow gorge. He made the decision to check out who had done all this. Thus, they came out of the tavern, and there was a thick fog like milk. If a corpse appeared, no one on the street would even notice it. Maybe he moved someone he knows to Berkeley. It was the mercenary Sean Stein, and with him, Jennon. The first thing the captain asked the boys was whose shenanigans this was. Certainly not Keltarin's cowards, or maybe it was Prince Ainz. Shihan said he could think what he wanted, but they were definitely not leaving alive. After all, Sean came from Mr. Berkeley's head. The knight smiled and praised a pretty good attitude for such a tomboy. Too bad he is a fool. Could the two of them handle the Black Lion, General? Not so many subordinates rushed to the attack. Jennon faced the famous shield. Berkeley asked me to go easy on them, for they must be taken alive and interrogated. But Jennon wasn't going to give up at all, and continued the battle. After accumulating more combat energy in his own hands, he destroyed the shield. The protagonist at this time took up with another mastermind. His opponent attacked him with a swift lunge, but the boy easily dodged it. The knight noted that this worm was quite pivotable. Berkeley has also noticed that this mercenary's skill is matched by confidence. He fights two generals as equals. So he snapped his fingers for reinforcements to arrive at their location. Now Shihan and his comrade were fighting against 4 men. Jennon was angry that they were fighting like this. Where their knightly honor was at all was unclear. Then the captain barked out that honor was not to be pledged in an assassination attempt, and Shihan didn't understand why his comrade was talking to him. In the end, the guys were further surrounded by the legendary Iron Wall of the Dark Lion. One of the fighting knights thought it wasn't enough. An iron wall wouldn't be enough, and annihilation was needed, so he nodded to his comrade to tell him what to do. One of them will have to direct the attacks. Sleep knew they would do that. Thus headed in the direction of the one who was to attack. This knight had to defend himself, but the onslaught was so great that he could not stand it and fell. The protagonist shouted to Jennon that they wouldn't be able to do anything today, so they had to leave. Comrade agreed. The knights were discouraged by the incomprehension. Are these rascals, and dare to play with them? As soon as the situation did not turn in their favor, they decided to escape, even though they attacked first. In that case, did they really think they could escape? The order rushed in pursuit. It's not like guys don't have special running skills like Whirlwind or Wild Wind, which means the knights will still be able to catch up with them. For a knight-level swordmaster, their equipment is lighter than a feather. Still, the hero along with his comrade were not going to stop and jump down. They had to run under the bridge. But it was there that they saw that they were already expected. It was the same order that rounded them up. Too bad that path has been sealed for years. Berkeley, who had also arrived, remarked, "So these fools didn't develop an escape plan in advance. They might have had a chance if they had jumped off the building. One must be careful when they devise an assassination attempt on the Black Lion captain, though you couldn't tell from the look of the guys that they were confused." Shihan exhaled and said they had been quite careful, probably even too careful. They probably shouldn't have bothered so much. I wonder what Alita would say to that. Berkeley was a little confused when he saw the girl. The knights actually started pouring in with laughter, asking if this was their entire trap. Surprisingly, all they have is a fighter-level swordmaster. It also made the captain laugh, but suddenly he felt something he certainly hadn't expected. Suddenly, some strange energy began to be felt around, but it was clearly non-combatant. Earlier, Shihan reported that she couldn't control her magic. In that case, let him start with an advanced one. Only large amounts of magical energy will be required, and then she can reach her full potential. Just in the right battle, the girl used her new power and skill-burning diamond fire, magical explosion. The power of this spell was quite large and did great destruction. Alita herself hadn't expected it to be this strong. Suddenly she felt herself losing concentration. Sleep noted the cause of her fatigue, the drain on all magical energy. Until she recovered, she wouldn't be able to use spells. Magical energy is like a paycheck, a kind of business partner of a magician. The girl noted that it was a rather strange analogy. Jennon noticed that this great magic had left no trace of the knights. They got rid of them very easily. Shihan said it's just that the wall is fragile. It's made of iron, although it's hard. It doesn't distribute force well. That's why taking the full force of the attack is not a good idea. While the tree is turning into splinters unable to handle the hurricane, the reeds are bending in response to the wind. No supreme swordsman can stop magic with only an iron wall. No sooner had the hero said this than he was discouraged. There was a man who came up from under the rubble. It turned out to be Master Berkeley. He was alive and angry, asking how they dared to do it. Jennon couldn't believe he was alive, and it looked like he didn't have a scratch on him. Shihan noted that the Black Lion captain was a different kind of man. Alita he asked to stay behind. And now they're moving on to Plan B. Sun thought, if this swordsman is higher in level than Zexard, he can recover the technique from the traces left behind. Therefore, it's necessary to support Jennon from the rear to remain undetected. He stated that he remembered him as an expert wielder and spearman. But now, apparently, the man has moved on to swordsmanship. No matter how much he trained, he's at a disadvantage without his primary weapon. Shihan can defeat him in the art of sword wielding. The enemy asked if that was all he was counting on. If it is, it's stupid. Yes, he is an expert at wielding a spear, and he's right, but still ignorant. Berkeley took off his cape, after which he enveloped his weapon with it. The guys looked on in surprise at what was going on. The captain reported if they were masters of his rank, in their hands even the cape would turn into solid steel, as if he would go anywhere without his weapon. I wonder if these kids are ready for battle. Berkeley's going to torture them to death with that spear of his own. The hero has figured it out. It became clear how this scoundrel had succeeded. He was able to learn the explosive art of Zexard. Shihan realized he now fully deserved to call himself an idiot. I didn't think this man would take spears with him. I didn't even think he'd learn the art of explosion. It became clear that the situation was not in their favor. So the hero informed Jennon to stay away. He'd be nothing but a liability now. In this situation, there is no way to use secret techniques, so Sung is going to fight in earnest. While they were chatting, Berkeley had already rushed to the attack. That's how he faced off with Shihan. That said, he was surprised that he was still able to dodge. Seems to be quite talented. But either way, a coward can't beat him. The protagonist only had to defend himself. It's clear that explosive art has good defense and offense, unlike an iron wall. So the rumbling choir is powerless in this situation. Have you Shihan fought a giant monster? Then would use the conquest of the heavens or the energy at the dragon sword. But in a battle with a human, it would only reveal itself if it did so. You can't weaken the reality. Suddenly the captain attacked even harder, and was even able to throw the guy a short distance away. Shihan noted, in that case, he should use the combat technique for a face-to-face battle. The captain immediately sensed the latitude of the strange. He couldn't understand where this guy got such incredible fighting energy from. It turns out that he underestimated him because of his age, and he also has the rank of master. So if we don't hurry, we might be in danger. Berkeley was reported to have been playing around before. But by now he's bored with it, so he's gonna finish him off with one punch. Thus, the man applied explosive art and crushing skill. Shihan was completely calm, applied the Titan King art, as well as a skill named Mountain Stream. Once again, the captain marveled. Because his opponent, by some miracle, interrupted the attack, he put everything in. This fighting technique looked quite familiar to him. The man didn't have much time to think, as Shihan attacked swiftly, and as a consequence, he severed his arm. Berkeley felt an intense pain shoot through his body. This caused him to fall to the ground in terror and scream that his hand was gone. But what was even more amazing was that it was a martial technique art of a Titan King. That means this guy is a rogue. This level of skill at this age should have been noticed earlier. Sean must be the successor to King Barak's mercenary king. Shihan was surprised at first, and then realized that it was correct. After all, Baraka's grandfather had created the skill, not him. That's where such assumptions came from. In the end, he reported, it would be fine to leave the captain with these delusions. But they were only comrades who had fought together. And he, in turn, must know the name of his own killer. Berkeley didn't realize what he wanted to do, but suddenly froze. The moonlight was falling directly on the guy's face, and it only gradually began to reveal itself when the hero took off his mask. It became clear to the man that in front of him was the captain of the assault squad, Song Shihan. The hero noted that it had been long enough since anyone had approached him like that. He had watched the man's atrocities. This was not the kind of peace they wanted to achieve by defeating the Berserk Emperor after all. Berkeley tried to justify himself and shouted that he was merely following Zexard's orders. He just doesn't know anything, Shihan pointed out, so he did what he wanted to do, and he's blaming it on Zexard. That's really low for a knight. The captain objected that he had got it all wrong. How could he call himself a knight? He now renounced the name Berkeley. Afterward, Berkeley tried some more excuses, but it was too late. The hero didn't want to listen to him and just killed him. The comrades only silently watched then what was happening. Lastly, Shihan said that he had only come to settle personal scores, not to discuss his intentions. Their deaths will only benefit them and change nothing. The next day, the knights were already on the scene. All of Laytonsil went numb. Of the 6-4 Black Lion captains, including Berkeley, were dead. Zexard was also on the scene and couldn't believe his eyes. He was getting very angry, asking who had done it. The murderer must be sought immediately, and he would finish him off with his own hands. A meeting was also quickly held between Keltarin and Ainz. The count asked if he was satisfied with the result. The prince said that everything is quite acceptable. The situation is going well. If this continues, many people will come to their side. The interlocutor confirmed this. The prince easily picks up a plan of solution to any problem under his charge. He is talented in everything, even in what he considers to be unseemly activities for a man. Suddenly the maid informed the gentleman that guests had arrived. The old man hesitated and said he had to go now. The prince noted that there was nothing wrong with that. He had probably talked about them before. Keltarin has confirmed it. These are the people on the list, the pretenders to the coup. It was really strange to them that this man had invited them. Level noted that he was still talking as if he wanted to congratulate them on their appointments as captain in the Black Lion. Duran said, probably just wants to keep them on a short leash since they are. Either way, he's a very powerful figure in the kingdom. It can't get any worse if you accept his offer. The interlocutor noted that he did not even expect that the acquaintance with the hike would develop into something like this, and soon the men were told. Duran was surprised and asked what he had just said. Did the count really mean it now? Keltarin confirmed this, and hoped they would join. Zexard is no longer worthy of the crown. Is there any greater honor for a knight than to swear an oath to a true king for the good of his state and people? Level became angry, wondering where his loyalty had evaporated to. Then the Earl pointed out that they had the right to report the matter to Zexard, but the question arises whether he will believe them. For defeating the Dragon of the Land, they each received 300 gold pieces as a bribe from the Blue Ivory Tower. The knight afterward became furious, asking, "Oh, is he mocking? That rascal would be a corpse now." Only he was about to attack, as the attack was himself. Looking in the direction where the attack was, he asked what was going on. Already at that moment, there was someone behind his back. It was a Shihan who noticed that this was mean-spirited on the part of the Blue Tower. They got 300 gold coins each, and he only got 10. The knights were surprised to see Shihan. At that moment, he once again used the power of the Empress's 1,000 guises. Level shouted, "How dare this rascal bear his sword against the Black Lion men? He is only a mercenary." The hero only smiled and wondered where the aristocrats got the urge for such words. Why don't they just calm down for starters? The knights felt a strong martial energy. Level even fell over because of the surprise. That power was simply unbelievable. So Duran he asked if he was the captain's killer. Shihan noted that he had been a rascal a moment ago. Could it be that they had remembered to be polite? They didn't look like adventurers. Teranor asked if that wasn't wonderful. Man must be able to compromise and change his attitudes. That is the beauty of his being. The hero asked not to twist the meaning of the word beauty. The interlocutor was wary and said it was just a joke. Duran saw him in his anxiety and wondered if the count was frightened. Level also didn't understand what was going on and asked who he was. This question was answered by the count, stating that this young man was the successor of the mercenary King Barak. A little earlier, the hero arrived at the nobleman's house and said he had an idea. He used the art of the tyrant king against Darthwald, and he mistook him for King Barak's successor. If he continued to pretend to be him, he could use a powerful technique and hide his identity. Teranor immediately stated that he had already made preparations. In addition to personal information, the report said that Sean Stein is the successor to King Barak's mercenary king. He's got all the details he needs to create a fake identity. Even if the king himself said that the boy was not his heir, no one would believe him. Shihan didn't dine on such efforts. Now he realized where Zexard had gotten such respect for him. The count had confirmed that he was quite useful. He had no equal in deceit as well as fraud. At the moment, Duran said that it was now clear where such power came from if he was the successor of the mercenary king. But in any case, he refused to betray his oath as a knight. Indeed, he is as unclean as fresh snow, but neither is he scum to give a damn about duty and honor. So he will not give to the duty of a knight. Suddenly, Teranor reported that no one had ever suggested such a thing to him. He merely asks for proper allegiance on their part to the true king. The interlocutor asked what other real king. Suddenly, a guy came into the room and said that they should join forces for the future of this nation. So he turned to the knights. The men immediately knelt down when they saw Prince Ainz. He said it was all being done for the people of this country. So asked if the Black Lion captains would side with him. After a while, their conversation was over. Shihan was pleased. He said they had dirt on them. Yes. And they appealed to their sense of justice and moral duty. Prince Ainz is just an excuse from this side. They don't need more than that, they've already lost. Alita confirmed that he was right. They now had 2 Black Lion captains. And Jennon suggested they eat first. The hero didn't realize when this one didn't have time to show up here and start eating. The girl noted that they escorted the prince. But it is a sin to let such food go to waste. How can one go back and not even take a bite of it? Jennon also cheered and said that the count was a good enough chef. Teranor was proud of him and glad they noticed. He, for his part, is quite picky about his food. During the revolution, he had to make do with what he had. He decided to make amends somehow for his agony of those years. The knight realized it would be better if he used less vinegar and more mustard, but he'd rather keep silent. Shihan joined the meal and said that those 2 were now captains of the Black Lion, which meant that a new commander had also been chosen. The count noted that they had been chosen from the remaining 2 captains. Keller was the new commander, and Sir Droth was his deputy. There hadn't been a deputy before, but apparently they didn't differ much in ability. The most skillful knights with sufficient combat experience are selected as the new captains. While they were talking, Jennon approached Shihan. He asked if he didn't like lobster since he hadn't even tasted it. The hero noted that this is one of his favorite dishes, so he'll save the most delicious for last. He realized that this tactic was correct, because the main course should be savored slowly. After a while, Teranor announced thanks to the assistance of citizens affected by corruption, and Prince Ainz the coup d'etat was going as smoothly as it could. Shihan noted that events were moving rather quickly. The Count explained the many people who were disadvantaged by Zexard's policies. They definitely need Viscount Crumble for a successful coup. Hero asked if he was called the second man in the state. Keltarin replied that he was obscenely wealthy, but more importantly, owns businesses throughout the kingdom. They need connections with merchants to ensure smooth communications during the coup d'etat. Shihan wondered if he would be hard to change his mind. The interlocutor objected. He was already involved. That said, there is one small condition. Although it's more of a personal request than a condition. Sleep asked what he was talking about. The Earl informed the case that he wants to hire Alita as a teacher for the Crumble family's youngest daughter. Shihan marveled at Alita as a teacher. Is that possible with her skill level? The interlocutor noted that it was impressive. She was able to reach the rank of a fighter at her age. The youngest daughter lacks the skill set to help her overcome the plateau. If a mentor from outside the family is hired for a female, they usually look for one from the same gender. He was looking for just such a one and noticed that Alita was a member of his guard. Guy noted that there really weren't many female knights in Terranor, but apparently quite desperate, he allowed Alita to be hired. Suddenly he thought the youngest of the Crumble family was the master, and he was having a sense of déjà vu right now. The Count noted that they had met her before. The lad must remember she was a disciple of Foraman, the one who had participated in the suppression of the pagans. Shihan stated, "This is the same one that hit him in the head, Dina Crumble." Keltarin looked surprised and didn't realize in what sense she was saying it. The hero noted that he had just made a mistake. Alita was surprised when she found out she was going to be made a master. Sung himself didn't realize what would come of it. It was like assigning a junior high school student to tutor a high school student. The girl might well refuse in principle, for Viscount Crumble had already joined them. Alita asked if there is no benefit at all from this. Shihan objected. Dina Crumble's mother seems to be from a very powerful family. The noble mouths of the kingdoms of Lystine are the Earl family of Selet. While Viscount Crumble only has influence in the kingdom of Zexard, their family's business covers all of Terranor. Such an acquaintance solves all problems of transportation and lodging in any part of the continent, and one can reconnect with other noble families. Alita realized he'd already made inquiries. The hero noted that it was all Keltarin's word. The interviewee then questioned what the risks were. "That's what I heard, that they can be revealed. He's like a savior from another world, and she's like a member of the Lusklan family. To be honest, more of a risk for the girl. It wouldn't be a big deal if his identity was revealed. But if the heiress of the Lusklan Empire was discovered, it would be a problem." Alita hesitated for a moment. In the end, she reported, if that was all the risk, then she was okay with it. "I remember her father Kieran telling her to be cautious and cautious with whatever she encountered, or something like that. Doubting didn't mean not trusting. Doubt, the best way to know other people. Rash trust is no different from total distrust. One should try to learn new things, even about one's allies. That's what her father used to say. She wanted to at least meet Dina." The protagonist thought about these words. Zexard constantly praised him and said they were friends, and the ex-girlfriend said she loved him. Shihan trusted them as much as they themselves did not trust him. He trusted that he had friends in love who could rely on him, but it is not clear whether this belief was justified, whether there were really no signs of the coming betrayal. Perhaps the guy didn't even try to understand his friends. Cloaked in trust, they might have been disappointed in his actions or offended by something. But he didn't even try to discern that. Suddenly, Alita interrupted his musings. Sun apologized and said he was just thinking about something. Next, he did offer to meet with Dina. They would see her, and see if he was trustworthy, and if he would betray her if their identities were revealed. But Alita is indeed distrustful of people, contrary to her father's admonition. Just like Lady Zard. The girl noted that they always lived as they had been taught. From now on, at least. Shihan realized that he still wouldn't give up on revenge, whatever the reason. Their betrayal was not justified. After a little while, they met Dina. The girl greeted. She stood up and said she would do her best. Alita was a little embarrassed. She greeted her too. Shihan was nearby and reported that she seemed pretty happy for someone who had chosen Alita out of desperation. It didn't seem like sisters from Jennon. Soon a new mentor suggested that we start practicing. Dina realized that this lady only had the rank of a fighter. When her father suggested she find someone better, the girl objected and said it should be her. She wanted to learn from Alita, because she thought this girl was just cool. But she better be a lady. The first thing Alita offered was to start her gift. The girl rejoiced and began to fulfill. That's how Dina became an apprentice. In training, Alita was showing how to fight. Her mentee admired her and called her cool. She also didn't know if it was her imagination or if she really did look a little different than when they first met. This is a cutie who also has strong muscles. Dina noted that she's heard armor is useless at level fear and above, which is cool. She wants to get rid of this game down to metal soon too, to become like a master. Alita took the initiative and said that those who have reached the knight level are rumored to be able to make metal stronger with battle energy. She wants to wear metal armor like Jennon, the knight reported, and those who had reached the master level could strengthen any materials and not just metal. Therefore, he would like as Master Shihan to get rid of the metal armor. It was all in their dreams. The hero looked at them in surprise and didn't understand what they were carrying. Suddenly Alita asked if the transcendent rank was better, but they kind of wear armor. I asked her why she was interested. It turned out that she was just curious. She had heard that at the master level, it didn't matter what a person's armor was made of, but the 7 heroes of the revolution had reached the transcendent level and still wore different types of armor. Shihan stated that it all depends on the situation. In particular, it depends on the fighting style and martial arts studied. For the sake of example, we can assume that a person has ordinary clothes with the 1st level of protection and metal armor with the 10th level. The rank of knight allows the metal armor to be strengthened. Thus, it is more advantageous to wear metal armor with level 10. But at master level, a person can upgrade any equipment to the same level. The amount of combat energy expended is the same, so it makes no difference what one wears. But once a person moves to the transcendent rank, he combines martial energy with the material, increasing the level of defense depending on the original characteristics. If a normal garment with the 1st level becomes level 21, a metal garment with the 10th level will rise to the 30th level, the girl pointed out. So metal armor was better after all. The hero objected and said that it worked a little differently. Up to the master rank, reinforcement is in no way dependent on the weight of the armor. But this is not the case at the transcendent level. If speed is important in your fighting style, it is better to wear light armor. And if strength is important, it's better to wear heavier armor. That makes sense. Alita realized, she thought, that at this level she would have opted for lightweight armor. Shihan remarked that she should think about it when the time came. Let her not run ahead of the locomotive. The interlocutor apologized. Next, Shihan reported that with this flower and what it reminded him of. I wonder what became of the magical Louvresque armor he used to wear. Alita, he said, probably talking about the 3 savior deities from the Otherworld. The magical sword of distress, the magical armor of Louvresque, and the mantle of the red dragon. As if anyone would keep it intact. Even his underwear was sold for 100 coins, and the equipment would be much more expensive. Sleep noted that the underwear wasn't what he thought it was. They took care of his gear. A bit of a shame. He should have asked Keltarin to look after it. And then he said that training was over for the day, he was going to go rest. Alita agreed, but asked if his fighting energy had stopped. Shihan confirmed this feeling of his slowly but returning. At any rate, the recovery of combat energy is going smoothly. But magical energy is not as readily restored. I wonder why that's happening. While Shihan's team was at practice, there was someone working even harder. By day, the man was sucking up to Zexard. And at night he gathered the nobles and past revolutionaries around him for an uprising. There were also those who watched from afar, looking for their own benefit instead of participating directly in the coup. They were told by the Count if they didn't participate, it would be everyone who found out about their corruption. There's no point in denying it as they think who Zexard will believe him or them. Because of Keltarin's experienced persuasion, they agreed to participate in the coup. At the meeting with Shihan, the Count said that he could bring in comrades from justice. They would even give their lives for the future of this nation. What he noted was that they were too far from justice to mention them together. The interlocutor stated that the taste of the bribe was simply a godsend, but in the stomach, it turned into a poison slowly tearing the flesh apart. It was ironic for Shihan to hear him say that. Keltarin explained that he had a couple of plans in mind in case something about him came up. He's a bribe taker like no one else. The protagonist understood this, but asked to remember something carefully. Once the coup was over and Ainz was king, he'd better not come up with any new plans. I guess he couldn't forget the explosive aura in his body. The aristocrat confirmed this, and also said that he had never even thought of disobeying. He had done his best to serve Zexard flawlessly. But under the power of the savior from the game world, he could dream of more. It didn't matter at all if his body had an explosive aura or not. He wouldn't think of betraying him. A is going to change this state and start a good life, which he will spend so that the residents can have the same benefits he has. Shihan was pleased to hear that, and he said he should have done it that way from the beginning. The interlocutor explained that he had spoken recently, but it was impossible under Zexard. At one point, Lilstein asked if everyone was in favor of the decision. The Queen of Thieves was fine with it, saying that this man was too dangerous to let him live. Once the Berserk Emperor goes, no one would be able to stop him. The man standing nearby also said that he didn't like it, but he didn't deny that he was in favor. Most were in favor of the idea and asked what Zexard thought of it. He thought for a moment, then said he didn't hate him. On the contrary, he even liked him. Lilstein pointed out that they all like him, but they didn't make that decision out of hatred for him. Then Zexard said he had friends besides Shihan. He's gonna trust their verdict as a magician. When one is not sure, it is better to follow the majority, so he is also in favor. Karen pointed out that this was all fine, but you can't ignore some of the problem. How are they ever going to defeat a powerful savior from another world? Zexard countered that she was underestimating them. He couldn't stand up to 6 of them, no matter how strong he was. Karen pointed out that it would, even if Shihan couldn't escape death. They'll be lucky if half of them survive. The comrades were clearly not thrilled at this prospect. The girl went on to say that 6 little rats had gotten together to have a nice chat, but they never decided who would tie a bell around the cat's neck. At this point, Zexard was interrupted. To him, it was as if the whole thing was like a terrible dream. The man reflected that he had been having more and more strange dreams lately. He thinks it's all because of yesterday's incident that made him think of old friends. There were traces of the Tyrant King's martial arts, which were imprinted on Berkeley's corpse. It clearly can't be Shihan, but now he's being visited by old memories. He must be getting old. Suddenly, the concubine woke up. She asked why he was up so early. Zexard's thoughts immediately turned the other way. He wondered what was the point of getting himself worked up. Next, together with her, he continued to party. Time passed and the ruler had a meal. Naturally, he did it surrounded by lovely ladies. The chamberlain was not pleased. He noticed that His Highness was having more and more alcoholic events. Zexard stated, "What other drinking? He probably doesn't realize it, but they are mourning Berkeley." The old man was not predisposed to believe it. He asked if he had been mourning for a month. The ruler ordered him to stop his mouth, for that is what a memorial service for fighters looks like. Shouldn't he do everything that man can no longer do? Suddenly a knight approached him and informed him that he was right. "I'm sure Captain Berkeley would be happy. It's time to toast to the repose of the former captain's soul." This is a toast from the new Captain Keller. The king clearly liked that. Suddenly, someone entered the room where the meal was located, and greeted His Majesty. It was Terran who fell on his knees, hailing the great hero of the revolution. He said he had come here to report that the band of rebels who had murdered Sir Berkeley had been discovered. Zexard was interested. He immediately dismissed the partying and the alcohol, wondering if it's true. The Count reported that it seems that the assassin is indeed the successor of King Barak's mercenary king. He truly admires His Majesty's insight. The government asked what his name was. Terran replied that it remains to be seen. The humans, in turn, call it the Black Giant. According to his information, there are about 800 rebels hiding with him, and it's happening in an old castle west of Latensel in Grande. Zexard praised him for his good work. He also told him that he had to punish those scoundrels right now. The first thing he did was turn to Keller. The Black Lion captain announced that he would gather 100 soldiers from his order and a 3,000-man army. Hearing this information about the games was surprising, because it's more than they expected. This is the fighting power of the Zexard army. That bastard Keller decided to throw all his forces into the first battle. We need to calm down in this situation. So he informed the captain that this was a very wise decision, because it's an unusual swordsman, since he killed Berkeley himself. No one in their right mind would find that decision odd. The king wondered if that was really what someone would probably think, as if he had chickened out. So he informed Keller to prepare 50 soldiers from the Order of Black Lion Knights and 1,000 troops. He himself would participate in the battle, so everything should go smoothly. The captain wanted to object. After all, even in the hunt for a rabbit, a lion puts in all the hard work. Terran noted that this was true, so let them put in all of themselves, not all of the soldiers. 1 or 2 lions are enough to dig out 1 rabbit. Zexard supported him and said that the Count was right, so let him just prepare the army as told. The old man apologized to the captain. He didn't want to hurt his reputation. They have to finish building the new palace, so it would be unnecessarily costly to gather an army of 3,000. The interlocutor understood everything and said he was a little worried. He will be by His Majesty's side, so as captains have these 2 follow him as well. The rest will stay in the castle. She'd said this to the 2 bribed captains already. Terran was clearly pleased at this turn of events. Shihan was told that he needed to attack one of the 6 captains. The Count said it must be done on their side already Duran as well as Livel. They must infiltrate the elite squad of Zexard, the hero noted, since so you do not have to attack at once 4 captains same 6. Terran noted that it was true on the 3 of them had been Keller's servants before becoming captains, so he would hint to him that a captain of a knightly order should not act with prejudice. The situation became clear to Shihan. He noted that it would be ridiculous to kill one of the servants. It appeared that they would use that fact against them. In that case, if a guy does it, it should incapacitate his legs and sap their fighting power. Alita objected, because that way they would re-elect the captain's tax. Terran added, and then it would be harder to infiltrate their people. He's with a girl like you, said one thought for 2. The Count said it sounds like she has a lot of experience in this sort of thing. Like she was someone from the royal family who specialized in stealth attacks. The girl noted that she had read it in a book. Shihan understood this guy is obviously savvy, but right now he's giving his master. Guilt is literally nothing to him. He's heard that even a well-fried shoe tastes good, and he probably doesn't feel the least bit guilty. On the contrary, he looks elated. You have to be careful with this man, lest you get stabbed in the back by him as well. Soon events took a new turn at the old Grand Castle. The Sentinel noticed that troops were approaching, so he reported that the enemies had shown up. This is Zexard with his army. Duran was the first to take over the speech. He called the men in the castle traitors and said they were surrounded. Let them lay down their weapons and surrender. There was silence in response. It was only after a time that the guards said they were not traitors. The fallen hero can no longer call himself king. This nation is against the power of the law of Garde. The ruler realized that this black giant, he was a very conspicuous person. The guard went on to say that they would fight to the end. Then the captain inquired what His Highness was going to do. Zexard said, wondering if he was still asking. Naturally, they attack head-on. Immediately the man sped forward and asked to rush after him. Keller did so, and also told Duran and Livel that he would be by His Majesty's side. And the 2 of them, have them cover him from behind and keep up. The captains agreed and said to leave everything to them. Thus, 2 people are forward. Zexard took advantage of the battle seal. It was a blush skill that lifted him and the subordinate up. The guards couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was horrifying how a man could use such a skill. The king was set for a furious fight, so with ease he broke through the castle barrier. Already inside, he invited the black giant to come out. He's going to avenge Berkeley's death. The man spoken of was lurking among the crowd. He realized that this was the end of his work. Shihan reported that the 2 men rushed forward without hesitation, as he thought. In that case, it's about time they started their tiger hunt. Zexard got off his horse and kept shouting for the black giant to show himself, though he had come to avenge his subordinate. Suddenly something caught his attention. They were magic circles located throughout the area. Keller didn't understand what that glow was. The ruler assumed it was a trap. If you look closely, there are quite a few people gathered here. This is the ultimate in swordsmanship and magic. The ground beneath the men's feet immediately began to crumble. The captain shouted, to the Lord, that there was something wrong here. Based on Count Kelterran's report, all the rebels, except for the successor of the mercenary king, should have been ordinary soldiers. Zexard asked me to panic. In the past he had fallen into these kinds of traps hundreds of times. A magical barrier is hard to deal with from the inside, but from the outside, it's a cakewalk. So he asked the Order of the Black Lion Knights to break the barrier. But what he saw behind him stunned him. After all, there was literally no one around them. Keller was horrified, asking where Duran as well as Livel were. They were just on the other side of the castle, and they weren't going to do anything about it. It became clear to the captain that no one had followed them, which means these guys were already traitors from the start. Suddenly, Zexard spotted someone at the top of the tower. It was his favorite count, Kelteron, who was hiding. Seeing such a thing, the ruler became very angry, so she shouted furiously how the count dared to betray him. The old man realized he had been exposed and became frightened. Shihan wondered if even standing next to him didn't make Zexard less intimidating. The interlocutor pointed out that he had yelled simply out of surprise. But did he have to come here? The guy confirmed it. He wanted to see him prove himself in front of the ruler himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to trust Kelterran completely. The count noted that he understood. Shihan added, he was the one who had lured him here anyway. Kelterran confirmed it, and he played Jennon off surprisingly well. Zexard would have smelled it, not good, if the hero had dressed up as a black giant. Since Jennon is quite famous, he asked him to take on the role. But everything went smoothly thanks to his unexpectedly good acting. Heading into the tiger's den, they would easily become its lunch. Thus, in order to capture him, it is necessary to trap him. This was the trap the ruler and his knight were in. Keller called attention to himself and told the traitors to remove this barrier. How will they manage to even think of betraying the king? If he and now wondered, they would be pardoned. Some of the revolutionaries remarked that it was all nonsense. He probably didn't realize his position at all. They said that this man was not their king, so used their skills and spells, applying towards Zexard. The men were as good as in the palm of their hands because they were trapped. When Keller saw that they were under attack, he became very frightened. And then a few moments later, there was a big explosion. The rioters couldn't figure out if they had managed to get rid of him. Someone objected that it didn't happen, since the Zexard was already above them. He was able to dodge all the spells, and immediately jumped to the ground. Then saw that Keller died. Someone of knight rank wouldn't stand a chance. This could be pretty strong. Whoever did this must be my ivory iron tower. Who's behind all this? Could it be Lilstein or Karen? Suddenly the guy shouted his surprise. Why, in fact, he thinks it's the work of foreigners. The people got tired of his tyranny and simply rebelled. It's the same reason he had a revolution 10 years ago. Zexard was very surprised. He asked why they were accusing him. He was a good king. Seeing a few familiar faces, he didn't think his subordinates would stab him in the back. He valued them too, and they responded to his kindness like this. The revolutionaries smiled at this. They noticed that he must have thought he was their master. All these 10 years they had perceived him as nothing more than a captain. In that case, what's stopping him from being replaced if he's not doing a good job? Zexard became angry and asked how dare fools do such a thing. What happened next was a fight between them. It was inconvenient for the ruler to fight because his movement was restricted. He could have taken them all out with one left. But this damn barrier is in the way. Shihan continued to watch from above. He noted that his comrade could not accept such a turn of events. That's why he was grumbling with anger. But these are just thoughts out loud. Still, it's a surprisingly strong barrier. It must be a dragon trap. It's hard to break even for a transcendent rank. Could it be that the Count has hired some top-level mages? Kelteron reported that he didn't hold out much hope. But Old Man Trandon, he appeared cooperative in the raid against the Dragon of the Land. He was stronger than any higher mage. Sun said, in that case, the Ivory Iron Tower is also up to something. The interlocutor noted that he agreed with that. Anything could have leaked out, some information about the coup. Shihan stated that there is nothing that can be done about it, especially if it is an event of this magnitude. And the Ivory Iron Tower is very sensitive to this kind of information. It's just that Zexard is stupid, and outside observers noticed, but the king didn't. In the end, it turned out that the Count was the only one responsible for informing. Once again, Shihan had déjà vu. Kelteron reported that this was a good thing now. More importantly, it would prevent him from overthrowing Zexard. The ruler continued the battle and shouted that he was annoyed with everything. He also declared that the barrier should be removed now. Interesting events happened not only near the castle. The Duke of Cramaton was attacked. He shouted that they were all fools and what they had set up in the middle of the royal road. Doesn't he know who he is? After all, he is the father-in-law of the king of this state. They should all kneel down and beg for forgiveness from him as well. The knights reported that they knew everything perfectly well, and it was all being done for the future of the country. Startled, the aristocrat shouted for her weapon to be lost now. But at that point it was too late. The Order of the Knights of the Black Lion has also arrived. It was Prince Ainz who asked them to listen carefully. He explained that he was not trying to betray his own father, only to save the country from those who had bent his father to the dark side. There's no need to fight. How about we put down our swords? The captains agreed with His Majesty. They will wait for the king's return. The prince said Sir Droth had made a wise decision. There was no need for bloodshed. It was then that he realized he had seized control of the castle. But that was only half the battle. The rest is up to Kelteron and his group. The guy just hoped it would go smoothly. Zexard was not in the best position, for he could not move. He said that all these people were dirty dogs. They were obsessed with overthrowing their ruler. The revolutionaries shouted for him to cut the crap. After all, he didn't deserve to be their king. They, in turn, served Prince Ainz. The ruler was surprised and wondered if his own son wanted to throw him out. It turns out that it was not only his son, but also the cronies who had taken an oath of loyalty to him. Kelteron, whom he trusted immensely. After realizing everything, the man said that they all betrayed him, which meant it was a good thing. In that case, he's going to kill each and every one of them. The revolutionaries were discouraged by this attitude. The Count was also even more frightened. Shihan thought it was ridiculous. After all, a traitor is betrayed by his own minions. The need for a vivid but superficial sense of joy is more important to Shihan now than any former bonds of friendship. He had never been a good person. Zexard needs to try harder. He wouldn't have returned to Terranor if he was going to create with someone else's hands. And that man is not one to give up so easily. The revolutionaries said he could be as strong as he wanted, but they could overpower him with a barrier. There's nothing to fear from a tiger without teeth. He's the only one who will die today. The ruler continued to get angry and asked what nonsense they were talking about. Even while restrained, he was able to strike, and shouted out, "Do they really think they can handle him that way again?" The ground beneath the revolutionaries' feet began to crumble. At that moment, Zexard used the battle seal of the giant's hand. Jennon was surprised at what was happening. The barrier was supposed to hold back his combat power. I don't understand how he has such tremendous strength. He's clearly not human. It must have transcendent ranks. Zexard was preparing for you to kill the revolutionaries. And they realized there was no way to defend themselves. Jennon came to the rescue. He remembered that when they had been working through a situation like this, Shihan had told him about the weakness in the giant's arm, and this part of his wrist connecting to the ground. So in her direction, he used the skill of the pulse of the art of mountain conquest. Thanks to this strong skill, the handle was destroyed. Only stone shards began to fall to the ground. The revolutionaries, who had already resigned themselves to death, did not understand how they remained alive. Zexard in turn praised the black giant for this technique. He reported that he thought the one was a fake to lure him out. Those present realized that the matter was bad, for this man had gotten out of the barrier. The ruler reported that he would like to wipe all of them with powder now, but was weakened by the barrier. Literally soon he won't pay for everything, so let them prepare for a horrible death. Zexard began to run away. The revolutionaries shouted that he must be captured, they must finish with him before he recovers, and he must not be allowed to get away. The man himself realized that it was very embarrassing for him. He never thought he would run away like that. Let these bloody rascals just wait, and they'll see it all soon enough. When everything happened, the aristocrat asked if Zexard had escaped. It was Viscount Crumball. He wondered if the barrier wasn't powerful enough to destroy it, so they'd missed an opportunity at the cost of their lives. If it all goes down, they'll all die. Kelterin said not to worry. Right now, things were going according to plan. No matter how terrible his tyranny was, he was still their king. His death would have serious consequences. The mercenary king's successor had already gone after him. Zexard will disappear halfway through without killing anyone. Terranor will remember all its wrongs, and all good deeds will fade into oblivion. The Viscount realized that such a coward would not speak with such confidence without reason. His words were hopeful. So they indicated that they would head to Latensel to address the real king. Long before what was happening, people had gathered in the woods. The guests were greeted by a young Zexard and asked who they were. And Lilstein arrived to meet him, as well as Shihan, who inquired if he was in charge. That's how they began their conversation. The wizard asked his comrade if he was sure it would go well. There were only 2 of them. Sun asked if he was afraid of a bump of brigands yet a level 6 mage. The boy countered that he wasn't afraid at all, just worried. The hero noted that he is no longer a child, and it is unclear why everyone is still so fearful. The comrade asked a counter-question as to why he was so fearless at such a young age. Zexard couldn't figure out what was wrong with these guys. For some reason they were picking a fight on someone else's turf. Suddenly he realized that it didn't matter, or else he would scold his subordinates for calling themselves outlaws and bringing tail to their own base. They were wary and said they were doing their best to get away, but their opponent turned out to be a supreme swordsman. Shihan told the mercenary leader that his subordinates took some of their stuff. So does he want them back? Zexard stated that these things may have been theirs before, but these things belong to them now. He wouldn't be stealing if he was going to give it away later, and if they wanted to, they could try to get them back by force. At that moment, he immediately attacked. Sleep dodged and stated that he had planned it that way, after which a fight took place between the two. The mercenary realized that this child had reached at least the rank of master at his young age, and Shihan found out that this huge boar really did have a strong battle energy. Gradually, the forces between them began to subside. Zexard reported that it was impressive, and asked the name of his opponent. The hero called him and also asked his name. The interlocutor introduced himself and said that he was a commoner without a surname. Shihan reported that he was sorry that this man was wasting his talents on thievery. He didn't expect to meet someone strong in such places. I wonder if he would ever want to achieve greater goals. Those memories came flooding back to Zexard. Now he was sitting and hiding somewhere. Suddenly I wondered how long I'd been asleep. It was wonderful to feel so much better after resting. The Ballerilian forest is nearby, and he wondered why everything looked familiar. He is glad for it, though. When he led the brigands, this was his secret base. He abandoned this place even before the Revolutionary Army was established. Even a search party wouldn't be able to find him here. That gave him a chance to take a break. And now that he's recovered, isn't it time to return to Latensel? He will make those traitors beg for mercy. Just as he thought about it, he heard something. The sounds came straight from the bushes. It became clear that someone was here, but was it really a search party? I don't know how they found this place. Although things are working out perfectly now, this way he can vent his anger on someone. So he shouted for those who arrived here to approach him. He's going to make them pay for their betrayal. Shihan finally came out and said it was interesting. So he wants to make you pay for your betrayal. Funny thing is, the guy was about to say roughly the same thing. Zexard saw something he clearly wasn't expecting. Shihan was coming to meet him, as well as Alita. The man immediately drew parallels with his first meeting with his comrade. He wondered if he was still asleep. After all, Shihan is clearly in front of him. The surprise caused Zexard to freeze in place. The protagonist, on the other hand, noted that their meeting was quite some time ago. A former comrade asked if he really was asleep, but it is not clear how he succeeded, how he found his way. Shihan asked. Meaning how? I guess he was only interested in how he was able to come back after being thrown back into the other world. Is that really all he wants to say to a friend he hasn't seen in 10 years? With anger, the hero immediately rushed to attack him. Zexard, though impressed, successfully blocked the attack. After which he wondered again if it was all true, and he was able to return to Terranor. Shihan confirmed it. He continued his attacks even more furiously and said that he was indeed back. The onslaught on the former comrade was getting stronger and stronger, and the battle between them was clearly unfriendly. Due to the accumulation of large forces, a resonance took place and threw the guys off to the sides. Now Zexard realized that this was clearly the man he thought he was. Lilstein, as well as Saffron, had convinced him that it was impossible. Shihan confirmed that coming back was indeed not easy. After all he had been through, there was no going back. The interlocutor remarked, seemingly to the effect that mages are not always right. He kept thinking that something was wrong here because of the massive, sudden organized rebellion. If he was behind it, things were clearly not so mysterious anymore. And this place was likely going into his plans as well, though that's not surprising. After all, he's well aware of it. The hero was actually surprised and said that Zexard wasn't as stupid as he thought. The interlocutor stated that it was clear to him now. He understood what was happening. A great savior from another world has come with you to avenge the events of 10 years ago. That's fine. And he's not going to make any cheap excuses for his actions. And especially not on his knees to ask for forgiveness. Let the former comrade try his best to get his head. Shihan prepared for battle and said he was returning his words. He would make him pay for his betrayal. Alita stood back. He began to barrel a very strong, overwhelming battle energy and realized this is what she was like. It's a battle between two heroes of the revolution. The first thing Zexard did was utilize the explosive art of crushing. Shihan, in turn, used the art of the Tyrant King. It was an uphill stream directed at his opponent. The man was clearly surprised because of this. He noted that his son looks up to him, probably because this attack is too easy. The hero realized that he could easily defeat Darthwald with this skill. But of course, this one would have more combat energy. Zexard decided to continue his onslaught. To do so, he used the explosive art of lightning strikes. In response, Shihan used the Tyrant King's art, running water. With that, the new team had to protect themselves from lightning. A few moments later, he had an opponent at his back. But thanks to his skills and instincts, the hero blocked his blow. Zexard shouted out that he was having a lot of fun. 11 years had passed since their last fight. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd had that feeling. Shihan said that he was somehow too calm. He believes that he does not realize the seriousness of the situation at all, because he has only muscles instead of brains. The man asked what other serious situation. Why should he think about such a small thing? His opponent, Song Shihan himself. Still, there's no better death than in a fight with him. 10 years ago, 6 heroes of the revolution came together to devise a plan to assassinate a savior from an alien world. But they all failed. Even 6 men wouldn't be enough. But Zexard is here alone, and he knew the outcome was certain. This battle is likely to be his last. He, in turn, doesn't want to win, but to have a fight he won't be ashamed of. So immediately rushed to the attack. The protagonist successfully fought back. Zexard realized that there was clearly something wrong with his movements. Running the thoughts through his head, he continued the onslaught even harder. Shihan continued to repel all attacks. Soon silence hung between them. Zexard wondered what he was doing. He kept wondering what was wrong. It's very strange why he doesn't use his steel battle energy. Steel martial energy is a skill that transcendent-level swordsmen use. It is done to compress formless martial energy, making it stronger and purer. It emitted a dark blue light of destruction, thus resembling the vast heavens. 10 years later, he remembers her as if he saw her only yesterday. The former comrade reflects his attacks and never once used his steel combat energy in the entire fight. It doesn't look like he's faking it. So, has sleep really gotten weaker in the meantime? The protagonist realized this was true. So he asked if that's the kind of question he asks all opponents. He's still as simple-minded as ever. In that case, he's going to be honest with him. Those amounts of combat and magical energy were gone. He'd spent almost all of it on his return to Terranor. Zexard, after hearing this, asked then what the hell was going on. Then how can you have so much confidence to come to take revenge on him so easily? Shihan immediately sensed the impending danger. His opponent immediately attacked him, using an explosive strike art. The guy missed the first and rather swift kick, and next he started to defend himself. Zexard said, looking like a chess game had unfolded. His combat energy 10 years ago was negligible compared to Shihan. He was thinking as if this would be his last battle, but now he knows his current strength. So the former comrade dissident who will die. The protagonist objected. Even if he's not as good as he used to be, he has enough power to finish off Zexard. He knows all his tricks, doesn't he? The former comrade was amused to hear all this. He asked what he could do with so little combat energy. As Sun was pushed back, he realized that the man was now sure he was strong. Suddenly, he felt the use of a stronger skill. As before, it was a battle seal of a giant's hand. The hero realized that it was a difficult skill to deal with. Zexard noted, he did seem to be getting weak, dodging instead of striking back by summoning his battle seal. That's pretty pathetic of him. The giant's hand immediately began to cramp the guy. Shihan felt he was failing, so after a little while he was captured. Zexard reiterated that he looked miserable, to think that this day had come. Suddenly, the hero asked if he was sure he had the strength to finish him off. All these years, there's only one thing a guy can't figure out. Why didn't they kill him on that fateful day? All the time spent, he was really interested in it all. Why? When he was stuck in the dimension block and completely vulnerable. He was only pushed by Lavina, not stabbed in the side by a dagger. Then there's no way he could have defended himself. But his former comrades didn't. So why send him to Earth and not kill him? Could it have been guilt? Zexard didn't know what she was going to say to that. Finally, he said that since it was their last fight, he would tell the whole truth. Like he said, they were planning to kill him. But there was one but in all of this. Some hypocrites decided they should send him back rather than kill him. They said if they hurt him, they'd switch sides. Now, believes the guy's confused. For their own gain, they decided to commit treachery, choosing a path where they would suffer no remorse, so they decided to send him home. But he doesn't understand why the betrayal was necessary. Zexard is different. He betrayed his friend and became king. If he'd stayed on Terranor, he wouldn't have dreamed of such a life. And he's not going to deny it or regret it. Even though he's a traitor, he's not a coward. Shihan smiled and stated that he was clear. His former comrade is a fool. He pretends to be rude, but he's still a coward. The man asked in surprise what he meant. The hero asked if he didn't think he was a coward and if he recognized his sins. The guy had never met such a narcissistic and cowardly person before. Don't let him act like he's innocent. Zexard was angry and told him to say whatever he wanted, it was his right. Let him continue to insult him, but now it's time to say goodbye to him. The former comrade thought he was going to kill Shihan, but he defended himself. After which he reported that everything was correct. That's the truth about what happened 10 years ago. The interlocutor was perplexed. Sleep added that his whining wants from there clarified it for him. The opponent's skills have not clearly gotten any better in all that time. The world was changing around him, and he was stuck in the days when he was called roaming the castle walls. He hadn't gotten one bit better in all this time. The boy thought he had some hidden skill, but something didn't look like it. Zexard became even angrier, for he felt the steely battle energy, and shouted that the bastard had tricked him. The hero asked if he was ashamed to admit he'd bought it. He didn't expect it to work on him. One has to wonder if it's not obvious he's going to have some kind of ace up his sleeve. Since he's been preparing for 10 years, a former comrade called him a piece of shit. Once again, he used the explosive martial arts skill in all directions. Shihan easily dodged this attack. Then the opponent used a new explosive skill called Rift. The hero prepared to defend himself. Counterattacking, he used the skill of repetition, Heaven Resonance. Zexard asked, wondering if he could use Conquering the Heavens yet. Shihan noted that he was facing a nasty opponent. Thus, he must utilize the appropriate skills. The former comrade remained angry and attacked. Alita, who was watching what was happening, realized that this was the legendary power of the 7 heroes of the revolution. Monsters like this were running loose during the revolution, and it's horrible. They're on a whole other level. Even her magic is powerless here. I don't know why Shihan brought her here in the first place. Suddenly, the hero noticed that Zexard had said there were 3 hypocrites. He confirmed this and wondered why he was asking. Does he want to forgive them and give up revenge? Let him not play with it. If it's there that he wanted, he'll die by his hand today. The battle seal of the Grant Hand was used again. With all its power, Zexard aimed it at Sun. Shihan realized that it had been a long time since he'd had a hail of blows skill. Suddenly he got into a fighting stance. The opponent noticed it right away. He was wary, for he realized what was about to happen. It turns out that Shihan had been able to use his battle seal all this time as well. In just a few moments, 2 huge forces were about to collide. The hero used a battle seal called Aurora. Then the Zexard battle seal immediately shattered through the rays of Sun's battle seal. Literally shattered. This clearly did not add to the former comrade's optimism. He realized that no attack was working on this guy. Something like that he had already thought when he first met Shihan. And that was why Zexard had accepted it and was ready to die with honor. But as soon as he thought about the fact that his sleep had waned, he grasped with all his hands the will to live. Eventually his nonchalance came to an end. He continued to fight furiously, though. The hero noted, now his former comrade showed his true colors. He looked as if he had transcended the mundane. It was very annoying. Zexard couldn't calm down when he heard those words and screamed that he knew he should have been killed that way. Shihan noted that this was the end for him and used the conquest of the heavens. Then he delivered a devastating blow to his former comrade. And the skill he used was called Meteor Shower. The man's bloody body began to fall to the ground. The character was clearly ruthless and wasn't going to stop. The ruler of this country realized that things were bad. But I wondered if this was the end. Falling to the ground, he began to berate Shihan. He also stated that he had indeed become much weaker. He survived even after conquering the heavens. Sung only inquired about those 3 hypocrites. Probably even if he was going to ask, no one would tell him anything. The interlocutor confirmed that he would say absolutely nothing. The boy knew it would happen, but he didn't expect an easy answer. His former comrade was such a man. Regardless, he has to ask it. Why in fact he betrayed him? He had never been interested in luxury or politics. He became king even though he had to betray him. Then what was the reason? The man smiled. So up here, he said. Hearing the questions, he became more and more convinced that he didn't understand anything. He's questioning why he betrayed him. Since his friend was better than he was, he should obey and obey him in every way. Did he really think he was supposed to think that way? I mean, that's just silly. Perhaps he should have wagged his tail like a dog and bowed tearfully at his feet every time, grateful for every moment of friendship or blessing. Shihan wondered if he had come up with such vivid metaphors on his own. He would never have thought he had a talent for eloquence. Apparently he just had similar thoughts. Sleep realized that this was the end. So reported that then it was time to pay the debt of friendship and trust. Zexard realized it himself. He reported that everything was correct, and he was ready, so let him kill him. The hero smiled, asking what he was telling him. It wasn't clear why he had to do that. In the end, he kindly sent him home. The former comrade didn't know what he meant. Shihan in turn motioned for Alita to come over. Getting angrier, Zexard stood up and asked what he was trying to do. Stop procrastinating, just kill him and that's it. Sleep noted that he had told him a little earlier that he wasn't going to do that. Even if he had planned to finish him off, then he still hadn't done it. He just threw him out of Terranor. That's why there's no way Shihan can kill him. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It's an old saying from the land. Zexard realized what he was about to do to him in such a way that he was horrified. At that moment, the protagonist opened the gate to another world. Alita was surprised and wondered if he had opened a dimensional portal using her magical energy. Commanding someone else's magical energy sounds as ridiculous as borrowing someone else's stamina to strengthen your arm. However, there are exceptions. A monster summoned from another world can borrow energy from the summoner. Shihan stated that he originally didn't intend to take the girl with him. But the recovery rate of his magic energy is slower than he expected. Alita figured out that's why he needed her. It wasn't just any revenge. The hero wants to send Zexard to another dimension. Naturally, the former comrade himself didn't want that, Sleep said, sounding like he was having trouble staying in place. And he himself looked the same 10 years ago. He was technically exiled from here to his homeworld. But this man is going to the unknown. He doesn't know how fair this exchange will be. but just asking him to understand. The debt has accumulated some interest over 10 years, and it seems a reasonable price. Zexard was terrified, for he understood what lay beyond this darkness. This is the home of the hideous monsters of the tyrant king he fought against. Shihan will send him to fight these monsters in a hellish place where there is not a single living soul. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted out. Did he really think he would just walk away like that? He'll come back and stay alive. And then he's going to kill Shihan with his own hands. It's absolutely going to happen. The hero said goodbye to him, after which, the former comrade's body was dragged into another dimension. His clothes fell to the ground and the portal closed immediately. Alita asked if everything would be okay. The 4 ivory towers will notice in spatial tremors. Shihan stated, "Oh, what does it actually care? They are going to leave one way or another. Besides, they have protective magic in case of spatial changes." Suddenly, he asked if they could make some money if they sold this one. It's the underwear of a legendary hero. The interviewee called it an abomination, and also wondered what would happen to Zexard. The guy replied that he didn't know that. He doesn't even understand where exactly he flew to. Perhaps she would adapt to an environment from another world and survive. Or will die at the paws of a monster. Only very learned in another dimension, but that's none of his business. Alita stated, "It would be better to kill him. If he came back, it would be bad." The hero noted that this obviously won't happen. Zexard isn't a mage after all. Of course, there's a non-zero probability. I'm sure they thought the same thing when they sent him to Earth. Alita wondered what would happen if he came back. Shihan smiled, indicating that this was even better. He can then look at the result of his place. After a while, Prince Ainz claimed Zexard, his father, and the king realized that he had not been a good ruler, and so passed the throne to him. Afterward, he became an ordinary villager, and is now known as the abdicated king. In the name of the new king of Ainza, the first lad proclaims his lands as the Kingdom of Lattenberg. Immediately after his coronation, he reorganized the royal council. Viscount Crumble, who had contributed immensely, became Earl, and the head of administration took over Keltarin's previous position. Duran as well as Level became the commander and vice-commander of the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion, respectively. Keltarin became Marquis, taking his place as Prime Minister. He also received the title of hero. The nobles, seeing with what pleasure the new king erases the traces of the past, were already preparing for the destruction of their families. But Ainz reported that he was not a villain. The sins committed by Duke Cramaton and the rest of the nobles cannot be washed away, but it would be monstrous to make their families pay for this one. He's going to do something to confirm his favor. The former queen, the Duke of Carmarton's daughter, Layla Wren Lattenberg, will become his wife. The nobles were surprised at the alliance between the current king and the former queen. It means that there will be no more questions to the past. So they all swore allegiance to His Majesty. The new ruler thanked Keltarin mentally. Everything happened exactly as he said it would. Suddenly Layla declared her father Duke Cramaton saw her only as a thing to accomplish a goal, not a person. That's why she's very happy to be around Ainz right now. Naturally, the lad himself was overjoyed. The subjects wished the new ruler a long life, and a long life for the kingdom. After a while, the Shihan arrived at the Marquis of Keltarin's house. He congratulated him on his assumption of the position of Prime Minister, and said that the entire state treasury was now in his hands. The old man smiled and asked if he thought he would encroach on the state's money just because he had become a Prime Minister. Even the money Zexard used for entertainment was enough to double his fortune. Shihan didn't understand if those words were meant to soothe his soul. Either way, it went well enough. Since the Zexard was creating sheer chaos, people would praise Ainz even if he did just the bare minimum. Marquis noted, to be honest, he doesn't think things are that positive. The old rulers were the main poison that destroyed the state, but also the shield that defended it. Since a hero of the revolution lived in the kingdom, no one dared to attack him. Now the kingdom of Lattenberg has every chance of becoming a small and weak country. Sohn noted, even if that was the case, he didn't see much cause for concern. Keltarin wondered if it was because other countries would suffer the same fate. For that, he was grateful to the boy. If it will help his country and lead to a bright future, he will put his whole soul for the accomplishment of his revenge. The hero asked to stop talking nonsense and asked if he had anything to say to him. The smiling interlocutor soon changed in his face. He became serious and began to speak frankly. The other heroes of the revolution won't be as easy to deal with as Zexard. His reign was a mess, and his skills were canned because he was far from battle. In comparison, Lilstein and Saffron, who are in charge of the 4 ivory towers, as Sir Shihan in the past had reached Flowmaster. The hero realized, unlike him, these two were real mages who had undergone proper training. They were much stronger than him in the basics. The Marquis went on to say that Theoranthus and Anacius had become much stronger as well. They were constantly practicing and improving their skills, unlike Zexard, but the strongest of them all is still her. Shihan saw the concern in Keltaron's face, so stated that there is no more to be silent, let him just tell it like it is. The old man asked, wondering if he hadn't said that before. If one has to choose between who will defeat the earthly destroyer or the savior from the other world, only a madman would not put the latter in his place. There is one thing about this, however. If faced with a choice between the current Queen of Thieves and a savior from another world, a person will think twice before doing so. Sun was surprised and asked if Lavina had become so strong. The interlocutor noted that he knew only 3 people capable of opposing the savior from the other world. It's Knight, Guardian of the Empire Lusklan, and General Rondark. The guy killed him a long time ago, though. Next up is the mercenary King Barak. After the fall of the Empire, nothing is known of his whereabouts. He is presumed to have died of old age. And the last one is Queen Lavina hid herself from the world by magic and reached the rank of deity. A savior from another world, General Rondark and King of the Mercenaries. She is currently the continent's only supreme sword god, possessing the skills of the 3 greatest deities. To Shihan it was unexpected, though not surprising. 10 years ago, Lavina was in her late teens as a transcendent swordsman. She is a genius among geniuses, and could very well have reached the highest stage at all. It's only a guess by the Marquis. But it seems that Terant was close to Lavina. The fact that a ruthlessly ambitious Queen of Thieves leaves a neighboring state untouched proves that the rank of a deity does not guarantee absolute victory. Shihan was surprised, so he asked to wait, for he didn't really understand the last one. Lavina may have been greedy, but she never went head over heels to satisfy her insatiability. If he says she's ruthlessly ambitious, isn't he confusing her with someone else? Keltaron fell silent. He then indicated that he would speak respectfully, even if he provoked Shihan's anger. Still, he could tell she'd always been like this. The hero was running the thoughts through his head. The old man added that everyone knew it, the 6 heroes of the revolution even more so. Even he, a former follower of Zexard, knows. So the only one who didn't know was Sir Shihan himself. After saying those words, the Marquis saw a dark energy emanating from the guy. Naturally, he immediately freaked out, so he fell to his knees and started apologizing, talking about how it was his fault. The character noted that he shouldn't apologize and let him come up. The guy is just a little upset about his stomach pains. The interlocutor noted if it hurt so badly, he could get him some medicine. The guy objected and remarked that he was fine. He thought he had heard everything he needed to hear, so he would go and rest. He only wished him a good job. Keltaron thanked and asked to return safely. The protagonist realized at that moment that the Marquis was right. He must be the only one who didn't know it. And that cold stare 10 years ago was a manifestation of her true colors. Such thoughts discouraged him. After a while, the guy was getting dressed in front of the mirror. Alita wondered where he was going like that. The hero noted that he was bored, so he was going to go for a walk. There's nothing to do in Terranor, so he'll go borrow some books or something. The girl wondered if she could go with him. She too had been bored with everything for a long time. Shihan began to speculate if it was okay if she went outside. She remarked that it was fine. After all, she had mastered the power of the Empress's 1,000 guises. Suddenly Dina arrived and said if the master was going somewhere, she would go with her too. Right after her, Jennon arrived. He said where was she going? They had class. He thought he couldn't let Shihan ruin the romantic atmosphere. Dina said she was thinking tomorrow. She just wanted to intervene because she can't leave her little sister alone with that guy. Knight explained that there was a change of plans, so they were going to study right away. Shihan smiled and said that they had gotten pretty close. The streets of the settlement were quite lively. The hero noted that the atmosphere in the city has changed. Now it is lively. Even though he pursued personal goals, he is still proud of his work. Suddenly, Alita noticed something. She said there was a library there and suggested we stop by. Whereupon the comrades went inside. Dream saw books with the title Romance from Another World, Exciting Dreams of Another World, and an Earthling Complex. He could easily guess what this literature was about. Oh, those isekai. But one of the books caught his eye, and it was called The Love of a Savior from Another World. Shihan thought maybe the book was about her and Lavina. Even after 10 years, the story is still relevant. This work interested the lad, and he familiarized himself with it, but suddenly wondered what else it was. Book title Love of a Rescuer from Another World. Then why then in that case in it Lilstein hugs him? The author of the book didn't realize his love was Lavina, I guess, and Lilstein is a man in general. It wasn't clear to him what it even was. And Alita smiled. She, in turn, purchased this book. The hero was depressed and thought that the world of novels is horrible. The girl asked if he was all right. Perhaps we should take a break in the square. Sung agreed. Next, they walked around the square and saw statues of heroes of the revolution. The character wondered when Zexard made them, though there was nothing wrong with that. Alita noted that there was a statue of the savior from another world. When Shihan saw her, he wondered if that was what he looked like in the eyes of others. The girl noted a similar view of him. Others have changed a lot over time, but he achieved. The guy said that no one would recognize him like that at all. Alita wondered again. She wondered what he planned to do next now that Zexard was done. Who's the next target? The guy hesitated for a moment. He said that he could defeat Saffron or Lilstein with no problem, since magic doesn't work on him. But it won't be easy to create a situation where they fight one-on-one. Shihan thought about appearing behind Theron at first. It would be easier to challenge someone who was confident in his swordsmanship. But Keltarin told him that Queen Lavina has hidden herself by magic from the world and has reached the rank of deity. It's only a guess, but it seems that the reverted one is close to Lavina's level. If what the Marcus said is true, and this person has the rank of a deity, then Shihan can't be 100% sure of defeating such an opponent. It's still too early. Still, he had accumulated a lot of battle energy, but he still had a transcendent rank. Thus, more time is needed. Alita wondered if they would just keep practicing until his strength was restored. The hero noted that it was in anticipation, despite the fact that 10 years had already been wasted. He stepped closer to the statue and informed him that he couldn't do that. So he's going to find Anacius first. The interlocutor asked if he was talking about an immortal witch. The main character reported she is a priest healer and a divine warrior with the power of destruction in one bottle. It is believed that it is impossible to possess such different powers at the same time. But Karen's talent was enough to do the impossible, although this girl is not that strong at the moment. After all, her strength isn't in her fighting skills, and in her ability as a priestess to heal and massacre her enemies with her prayers. The latter endowed her with the fame of one who could infect others with all sorts of diseases. The scariest ability, even the strongest mage or warrior, is weak in the face of the disease. Alita was surprised and asked if everything was going to be okay. It seems she wasn't easy to get along with. Shihan noted that it was true, but only in order. Creatures from another world, immune to the diseases of Terranor. Karen's power has no effect on him. She said that not only Karen's ability, but also no illnesses at all. Shihan confirmed and said that it was good to hear because otherwise he would have died by now. Alita didn't understand how such a thing was possible. Was the disease a type of magic? The hero noted that it was not quite so. Earth diseases don't affect the inhabitants of Terranor either. With it came bacteria that can withstand antibiotics. It spread all sorts of diseases on its own. And a gauge portal isn't a doctor to let only the good bacteria through. So it's a mystery. The girl didn't really know what he was talking about. She wondered what level of development a creature had to reach to cross the portal. Hearing this, the hero remembered something, and reported that finding out was one of Lilstein's goals. He once said a dimensional portal can only let living beings through. Well then, what does this definition of a living thing say? Shihan then hesitated for a moment. He stated that the only thing that is not certain is that it possesses a soul. The comrade remarked that this was clearly not an easy question. What if the person going through the portal dies? Can a living world of color like a ghoul go through it? And what if a dead woman still has a living child? The hero noted that he looked rather intimidating while saying this. Lilstein remarked that this is exactly how he explores magic. If he was sucked in by his name defecation, and his feces half-wolf through body, wondering if they would be considered part of his body. Shihan was discouraged by such an example. Suddenly the wizard was hit on the head by someone. It was the girl who asked if he had to talk about such things before he ate. Lilstein stated that he was in pain, and realized that Karen had hit him. A little while later, the girl said that lunch was ready. The hot and hearty food was already arranged in plates. At that, Karen apologized and remarked that it's been hard to get the right energy to the cops lately. Shihan countered that everything was just fine. He asked Theron to confirm it, which the man did. Lilstein asked if the girl would join them. She noted that she had eaten while she was cooking, so she wasn't hungry. It became abundantly clear to the boys that she was lying. So they made a decision and turned to her. Holding out spoons of food, they wanted to feed her. The companion was embarrassed and remarked that she had told them she had eaten. The guys in turn continued to stand their ground. Karen had nothing to do but agree. She only referred to them as children. Shihan along with Lilstein were overjoyed, which couldn't be said for Theron. The hero then informed him to do the same. But the man was indignant and shouted that he would not do it even on pain of death. It wasn't long before he got up and left the bowl of food behind. Speaking of eating more, he can't and is full. They can eat it, or you can throw it to him all the same. Though there's probably a place in hell for someone who would let such food go to waste. The boys called him a grumpy old man, for he is a terrible cad. And just before they were about to leave, Karen turned to Shihan. She threw a scarf around his neck, and I told him I used the leftover fabric to repair his scarf. Let him save himself because it's getting colder. He should be much warmer now. It felt good to the guy, and now he realized that in a way she was like a sister or a mother to them, even though Thirant and Lilstein were older than her. The boy always wondered if he had a sister, would she be like her? Karen was a very kind-hearted, calm, good, and also intelligent person. No matter what troubles or difficulties she faced, the smile never faded from her face, even while killing Imperial military personnel. That was pretty creepy, as it wasn't just with Karen, they were all inseparable. Shihan thought that was what families did. But now it turns out he's already learned his lesson. Alita wanted to say something, but the guy pointed out that it was getting pretty late, and it was time for them to head back. He realized that all this truth had been a long time coming, so much so that it was clearly not going to return to those days. The capital of Anacius Lesaterium is also the city of the goddess. Karen has just been notified of the big news, namely that Zexard had been overthrown. The subordinates reported that this was true. His eldest son was the new ruler. Apparently, his crony Count Keltarin was behind it all. For some people, the name of this man was familiar. It is also said of him that he has the body of a wise man and the mind of a beast. Karen reported that for a coward like him, this is quite a surprise. For this man to be solely behind such a big event was too unlike him. So she informed the wards to investigate everything. After which she said, "Tell me the rest of the story." She was told it was about migrants who had fled the tyranny of Zexard and settled here. A group of a few had broken into the temple and stolen the offerings for the goddess. The saint noted that they should have been provided with the right and supply, so why did they create such a thing? The old man reported that the person in charge of distribution was found to be embezzling. The refugees did not receive proper support. It is a grave sin to steal donations for the goddess. The problem lies in the punishment. It may be a grave sin, but is it fair to judge those who were only trying to save a family from starvation? Karen immediately said that they would adhere to the divine commandments. That does not justify their deeds, and the person who committed the embezzlement and those who stole in attitude should be hanged. The interlocutor clearly didn't want that sentence. The girl, however, continued to say, "Secular laws are derived from human emotions and are therefore unjust. They should only follow the laws created by the goddess, and not by humans unquestioningly. Only the teachings of their goddess lead to the righteous path. Everyone else is free for now." The old man felt a look without a single emotion, but this judgment is actually fair. So he indicated that he would do as the commandments commanded. After a while, the Marquis Keltarin turned to Shihan. He stated that he had done everything he had mentioned. Now he, Sir Jennon, he, Lady Alita, and her apprentice Dina are part of the Leightonberg delegation sent to Anacius. The hero was a little surprised, and stated that he got through it pretty quickly. Just recently a guy said he needed to meet Karen Anacius, so asked if it was possible to organize it somehow as natural as possible. The interlocutor remarked that he understood everything. He just needed a day. Shihan, for his part, thought he needed a day to make a plan, and he had time to finish all his preparations in it. To become a legitimate ruler, you need recognition from other countries. And what is expected is that the new King Ainz will be the first to send a delegation to another country for this purpose. The hero wondered how the Marquis wrote them in it after all. He thought the process must be long and complicated. Keltarin said he'd left a spot for him and his companions from the start. In truth, if everything was planned out, it wouldn't be easy. But if it was simple. It was clear to Shihan that this man had prepared from the beginning. So he was ready for whatever plan he had in mind. He reported that all of this is good, but next time he will ask him to do it rather than put innocent people out of work. The interlocutor here affirmed he would be the one to prioritize more carefully. Hearing that, the hero remarked, "It must have been difficult working for Zexard." Keltarin said, "Anacius seems to have a favorable attitude towards the new king also applies to other states. If the hero is part of the delegation, he can arrange a meeting not only with Karen, but also with other rulers. Of course, that's except for some people." The boy noted that he guessed who he was talking about. Since she was close to Zexard, she wouldn't like Prince Ainz first, but he thought it was unlikely she'd show her position open. Hope War wouldn't start at least. Apparently, they would meet earlier than he had planned with Saffron. Only the kingdom of Saffron among the neighboring states had not made any statements about Ainz's coronation. Perhaps, as Shihan had said earlier, it was the ruler's close relationship with Zexard. They couldn't be called close friends because of Saffron's Zexard being involved in the Kagor War, more like controlling. The hero said that this once again confirmed their close relationship. Although according to the official version, Zexard handed over the throne of his own accord, became a free commoner. To Saffron, well acquainted with the man, things must look quite suspicious. I wouldn't want to inconvenience others just for revenge. But for that matter, shouldn't they deal with Saffron first, not Karen? The old man doesn't think he should be so worried. All but the Saffron kingdom were friendly to the new government. In other words, they have the support of the Lilstein kingdom of the strongest among them. Lilstein and Saffron are both mages, which means they've been rivals since the revolution. Under the watchful eye of his opponent, Saffron will not make any rash moves, so they planned for the boy to go to Anacius. His departure is in 3 days, so everything will be prepared soon, the hero noted, so he saw it all coming. In this case it's good, and then he's calm. He's also counting on Kelteran. That's how it went for 3 days. Shihan's team had absolutely no trouble joining Leitenberg's delegation and advancing to Anacius. The man sitting in the carriage looked out the window. He asked the gentleman if she was sure he didn't want to ride in the carriage. It's a long distance to their destination. The hero smiled and assured him it was fine. He felt much more comfortable riding. The interlocutor asked to let him know if he became uncomfortable, and the hero thanked him for his concern. He hadn't ridden a horse in quite a while, so used to it that at first it wasn't even enough. As he spoke behind his back, Alita carried on. The girl didn't have control, so she asked the guy to get out of the way. Shihan helped her stop and asked him if she was still used to it. Alita remarked that she didn't feel safe. The hero confirmed that it was true and asked her not to overexert herself. The interviewee noted that even with her running technique, it is still difficult to keep up with a horse. She really wanted to learn to ride when she had the chance. Jennon is a knight, and to him it's like breathing. And Dina comes from a rich family. Shihan remarked as if her family was poor. But the girl said that if he didn't remember, she had fallen a long time ago. Still, she would try to settle in before they reached Anacius. Evening came on, causing the camp to be broken up. Everyone was bustling about, organizing the night's lodging. Shihan noticed that this is different from the second coming of the Shihan sect. The soldiers do all the black work for them and have the power magnificent. Jennon said they were not mercenaries, and shouldn't the members of the delegation be sleeping in the open air? He thought Sir Kelteran had thought it over carefully. Suddenly, Dina informed me that there was nothing to be done here. Their country is not that developed, and lacked the luxury of quick communication between trees to warn of a delegation's arrival. Plus, much of the land is riddled with mountain ranges. There used to be a Jarrett government road across the mountain range, but during the revolution, the bridge across the gorge was destroyed and never rebuilt. Because of this, you have to take long roundabouts. If it were intact, they could trade with Anacius for 3 times as much. It was immediately apparent to the interlocutors that she was the daughter of a merchant. Alita noted that bridges in the mountains are not easily destroyed. That's when she saw the reactions of the main character. It became clear that he had done it all. The hero thought that Zexard had tried as well. They didn't think much of it during the battles. If you put it that way, a large amount of infrastructure suffered because of them at that time. The commoners survived as best they could, and he only added to their woes. He'd done a lot of things in the past, so he'd have to be careful. But I wonder what to do now. The soldiers will set up camp for them. Jennon personally said he would help the soldiers carry the luggage. Alita is going to practice horseback riding. If he was free, there was something she wanted to ask him. Specifically, if he could keep an eye on Dina. The guy clearly didn't like it, but there was nothing left to do. It came out that there was even some sparring between them. The girl indicated she would attack and did so. Shihan easily defended himself against this lunge with just a stick. He liked the girl's fighting spirit well enough, but one had to be careful. The moment it opened, he immediately attacked it, reporting that she loses her head during the battle. Must have a clear mind for better body control when wielding a sword. Let her be angry, but don't let rage blind her eyes. Anger may ignite her spirit and give her energy for battle, but anger will cloud her vision and mind. The girl listened to him attentively, suddenly asked if even if she was angry, she shouldn't be angry. Shihan realized that she wasn't wrong. Even while practicing, let her be collected as if her life depended on the outcome of the battle. Not only because waving her sword around idly wouldn't do her any good, but if she continued like this, it could just become a bad habit. Dina had come to the conclusion that there were no easy paths to take. Shihan confirmed this, adding that she should stay focused, but not waste all her energy while practicing. She would just get exhausted and wouldn't be able to get better. Now the girl came to the conclusion that easy ways should be sought. The hero didn't realize whether she had accurately understood all his words. Dina said, as expected from the successor of the mercenary king, in his words very helpful. He must have studied these basics too before he began his sword art. Sleep thought for a moment. He remembered his younger years and how he trained. He was told to hold his sword properly and was beaten. Let him not be a child. The man didn't understand how come he had to babysit this idiot. All they need is his friend. Magicians are always useful. Shouldn't he contribute too, since he was lucky enough to get here because of him? Suddenly, Lilystine arrived and wondered what he was doing. The guy was clearly eager to see it. The man asked, still learning how to use a sword. Warriors must go through fire and water before they can stand on their own. Either he would make it or he would just die. And if he keeps acting like this, he'll be dead tomorrow. The comrade approached Shihan and inquired if he was all right. The boy cried and said that he had come here 3 months ago. He can't understand why he deserved this, because he was just an ordinary student. The interlocutor stated that unhappiness does not come from wrong actions. Life and rationality and suffering are inevitable, so he must go on living. Would it be fair to end up here in a foreign land? He stated that they would survive together. Shihan's recollection was interrupted again by Dina and said that she did as he said. The hero was distracted and complimented her on a job well done. He offered to end it there. He thought of the camp almost all done. The girl agreed. The bandit from the alley was teaching Shihan swordsmanship. He didn't teach swordsmanship, nor did he teach a pain technique on his lesson was more important. He demonstrated violence to him. Sleep realized, thanks to him, how fragile people are. That's the man he ended up killing. It showed the determination one must have to survive the living hell in Terranor. Despite the fact that the delegation was housed in tents, the camp was calm and quiet. Jennon liked the atmosphere, it was just like a real army. Alita said sarcastically that now it would suddenly rain and monsters would appear. Shihan asked her not to talk too much, but the weather was wonderful, so they continued to chat sweetly. Dina next door said the atmosphere was great, and the beef stew is delicious too, but the others didn't see it that way. The hero wondered how she could think that. Alita explained that there was nothing to be done, Dina too modest. Since they had always eaten Jennon's food, their flavor, the benchmark had gotten higher. But Dina had never tasted his dish before, hence saying such things. Shihan realized that compared to their comrades' food, this food was too bland, but there was no other alternative. The girl also thought that the taste sensations were quite different. Jennon's cooking was on a slightly different level. It all happened because of him, and they blamed him. Dina further continued to not realize what was going on. It's the kind of atmosphere outdoors of his systemic. The hero along with the others were collapsing somewhere. At one point he said that this place would be great for Enno, thus thinks it is now possible to start their training. Today they're sounding out a new technique. Alita will be learning Lavina's stealth techniques, and Jennon will focus on mountain conquering skills and explosive art. The girl asked if he was sure about that. These techniques are quite difficult to master. Especially since he lands, she doubted he would be able to explain all the nuances in detail. The guy smiled and said that he had already thought of everything a long time ago. If they don't understand, he will simply demonstrate all these techniques in person. Every time they fail, he will show them again and again in his performance. Alita was clearly not happy with this approach, but Jennon was on the contrary pleased. The girl pointed out that these are unique fighting techniques, a hero in the revolution. Wouldn't it be rather suspicious if they are in no way related to them would use these techniques? Even if he is the successor of the mercenary king, building such techniques is definitely not the norm. Shihan asked just to keep it to themselves. They will just say they learned them from someone older. The interlocutor didn't expect that. The guy went on to say that, to be fair, that was how Zexard learned his explosive art. It was a common occurrence back then. The masters who were rejected from the empire entrusted the future to the younger generation and passed on their techniques to them. It doesn't matter who they hear about it from, as long as the technique fits them. So he suggested we start. As a result, their training was really kicked off. The protagonist, as he said, was demonstrating the skills himself. The moon continued to illuminate the area and gave time to practice. After a while, the hero didn't understand why they were practicing, and he was tired a lot. Alita said that it was because every time they failed at something, he showed them the techniques over and over again. Shihan noted that he was very hungry. Jennon, who realized, then noticed if he was hungry he offered to cook them something. He would go and get them some meat right away. The hero didn't understand where he was going to get meat. It's already hard to train when the others are asleep, so you shouldn't waste time. Suddenly, just a couple minutes later, Jennon returned and brought the rabbits with him. The comrades literally could not believe their own eyes. Guy pointed out, in case they didn't realize, it was rabbit meat, though maybe they didn't like rabbit meat. Shihan stated that wasn't the point at all. What was unclear was how he was able to catch them so quickly. Did they really wait for him to catch them on purpose? The comrade explained that he simply has good luck when he hunts. When he is hungry, it is as if the whole world feels it, and the prey appears by itself. Sung asked, wondering if this wasn't the first time. If so, it definitely couldn't be called ordinary luck. It even caused him to immediately hesitate, after which, asked the knight to go hunting again right here and now. He said he'd do it right now. The hero felt something strange. At first he didn't even realize what it was, but soon what he saw began to look like battle guilt. This so-called thread went straight to a living thing, and pierced a squirrel not too far away. When this happened, Jennon felt everything and said there was a squirrel in there. But it was probably too small to be prey. The protagonist realized that this guy's flair and accuracy is absolutely top-notch. It might be worth using this reflection because it's amazing. Shihan had seen many supreme swordsmen, but had never seen such a technique. In order to find out, he inquired where the man had learned the technique. Jennon wondering if he was using some sort of technique. It became clear to Shihan that they had no idea what they had done. It appeared that he had been using him subconsciously all this time. In that case, could it be that he became a knight not because he wasn't talented, but because he couldn't awaken his true abilities, and his development was stunted? Sam headed to his purse and started rummaging through it. Then pointing to his hand, he said they were salt crystals, and asked Jennon if he could tell how many were there. The interlocutor, without even straining, reported that there were 136 of them. But it was unclear why it was suddenly creating such questions for him and asking him to hunt. If he doesn't mind, can he take care of the rabbit carcass? The freshness of the meat is the most important thing. Suddenly, Chant said, now he thought it was a mistake to also teach him the skill of mountain conquering and the explosive arts. What he really needs is the art of the Tyrant King. Jennon was discouraged when he heard that. He asked what other art of the Tyrant King was. After all, it was one of the 4 outstanding techniques of the world's savior from another world. So how could he learn it? The hero informed him that its original user was an old man. The comrade noted that it would certainly be an honor for him, but would he be able to master it? Shihan said, the flow of this art is quite complex and sophisticated. Therefore, talent alone would clearly not be enough to learn it. However, with Jennon's incredible potential, he will be able to stand against the rest of the heroes of the revolution. The guy was blind looking at his size. He was sure he was going to be a powerhouse engine. But given his day-to-day behavior, it's safe to say that his technique is the most delicate. If you think about it that way, this guy only used his immense talent in cleaning and cooking. Knight shouted that he would do literally anything he could to master this technique. After a while, the sun had already risen. Consequently, the delegation went on its way. The protagonist, along with his companions, were sleeping in a carriage after a night's training. Dina wondered what it was they had been doing last night, that they were now falling asleep on the go. Suddenly the girl noticed something. She reported seeing the capital of the holy state of Anacius, Lacetherium. This is how the delegation arrived in the capital. The representative of the holy state greeted an old ally and loyal friend. He in turn did the same and thanked me for the welcome. Along with him was the main character. As he looked around, he realized that several of the faces present were obviously familiar to him. They must have stayed with Karen since the revolution. Not a single one of them should recognize him, in how much he had applied the energy of the Empress's 1,000 guises. Suddenly, it was reported that Her Holiness Mrs. Anacius was coming. The girl was indeed heading towards her throne. She was very luxuriously dressed and very beautiful. Representatives of the Allied Empire noted this. Alita, on the other hand, thought she was one of the 7 heroes of the revolution, and her name is Karen Anacius. The girl noted that she'd heard she was in her 30s, but Jennon looked older than her. Suddenly she turned her attention to Shihan, and I saw that something was obviously wrong with him. Looking at the saintly hero, he inquired who the woman was. The comrades didn't realize what was going on. As time passed, they asked what he meant. Did it not Karen? The guy said he still didn't fully understand what was going on, but it clearly wasn't her. Alita wondered what was giving her away, if it wasn't the way she looked. The hero objected and informed that they looked alike. The appearance is literally exactly the same, but inside she's different. I don't even know how to explain it, but when he saw her, he knew immediately that all was not clean here. The interlocutor remarked, She must have changed over time. It must be strange if it was the same person as 10 years ago. Jennon asked why not check again. The guy would be able to see her tomorrow from a closer distance, after all. A reception has been scheduled for the arrival of the Latenberg delegation. Suddenly Dina came into the room and told the master that she had gotten clothes for tomorrow's event, and the two boys too. These are the ceremonial robes of the people of Galan. They have prepared them especially for their delegation. They may have to be experienced, so you should try them on right away. After a while, Alita showed herself in the garb. Dina admired her and said the master was very beautiful. Jennon, as well as Shihan, had also dressed up, and the hero wondered if they wore such clothes here. He hadn't seen anyone pitching up to wear it before. Then the comrade informed him that all other cultures were ignored during the reign of the Berserk King. They only began to revive again after the lands were divided into 6 states. Shihan figured it out and turned his attention to Alita. Feeling eyes on her, the girl wondered if she looked strange. It had been a long time since she'd worn a dress to a reception. He was a little confused at first. She informed him that it wasn't strange at all. The interlocutor thanked her for that. Dina asked angrily, wondering if that was all he could say. Master had put on a dress after all. The boy didn't understand why she wasn't happy about it. He then asked if he could already take off the clothes. Because of all these layers of clothing, it is very uncomfortable and he cannot walk around in it for long, the girl pointed out. So you have to wear it until he gets used to it. The reception program includes a ball. It will be hard to dance if his clothes get in the way. Shihan wasn't exactly happy when he heard about it. Alita, however, was interested, for she had not been to a ball for a long time. Dina also said she hadn't been in 6 months. It was then that Son turned his attention to Jennon, and even he, smiling, informed me that he hadn't been in a while. Shihan was horrified, so he asked if he could dance too. In reply, he heard that all knights could do it. This seemed suspicious to Dina, so she asked the guy if he couldn't dance. The hero raised his head proudly and said that he had no need to do so. When the time comes to face the enemy with swords in battle, from this is called a dance. In fact, he clearly couldn't dance, and wondered what he should do. He didn't think they'd have a ball and he'd need to dance to get close to Karen. But he can't dance, and that's bad. Everything became very clear to Alita. She told Shihan, so there is something he doesn't know how to do after all. In that case, she'll teach him. The girl moved closer to him and asked him to focus on her breathing. Also, let the Sherichat go with her. Thus, they began to practice. It worked out pretty well at first, but eventually Son started to crush her wrist and hold her down, so the girl yelled at him. Dina got pissed off too and asked what it was that he was such a pushover. The guy said he did it instinctively. It seems to be a habit, and it's pretty weird. Now it was certainly unclear whether he'd make it tomorrow. The next evening, a ball happened in the central towers of Lysaterium as said. The event was held with the grain of the Moonflower Palace. The musicians performed their songs on live instruments, and on the tables were served exquisite and expensive there. Jennon appreciated them and said he had never seen food like this, and it tasted distinctly unusual. He wondered what it could be. The man sitting at the table explained that it was their traditional food of Gurs. The protagonist thought it tasted like chapachi. He had eaten such a starchy noodle-based appetizer in Korea, so reported that he didn't think he was looking at trying Korean food in Terranor. Comrade noted if he likes it, the goods will recreate it later. Soon Shihan switched from eating to wondering if Karen was here yet. He would have to wait and see her. Dina continued to cheer. She noted that there were quite a few people here, even though it had been a long time since they had been to a party. But wasn't the master too nervous? Alita only thought about the fact that there were strangers everywhere. They were noticed by a young man. He inquired of Dina if she was the youngest daughter of Mr. Crumble. The girl confirmed. Itzon wondered who he was. The interlocutor noted that he had heard she was here, but didn't think he would come face to face with her. She really looks like her mother, and he recognized her at first sight. This guy further introduced himself by stating that his name is Bright from the Amos family. This girl's mom is his mom's sister. Dina had heard of the Amos family. She knew her aunt had moved there to get married. Now she greeted the boy and said she was glad to meet him. It was nice to meet her cousin too. Suddenly, another man came up and asked the young gentleman what was going on here. Bright told him that he had met his cousin. Next, he introduced his night guardian of the family. His name is Duran. The hero, along with his comrade, turned his attention to them. He asked the girls what was going on. Dina noted that she had met her cousin. It was Lord Bright of the Amos family. She further introduced her companions that they were the attendant knights of the Keltaran family, Sean Stein, and Jennon. Alita also introduced herself. The interlocutor admired her and said she was as beautiful as her name. In that case, would she do him the honor of dancing with him? Alita agreed. Naturally, Dina was indignant because of this. After all, he could have directly said so. So it was the master who had originally been his target. Jennon also pointed that out. Duran continued to be right where he was. After a little while, he turned to Dina and wondered if she would keep him company on the dance floor. The girl got excited and immediately agreed. The guys decided that this was a happy ending to this conflict. Suddenly, Shihan saw the one he had been expecting all along. Karen was brought to the banquet venue. The hero was glad she had finally brought her here. The girl's brother was introduced as the guardian of the night and the moon, Her Holiness Karen Anacius. When the saint arrived, people began to discuss that she looked beautiful, as she always did. I wonder if she'll come out to dance. Though who would dare ask her? No one here has the guts to ask a hero from legend to dance. They should just try not to bother her. Suddenly, someone approached the girl and addressed her. It was Shihan, who introduced himself as Sean Stein, and informed her that he was the attendant knight of the Keltaran family. Not to bless Leon, to honor him, to spend some of her God-given time with him. The men were surprised that someone still invited her. The protagonist, a bit confused by the tip, didn't expect that it would only attract attention. But he has no choice, and he has to check it out for himself. Karen smiled and said she accepted his invitation. Thus, together they soon swirled in a dance. Those present said this guy had courage of steel. He did what none of them could do. Shihanu realized that the time had come. There seemed to be nothing left for him to do but show her. These will be the fruits of his efforts. Earlier, Alita said that the guy's body is used to fighting. Because of this, he looks a little clumsy in the dance. If that's all it is, then let him think of the dance as part of the battle. Like he's slowly drawing someone into his own trap. Suddenly, everyone was very surprised to see the dance. Shihan, along with Karen, twirled very beautifully in the dance, and it was incredible. One of the girls asked what it was. She got goosebumps just looking at it. It must be elation. Jennon was sure it was fear. He can feel the bloodlust coming from their dance. And suddenly Karen reported that it's quite interesting. But she senses something else about his dancing. Sun looked at her and said that she really was as beautiful as a moon castle princess. Even rabbits living on the moon would be catered to by her beauty. The girl was surprised when she heard about hares on the moon. Earlier, Karen had asked him if there was a moon on Earth too. The guy confirmed that it was. Moreover, there are even stories telling about hares living on the moon. These stories created because of the shadows that outwardly resemble the figure of a hare. The girl said that people on Earth are so interesting. Shihan noted if that was true. They had other stories about the moon. Thus, they continued to talk. Talking sweetly, the guy told her about various stories. Naturally, this was all happening in the moonlight. Now Karen has reported that hares living on the moon is an interesting story. I wonder where Sean heard it. The hero continued to process the situation. After only a short time, the dance came to an end. Son said he was honored to spend time with Lady Anacius. The interlocutor reciprocated. Thereafter, accompanied by her subordinates, she left. Based on what happened, the protagonist concluded that he now clearly knows this is not Karen. In the vicinity and Anacius were the Ibranzal Highlands, and there was a black ivory tower. The man who came forward said that they had found the heir to the Lusklan family. The woman praised the Mage Halland for a job well done. It had taken longer than they had expected. The interlocutor went on to say that they had carefully concealed their identity, and under the guise of high swordsman. They learned that he was now acting as an escort for a knight of a noble family. The woman said that meant it was taller and a swordsman. Now I can see why it was difficult. Even with the power of a berserk emperor would think that this person would live as a knight and not a mage was strange. She quickly pondered the information, and then ordered a message to be sent to the moon tower to Priest Romant. If it's him, they'll be happy to cooperate. Halland asked if she was talking about the preacher and heretic Romain. If there was a reason to seek his help. The woman spoke of fighting a monster summoned from another world, and of no avail. And they just can't lose the Lusklan clan again. Right now, you need to be prepared for anything. The man told the sorceress Brundle that he understood everything. After a little while, Chances reported that he found out that the Karen they'd seen wasn't real. Then who she is and where the real Karen is unclear, and if she's even here. He has only more questions to find answers to. Jennon reported that things have gotten really confusing. It's not like they can go around asking where she is or anything. Shihan said, the reason Keltaran made them escorts was so that they could freely contact the higher-ups throughout the mission. But in the current situation, it would be quite difficult to get any information they needed. The first thing we need to do is find out about the real Karen. It might be a good idea to get close to the nobility first. It wasn't until he mentioned it that a thought popped into his head. Those nobles they met at the reception are Dina's relatives living here. In that case, why not try to contact them? After a little while, that's what happened. Duran was glad to see Lady Dina again. He had come to escort them from the Amos family. The girl was glad that he called her lady, and thanked him for the invitation. The interlocutor explained that they could not do otherwise because the cousin had come from far away. Shihan kept wondering how to get better acquainted with them, but now he realizes that everything is fine. They're pretty high-ranking people, so they must know something about their church leader. This is a great opportunity to find out something about Karen. The coachman said they were leaving. Everyone loaded up and the carriage moved on its way. On the way out, Duran asked to introduce himself again. To his first name, he added the last name, Grande. He had become a supreme swordsman at the age of 18 and had been serving the Amos family for about 6 years. I guess these guys are both butchers. Even though they are confident in their skills, he still feels uncomfortable calling himself a supreme swordsman. The Lady on 2 is on the right track to become a strong knight, considering the level of masters she is training with. The girl was embarrassed and said that she wasn't that talented. She hadn't even learned how to strengthen her body with her martial spirit. Duran observed the purpose of the art of sword-wielding is not to become strong, but to defend one's honor and those close to one. Just because a man is weak does not mean he cannot hold a weapon. Though he doesn't say so, he wasn't always a good student. Lady Dina has plenty of time and she will emerge strong. Shihan realized that this man was obviously right, but he didn't understand why his words made him cringe. Clearly not his type. Alita looked out the window, and soon it was clear that they had arrived in Amos. Bright greeted the knights of Lattenberg. He was honored to welcome such important guests to his home. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to learn anything about Dina last time, so he asks how Mother is doing. The girl noted that she was busy, but healthy. The guy realized that everyone in their country is probably busy right now. She must be working hard. Shihan, all this talk was getting boring. He had only come here to find out who Karen was. But he can't ask them directly. It's clearly not a topic worth discussing with a stranger. We need to get close to this guy first. Suddenly, Bright turned his attention to Alita. He informed her that he hadn't been able to sleep well since he first saw her. So he asked if she would give him a chance to get to know her better. He did so on his knees with flowers in his hands. Those present were dumbfounded that he was acting so abruptly. Alita couldn't believe it at all. She asks what he's all about, says if they accidentally skipped a few steps further. What's the bouquet for? She doesn't even know him. Plus, what's with the smug look on his face? Duran asked him not to do it again. This guy admits this to every girl he likes. Bright was persistent, and said he really wanted to get to know the girl better. So he asked if she would become his lover. Alita realized he wasn't going to let her go that easily, so got over it and decided what she was going to do. She thanked him for the opportunity and apologized for the rejection, after which she approached Shihan and said that she already has a lover. Now the protagonist was clearly dumbfounded as well. Naturally, so did the rest of the comrades too. The girl said she belonged to him completely. The hero realized he needed to play along, so he informs her that it's true, though it's awkward to say. He apologizes for what they said earlier. A sadness appeared on Bright's face, and he apologized as well. Next, he stepped back and said he would be gone for a while. Shihan was clearly feeling out of sorts at that moment. Suddenly Duran apologized. He had no idea he would be in such a hurry. It's getting late. Better get some rest and talk about it tomorrow. Sleep arrived in his room and was just as dumbfounded. There was a huge bed in the center and everything was in some romantic colors. The boy asked in horror what the other room was. The maid explained that the young master had specially prepared it for the two of them. He confessed to her, unaware that her lover was standing behind her. So he decided to apologize in one fell swoop, and is too generous. Next, the maids reported out and wished may the moonlight illuminate their dreams. When the so-called lovers were left alone, the hero asked what now. The girl did not understand what he meant and informed that it was time to sleep. Then Shihan noted that she was very calm. Alita stated that it was all just nothing. She was more nervous when she saw him without clothes. It made the guy embarrassed and asked if he had to say it. Someone might misunderstand, but he realized that was right. It wasn't the first time. They shared the same room in Kagan City as well, so there was no need to overreact. The girl picked up her bedroll and slowly made her way to the other side of the bed. Afterwards, embarrassed, she lay down in another part of the room. The hero realized that she was also nervous. In that case, it is unclear why she pretended. Let her move. and he lay down on the floor. Alita didn't want to do that, yet they ended up lying with their backs to each other. The hero realized that the last time they slept together, he had slept peacefully. But it was unclear what was the matter now, whether it was the scenery. Suddenly Alita turned to him, startling him. She remarked that they were here to find out more about Karen, and therefore needed to get close to the Amos family. In that case, she hoped she hadn't interfered with their plan. Shihan stated that he thought everything would be fine. He didn't seem so petty to him, he even provided them with such a room. The interviewee confirmed this. A silence hung between them afterward, and lasted for some time. Suddenly the girl got up and said she couldn't sleep. I guess she'll try reading. Shihan noted that her eyesight would be ruined if she read in the dark. But she assured him that she would be fine, and that a nightlight would be enough for her. The guy still wasn't satisfied with that answer, so he used the skill light, saying that it would be much better that way. Alita was a little surprised, and said that magic helps a lot in such cases. And then she asked if it was okay if she read aloud. Shihan didn't care, for he would be asleep. Suddenly the girl started reading very loudly. The hero immediately stood up, not realizing what she was reading. Alita stated that it was the famous speeches of the foreign savior. He says so many cool things here. Sleep could not understand whether she really thought he had said something like that, for it was slander. The interlocutor read, "If they commit a sin in the name of faithfulness, he will call that faithfulness a sin." The guy confirmed that he had indeed said that, but he didn't like that his companion was amused. It was unclear why those who published it would publish such things related to him in emotional outbursts. It was like a new form of torture to him. Though it wasn't long before he got over it and thought it at least took away all the awkwardness, he found out that there are books like that too, and he's surprised. Alita, in turn, reported that there wasn't much here about his first appearance in Terranor. The guy only glanced at her. She thought she'd said too much, and said she probably shouldn't have said it. Shihan objected and said that wasn't the point. He immediately began to remember what had happened. Having said that, this is not a fun story at all. He was shackled with candelas and subjected to various tortures. The guy felt a hell of a lot of pain, but the torture didn't stop. Suddenly those who were doing it said there was no point in continuing the experiments. This boy is useless. Wizard Prine was asked to heal his burns, and it said that this guy was just like other creatures from another world. The healing works on him, but the magic doesn't. What's more, he's just a normal human being, like the ones that are all over the place. Suddenly the subordinate inquired what to do now, and he addressed himself to Mr. Sparkant. The man was clearly angry. He grabbed the kid and said he was just a useless kid. A creature from another world must have at least some unusual ability. The wizard asked not to do that, for he had not finished his treatment yet. But Sparkanta shouted that this treatment to hell with it and let him get out of the way. They say it's a normal person, then let them use experimental drug samples on him. Next he turned to Lilstein and informed him that he was entrusting this man to him to see that he did not die. The kid told the teacher he would do his best. Lilstein himself became Sparkant's apprentice at the age of 12. At that time he was hiring talented children, and one of them happened to be him. By his 20s, the boy had only managed to master second-grade magic. It wasn't because he lacked talent, but because his teacher hadn't taught him anything. The guy was a genius who had reached that level on his own. If the old man had been a direct teacher, he wouldn't have let his talent go to waste. Sparkton was glad he had acquired a good specimen. He saw Lilstein primarily as an object for his research, so he used it accordingly. Instead of developing his potential, he tested different things on him, because of which the boy had to suffer the pain of endless work and other negative consequences. He had no choice at all but to adapt to this reality, for he had nowhere else to go. For both Shihan and him, this world was hell on earth. Lilstein felt that he and this guy had a connection. He approached the hero and asked if he was the boy from the other world. He then gave his name and said that he was responsible for him. Shihan didn't realize what nonsense this guy was talking about. The wizard himself realized that his interlocutor did not understand him at all, but he was the first to show Shihan the goodness of this world. Lilstein tried to tell his name to the boy. The character really felt like he was trying to introduce himself. He took the words he heard as a name, thus informed that his name is Sung Shihan. The hero had the opportunity to learn language and other basics of this world from a new friend. It was a guarantee that he got at least one person on his side. Just like that, they became friends. Shihan couldn't believe that the new comrade's story was very similar to his, except that he wasn't wearing shackles. Then Lilstein noted that the fate of the weak man is the same everywhere. Next, they agreed to try not to die. 3 months after Shihan arrived in Terranor, Lilstein's lives and his changed drastically. One day the main character was screaming in great pain. The wizards couldn't understand what was going on. It couldn't be that it had accumulated so much mana. Sparkton was also surprised. He wondered if there was a chance that his mana accumulation rate was faster than a normal human, since he was from another world. If that was the case, he smiled and was very pleased. At last, there was at least some useful result. The subordinates noted that such a flow is difficult to control. If they do nothing, the life of this specimen could be in danger. The chief immediately said that he had a plan. He was finally able to find a use for this piece of trash after all, so he wouldn't let it die. Suddenly, Lilstein turned to the teacher. He reported that he had brought the sword he had requested. But was he sure he could help Shihan with it? The master rejoiced, stating that he had arrived on time. Then he asked me to slit this guy's limbs. Lilstein, with surprise, asked what he was saying. The old man reported that an explosive flow of mana was coming from his arms and legs. If they cut them off, they could control it, and this man's limbs would not be needed for their experiments. The boy realized he couldn't disobey his teacher. However, the way he said he would, he certainly can't do it. Sparkton shouted for what it was worth. It's just an experimental specimen. If his body and head are in place, he won't die. The disciple continued to stay where he was, doing nothing. Then the master called him a weak, characterized creep and asked him to give the weapon to him. He would do it himself. But in the end, something happened that he clearly didn't expect. Lilstein thrust his blade straight into his back, and it was obvious that he didn't hesitate at all when he did so. The old man asked in horror how dare he do such a thing, but in the end, the strength left his body and he immediately fell to the ground. The young wizard realized that thinking unnecessarily now was unnecessary, and he needed to help his comrade first. Thus he addressed the protagonist, and asked that he not try to control that power, but just shoot it out. Now he needs to release it and it will get easier. Surprisingly, Shihan heard him and did as he said. Presently the lad was already sweetly asleep. Alita continued to stay near him and watch. She had no idea he'd been through such a thing. Perhaps they saw each other not as friends, but as saviors. Then it's unclear how Lilstein was able to give up his friend in the first place. She thinks she can understand why he's in so much pain from the betrayal. Soon, hearing some sounds, she realized that he was definitely asleep. But because of that, she resented it. Is a girl, and he probably doesn't care at all. It's unclear what she's thinking, though. It would be a lot worse if he cared. Thus, Alita decided that she should try to sleep. Just as she was about to do so, the hero woke up, and rather abruptly he rose. The girl sensed this, so she asked what was wrong. The main character approached her and told her it was not bedtime. She didn't understand what she was saying, because it was getting late, and they should be doing this. Boy stated he feels around is 1 priest, 2 swordsmen, and 4 mages, and this estate is completely surrounded. Turns out that's actually true. Shihan thought that these people looked like they were ready to rush in at any second, but then it wasn't clear why they were all here. Alita noted that it was necessary to prepare for the battle. Immediately after saying that, she immediately took off all of her clothes. Shihan was horrified, wondering why she was suddenly undressed. The girl stated that she couldn't fight in her pajamas, and let him change into his armor as well. Sleep wondered if she had recently been embarrassed at being in the same bed with him. Now he didn't realize it at all. The wizard asked the priest of Lument if they really needed all those soldiers. Still, the Lusklan blood was diluted. There was no one who could properly use the spell. The summoning from another world. He didn't think it was worth that much effort. The priest wondered what if the opponent was dealing with a monster from another world. There is nothing wrong with being well prepared. The wizard thought that the blue ivory tower was paying for all the preparation costs, but now it was too late. He reported that he wondered if there would be any problems if they came across an alien beast. Suddenly, someone from the estate came out to them and asked what it all meant. It was Bright who reported that this was the place of residence of Count Amos, the place where they worship the Temple of the Moon and the Crone of Lysede. Don't these people realize how rude it is to bring soldiers here at this late hour? The priest only smiled, and then said how dare he speak of the Temple of the Moon when he hid a descendant of Lusklan, and also called his interlocutor a godless man. Bright asked in horror at what he was saying. The hero and his comrades were also surprised. Dina asked what other Lusklan. Alita herself was wary, thought she'd been exposed. They must have come here just for her. Lumen went on to say that it's disgusting blonde hair and there's no mistake here. There's nowhere else for that damn brat to run. Alita realized he wasn't talking about her at all. The hero was also surprised and wondered why he was looking there, so looked it up to see who she was talking about at least. The priest shouted for Duran Grant to surrender in peace. Although even that's wrong. His full name is Durant Lustanad Ruskalan. Alita couldn't believe her ears. It became clear that this was not about her now, and their target was Duran. In that case, is he also a descendant of Lusklan? The boy asked in horror. Then this is not what they say. He is indeed of the same Brian clan as the Berserk Emperor. But why Lusklan? Bright squeaked out that there was definitely some misunderstanding here. They say the Rusklans had blonde hair. She is not every blonde. By that logic, you can assume that Alita would be of their lineage as well. Lumen immediately wondered if they still wanted to deny it. The wizard said if they really wanted to prove their innocence, then let them surrender. The whole truth would be revealed during the interrogation. Dina and the others turned their attention to the guy. Duran realized he had nowhere to go. He immediately grabbed his master, taking him hostage and telling him not to move. Bright didn't understand what was going on, and Duran asked, not wanting to see the Amos heir's head fall to the ground. He managed to fool that stupid aristocrat, but he can't get caught here, Lumen reported. Finally he showed his true colors, this damned brat. Did he really think he would be embarrassed by this hostage game? A nearby mage said that it was bad, because the Amos family is very noble. Duran quietly apologized to the young gentleman and said that it wouldn't lead to doubts in the Amos family or anything like that. After that, he immediately pushed him away. Just a last smile, literally thanking him for everything. The priest shouted to his subordinates to immediately tie this guy up, but he, for his part, was not about to give up. So he jumped over the fence and ran for his life. The man ordered to go in pursuit, for they might lose his simplicity. Shihan's comrades couldn't believe what was happening. Dinah remarked, "Was Sir Duran such a kind man? Was a cursed Lusklan?" Alita immediately rushed forward. Everyone didn't really understand what had happened. It was clear to Shihan that this was bad, so he asked Jennon to keep an eye on Dina and rushed forward. The comrade informed me that he would do everything, after which he rushed forward as well. Bright was left alone and didn't understand what had happened. Duran fought the military who attacked him, and he handled them well enough. But at that moment his strength was already running out. Lumen said it just doesn't make sense. Does he really think he can escape? His identity was revealed a long time ago. The guy kept talking about how he didn't do anything, so he decided to keep fighting. But the priest easily dealt with his lunge and sent him flying himself. The guy was clearly in a lot of pain from that blow. Lumen further informed Duran that he would be sent for questioning. Even a criminal of Lusklan blood has a right to a trial, and the goddess will decide if he is truly blameless. Duran asked what else is a fair trial. The obvious fact is that the result will be death by hanging. I guess there's no other way for him to go. He really wasn't going to do it, but it couldn't be helped. The man didn't realize what he was about to do. Shihan caught up with Alita and wondered what was the matter, where she had suddenly gone off to. The girl apologized and said she wasn't thinking. Durant's real name is Durant Dugrant, and it's familiar to her. She doesn't remember exactly yet. Maybe they met when they were kids. Suddenly, he felt something that surprised him even more. The sky lit up with a bright pink light. The wizards and priests were shocked. So Duran summoned an otherworldly monster. Lemon was confused by this. The guy himself was a little surprised, though. He was now on the very otherworldly monster that was simply enormous. Confused was because he hadn't planned on summoning such a huge monster. But now he simply had no choice. Thus he ordered him to move forward. The enemies were immediately attacked and tried to escape. Lumen tried to stop them and asked them not to panic. They are the blades of the great goddess. Kronlysat protects them. Then I don't know what they're afraid of. These words raised the morale of the subordinates. They realized that this city would be destroyed if they didn't fight. You can't let your family go through this again. So the wars headed back for battle and had no intention of surrendering. Lumen himself wasn't going to stay away and was going to kill the damned monster. So furiously rushed to attack it even though the monster was huge. In truth, his attack didn't do a huge amount of damage. But he, along with the others, kept fighting. The others noticed that the monster was helpless against the attacks of the three knights, so it was necessary to help them. The wizard noted that he did not know that this man was, in truth, capable of a summoning spell from another world. He had to take more swordsmen and priests for the battle. The old man informed Holland that he might regret it later. For now, they had business to attend to, even if the magic didn't work. He took advantage of the Terra Pillar control skill. The priest saw this skill and said that the mages blocked the monster's escape route. So he suggests that the others kill it right now. Alita, along with Shihan, watched the whole thing from the sidelines. The girl noted that this monster was indeed strong. The hero said that a swordsman of the rank of Master and Divine Warrior is the same strength as the former. Swordsman of the Warrior and Knight ranks. Hundreds of excellent soldiers in Ma Black Ivory Tower. All their attacks only hinder the monster in order to move around. They are clearly monsters from another world. Alita wondered. But were all of the Berserk Emperor's monsters that strong? The hero pointed out that it wasn't. The interlocutor calmed down a little. She wanted to say something, but the guy interrupted her. Speaking of which, if the Berserk Emperor's monsters were as weak, they wouldn't have to work so hard. Zexard could handle something like that on its own. Alita couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Jennon arrived and apologized for being late. Sleep shouted. Why was it that he had arrived here so he had also brought a child with him? The comrade added that he had told him to keep an eye on Dina. The hero countered that he hadn't meant it as literally as he had taken it. Duran continued the battle. Suddenly he asked the warriors to stop their attacks, for he had no intention of injuring them. Let them stop, for he can no longer control the monster. He just wanted to get out of here, so literally begging to get out of his way. Jennon was surprised that no one was still dead despite all the chaos that was going on. Shihan noted that Duran doesn't want to hurt anyone. It's likely that he's even controlling the monster's power. Alita wondered in that case why they should fight. Neither the soldiers nor the guy himself has bad intentions. His father just happened to be a Berserk Emperor. So is that really such a big sin? After a little while, the warriors were confused, as in fact was Duran's confusion. He realized that things were bad now. The monster's behavior has become strange, and it begins to spiral out of control. Seeing what was happening, one of the knights shouted that the descendant of Lusklan was finally showing his true colors. The comrade asked Laufin to stop, but at that point, it was too late, and this guy was beyond help. The monster threw his body a great distance away. The warrior who saw this became angry. He decided to avenge his battle buddy, so he cut his limb open. And when he did, some kind of liquid started oozing out of her, and it spread to right on top of the man. It turned out to be something that looked like poison. It burned the body, and afterward the man began to rapidly lose strength. And soon he even fell to the ground without strength. The others saw it and realized it was poison. Even Sir Gapellos was defeated. Lumen couldn't believe it, the monster suddenly became stronger. Though that judgment is probably wrong, as he was simply holding back his true power. While the commander was thinking about it, his subordinates were under the monster's attack. The priest realized it was his mistake. He needed to call for reinforcements. Unfortunately, he underestimated the enemy. So, enraged, shouted to the disgusting because hand that he was the demon's successor. Duran himself didn't stop trying to stop the monster. There was no way he could control his strength. So he begged to stop. But the creature did not respond to his calls. It only attacked further, grabbing Lumen's limbs. Next, it was time for him to die. As the limb approached his face, the commander realized he was finished. Already at this time, the main character was rushing to his aid. With the aid of his weapon and dexterous skill, he cut off the limb. Those in attendance were surprised when this happened. Shihan noted that it would help, so asked that the soldiers be evacuated at this time. Jennon stated that he would evacuate in case of an emergency, get to a safe place and come back. He also said to be careful. Sung told him to make it quick. He just wouldn't be able to just stand there and watch. Suddenly a girl approached him and asked him to stop. She wondered if they could let Duran escape. Guy explained that he knew how she felt right now, but there were too many people here. If they protect Lusklan for her, it could be dangerous too, Alita noticed, so they just need no one to watch. In that case, she could make it possible. There's a way to shut down everyone's view for quite some time. After the monster lost its limbs, it went quiet for a while. Lumen asked, this conquering energy that was now there, is he really an unearthly savior? The hero noted that the apprentice of Barak's mercenary king, Sean Stein, is rushing to his aid. He, in turn, is going to take care of this place, so asks the commander to take his soldiers and retreat, because it is dangerous here. The man explained that he just can't do it, this fight is their duty. As servants of God himself, they cannot give up, Shihan stated. No matter how important honor is, he cannot compare it to human life. The interlocutor hesitated at these words, but in the end, he came to the inference that the guy was right. It would probably be dishonorable to insist on this battle, so he decided to agree with him, and asked him to buy some time. Shihan was glad to be listened to. At that moment, he realized that it had been over a decade since he had to fight Lusklan monsters. The monster saw the man who injured him, so prepared to fight. Duran also sensed this, so notified Sean that it was dangerous, and the monster wanted to attack him. Also, the creature was completely out of his control, though the monster attacked swiftly, and the heroes easily dodged its limb. After which he used the Tyrant King's art called Waves, and cut off the limb. The guy who summoned this monster couldn't believe his eyes. One wondered what kind of skill was used. Wasn't this person a swordsman of the knight rank? Shihan only kept thinking that his opponent kept registering even as he chopped him down. It would be convenient if he could use heaven conquering or dragon sword energy. The Tyrant King's art was simply not suitable for fighting these monsters. It's pretty hard to fight while trying to hide your identity. While the hero was thinking about it, Jennon arrived who informed him that he would help him. The guy was glad for the backup, but reported that he was bringing it in. He really needs his help, let him take care of those tentacles. Comrades said he'd do it. He was even excited from this fight, for he would be able to use the Tyrant King's art in a real fight. Releasing a large amount of his battle energy, he rushed forward to attack. Shihan was surprised to see the way his friend was attacking. Despite the sheer power of the technique, the guy handled his weapon with ease, so the monster's limbs were cut and fell one after another. It felt good to Jennon, but fighting was a skill he was even starting to get used to. Sleep pondered whether it was the art of the Tyrant King or the skill of conquering mountains. This man's sword-wielding became strange because of his battle technique. It looked like he was attacking like a boar and stinging like a bee. But it's thought that a technique like the art of the Tyrant King isn't really a good fit for someone like Jennon. It's his personal version of the art of the Tyrant King. Either way, it's not a problem as long as he can fight well. It turns out that the monster's legs are currently bound and his attention is focused on Jennon. Duran is fine, and the unnecessary witnesses are already gone as well. In that case, it's a good thing. The guy headed for the right spot. He was well aware that the monster's back was just a perfect blind spot. Thus, he decided to take care of that soft part first. The skill he used was called freezing. This is the energy of the dragon sword, 8 honors. Duran wondered when it was Sir Shihan who had time to do such a thing. Shihan stopped the monster and thought it was Alith's turn to act next. And it didn't take her long, as a matter of fact. Magical energy began to rise at the spot where the monster was. Duran saw that the magic was right on the ground, and it was rising, towering even above the roofs of the houses. The warriors who had arrived for the battle did not understand what had happened. They could not see anything at all because of the dust. It wasn't until a little while later that it became clear what had happened. It turned out that the monster that had been embroidering all this time had been defeated. The warriors immediately began cheering that they had defeated the otherworldly monster. The hero only mentally wished Duran good luck in escaping. The guy just as quickly ran off with Alita. Suddenly, the girl declared that she couldn't take it anymore. Her stamina was running out because she had used magic. It was then that the boy wondered why she was helping him. He is of the Lusklan family, as he had told her, so she would be in danger if she helped him. The girl fell to the ground and asked to just run away as they began the chase. Looking at her, Duran remembered something. It was a memory from childhood. Thus he wondered if she was Alitaris, Seraphina's daughter. Alita nodded, confirming it. The interlocutor rejoiced that she was indeed alive. But unfortunately, they don't have time to rejoice in the reunion now. The guy informed her that there was something he had to tell her before he left, and started whispering quietly so no one would hear. The information that the interlocutor told Alita. She wondered what he was talking about. The guy only noted that he trusted her. Just as he said that, his heart was pierced by a dagger. Blood spatter immediately covered the girl's face. She, like Duran, actually didn't realize what had happened. But this attack left no chance for the guy to survive. Therefore, he fell breathlessly to the ground after only a few moments. The person who did this reported that he almost missed that pathetic rascal. It turned out that the one who did it was Lumen. The girl realized who had done it and tried to fight the hatred so as not to give herself away. The priest looked at her and stated that she looked tired. Of course he's glad she's safe. It looked like the villain had tried to escape with her as a hostage. But thankfully, she remained unharmed. Still, so much sacrifice was made because of this guy. Enraged, he walked over to his body and stepped on his head. He asked further, wondering if he thought he could get away with it so damn Lusklan. Without Alita, nothing would have been possible, and they owed the knights of other lands a debt of gratitude. The priest wondered how he could repay the favor. The girl was confused, but pronounced that her inattention had almost caused her to miss him. This is the destruction of the Lusklan spawn, after all, and she is their responsibility. The girl said these words through pain, as well as anger. Lumen informed the guys that defeating a monster from another world is awesome. One of them was said to be a disciple of Barak the mercenary king. They couldn't imagine that he could have 2 disciples. Jennon was a little surprised, and the hero pointed out that he'd taken part too. The priest thanked Shihan. He couldn't even imagine how many they would have had to sacrifice if it hadn't been for him. A man should thank him properly, but the monster is so big it's not easy to clean up. Shihan noted that he understands everything, so don't let him worry. Running away, Lumen said that they would send a messenger later. The Temple of the Moon would be very grateful to him. The guy only smiled in response to that. Suddenly he wondered why he had to clean up after him. The monsters of the netherworld themselves disappear if you burn your heart. In that case, doesn't he know that? Perhaps touching a dead body is impolite, even if it's a descendant of an emperor. Though probably not, he doesn't think they care. Jennon asked if he was worried about what would happen to Duran's body. He had heard the soldiers talking about it. The wizards would freeze the body and move it to the ivory tower. Sun wondered, asking why this was done. But the comrade remarked that he did not know that. He knew nothing else. Shihan found the whole thing suspicious. It was unclear why they were taking the body. The ivory tower mages were also involved in the conspiracy. And these are monsters with otherworldly powers, and the corpses of those who control them. Ingius wolves, the dragon of the land, and Duran. It seems to the hero that they are all connected somehow. Terranor spoke of it. The first time was an accident, the second a coincidence, and the third an inevitability. All of these events are connected to the netherworld and are hardly coincidences. When Shihan returns, we'll have to look into it. Bright sat in the manor and couldn't believe what had happened. It was a surprise to him that Duran belonged to Lusklan. At that time, Shihan along with his companions came to him. And the word is that they're coming back. The aristocrat apologized for disturbing them in vain and would get the carriage ready right away. Sleep said it was no big deal. This was not a good time for pleasantries, and it wasn't even far away. The interlocutor reiterated that he was sorry and said he would contact Dina later. The girl only remained silent. Then Shihan inquired where Alita was. Dina replied. She reported that the foreman said she had forgotten something in her room and would be in soon. The girl herself arrived in Duran's room at this time. She remembered perfectly well and what he had said to her recently. And what the guy was telling her was that there was something in the mansion in the third drawer of the dresser. Alita looked and saw that there were only clothes and nothing special. She wondered if she had been tricked. She soon realized that she wasn't. Instead, the inside of the box is clearly smaller than it should be, judging by its size. Which means there must be a double hidden bottom. It turned out to be true, and there was a stash under the dresser drawer. It's what was inside him. Probably some kind of book. Alita was curious, so she opened it and looked at it. What she saw there stunned her. It turns out that this book is a compilation of Lusklan wisdom. It is a study in otherworldly summoning. The girl was disgusted to even hold it in her hands and wanted to throw it away. But suddenly she remembered the guy's request. So the thought of throwing it away has been put on hold. Thoughts of their childhood friendship with Duran popped into his head. So she just couldn't get rid of it all. The sorceress informed His Majesty that the one he spoke of was finally in their hands. Lusklan's blood was pure enough to open a portal 30 meters away. Unfortunately, they were unable to capture him alive. But they were careful, and his heart was fine. The ruler praised the excellent work. Have them deliver him immediately to their red ivory tower. Brundle and the others did just fine, and will get what they wanted. The woman thanked her for that, and ended the connection with Lilystein. Lusklan's summoning of beings from another world is more than just the ability to manipulate dimensions. But what's most frightening about it is the continuous mental control over the summoned beings. Lilystein knew he had the attribute of dimensions in their lineage. He also holds the key to complete mental dominance. However, the magic of Terranor does not work on otherworldly beings. Until now, this ability could not be used. It was a blind spot, and the solution was right under his nose. Lusklan's otherworldly summoning is the only magic that works even on beings from another world. In other words, the Lusklan bloodline contains valuable magic power, which is what they use to summon from the netherworld. If they study their blood, they will be able to use magic even on otherworldly beings. The blood of those Lusklans was so weak that it was impossible to work with. But at last, a direct descendant of Emperor Lustenad has emerged, and it is in his hands. Lilystein was incredibly happy because at last he could finally realize his own dream. Time has passed, and the Lumen of Power, Crone Lizarda, and on behalf of the people of Teranor, praises the lad for valor and justice. May the blessing of the full moon be upon them, his friends. This is the one who defeated the Lusklan demon Stein. Those present were discussing the fact that he was the heir to King Barak's mercenary king. So young and already a master swordsman. He's very talented, but there's already a lord in Rattenberg, and some have heard that he is a knight of Keltaran. The conversations immediately quieted down. Everyone remembered who this man really is, and it is also said that he has the body of a wise man and the mind of a beast. So Sean's such a great guy, but he works for this bastard. But in that case, it's even good, which means he can be poached. Everyone thought he was much better than that rascal Keltaran. So ran up to the Shihan and asked for just a moment. It's only with time that the odds got rid of it. He noted that it was really good to have connections in aristocratic society. She has such a hard time being in it every day. The comrade wondered if that was even possible. Rumors of him being an apprentice to the mercenary king spread too quickly. Shihan's fear was no longer for that, but for Sean Stein becoming too famous. But they have no choice, because to get close to the king, you need certain abilities and status. When a guy's in public, he always disguises himself as a toilet seat, and he's sure to get away with it. Suddenly, Alita entered the room and said that he wasn't the only one known. One day, a girl just happened to use an arcane blaster, and then word got out that she was a level 7 mage. Orders were coming in from all directions. On top of that, Jennon is considered the second apprentice to the mercenary king. But what if the real king gets wind of the rumors and decides to find out? Shihan informed. If she's talking about an old man, that's all right. But he's afraid of Jennon becoming famous. Unlike them, he's known by everyone after all. It's strange for a knight from the Lilstein kingdom to be the apprentice of a mercenary king. Soon he came up with a great idea. The guy would be Jennon Stride's twin brother. The girl didn't see what the point was. It wouldn't even work, would it? The knight himself said, in a nutshell, he had always wanted to recognize the King of Kings. He is a big fan of the otherworldly savior, and the weightless king was the savior of the martial world. During his mission, he met the apprentice of the mercenary king Barak. If they say that he could not return to the kingdom of Lilstein, it is to study the Book of Kings. The hero stood clear. He wants them to say that the power of the king he learned from him. Jennon confirmed it, and it turns out they weren't even lying. Lies work best when they're based on truth, after all. The hero inquired if it was what he thought it was. The interlocutor confirmed that it was Lord Kilterran's words. Shihan informed Alita for reference that since childhood, his magic power was so high that he couldn't handle it. A random old man passing by taught him the magic of the optical system, and now he said to cut to the chase. He suggests we talk about the whereabouts of the real Karen Anacius. Then there's whether they've moved on. The girl reported that they did not. She's been meeting with the aristocrats for over 2 weeks. Most of them don't suspect that their keeper is a fake. Sleep explained that it was a given, he thought. When he met with the nobles, they would ask him why such a talented guy was submitting to Kelterran. Shihan told them that the man was a good man if you got to know him better. Her Holiness Karen is very young, and it seems this 10 years hasn't changed at all. The interlocutors remarked that this was true. But no matter how much Her Holiness is called immortal, no one is eternal. Shihan reported that he was so struck by this that he didn't believe it at first. Perhaps Her Holiness is not the hero revolutionary Karen Anacius. He heard back that it was an interesting thought, but that was definitely not the case. Anacius Church hosts the Silver Moon Festival every year. It features a sacred ceremony dedicated to the moon goddess Kronlizata. No one but Her Holiness, Karen, can emulate her colossal power. When the hero was surprised by this, and now he reported that if there was enough evidence, no one would question Karen's identity. Jennon noted. Quite possibly the real Karen was no longer alive. Couldn't they just put in a replacement with a divine power as powerful as hers? Alita said. It's a power as powerful as the revolutionary hero Karen. Then why would such a powerful man disguise himself? She thinks that to take this woman's place could be her successor. Shihan objected that it was not necessary. The girl's true strength lies in the fact that she possesses the powers of both a fairy and a Freyr, not in her divine abilities. So it would be clear if the heir was pretending to be Karen. But he doesn't think there is a person with equal strength to her. At this point, the comrades' discussion came to a standstill. Soon the hero said they had 3 hypotheses after all. Alita noted. This disguise must be to hide one's identity. It's unreasonable to create an image of an immortal that will make one stand out from the crowd. In fact, even the royalty was interested in it. However, the reason the fake Karen stays young is not because of that. Who would have thought that it consists of always keeping the face of the real Karen? Shihan confirmed that it sounded plausible. Usually the fake one prevails, and the real one only interferes when it regains consciousness. Most likely the real one is alive and well. Once again, silence hung between them. It was unclear to anyone where the real Karen was, although they finally had a clue. Shihan further said that they are now using extreme methods. They'll contact high-ranking officials who know what's going on, and interrogate them themselves. Alita couldn't believe it. She wondered if he was being serious now. They wouldn't go for it, would they? Kidnapping and torture are too risky and immoral. The hero immediately noted that he had recently informed them that they would interrogate them. They would torture them. he will use confession magic to do so. If their opponent is a cleric, everything will work out. Jennon wondered if confession magic would work without torture. He'd heard that even the best mages had trouble with mental magic. The hero noted that he would understand everything when he saw it with his own eyes. However, the problem is that this method can only be used once or twice. It is necessary to be sure that the person being interrogated knows the secret of the fake Karen. Suddenly, Alita announced that one head they already know someone who knows the secret, and she's talking right now about the fake Karen herself. The boys were surprised at her judgment. The hero thought about it, and she was the one who said she was against kidnapping. It would be better to kidnap the king of the strongest country of Terranor. Alita realized that she had said something nonsense and tried to get out of it. Jennon said that maybe they could get into some aristocrat's mansion, but there was no way they could get into the whole kingdom. Suddenly the hero said that maybe he could also steal. The comrade admired that nothing is impossible for the otherworldly savior. Sleep confirmed this, saying he thought it could be pulled off with stealth. If they get caught, they'll never know their identity. Lavina might get suspicious, but that's none of his business. The interviewee inquired what they would then do in such a case. After a little thought, the hero said they should probably give it a try. They clearly have no other choice now, and something must be tried. They're gonna call this operation Kidnapping Fake Karen. While the other royal palaces of Terranor consist of a large main palace and smaller buildings surrounding it, the Eye of Night has an atypical structure. The entire palace consists of only one huge tower. Shihan thought, if you draw a parallel with Korea, it looked more like a high-rise apartment complex. They made it so huge. A tall and majestic tower built by Zexard that can't even be compared to a palace. How many tears of blood must have been shed by the people to build a tower of this size? Still, the guy thought about Karen being on one of those. After that thought, he realized he needed to wake up. He had suffered so much, but he still couldn't get this crap out of his head. Yet, there is a reason the palace was built so tall. The churches of Terranor view approaching the sky as communion with the gods. Therefore, the taller the building, the higher both the authority and dignity of the church. In any case, whatever the purpose, it doesn't change the fact that the building was built by the hard work of the people. Thanks to this system, looking for fake Karen will be much easier. It is said that only those whom the moon goddess loves the most have the right to be seen in the place closest to the moon. Accordingly, the place where the high priestess's quarters are located is at the top of the tower. It's convenient to know the target's location in advance. When the guy was trying to kill the emperor, he changed his sleeping location from time to time. He tried to infiltrate him several times, but he always failed, and the guards got more and more serious each time, so he finally gave up. Alita was surprised that he had tried to kill him several times. It turned out that Shihan was quite a criminal. The imperial palace was turned upside down by assassins who invaded one after another. Because of this girl, they had to become much more careful. She lived locked up in her room for a month, and it turns out it was all because of him. Shihan apologized. Come to think of it, she should have been at the imperial palace at this time. He had really caused her trouble. Suddenly they turned their attention to the tower. The guy reported that the clouds had closed in on the moon. That's fine, which means they'd have to start slowly. In this darkness, it'll probably work out. Alita said if she was really going to go there, let her be careful. Then Shihan immediately used temporary invisibility, and his body did indeed begin to gradually fade away. After which, he promptly rushed towards the tower and said that he would be back soon. The tower was right next to him. Naturally, she was guarded by several guards, but they didn't even realize it when the hero jumped through them. At the entrance, Shihan did not recover and headed upwards. In this way, he managed to get high enough. On the upper floors, he stopped and thought that everything was going smoothly. After all, there was nothing more effective than walking under invisibility. Why he saw what he saw shocked him. There was a lattice and light metal. This is clearly the royal palace. They are definitely ready for an invasion of uninvited guests. Light metal is a magical material that emits light and rumbles when encountered with martial, magical, or sacred arts. It is a crime prevention tool created as part of a counter to mercenary swordsmen. However, this was not a problem for Shihan. He used his power, and immediately tore down part of the metal grate. He was well aware that before her visibility, even it was powerless. For the darkness of invisibility hides not only appearance, but also blocks out light and all sound. That way the guy didn't end up inside the tower. As he walked a little, he wondered if he had imagined it. He was definitely in this place for the first time, but everything felt familiar. In order to figure it out, the guy took a better look. In the end, he didn't think this layout was familiar, and he'd definitely been here before. No doubt because of the different interior he did not immediately realize. But now that he took a closer look, this palace has the same structure as the central palace of East Clanium, the capital of the Lusklan Empire. The building is clearly not a new one, but just an extension to the original one. It was not an impossible burden for people back then either. But doesn't Karen indulge in luxuries and pleasures? If that's the case, I don't understand why she betrayed him. It wasn't long before he found himself in the girl's room. She opened her eyes at the same hour, for she felt something. But eventually, when she got up, she saw no one and asked who was here. Immediately, a blade was near her neck. Shihan declared for her to sit. That's right, if he is thrust upon her, he will slit her throat. Karen was wary, and the first thing she asked was who he was. Sun stated that this was the question he wanted to ask her, who she is. He knows full well that she is not the real Karen Anacius. The girl was surprised and said she didn't know what he was talking about. What else is real or fake? What kind of nonsense is this? The guy wondered if she would keep pretending. In that case, why would she care about that blade? If she were the real Karen, such threats would be ridiculous to her. With the regeneration power of an immortal witch, a severed carotid artery could be easily repaired. The other person hesitated for a moment. Then Shihan informed as he thought of the fake, there can't be such power. If she doesn't want to talk, however, he has nothing more to do here. He's a little busy. So he decided to use his own power. The skill he used was called God's Design. This skill is a unique battle technique of an otherworldly savior that suppresses divine power. Since a cleric's spiritual power is the same as divine power, it is said that under the influence of this magic, he feels abandoned by God. This trick, designed specifically to deal with those on whom the spell doesn't work, but neutralization. If you use it often, the Shihan's presence can be detected, so he saved this trick. But it works really well on clerics. With the help of God's design, the mind can easily be weakened, and the magic of confession can be neutralized. Suddenly he was thinking, why is the girl he used force on already unconscious? It was impossible for her to lose consciousness. In that case, it was unclear how she could pretend to be Karen with such weak divine power. The guy tried to wake her up. Suddenly Shihan heard a voice saying that he was back. The boy didn't realize what was happening. He in turn heard the Korean language, and it was the girl he put to sleep who said it. If you ask me if it's Karen, she herself seemed to fly upwards. Sung noted, how come, if he hadn't misheard, she was speaking in Korean? In that case, if she knows Korean, is it really the real Karen? The interlocutor turned to him again. She reported that in Tenor, there is only one savior from the netherworld who can use God's plan. In that case, the one who is listening to this message is Shihan himself. The guy realized that this Karen was definitely a fake, but the real one, using divine technique, left a message in her subconscious, and when he took advantage of God's design, made the message come to the surface of her awareness. By using Korean at the beginning of the message, Karen not only proved that she was the one who left the message, but it also comes out that she knew he was coming back. Karen asked not to touch that girl, she wouldn't tell him anything anyway. Thus, the Shihan found out that she does not answer his questions. It seems that she is transmitting ready-made messages, and it is not possible to communicate through her. She noted that he must be looking for her. If so, she would be waiting for him in the village on the outskirts of Lysaterium. Let him come to Glam. She'll be waiting for him there. Immediately after saying those words, the fake Karen collapsed on the bed. It became clear to Shihan that this was the end of her message. For more than a decade before, people rejoiced. They rejoiced that North Calnium had fallen. The common people praised the Revolutionary Army and the 7 revolutionary heroes. One of these main characters was watching these people. Shihan was glad that all these people were very happy. The nearby Karen said, must be the citizens of North Calnium were suffering under the tyranny of the Emperor. Now all they have left is Clattel. The hero smiled and confirmed that the final battle was approaching. They in turn are bound to win. If they win and the war ends, Karen will become Bishop of Kronlizat. The interlocutor was indignant for some reason, so the guy asked what that look on her face was, as if she didn't like it. Karen reported that many people have followed her, so she can't give up that rank. But she doesn't really want to become a bishop. The guy was surprised by this. He asked if it wasn't the highest rank in the clergy. The interlocutor was embarrassed and replied that if she became a bishop, she could not marry. That's a response the hero certainly didn't expect. Seeing his reaction, Karen wondered why he was so surprised. Shihan hesitated and remarked that it just wasn't like her. The girl went on to say, to tell the truth, she wants to have a baby. And to do it with the man she loves. Parents want more kids who will look like her lover. Perhaps as many as 12. At such a figure, the boy was surprised again. He wondered if he wanted to start an entire soccer team. Karen didn't understand what soccer was. The hero explained that it is a popular sport on Earth, a game in which one competes to win by kicking the ball with his feet and scoring it into the opponent's goal. The interlocutor noted that it was some sort of imitation of cats. Then Shihan was afraid to imagine the soccer fans from the ground responding to it. Afterward, he informed her that it didn't matter. He doesn't know who her new husband will be, but it sounds like he's going to have a hard time. Karen stated that her chosen one should be able to do that too. The dream confirmed it, that a man must necessarily be able to make her happy. They're a skillful guy. He just won't let them down. Karen smiled. She noted that he wasn't worried. After all, what he was worried about wasn't going to happen anyway. For the sake of the church and its many subjects, he should become a bishop. Of course, it is clear that this is a pipe dream, but it is not harmful to dream. Presently, the hero and his companions traveled to the outskirts of Lysaterium, to the settlement of Glam. After seeing this place, Alita said that it's just deeper here. Does Shihan really mean that the queen is hiding here? Recalling conversations with the girl, the hero said, I guess in a way, this place is right for her. That's when he saw the children playing, and stated that Karen really liked the kids. The ball flew off to the side and the child had to run after it. Suddenly, he saw a silhouette standing right in front of him. Raising his head, he saw Jennon, who seemed scary to him. The other children along with him began to run away from this scary man. Alita shouted to Jennon that the kids were afraid of him, let him be a little more restrained. But the boy didn't realize what he'd done. The kids ran to the teacher first thing. They reported that strange people came from outside. There's a huge man. The girl threw them out not to worry. It looked like guests had arrived. She further stated that she would be out for a while. Shihan and his friends saw a girl come in from the building, so looked at her. She saw it, smiled, and it was clear to him who it was. Surprisingly, it was exactly who he thought it was. So he yelled out that it was Karen. Alita asked him to calm down a little. The children were afraid of these people and what they were yelling. The teacher tried to calm the boys down. She informed them that these people were her good acquaintances, so they should not worry. Now let them go and play inside. Naturally, the children obeyed her. And when they left, Karen wondered to Shihan if he probably didn't want to make much noise either. She left a trap on this girl just in case. But it turns out Shihan has actually returned to Terranor. To talk about her, they withdrew to a quiet place that was in the woods. Karen reported, thinking no one would hear them here. She also noted that Shihan had matured, and those guys with him are probably his new comrades. And they even seem to know his true identity. The protagonist noted that she was rather nonchalant, as if she had indeed been waiting for him. She said that Lilstein and also Saffron had said that there was no way he could ever come back here. But she naturally didn't believe them. After all, he was clearly an amazing boy. He's broken barriers that have proven to be insurmountable. He can't give up this time either. It was unexpected to Shihan, but he realized that Karen was not at all confused. He was met. She had taken the lead completely now. The next thing the hero asked was who the girl who sat on the throne was. Karen reported that she didn't think he would be interested. Perhaps he remembered Cydia. There was a dark-haired girl apprenticed to her who looked a lot like her. Taking advantage of the guy's power of 1,000 guises, she changed her face and put her in her place. Cydia is having a hard enough time of it. Maybe it's a side effect of her magic, but she hasn't aged a bit in the past few years. It seems to be very hard for her to maintain the same appearance as her. Shihan realized that Alita's reasoning was correct. She said it must be a disguise to hide her identity. It was unreasonable to create an image of an immortal that would stand out from the crowd. The guy said it looks like she really hasn't aged. Her appearance hasn't changed at all. She looks exactly the same as she did 10 years ago. Inside, however, it has changed beyond recognition. He remembers the girl as sweet and kind and caring. And now Karen Anacius is unfazed and cold. The interlocutor asked if he was trying so hard to go back to Terror, and only wanted to say that. Shihan smiled, indicating that it was true. Then perhaps we should get back to business. He inquired of Karen why on earth she had betrayed him. The girl said, of course he came back for revenge. Obviously he would be interested in the reason for the betrayal. But is the reason so important? Seeing that the interlocutor was using force, Shihan prepared for battle. Karen pointed out that the reasons didn't matter, because either way one of them was going to die here today. Immediately following those words, she rushed to attack, using the Red Moon Chain skill. Shihan hadn't expected their battle to start so quickly, but he successfully dodged, and the blow didn't come at him. The hero realized that this attack has a very strong power, so it was going to clearly kill him. And this is Karen's true intentions. It's unclear what he was even hoping for. Did he still think she was the only one who'd changed? Zexard also shared a sincere friendship about a dozen years ago. Then Karen couldn't help but change. She continued to attack and this time used the White Moon Chain. To defend himself, the hero used the Emperor's strength skill, namely the skill Turbulent Flow, which simply destroyed the chain. After this happened, the heroine stopped and rushed to attack. Karen noticed this and thought he was trying to shorten his distance with her. Already a moment later, his blade was right at the girl's side, but she wasn't confused and dodged his lunge. She then tried to make a slash to knock him off balance, but he dodged as well. Naturally, that didn't stop Karen, and she continued to attack in rather sophisticated ways. Even despite his combat experience, Shihan thought this attack was fast. At that moment, the girl used the Lycetarine Moon Temple's hand-to-hand technique, and the way she shouted it, even if he tried to get closer, it wouldn't make a difference. Because close combat is her specialty. Despite the guy's defense, he was still experiencing quite a few strong attacks on himself. Soon their distance increased again due to the girl pushing him away. Shihan smiled and said that she was still as strong as before. Although that judgment probably wasn't true, where she had gotten even stronger. Karen reported, speaking of his speed, his movement had improved as well. It seems that even back in his homeland, he wasted no time. Next, the hero said he would ask again why on earth she betrayed him. The girl replied, through treachery she took possession of the country and became its queen. In that case, could the reason be more obvious? It's unclear what answer he wanted to hear. Was he just hoping that the reason for her betrayal would be more dramatic than this? You don't need, after all, a nasal excuse or a reason to betray. While she was saying that, she was preparing the next mode of battle. After which he reported, for he had not come here to have mercenary conversations about friendships of bygone days. Shihan confirmed, and said that he was only wondering why she betrayed him. And now it turns out he's her enemy. The hero realized if Karen, that always polite to everyone, suddenly turns to you, it means that she perceives the opponent as a personal enemy. He noted that former comrades have overcome it. Whatever the reason and whatever the circumstances, this is a fact that will never change. After saying those words, the guy used his power, releasing a huge amount of energy. The girl took note of his immense power. Shihan gave her full name and said he would make her pay for her betrayal. Freya knows many different combat skills and yet is perfectly proficient even with high-class swords. But as far as hand-to-hand combat goes, it's more for the weaker Prin, and is mostly used for self-defense, but in no way for actual combat. However, Karen still chose hand-to-hand combat skills, while not studying individual weapon skills. Instead, she fully immersed herself in learning the hand-to-hand combat techniques of the Lycetarine Moon Temple, which is why she doesn't really need the weapon itself. Right now, Carnival Hero, with the help of his leg, Shihan could barely hold on after being taken in. At first glance, it may seem like an ordinary kick that came at him, but it is unbelievable because it contains divine power. In this case, the guy needs to make sure her attack doesn't catch up with him. To do so, he used his weapon and the Dragon Sword energy skill. Karen literally recognized the skill immediately, and realized that her opponent wanted to increase the distance between them. While she was thinking, Nu was applied and did indeed wave rolled, distancing the girl for protection. Once landed, she said it's a pretty standard technique. However, this attack is not scary for her, as she is used to such situations. Further, they were not another attack was applied. Shihan saw the blue chains and realized they were lightning fast. The first thing he did was try to destroy them. Of course he succeeded, but in the end the girl was by his side. She reported that she didn't even expect it to work, though eventually was able to attack the hero fairly hard. Sun realized that he needed to increase the distance, but those chains were a hindrance to him. It would not be easy to fight her. Karen's divine mastery of the moonlight chains on the surface of the water, courageous chains that were created using the powers of Kronlizat, comparable to the might of an incredible empire. Not only can they move freely with the moon as part of the wearer's body, but they are also able to bestow various properties, giving them magical effects in the process. Karen continued her attacks and told the guy that he clearly couldn't win this way. Jennon only watched the duel from the sidelines. He said that this was the first time he had seen the power of the 7 revolutionaries. But was this their true ability? It seemed amazing to him. That's all he could say. He doesn't even realize when he'll be able to get to that level. Alita also thought about the fact that it was unbelievable, but she has seen the previous folds, and compared to Zexard, the scale of the battle seems somehow smaller. Then aren't they fighting at full strength yet? Karen informed her opponent that his skills had improved greatly. In the past, he had nothing to brag about except the amount of energy he had. However, that had been enough for him back then. Shihan confirmed that he had changed. After all, 10 years was a long time. The girl said it wasn't very polite to molest in such an outfit, when her adversaries are the world's savior. Shihan's comrades were surprised to see this. Alita asked what she was doing, talking about her manners, her behavior, leaving much to be desired. Jennon wondered what Alita was getting so worked up about. The girl shouted that as a woman she didn't think it was the norm, Shihan noted, so she's slowly starting to get more serious. Karen stated that it was all because her opponent is Shihan. Immediately after these words, she rushed back into the attack. The guy defended himself, but the force was clearly just as great, if not greater. So he was even thrown back a few dozen meters by the blast wave. Alita couldn't believe it and asked why her punches were suddenly more powerful. The dust cleared and the hero smiled. He said that the girl's strength was much different than it had been a few minutes ago. And now we can talk about her revealing outfit. This is the true identity of one of the 7 heroes, the immortal witch Karen Anacius. Jennon shouted, "So that's what this is about." He seemed to know why the destructive power had now increased. Unlike Freya's destructive abilities, which strengthen the body or weapons with sacred powers, Preen's healing abilities apply directly to others. Moreover, their effects are magnified when used with bare hands. In addition, Karen is a cleric who simultaneously possesses the abilities of both Preen and Freya. She uses Freya's destruction magic, similar to how she uses Preen's healing magic. Alita asked if what she was thinking was really what she was thinking. Jennon confirmed that it was. Karen's sacred powers don't just strengthen her body. They intend to destroy the enemy. The girl rushed forward with all her speed to attack. Shihan dodged. After which, she shouted out that besides being white-handed, why does sacred power even emanate from her knees? Prines that heal with the help of knees even exist or not, Karen explained. The intent is not to try to avoid touch. She is a mutation anyway. Even Kronlizat himself must not have expected a case like hers to arise. Shihan clearly didn't like that sort of thing, so he attacked. In that moment of rebounding, that cant and out the distance between them. All useless, even regardless of the length of the dragon's sword. Even if he somehow increases the distance between them, she will still decrease it with the help of the chains of moonlight. He had assumed she would get stronger, but not to this extent. Suddenly Karen turned to him, wondering how much longer he was going to fool around. After saying that, the guy used the earthquake skill, combining it together with the use of the Aurora Borealis. The opponent said, "That's the Aurora Borealis." How long it had been since she'd seen him after all. Shihan saw that Karen was going to fend him off. It was the same glow he had used in the previous fight. It pinned against the wall of the run, but this girl handled it. Sleep realized that the situation was bad. She had destroyed the aura of the earthquake. And she did it with no weapons, but with her bare hands. While the hero couldn't believe what had happened, Karen continued her attacks. Shihan immediately came to his senses and decided there was something that needed to be done. The power he used was immediately felt by the girl. She distanced herself, for she realized it would be dangerous on her. It turned out that the main character had successfully applied the elastic barrier. Karen didn't expect that, since she hadn't even thought of using aura like that. Which means he's grown up. She can't even nerd out about him anymore. In that case, why doesn't he show his full strength? There's no way that's all he's capable of right now. He thinks this exchange of pleasantries has been enough for 10 years. Shihan was perplexed as to what she was talking about. Seeing the surprise on the guy's face, Karen asked him not to say that he was trying to gather intelligence by pretending to lose. Such a tactic would only work on Zexard. The hero noted that it worked well enough for him. Karen understood it all. That's how she knew he was the one who had dealt with Zexard. He'd never leave on his own with a temper like that. Shihan realized that even in this position, she was able to get information. Therefore confirmed that it was true he had taken care of him with the aura she had just destroyed. She asked in surprise, wondering if he had defeated Zexard with her help. He had never learned anything in the last 10 years. The hero, he noted, seemed to have done all but eat and rest. Then Karen informs him that unlike him, she's not an idiot who feels sorry for herself. The mighty savior is sharpening his blade on them, so how can she sit idly by? And next, she prepared to fight. Asking her to show her the full combat power of a divine-ranked swordsman. Shihan smiled and remarked that he had a personal problem with that. Karen, not understanding, glanced up at him. Then the guy told her all about the caricatures even harder. His companion asked if he had lost all of his aura and magical abilities during the transition between dimensions. The hero's response wasn't that he'd lost all of his powers. In that moment, he saw something that expressed him. It was the concerned face of the very same Karen. Shihan immediately chimed in that it wasn't the same as before, but he still managed to recover some of it. He didn't understand why he was going to justify himself to her now, so moved my thoughts in another direction, stating that although he had not regained all of his former strength, he had enough power to defeat her. The girl took a fighting stance as well. Shihan realized that she had gotten stronger, but that was expected. His strength would have to be enough, though. Suddenly the girl smiled, after which she applied her famous skill. The hero noted, since she had gotten that thing, he would finish her off. In order to do so, he used one of the strongest skills on Soul Shift. Seeing this, the comrades couldn't believe their eyes. This is his unique skill, a skill that suppresses the divine light of the Soul Shift, and he definitely had it. No matter how big the difference between the powers with Soul Shift, divine powers become useless. If the enemy is a cleric, Soul Shift can reverse the outcome of a battle. Karen wondered if he wanted to suppress her divine powers. He probably thinks she doesn't know about this skill, but he's definitely not going to finish her off this way. After saying those words, Karen immediately used the Pure Soul Chain skill. She noted if there is no direct contact, then shifts souls and is useless. So to hell, she sends him and his skill. Her confidence went away after a few moments, because the main character's skill didn't stop, but followed her. It came as a surprise to Karen that she was climbing her chains. If she remembered correctly, the Soul Shift had never worked like this before. It became clear that it was dangerous for her now, so she let go of the chain, and was shocked to see what happened next. Some strange force was enveloping her on all sides, and there was no way to get out. Karen thought, oh, is she really surrounded, for she is as if she is in some kind of fog. That means this skill can be used that way. Suddenly she saw Shihan, who asked if she was surprised. After all, he hadn't been sitting idle for the past dozen years either. The effect is not immediate compared to direct contact. But this way the Soul Shift will act on her just through her breath. The guy can slowly get rid of her divine powers. For a girl, this method was very similar. The character confirmed that his original author is Neon. He got a little inspired, and it was her divine art that inspired him with the blessing of Maladia. I wonder if she likes taking damage with her own weapons. Now it was Karen who stepped into the defensive role, but she was focused, thinking through her every move. Shihan saw her movement and regeneration slowing down as well. Soul Shift is effective, even against Karen. In that case, he can clearly win. Suddenly, the girl began to address the goddess Kronlizat. She asked to bless her enemy with her trials, after which she applied Maladia's blessing skill, Plague. The hero called her not really smart. Had she forgotten about the immunity he has after all this time? Or maybe she just gave up. Terranor's diseases won't affect him, since he's from Earth. As soon as he said that, he felt something strange. Blood rushed from his mouth, which meant the skill had reached him. More blessed than the plague is the blessing of Maladia. And though blessing and Maladia are words that stand together, such is the result of combining sacred blessings, Prine and Freya's destructive skills. It is an unstoppable blessing. People are forever learning to resist curses, but no one has even thought of resisting a blessing. So Karen's ability can make anyone sick, since she's been ruling among the ranks of the masters. However, there was one person her ability didn't work on. This earthling son Shihan, invulnerable to all the diseases and magic of Terranor. With the Soul Shift skill, he could suppress divine powers. Even without regaining back all of his strength, Shihan was confident that he could overpower Karen. But things didn't exactly go according to his plan. He was now expectorating blood after being struck by a skill. The guy himself couldn't understand what had really happened. So this is what Terranor's disease is. Could it be that Maladia's blessing is working on him? The guy couldn't believe it and said there was no such thing. How could it even work on him? He had never been sick since he got here. Karen smiled and asked if he wanted to know why that was. She held out some sort of pouch and informed me that the Black Ivory Tower was doing some interesting research. They seek ways to influence beings from other worlds with the magic of Terranor. And their research has borne fruit. This black powder can be used as a conductor. To the hero, it was like the same powder he saw when he defeated that cultist. It wasn't that they didn't suspect anything, Karen said. But at least for some reason this study was under the top secret. Even though there was no obvious reason for it. Even if she had stumbled across it there, she wouldn't even know it existed. She didn't want to. She wasn't sure it would work. It seemed to be going well enough. Shihan said during the revolution, many mages did this research, but they all failed, so she's not saying that the tower has succeeded. Her companion said, she didn't think it was so much the tower's doing, but Lilstein's. Since all the third-generation towers, except the white one, obey him, Shihan knew this man would be involved. He had always been interested in other dimensions. Soon his thoughts were interrupted, because Shihanov felt a strong pain that pierced through his body. He felt like he couldn't resist her, and his whole body literally cramped. Karen said, "He must be just unbearable right now. After all, he'd never even been sick before." And unlike him, the girl was used to the soul shift that he'd always used in their training sessions in the past. Thus, she once again strongly attacked a guy who was already suffering from an illness. At that moment, she declared for Shihan to use her Battle God Aura skill. And if they don't use it, they'll just die. The hero tried to roll back the blood after another blow. He came to his senses a little and wondered if she really thought he was hiding his own powers. Alas, he had shown everything and had nothing more. This was clearly a bad thing. He needed to recover fully and not be rushed. Karen wondered if he meant to say he'd lost all his strength. After that, she immediately lifted him up by his clothes, wondering if he's joking, leaking information about himself to his enemies and challenging them to a fight when he doesn't even have the strength. He's not stupid enough to do that. Shihan looked at her in surprise. He wondered what had happened to Karen. Did she seem worried about him? It seemed as if she was feeling sorry for him now. The interlocutor objected that it doesn't seem to be the end. In that case, he will die now. After saying that, the girl prepared to make a critical strike. Surprisingly for her, she didn't succeed as she was attacked by Jennon. Karen smiled and noted that it was to be expected. Still, how could his partners let her kill him for nothing? Next, a fight broke out between Karen as well as Jennon. The boy then turned to Alita and asked her to go after Shihan. The girl immediately headed in his direction. Karen noted that Shihan probably thought he'd bought some time by weakening her with the soul shift. But hadn't he forgotten anything? She immediately took advantage of Meladia's blessing, the plague. Naturally, this skill struck Jennon's body. And Alita also had a lot of pain, and it wasn't easy for her. Loose in his opponent, Karen attacked him, driving him into the ground. Alita was still conscious, so she was worried about him. Karen walked over and said if she was still conscious, she must have a strong aura. She had a hard time living if she can turn a disease with an aura. Shihan could use something like that. He is already unconscious, and will die from a disease he wasn't even familiar with before. Karen didn't want to hurt her, so let her be quiet. Suddenly, Alita reported no matter how hard she tried, and she couldn't beat her. But even so, she's not going to give up. Therefore, she immediately applied the Arcana Strike skill. For defense, Karen had to show again her chain. With those very chains of the full moon, she tried to suppress the skill. Karen just couldn't believe that this child could use such magic. Alita, for her part, shouted that it was his turn, and she was talking to Shihan, who was already behind Karen's back. The girl immediately shifted back in her gaze and thought that this couldn't be happening. She doesn't understand how he got so fast at all. The protagonist was ready to fight on, and to do so, he used a soul shift skill called Riotous Night. Karen's body was stunned by this power as she didn't expect to be attacked now. The girl's mind was spinning with thoughts of what had just happened. It was unclear how Shihan had been able to get up so quickly. There's no way he could have been cured. Suddenly, the thought of what had happened flashed through my mind. It turns out the guy was able to sense the aura flow and used it. In that moment, he created a way to manipulate the aura and conquered the disease. And he did so even as he experienced it for the first time. Breathing heavily, Shihan thanked Alita, for it was only because of her that he had survived. He also reported that for Karen, that's the end of it. Immediately, a soul shift skill was directed at the girl. She wasn't even going to resist and only looked at the hero. And at the last moment a genuine smile appears. Alita noticed that. A moment later, the new protagonist covered the place where the girl was. Just like that, the battle was over. Shihan felt his pain go away. That's probably because Karen is unconscious, but that's much better. Suddenly he felt Alita's moans of pain. So he quickly approached and inquired if she was all right. The girl countered that the disease had stopped spreading, but didn't seem to have gone away completely. Hero picked her up and informed her that he was fine. Alita stated that it was because he had always been immune. The effects of the black powder must have worn off by now. Shihan then thanked her, talking about how he definitely wouldn't have won without her. Alita smiled, saying they both did a good job, but still, they forgot about someone. The girl asked what to do now. She has used all the magic and can't transfer a single drop to him. We need to hurry in order for him to get his revenge. The hero told her not to worry. They would do it after she had fully recovered. Alita asked whether to wait for her long enough for her to move. Suddenly, Shihan felt something. He didn't realize what was going on. Alita still had magic. And quite a lot of it at that. The interviewee didn't believe it and said it couldn't be. She, in turn, can barely move. Then what kind of magic are we talking about? The boy noted that he understood that, and it was obvious from one look at her. But then it was unclear where all this magic came from. It was definitely hers. Maybe it's some kind of energy he's not aware of. The mysteries right now, however, keep piling up. Suddenly Karen, who had been unconscious all this time, opened her eyes. The first thing she asked was if she was still alive. The protagonist turned his attention to her. The girl congratulated him on winning. As she thought, the carcass shift is unbelievable. It can't even lift its fingers, let alone heal its own wounds. So she asked him to just kill her. Shihan said there was something he needed to know before that. Why she betrayed him. Karen said nothing in response to that. Then the hero repeated the question as to why on earth she had betrayed him. The interlocutor stated that she had nothing to say about it and asked to just kill her. The hero objected that he wouldn't do that. It's not like she killed him either. Karen was outraged, shouting that she just couldn't kill him, could she? If she had, he would have been dead long ago. Shihan didn't care about that. Whatever the reason was, it didn't kill him. And that was the reason he was still standing here. That's why he's not going to kill her either. Still, if we reason rightly, we should reward what we deserve. Karen was discouraged when she saw the gate of measurements behind her. She asked in horror if he really wanted to send her through the dimensions. The Shihan responded by saying that it was already time to pay back a debt from 10 years ago. He decided to ask one last time if the years they'd spent together had any meaning. In that case, let her honestly tell him why she had betrayed him that day. He thought of her as his sister. At first, the girl was silent when she heard this. After that, her facial expressions became more aggressive. Karen shouted that he was never her little brother. And she's not his sister. She's definitely not related. Does he really think it's the older sister's job to quietly comfort him when things are bad? What kind of relatives are these that he's talking about? She was the one who first met him. The girl doesn't understand why he chose Lavina in particular. Hearing these hysterical screams, the hero was discouraged. Suddenly, Karen announced that she had gotten carried away. Shihan is giving her back what she did to him. So she really deserves to burn in hell, but her hell will be the hell of goddesses. A girl just can't die together without the goddess Kronlizat. Alita shouted to Shihan to be careful. She still had her power. The hero realized that this danger was clearly not for him. Then Karen smiled sweetly at the guy like old times and said goodbye. Shihan realized what she was going to do to herself, so he tried to stop. But it was too late and the girl impaled herself, trying to kill herself. When all of this happened, she found herself in a stronger place. She was very comfortable there, and her first thought was that she was dead. It turns out that her heart was crushed and stolen by her divine powers with a soul shift. Even if she really was killed, it's no big deal. Suddenly, she heard the voice of that girl who fought with Shihan. She wondered about the fact that he could summon a dimensional gate. So you can just shove enemies in there. The hero pointed out that an enemy would not go into any gate himself. The girl countered that he had been sucked into one of those 10 years ago. For Karen, it was the voice of an unfamiliar woman and a familiar male voice. Shihan stated that the situation was not the same as before. When the gate's target was Zexard, the gate's ability to draw in was not enough to catch a person. It was necessary to weaken him first so that he couldn't resist. Karen finally realized that it was Shihan and his friend. The hero went on to say that in his case, he still would have been able to resist the gates just the same. But then Lilstein didn't open them directly. The guy still can't figure out how they did it. Karen realized they were talking about something that happened 10 years ago. Shihan stated that they used the ashes left over from the tyrant's burned heart, after which they got rid of his acceptance of the contract. It was because of this that the world opened the dimension gate to get rid of him. This was done because he was not a resident of Terranor, and without permission from the world, the power of the laws of dimensions sent him to the original world. Of course, he didn't know that at the time and found out later when he studied the measurements. Karen thought Shihan had become much stronger. Until now, he had only copied the flow of magic in order to use it. He didn't understand the very gig in magic. But now he had mastered it well. Karen was happy about that. Because the stronger he becomes, the better he will realize what he possesses, and the easier it will be for him to achieve what he wants. Suddenly, Shihan wondered why ask about how he had been sucked in by his dimension gate 10 years ago. As long as he's alive, it won't happen again. Karen realized he had trustworthy friends who were worried about him. Suddenly something caught her attention and began to confuse her. So she's dead. Then it's not clear how she can hear this conversation. In that case, she might not even be dead. After a bright flash, she opened her eyes again and saw Shihan along with the girl. Alita immediately turned her attention to her and informed the hero that Karen was awake. Karen herself stood up and didn't understand why she was alive or what Shihan had done. The boy pointed out that he had done absolutely nothing. Even the great savior cannot raise the dead. It turns out she survived on her own strength. That moment when Karen tried to kill the hero herself, I can't believe it. He was horrified and ran up to her body and wondered what she was doing and saying. And what was that look on her face? This situation made Shihan very angry. He shouted for her not to dare die. After all, she is a great immortal, a witch, which means mocking him if he's going to die. He couldn't even hear the truth from her. Alita saw the guy use his power and asked her to calm down because Karen was already dead. But suddenly she was quiet, for she realized what was happening. He took advantage of the soul shift, as he had before, and used this skill to stick divine powers inside and envelope the heart with them. Shihan yelled that he wouldn't let Karen die until she told him the whole truth. The girl's heart eventually began to race. When Karen found out what had happened, she said it was amazing. To think that you could use a soul shift like that. Shihan confirmed it, but it was harder to bring her here. He also reminded her that she had not yet fully recovered. The girl reported that she was aware of this. Her heart didn't recover, and divine powers replaced it for a while. Because they all went into creating the artificial heart, she can't even be called Prin's disciple anymore. The hero wondered if that had been her plan originally. She knew full well that he was coming for revenge, and was left in this remote village with no support at all. She fought hard, and even gave him some important information. In that case, did you really want to die by his hand? Karen says she has no right to beg for simplification, but he does have the right to get back at her. As a traitor, she must help him do that. But since her body serves the goddess, she cannot die anywhere but Terranor. All she could think of was self-destruction, and it seems she's a lousy actress. He asked why she had betrayed him, then she would tell him everything. But before that, turned to Mrs. Alita. Apologized and asked to leave her and Shihan alone for a moment. Alita was a little confused, but agreed to the request, so quickly walked out of the room having fulfilled it. Shihan realized that they were in for a fascinating conversation. He sat down and noted that now he should listen to why she had chosen to die rather than apologize to him. And also why she had chosen to betray him. Yeah, and what exactly her last words meant. After all, she yelled that she never thought of him as a little brother. She just said it in the heat of the moment, or he didn't realize it. Karen smiled sweetly, saying that she said it consciously, but he wouldn't understand. With these words, she drove the boy into coloration, for he understood everything. Next, Karen asked if he remembered the battle on the Maestil Plains. From that moment on, their paths had diverged. Jennon asked Alita if the immortal witch wanted to die by Shihan's hand, and that was why she'd acted that way. The girl confirmed this and said it was a tragic story. The interlocutor objected that she was carrying a devil. What tragedy is there? Why was she acting so crazy if she wanted to die anyway? He was still reeling from the sickness she had inflicted on them. Alita chimed in. Perhaps she was sorry. Jennon interrupted her, talking about how, if she felt guilty, she could have asked for forgiveness. Not trying to kill her makes a lot more sense. The interlocutor pointed out that it wasn't about logic here. Emotion, you weren't emotion, obeying logic. Anyway, they came to the conclusion that they could argue all day long, but they still wouldn't understand, because they are not who they are talking about. In the past, no one had promised that they would be able to please Dawn. Compared to the Lusklan Empire, the strength of the Revolutionary Army was decimated. It was simple, surviving day by day. But the Revolutionary Army did not give up. Even in times of hardship, they gathered more comrades, grew in strength as well as their own army. And finally, the flame of freedom flared up. The Revolutionary Army, led by Shihan and Lilstein, was able to capture one of the Empire's 4 main cities, Western Clanium. With the strength of a family of revolutionary heroes, they had enough power to call themselves enemies of the Empire, and it was enough to change the world. Thus, the load on the shoulders of the heroes became heavier. This event took place in the central castle of Western Clanium in the Hall of Dawn. Lilstein asked Saffron how the recovery from the war was going. The interlocutor noted that he entrusted Jared with this case, as well as Dipole. They are doing a good enough job. The wizard noted that he understood everything, and that was good. They're not like Imperial soldiers. Prisoners must be treated with respect. Execute only commanders and officials. Ordinary soldiers should either join them or go to their hometowns. The main problem with members of the royal family of Western Clanium, Zexard wondered what was wrong with them. Even if they are prisoners, call the laziness of the strangers need to be killed. Saffron countered that not all members of the Lusklan royal family could do the summoning. The ones they caught in the last battle are not related to this. Most of them are old men or women, as well as children. Lavina asked how they know they didn't draft. Need to confirm if they have that power. Karen reported that they had heritage detector magic that had been passed down from the Rusklanovsker Empire. Of course, some of the hostages had a little bit of power, so they separated them from the rest of the nobility. Zexard didn't realize if that would be enough. If they learned how to do it, they could summon a hero whenever they wanted. How powerful they would be was another question, but it was a possibility. Lilstein couldn't understand if they didn't have the right to choose. There are children and women among them, so he doesn't like this method. But execution seems necessary. After listening, their hero asked them to wait. He didn't understand what they were even talking about now. What kind of execution? Remembering the whole story now, Shihan said he remembered everything. They had talked about such a thing, and it was a big argument. It didn't seem that way to Karen. She noted if he remembers it as just an argument, then he doesn't understand the whole situation. Then Shihan was saying, have they gone crazy? There are children about 15 years old and they want to kill them all. Lilstein noticed that they did not like this decision. It didn't matter how weak or young they were. Once they could use the summoning, they would be theirs with extra enemies. No potential threat should be left behind. The hero shouted out, so they're not killing them for crimes, but for the likelihood that they might commit one. If anything, then it should work the same way with Imperial soldiers. Safra noted that they could not restrain the strangers. Unlike normal captives, they are immune to their magic. A huge difference. Using magic, they can control many captives with a small number of guards. But to properly contain the royalty of Lusklan, they would need thousands. And right now, they don't have those reserves. Even if they did, it wouldn't guarantee their safety at all. Terranor said that the safety of their troops was important. One false step, and thousands of their men could die. Is he really going to let his comrades die just because of so-called justice? The hero didn't realize what he was carrying. He's going to spill the blood of innocents to save other innocents. The guy just can't take it. Lilstein inquired at what point knowing Ruslan was innocent. No matter how young they are, they always bathe in luxury at the expense of the common people, profiting and not even lifting a finger. What nonsense. In any case, Shihan didn't understand what crimes the children had committed. Children cannot be held responsible for the crimes of their parents. Then he was asked what he was even talking about. Who will be responsible for the crime of the parents, if not the children? It's understandable that it's a shame to kill them so young, but you can't call them sinless either. Their principles are not like that, and even the captives would agree, since they were able to inherit the sins of their parents. Then it became clear to Shihan that this was not land, but Terranor. The hero says they can't kill children after all. What's the difference between them and a mad tyrant then? Lilstein got angry and shouted, if you have to do it, you have to do it. Does he really think he's enjoying this much? Maybe he wants to jeopardize the lives of the soldiers who obey their orders, just so that some kind of justice can be served. They carry the lives of others on their shoulders and have to make decisions. You can't just sit back and wait for the future just because they might make a mistake. Karen said, in the medical arts, Prince sometimes doesn't use poison to cure a patient. Even if there are side effects, anything is better than dying. It's wrong to kill them, but to save Terranor, you have to execute them. Theorent that they are not like the mad tyrant. They, in turn, sin in the name of salvation, and he realizes that the result does not justify the means. But it is the duty of leaders to commit sins for the good of the vegetable people. Wouldn't it be a sin to simply shirk the duty? He's even getting a headache from all this talk already. Right now, after all, they're at war. And sometimes in war, you have to make hard decisions. Even his stupid brain realizes this. Karen also asked to just realize that this is the most logical choice. Everyone realizes it's wrong, and Shihan is thinking very noble thoughts. Lilstein added that idealistic ideas have no place in the real world, and they are not going to adjust to it. The hero listened to all of this in silence. Then he asked if they had not gathered to smash this real world to smithereens. That's fine if they all really agree. Saying this, the hero grabbed his weapon and began to unleash his power. The comrades were surprised, not realizing what he was doing. The guy yelled out if he didn't want to kill innocent residents, then he would stop them all. A heaven-breaking aura emanated from him. His friends didn't know what it all meant. Shihan apologized and said that killing innocent children is wrong, any way you look at it, and he just can't accept it. Karen and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing. The girl wondered just how much stronger he had gotten. Until 2 months ago, their strength was the same. Lilstein couldn't believe what was happening. He got angry and started yelling. It is necessary that he stops making these jokes. Zexard as well as Theorant had already prepared to fight him. Karen immediately shouted for them to stop this buffoonery. Suddenly, Levine took Shihan's side and said he was right. She changes her mind and the guy has the right to be against it. Everyone knows that without Shihan, they would never have achieved all this. They all do, and even Terranor owes him. Shihan has a right to be true to his principles, and she will do as he says. The hero didn't expect her to take his side. The rest of the comrades also lowered their weapons. There was nothing left for them to do, though they didn't like this decision either. Saffron noted that Levine does have a point. Zexard didn't know what he should do in this situation. So he gave up and said he would be like everyone else. And Lilstein finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He noted that they leave problems, but what can you do? He promises to treat the unseen nobility of Lusklan with dignity. The hero was glad they had listened to him after all. He thanked them for their understanding, and said he would prove to everyone that he was right. And it was all thanks to Levina helping him. Remembering everything that happened, the hero said although Karen changed her mind for him, the whole nobility decided to commit murder themselves. And for that, they drank poisoned wine. How were the kids supposed to know it was poisoned? I'm sure they just drank it because their parents gave it to them. They're so cruel. If they wanted to die, they could have done it alone. When Karen said it wasn't about that at all. They didn't commit murder themselves, and he's wrong, and the one who killed them was Levina. Then the girl flaunted herself near the mirror, dressed up in a new dress. It seemed cute to her, and wondered if Shihan would like it. Suddenly she heard the door swing open. She asked Karen what had happened. Her companion did not answer, only asking how it had happened. The Rusklans wouldn't drink poison of their own free will, would they? There's evidence that their bodies were paralyzed before they died. And these are traces of her foggy death skill. Levina smiled and said she didn't think there would be any marks left. After that, she moved closer to Karen, wondering if there was a problem. Perhaps someone else hasn't realized. Karen noted that no one but her knows since she hasn't told anyone yet. Levina smiled again and said that there was no problem then. Her companion contradicted her. The girl noted that someone had to do it. Thus, she had taken care of everything. Despite everything, Karen realized that she was right. Everyone was puzzling over what to do as the nobles and the common prisoners were separated, but asked if she had lied to Shihan. Levina noted, looking at it, it was true. She was well aware that there was no changing his mind. But was that any reason why they should quarrel? She loves Shihan more than anyone in the world, and she knows him better than anyone. When something goes beyond his boundaries, the guy will ask even his allies. This isn't the first time the Revolutionary Army has had to pay for his noble backstabbing. If he could be changed his mind, she would. But Shihan is clearly not going to change her mind. Listening to her, Karen wondered how she could lie to the one she loved. The interlocutor was surprised by this question, after which she smiled and called Karen innocent. After all, lovers don't share secrets with everyone. That's when there are little secrets, and that way the relationship lasts longer. In the end, Karen couldn't say anything because she thought there was nothing she could do. No one thought Shihan was wrong, but when they found out his reaction when he thinks someone is wrong. So after that, his image changed from a stubborn commander who could be trusted to a dictator who can't be stopped once he's made up his mind. Saffron noted that Shihan can no longer be controlled. They can't afford to have another Madly, though it's early. Lilstein, he added, he looks at Terranor as a world he needs to subdue. As long as he believes this place is inferior to Earth, his relationship will not change. The fact that those present are here means that they all agree with it. Zexard asked then if everyone was ready. And while they were discussing all this, Karen was deep in thought. It all started because Shihan became too powerful. Some of them are willing to lay down their lives for the future of Terranor. That concerns her too. So she said 6 rats happily discussing the betrayal. But who would volunteer to hang a bell around a cat's neck? The girl realized at that moment that there was nothing they could do about Shihan. Suddenly Lilstein reported that they had the means to do so. They won't fight them to the death. They'll send Shihan back to Earth. To Karen, this information was surprising. You get out that they're going to send the guy back where he came from, and if he comes back, he won't be with Levina. Their relationship with her is doomed as it is. Then why not send him back where he came from? Shihan decides to stay in Terranor, but in the end it's all about being overcome by his own friends, and forcefully sent to Earth afterward. It's awful how betrayed he'll feel after that. But these reflections were interrupted the moment she saw him with Levina. They were wind up free and happy to be with each other. Karen didn't like that. She wanted to see Shihan with her. So now she said she realized that whatever she said, it would just be excuses. So she fought him without making excuses. She also tried to pay for the betrayal with her life. She doesn't apologize for that day. A is just telling the truth because he was desperate enough to resurrect her. But that doesn't change the fact that they betrayed him. The hero sat in silence, listening to the whole story. The girl didn't like this silence. She noted, And after that day, she had nightmares every night. No matter how much time has passed, she can't forget his scream. She ran away from the queen's position, but now he's going to take whatever it takes. Let Shihan finish his revenge. A little time passed and the kids continued to play carefree, and Karen was with them, watching them play. The hero was also nearby, watching from the sidelines. He sat in the tree, wondering what was going on. It was kind of eerily peaceful. It's good to learn about the reasons for the betrayal from 10 years ago. He was always worried he'd done something wrong. It was not a matter of right or wrong decisions. The nature of their betrayal was extremely simple. His comrades simply couldn't accept behavior that didn't meet their standards. While there is logic in what they say, didn't they become a revolutionary army because they too wanted to fix their world? They banished Shihan, calling him a dictator, but they themselves now rule as dictators in their own countries. And yet in his eyes, it's his own fault that they betrayed him. It's Karen's business too. Perhaps, she thought, he'd be shocked by the truth. But he knows it's their fault. It doesn't matter at all how different cultures are. Some things for people cannot be tolerated. The death of an innocent should not be tolerated in any case. After all, the memories, friendships, and trust he remembers were not false until he became strong. That's when they changed. Lilstein, Lavina, Therant, and Saffron should just wait a bit. He has nothing more to lose. Suddenly he heard a scream. It was Karen who fell and was asked what happened to her. Was it bad? She smiled and stated that it was no big deal, just tired. At that moment, the hero remembered her telling him to finish the mixture. As revenge for his betrayal, he chose exile through the dimension, so they would understand what it was like to be stripped of everything and thrown into a living hell. So if they can survive out there back to Terranor, he might be able to forgive them, though the odds of that are slim. But things are a little tricky right now. Karen is no longer an immortal witch or moon lady. Taking revenge on her is like torturing a cripple. As a result of creating an artificial heart using divine powers, Karen has lost her divinity. If she uses her divine powers, her heart will disappear, causing immediate death. Since she left her position as queen, she herself had no ability, status, or power left. If Shihan hadn't known that, revenge would have been easier. But he understood her now, especially after she'd wondered why he'd chosen Lavina, since she'd met him first. All these thoughts were swirling around in his head, and he didn't know what to do anymore. Suddenly, Alita came up to him and wondered what he was thinking about. The hero was surprised to see her and wondered what she was doing here. She sat down beside him and said that she had recovered most of her mana. She wanted to know when she would need to open the dimensional gate. Of course, if he wants to do it all himself. Shihan noted that he hasn't decided yet. He doesn't want to retaliate by being unsure. Alita realized he was confused now. So I wondered why he wanted revenge. The hero didn't understand the question and asked what he meant by that. The girl explained that she had said a little differently than he wanted revenge. Perhaps he wants the traitors to repent, regret the past, and ask for forgiveness. The boy thought about these words and said that remorse and forgiveness are side effects of revenge, and revenge needs to end. Between that phrase, he got a little quiet and looked down. There he met next to Karen and added that betrayal must be paid for. After a little while, Karen said she was ready to call it a day with this revenge. Shihan turned to her. He indicated that he would not open the gate. Karen wondered, wondering if he had forgiven her. The hero objected and said he couldn't just forgive her. But he has vowed to take everything the traitors have, and the easiest way to do that is to send them to the gates of the dimensions. But Karen had already paid the price. She's lost her divinity, her power, and her status. The immortal witch Karen Anacius, heroine of the past, is dead. She can't even beat the average passerby right now. The girl noted, so he forgives her because that's how she lives now. She thought he was getting softer, but it was the opposite. Perhaps it would be even more gracious to drop her into another dimension. Shihan turned around and said that was the end of his talk, and now he was leaving. Karen only gave him one last sweet smile. Suddenly the guy stopped, claimed not to know what she thought of him before, or what she thinks of him now. He apologizes, but can't reciprocate her feelings, because right now, there's only one thing on his mind. The hero left the room, and Karen realized what he was talking about. Longing immediately enveloped her soul, and it showed in her facial expressions. The girl remembered those carefree moments when they Shihan chatted, so it hurt her so much that she fell on her knees, and in tears asked Shihan to forgive the hero along with his comrades and set out on their journey. On the way out, Alita noted that they had completely forgotten about Dean. They thought this trip would be short, so they didn't tell her anything. Who would have thought they would be gone for so long? Now we have to think of a way to explain ourselves to her like that. The hero noted that he would leave it up to Alita, as Dina was reacting very harshly to him. The girl didn't understand why that was, and Jennon thought it was better they didn't know that. Shihan reflected on the fact that he didn't have time to focus on Dina. After all the information he'd gotten from Karen, there was a lot to think about. Karen decided to attack him in the first place, to keep him out of the way of her revenge. She pretended to want to kill him violently, and intended to spill what he didn't know. But what he's most concerned about is the very black powder that Silt follows Lilstein. Karen used him as a catalyst and successfully infected him with Terranor disease, which means if Lilstein uses this powder, he'll be able to use magic on it. It would be troublesome if he decided to attack him. That's very valuable information. It's good that he knows it now. There's also something more important. It's about 3 hypocrites who were against his death. The boy remembered the conversation with Karen. She'd said during the battle that she'd kill him if she could, but frankly, she was one of those who were against his death. And along with her were opposed Theron as well as Lilstein. It all became clear to Shihan. It was a surprise to him. He believed she or Theron would have been against it, but he was willing to swear that Lilstein was okay with his demise. Karen noted not what was wrong with him. Unlike them, Lilstein didn't want to kill him for another reason. They said you can't kill Shihan, and Lilstein said he'd be in trouble if he was killed. He arrived some strange place, and informed me that it was huge, as far as I could see. For 1,000 years, the capital of the Lusklan Empire was Clatl, the city representing the empire. Unlike other imperial cities, Clatl was destroyed down to the last brick. After that, the city was considered cursed, and the world forgot about it. But beneath the city, 2 kilometers underground, there is a vast hidden network of tunnels. The mad tyrant Rustana didn't even know about it. Lilstein referred to the place as the Lusklan Legacy. He summoned the Gate of Dimensions in that very place, and noted that they have not changed yet. But it wasn't that simple, and he showed his hands. With that tattoo stuffed with ashes from hearts, he can move on to the next step. The boy turned to the Great Will and asked it to open windows to the world. The spear of power will pierce 3,000 worlds and illuminate them all with eternal light. Thus the portal began to change, and the wizard took a closer look to see who might be inside. He could clearly see the picture in front of him. This place was clearly not Terranor, this was Earth. That kind of thing really made a guy happy. He laughed and said it was a success. Finally, at last, the gate of measurement and opened on the ground. It was too early to celebrate, though. We need to find this guy first. He slowly began to look around the place, but didn't realize what was going on, because I couldn't find it anywhere, so wondered where it might be. He may even be dead. Presently, Dina greeted the teacher. She said they had done a good job. Shihan, along with the others, didn't understand why she was acting like this. Instead of being worried, she greeted them joyfully. Alita was even embarrassed. The girl stated that if Baron Groncel understood correctly, they were on a secret mission, on behalf of the Marquis of Keltarin. She was told to wait for news, so she decided to stay out of their way. Shihan realized that the old man had taken care of everything. It was unbelievable how far-sighted he was. He said, "Continue the procedures on the Leitenberg delegation group and return home." So the carriage was soon on its way. As usual, the hero rode on horseback rather than in a carriage. Various thoughts kept visiting his head, and he realized that he had relaxed too much. In truth, the battle with Karen was his defeat. Since he has soul modded as his trump card, he was confident that he could prevail, even though Karen is very strong. But she, in turn, also had a trump card. There's no guarantee that the other traitors won't have something similar. He let his guard down because he dealt with Zexard too easily. He would lose if he fought based on the past alone. It's best not to think of it as a waste of time, and he can't mess up his revenge just because he was in a hurry. It is necessary to be strong enough to overpower the enemy even in an unexpected situation. When he comes back, you need to stay quiet and train until he gets his full strength back. There is what he needs most to regain his power. Finally, such heroes returned with the others to Keltarin Manor, and the joyous Marquis immediately arrived at Shihan's house because the latter had summoned him. The hero noted that they needed a new hideout. This place was the optimal place to deal with Zexard. But now the matter was resolved. It didn't make as much sense anymore. Needs a more secretive place where the guy can train as hard as he wants. He also needs more aura pills. As many as he can get. Keltarin said that's already taken care of. They've scouted out a couple locations. I wonder if he wants to check them out now. The hero said he understands they need time to do it, but it's best not to drag it out for longer than 2 months. Suddenly, at that moment, a realization came to him. Startled, he asked how it was already taken care of. This was the first time he was talking about it. The old man pointed out, since he had already taken care of Zexard. the one who thought he needed a new shelter. He picked a few good places of his own choosing. Finding personnel he could trust was proving much more difficult. These places he had stocked anyway in preparation for the war, so they had been taken care of all along. He said nothing, as the preparations were not yet complete. The man couldn't find a suitable cook that would satisfy him. The hero thought that there was no need to worry about that. Marcus also added that there was no need to worry about the aura pills. They gathered all the flippers they could while he was in Anacius. Shihan asked if he was psychic. Keltarin added, all the leaders of the 6 kingdoms must fall by his hand. Then a civil war would break out, and the price of swords would rise. The price of potions and elixirs would also rise, so he procured everything in advance. The hero realized the sides, though he had prepared for everything. Now he understood why Zexard felt that way. Even a normal person would get lazy if everyone cooked for them like that. It's convenient, of course, but a little awkward. Soon the hero continued his training. He honed his weapon skills and practiced combat techniques. Keltaron's new hideout was something he liked a lot. It was very convenient to not have to worry about what others would think of him. Jennon felt sorry for Dina at the same time. It was like they were doing everything to spite her. The new training site is at the top of a cliff Dina will never be able to climb up, Alita noted. Isn't it time to tell Dina his real identity? It seems like she can be trusted, and Alita is somehow uncomfortable. Shihan noted that he's been thinking about that too. But now he wants to focus on getting his past strength back. He had never thought of rushing before. He'd gotten to a certain point and thought that would be enough. But thanks to the battle with Karen, he realized it was simple complacency. This time, he wants to prepare thoroughly, not like before. He needs to take a cue from Keltarin's ever-ready teacher. Alita noted that there was something to be said about Mr. Keltarin. One has to worry about what the Lord has in store for them at his discretion. Something good or something bad, surprises always take one by surprise. He is a master of his craft, but he hides his true intentions. It won't be good if he is constantly doing things his way. Communication is very important. The girl thinks it is very important to communicate with each other. The hero thought about it and said she was right. Every time he dealt with Keltarin he was satisfied, but he was also uncomfortable. Now he knew why. Alita is really good at this sort of thing. She noted that she has at least 1 million aunts who don't talk straight. It's not true that there are no shortcuts to getting strong. There are always shortcuts. Honestly and consistently repeating workouts and resting every day looks slow, but it's essentially the fastest way to get stronger. Shihan's group continued to take the shortcut every day in the castle. Every day they practiced honestly. After a while the season began to change, and the first of them to make a tangible difference, Jennon noticed. He was surprised when he felt a new power, and wondered what it was. Shihan knew what had happened. So I congratulated the comrade on reaching the rank of expert. Jennon thanked him, and said it was all thanks to his instruction. The aura literally pours through his body, and it's a strange feeling. Shihan noted that he should be thanked for his perseverance and hard work here. But he should be thanked. And also do not forget the efforts of aura pills, as well as elixirs. Yes, and with proper nutrition, even the shortest path becomes shorter. A comrade of this approved is a luxury he could never afford. All of these are expensive items. Shihan noted that they had no effect on a master's rank. After all, they weren't affected by the aura outside the body. If he had them before, he would have been able to as well. However, it was interesting that he wanted it checked out for him. Jennon indicated that he wanted him to take a look at his sword art. Right now, he has no problem with the Lord's aura, but the sword art requires the entire technique to be correct, or else the result will be pitiful. Hence, during his training, he used a technique that suits the winner's aura. Unlike a conventional two-handed sword, which is brutal in nature, a one-handed sword is suitable for one-on-one combat. Next, Shihan saw what the comrade meant. It's a sword technique used by the creator of the Aura Lord technique, Mercenary King Barak. It's called the Fetterfector. The hero realized that this was obviously not a bad idea. A Fetterfect swordsmanship technique that is perfect for the Lord Aura technique. It's perfect. But why is this sword the size of a two-handed sword? Is it even possible? Handling a two-handed sword like a one-handed sword can help in battle in a sense. Distance, timing, and speed all change with a two-handed sword, creating a new style. Shihan said, with that weight, it's obvious that the balance point will shift. But to swing it, they need to use the Lord's aura too. Jennon would have to be a genius for that. Along with her comrade, Alita had also surpassed her limits. She became a knight-level swordswoman. Shihan noted that she had improved exactly as much as he had expected. Alas, no genius. Right now, everything was going right. Everyone was showing the fruits of their endeavors. His current aura would be enough to equal the levels of General Rondark or Mercenary King Barak. But there's one problem, and it lies in the fact that his magic level doesn't change. The girl noted that her level of magic had changed a lot. The hero didn't understand why. Because of all of them, he was the only one meditating incomprehensibly. Why then her magic increased? Alita asked if he was sure his magic wasn't flowing to her. He noted that he doubted it, because her magic level was increasing according to the amount of meditation. But at this rate, he couldn't deny it anymore. Perhaps the problem lies in the way he was drafted. Since the situation is no longer what it used to be, he thinks there is a correlation with the otherworldly call. The interlocutor thought about it. She noted, did he really think if they had more information about Lusklan's summons they would understand much more? Shihan confirmed it. But he personally knows a lot about summoning. After all, opening the gate and humbling was just an adaptation and spell. He had caught enough summoning sprues in the past to not know about it. But even the call themselves, or only know how to call. They have no idea why it works or what is behind the summoning. These secrets must be heavily guarded. Come to think of it, they don't convey all the information in them on purpose. Since the person is an indirect member, the nobles of Lusklan's summoning methods won't work even if they know about them. It would be nice to know more about the draft itself. But that would require an introduction to the otherworldly invocation, which describes the principles of the summons. But now that Lusklan's knowledge is gone, it cannot be found. Is there no way at all? While he was pondering this, Alita approached him. She held out some strange book to him. The boy opened it with interest, not realizing what it was. What he saw of him knocked him off his feet, and he shouted out where this book even got here. With just a glance, he could already tell what this place was about. These are the teachings that are passed on to the emperors of Lusklan. This book is a study of otherworldly invocations. Shihan asked where Alita had gotten it. Even Lilstein couldn't get that book, no matter how hard he tried. The interviewee noted that she found it in Duran's souvenirs. The hero was surprised to see the first time he'd heard of it, and didn't understand why she was hiding it. She should have told him sooner. Alita reported, thought he would destroy it if he found out. It's the thing of the very mad tyrant, after all. Next, she inquired about hers. Will this book help you get your own magic back? Shihan hesitated, indicating he wasn't sure. The language it's written in is ancient Astonese. It was spoken 1,000 years ago. He knows this book is about summoning, but that's it. Only someone with knowledge of Lusklan can read it. It came as a surprise to Alita. She thought of the possibility that he might be able to read it. She was too young and dubious to learn the language. The hero stated, read it if he could. So now it's a language barrier. Lilstein or Saffron could read it, but he can't go to those traders. Maybe get an expert at Keltaran Manor to look into it. Alita wondered if he really wanted to show Lusklan's secrets to a stranger. The guy realized it wasn't an option, but it was definitely valuable information. The theory of alien summons. Since Ivory Tower still has spells in Astion, they can compare the text and translate it. That's where they're going to end today's training. He's going to read the book cover to cover, and he's going to start now. Several days have passed since that very moment. Jennon noted that Shihan had been practicing on his own for a few days now. I wonder why he called them over. He may have already gotten a handle on the book. The hero rejoiced when he saw his comrades. Alita wondered if he had already been able to find the cause of his problems with magic. Shihan objected and said he had no idea. He was partially able to translate the book, but the rest of it he has no idea what it's about. That said, it's not all that sad. To demonstrate, he immediately used his own force. The comrades marveled at the magnitude of the why they saw before them. Alita realized that this was a powerful spell. Her arcana of explosion was much weaker than his. The protagonists cast a spell in the necessary language and forbade the heat to exist. After that, a skill called Absolute Zero was applied to them. Friends saw this power, and the fact that he literally created ice. The girl asked if by Absolute Zero, he meant the 9-rank spell that lowered the temperature of the area to Absolute Zero. So did Shihan then completely restore the magic? The hero smiled and said he wasn't. He hadn't figured out how to do it. The secrets of summoning are still unknown, but he was able to learn something else. It's magic enhancement and battle meditation. Alita is just one of those cases where you can't control the release of magic. In general, you can't use all the magic power at once. If it's maximum and it is 100, then we could use about 20. But there are ways in this book that will allow her to use 80 or 90 of her magic. It requires magical amplification. But that's not all. Next, Own increased his spell. Alita just couldn't believe he could use magic at that level. Shihan noted the need for strength and gather the energy of the world according to a pre-prepared formula, and use the expended magic during battle. This already requires combat meditation. The girl wondered if it was possible to replenish spent magic. The hero confirmed it, but only for summoning. The formula does not exist on its own. It is mixed with other otherworldly magic formulas. This is the reason why the nobles of Lusklan could use summoning with their small level of magical power. If ordinary mages would try to apply this to different magic, they would die of magical exhaustion or overload. After all, magic can overload the body to the limit. But for him, it was not a problem since he had a volume of magic of the master rank. This way, he can utilize his magic volume and recharge it as much as he wants. In a way, he is stronger than before. Alita was glad that Master Song Shihan had returned. Suddenly, Jennon asked a question. Couldn't he use magic like he used to before until now? The hero was surprised that he didn't know this secret. Eventually, they told him everything, and the guy realized what had happened. But it was unclear why he had told Alita about it and kept it a secret from him. Shihan didn't understand why he was so sad. He apologized, talking about how uncomfortable it was to talk at first. And then he thought he'd already told him when he was traveling. He was always spilling secrets to him. This cheered Jennon up. The hero was glad he wasn't angry anymore. At the time he hadn't spoken, it was already getting colder. And so the fall came. After that, it was time for winter. The protagonists continued their meditation on the very same training ground. He was completely focused, used the aura of a battle god, 12 styles of swordsmanship. After that, his blade turned a golden color, and a multitude of similar swords soared the air. The hero realized that the swords were 12, just like when he fought the mad tyrant. The next skill he used was the battle god aura, the immense light of the heavenly void. The power of this skill was simply enormous, and it blew away half of the mountain. After him, only the rocks started to cave down. This power was great for Shihan. He realized that he was finally able to get all of his powers back, just like when he was a savior from another world, and maybe even made stronger. And now it's probably time for them to move out. And the guy's going to go to the kingdom of Theorant, Jennon noted. So the next destination is the northernmost point of Terranor, and they're off to the kingdom of Theoranth. The kingdom of Theorant is a country just north of the kingdom of Saffron. Most of their land cannot be cultivated due to the harsh climate. In addition, their territory is often attacked by monsters. For these reasons, Theorant is the least populated kingdom of the 6 kingdoms of Terranor. Yet this kingdom still has military might. Theorant is home to the northern warriors of the Age of Empires. There may not be many of them, but the kingdom's military capabilities are immense. Nothing can be easy, and this is going to be an uphill battle, Shihan stated. Since his powers had returned to him, it was clearly not a problem. He chose Theorant as his next destination because of the radiance there. Jennon asked if he was talking about the radiance, if he was talking about the Order's headquarters in the sun. The hero confirms it was Karen who told him that. The item he's looking for is right there. In order to activate the god aura perfectly, he must obtain it no matter what. It's about the magical sword of disaster. Keltaran continued his work, but it was hard on him, for there was quite a lot of business piling up. He didn't understand why Shihan-san couldn't train a little more quietly. He said it was a secret training session, but he took the whole aura off the face of the earth. It's not something to hide, just ordered people to keep quiet. Besides, forcing your subordinates to keep quiet is low. No matter how much he tries to hide absolutely nothing, rumors will spread anyway, so he has to spread them himself. He spreads false rumors, thus destroying the credibility of the others. We'll say that many mountaintops were destroyed, including the mountain at Porter Castle, and all other rumors about it will also be considered false. That way he can't hide the whole truth. But it's really incredible that he was able to destroy an entire mountain. Shihan's abilities are truly incredible, so he's clearly on the right side. Shihan's every action determines the fate of Terranor. Interestingly, if he chooses to become emperor, he, as his proxy, will have many privileges. And even if this guy returns to Earth, the man has nothing to lose. The disappearance of the leader of the 6 kingdoms. Even the mere knowledge of this fact is extraordinary. And one thing, things will get more complicated if Shihan fails. But no risk, no champagne. Yeah, and given his abilities, there's no risk at all. Of course, if something goes wrong, the man will be forced to take a different side. But right now, he's confident in Shihan's success. Suddenly a maid knocked on his door and told the Marquis that the great Shihan was requesting an audience. Marquis said if he's here, let him come in. The protagonist immediately did so. The old man inquired if he had done well on his errand. The hero smiled, telling him to stop making this spectacle. The maid had already left. The aristocrat then asked if he had enjoyed the shelter prepared by him. Shihan remarked that his acting impressed him every time. He should get an Oscar. And a few grand. Kelteron didn't realize who he was. They don't really give people in Korea for acting. The guy said it's time to get the formalities over with. I wonder what it is about the Order of the Sun. The interlocutor showed him the report. In addition to information about their whereabouts, he had prepared their schedule, daily routine, internal structure, and so on. It was done to make sure everything went well. If he can find the 3 heavenly auras, he will become stronger. I wonder if he would then be able to break the mountain into pebbles. Shihan took the report and objected that it wouldn't make him stronger that way. The range of his attacks will increase. He needs to become perfect at everything if he wants to get rid of the traitors. Quick and precise, as always. That's what he liked about Kelteron. He thanked me for my kind words. The hero remarked about these documents, wondering if he happened to have a schedule in case he went to Theorent. Marquis was a little surprised and said that of course he had prepared everything, Shihan said. So this plan must have become futile as he decided to go the way of the sun. The man confirmed this. The hero declared that he doesn't need to do useless things anymore. He doesn't need to always be perfect. Kelteron couldn't understand how his preparations could be useless. They are for Shihan. As his humble servant, he is always ready to do so. Shihan said he swore an oath of allegiance to him, and he can make him do what he needs to do. But in the same way, he can order him not to do what he doesn't need to do. With power comes responsibility, and he had neglected it before. That was until Alita told him, and he thought about it. Now he feels sorry for him. The interlocutor noted that he was wrong, as it was his initiative. Shihan explained just because he can't adjust to his mood doesn't mean he's going to punish him. It's not a non-representation or a mistake. As long as he doesn't betray him, he's not going to torture him. The old man listened to this attentively. Next, the hero said that it was time for him to go, so he should get ready to leave. The old man asked him to stop. In fact, there was something he had to tell him. He hadn't reported it earlier because he wasn't sure. He'd planned to tell him after he got confirmation, but changed his mind. Shihan took the document that was handed to him and asked what he was talking about, but what he saw shocked him. The hero wondered if it was all true. Kelteron added that this information has not yet been confirmed, but he believes it should not be ignored. He'll report right away after he learns anything else. Shihan agreed and thanked. Just as he was about to leave, the old man turned to him again. He also bowed, saying that he swore allegiance to him. The hero smiled and wondered if he hadn't already done this before. Marquis smiled and said he was just taking the oath one more time. That is how the preparations were finalized. Dina was on a snowy mountain preparing for battle, and a huge boar-like creature was rushing toward her at full speed. The girl easily dodged his attack by jumping upwards. Alita praised her and asked her to keep him away from her. She really is capable of handling him. The girl confirmed it. Thus, Shihan's squad and went to the kingdom of Theorent. After a little while, the boar was defeated. Dina was still confused and realized she had done it. That's when Shihan approached her and informed her that it had worked out. Her skills have gotten much better. Thinks she is now one of the strongest in her age group. The girl realized that he had killed so many monsters while she was trying to straighten out one. Alita hoped they would meet some bandits. They need practice hunting humans, not monsters. Jennon confirmed that they should get used to fighting humans, since they'd chosen to wield a sword. Shihan noted that saying such a thing so calmly was rather cruel. He had already forgotten what they were really like. This common sense on Terranor. Alita stated that although it is on there says such a thing, but not sinless, even before theirs. The hero did indeed commit his first murder at the age of 16. He decided to change the subject quickly and said it was time to go. They must cross the border before sunset. There's a border town just over the mountain, which means they'll soon be in Theoranthus. When they found themselves at the appointed place, night had fallen. Alita came in, and the hero asked why she was alone and what happened to Dina. The girl noted that she fell asleep as soon as she lay on the bed. Shihan remarks she must be very tired, so let her rest. And as long as she sleeps with her, obviously nothing will happen, and he suggests dinner. There was certainly not rich food on the table. The guy noted considering it was too late to do anything about it since there wasn't enough food. He asked if Jennon would treat him to Jennojang with his special sauce. The comrade did not understand what kind of strange name he had given it. Now he noted that she sounded pretty good. But the interlocutor didn't understand what he was talking about at all. He named the sauce after him, and because of that, it seems as if he only has one special sauce. He has a few others besides this one. Suddenly, Alita asked Shihan if she understood correctly what they were looking for called the 3 celestial aura spatial saviors. I wonder what kind of abilities they have. The hero did not understand whether it was not written in the book. The interlocutor stated that she had certainly read it, but could not understand what it was about on her own. Then Shihan told it is a magical sword, known as the strongest in all of Terranor. From dagger to claymore, it changes its shape and size. The magic blade is a disaster. Alita stated that it sounds cool, but she doesn't realize what makes it the strongest. There are plenty of other markets and making enemies tremble in fear or corrosive poisons. Wouldn't they be better suited for the role of strongest swords? The guy explained it all away because with her skill level, disaster wouldn't shine. Its splendor is only revealed in the hands of a swordsman of divine rank. Most of the abilities of magical blades are easily unleashed in the hands of the swordsman of the divine orator. Catastrophe is the only blade capable of turning the tide of battle, as it is constantly being refined. If a swordsman of divine rank using this blade, he gains the ability to destroy everything around him. That's why this sword is called Catastrophe. It not only changes its appearance, but also its shape and adjusts its weight and alloy density, according to the form it takes, giving its owner a host of privileges. The enemy will have to confront different types of weapons. Moreover, as the disaster changes its shape, if one suffers damage, the others will be unharmed. They will realize the beauty of this blade as soon as they see it. Jennon wasn't sure, but it sounded convenient. Alita wondered then, what about Ruberesque and the dragon cloak? Shihan replied, the world's strongest Ruberesque armor, equipped with equipment, automatic sizing, and self-care. It's true that it's a pain in the ass to take care of bulky metal armor, but other than that, the Ruberesque is really the best armor. The dragon cloak, in turn, protects against the effects of dragon flames. It also blocks half of the magic attacks. Moreover, it also protects against the flame attacks of other monsters, since it was created from dragon skin and other monsters, although it can only hold half the weight of a dragon. It would be nice to have all 3 items, but disaster is top priority. Shihan must get his hands on that blade, no matter what, or at least prevent it from falling into other hands. Next, Shihan's squad crossed the mountains, continuing northward. If you look at the calendar, winter has only just begun, although the lakes around here are already covered in thick ice. Every day they faced worsening weather. This continued until they arrived in the city of Ekvet. The streets of this town had a lively atmosphere. The protagonist's squad walked into them and began to look around. Alita noticed that there were quite a few people here. She hadn't thought there would be so many in such a small town. There were more people here than she had expected. Ekvet, a city built by order of the Pilgrim's highest sun princes, and also for traders passing through. The population grew, and the city became a trading city. Shihan said, it used to be known as a cold as well as snowy city. Things seem to have changed a bit here. Dina confirmed this and stated that her mother Salette's family also trades here. She has already contacted them and needs to find them sooner rather than later. At the meeting, Alita wondered when the hero was going to tell Dina everything. He informed her that he was waiting for the right moment. Perhaps he should have told her from the beginning. Would the news that he was now the savior of the world be too surprising? The comrades confirmed that he was. Shihan put his hand on the table and stated that he needed to deal with this issue first. It's a blueprint of the internal structure of the temple. The hero got it from Karen. Alita asked if he could use the shadow presence like last time. The boy noted that it was impossible, the barrier was too strong, and he wouldn't be able to penetrate it. The girl couldn't believe that this barrier was stronger than the Eye of Night. Shihan explained that the creator of this barrier is one of the strongest of the 6 heroes. They are well acquainted and therefore have the ability to counter each other's method, Jennon noted. But if this barrier cannot be passed through with the shadowy presence of the Thief Queen, is it possible to enter the temple in principle? Shihan wondered. He stated there is nothing they can do, and they will break it. The comrades could not believe what they were hearing. The hero repeated, they will break the barrier, follow the path they chose earlier, and steal the 3 heavenly auras, then escape. This is the only way. If they do, there will be traces of aura left behind, and that's fine. The hero is going to break it and using the spirit of lightning skill of Theorent himself. Thus, everyone will think that it was Theorent who dealt with the barrier, Jennon stated, sounding perfect. Not only would the guy get what he wanted, but he would also get revenge on the traitor. Shihan suggested doing it right now. Still, he could be wrong, so have them on standby. Alita asked what they should do. The hero said he would try not to destroy the surroundings, but let them consider it a failure if the temple explodes or a pillar of fire appears. Something like an alarm will go off. If that happens, it will be bad. Before he could even finish that sentence, there was actually an explosion. He, like the rest of his friends, couldn't believe it. The very building they were headed for had already failed. Shihan wondered what was going on. It's not like he hadn't done anything yet. Something happened to the barrier that protected this place. The hero was very angry about it. That's why he shouted that it was urgent to put out the fire. In order to do so, they used the heavy rain downpour skill. The rain was necessary to stir up this earth. That skill really helped. Alita noted that the fire was beginning to gradually go out. They also saw that there were people inside. Jennon immediately rushed forward, talking about how he would save them. The girl tried to help the injured man, asking if he was okay. The man pointed out that this was not the case at all, and the problem is that someone is trying to steal sacred relics. As they were talking, there was another explosion. Suddenly, a man dressed in relics appeared. Naturally, Shihan recognized them. Upon seeing Jennon, the stranger immediately rushed to attack. The guy asked him to stop. He must have started the fire. But the man answered him nothing, and applied force to his weapon. Jennon noticed this and realized he was in danger. The stranger actually lunged to attack him. It became clear that he was using an enhanced aura. Soon there was another explosion. Shihan ran to his comrade, worried about him. It turned out that this man was a sword master ranked above him. Seeing the others, the thief turned around and rushed away. The relic guard shouted, running away. "But you can't let him do that. This criminal stole the sacred relics they were guarding." The protagonist realized that it was a rogue. He stole the dragon cloak, Ruberesque, and the disaster. There was nothing left to do but rush after him in pursuit. So Shihan did. He realized that this person's skills were not that high, but the person in front of him was definitely a swordmaster. It's unclear who this person is. Once master, he must be well known. Although it's been 10 years, maybe there's a new master. And he'll find out after he takes the helmet off that insolent head. The townspeople didn't realize what that strange sound was. Perhaps there was a fire. The stranger who stole the relic saw that he was being chased, so he shifted his gaze to the protagonist. Shihan saw the use of power and realized what was about to happen. As it happened, an attack was made, but not on him at all, and on the ordinary townspeople who stood below. Luckily, the protagonist stepped up to their defense. He got angry and asked if this man really wanted to save himself at the cost of civilians' lives. If so, he is just a scoundrel. His opponent answered him nothing and continued to run away. Shihan continued his pursuit, thinking, let him run as long as he can. If his goal is escape, his next destination will be the walls of the fortress. So far, everything was going just as the guy thought it would. He followed this thief and thought he would drive him into a place where there wasn't a soul. The stranger saw that it was the strange one in front of him. Because of this, he had to stop abruptly. It came out that Shihan appeared in front of him and told him he was caught. The opponent was clearly not going to give up. Hero noted that there is no one for this man to take hostage right now. So, right now, they're going to see who he really is. The enemy once again applied their martial arts, preparing to attack. Shihan was well aware that he had to hide his abilities. That's why he uses the aura of calamity to counterattack. He was soon confronted by his opponent. He looked at the power he was using here. His aura clearly did not exude electricity. Shihan remembered very well that this was the native ability of Theranthus, which is called the Spirit of Lightning. But soon the aura changed to fire and the stranger attacked him again. The hero defended on, was surprised, because it's a dragon flame. It turns out this villain is using 2 of Theoranth's abilities at once. In order to find out what was going on, the boy inquired if he was one of Theoranth's students by any chance. He supposed that at his age, that would be strange. It must be hard to learn 2 skills at once. Still, he makes great use of his battle aura. But the hero couldn't understand why he felt so uncomfortable. The opponent pondered the next attack. When he committed it, the protagonist successfully dodged it. To him, this man reminded him of Theoranth in his prime. The way he controlled his own aura was incredible. The enemy's attacks became more and more fierce, and he combined different types of battle energy. He realized now that even so, he wasn't much of a threat to him. He just had a very strange feeling from the past right now. The attacks performed on him are too simple. It's unclear what's wrong with his sword skills. Compared to the aura, the sword is clearly his weakness. The battle soon turned the other way. Shihan has now started to dominate his opponent. He even managed to send it flying. The hero didn't understand why he was so weak. He doesn't even seem to be faking it. But then what's going on? The guy had released large amounts of aura before, but it wasn't that bad. There had to be a limit to how imbalanced his abilities could be. If the battle continues like this, at this rate, Ruberesk could break. While he was thinking, the stranger was preparing another attack on him. His attack cannot be called successful because the counterattack was more powerful. Plus, he started getting punched in various parts of his body. And in the end, he couldn't even resist this style of fighting. So after literally a dozen blows, he was already face down in the ground. For this battle, the protagonist utilized Rasadaran's hand-to-hand combat technique. He noted that his technique was still no match for Karen's, but apparently that was enough to show him the difference between the two. So let this man give up. But it didn't happen the way he wanted it to, because the opponent he successfully captured and pulled out. At that time, Shihan noted that he had a pretty powerful willpower. It turns out he broke his own left arm to get out of the grip. But anyway, what difference does it make? Just because he can hold a sword doesn't make him strong, because he lacks talent. If it wasn't for Ruberex's armor, he would have lost a long time ago. Suddenly, the opponent started doing something strange. He swung his weapon, but clearly not to attack, and then with all the strength she had, launched the weapon upwards. Shihan was horrified that his wreck had gone somewhere. He couldn't understand what the man was doing, and immediately rushed off to get his weapon. It was a sword he couldn't lose. Luckily, successfully caught up with him and got his hands on him, after which he landed on the ground. But while he was distracted, some time passed, so that stranger was successfully able to escape. Sleep realized that he had lost the Ruberesk as well as the dragon cloak. Who would have thought that man would use a disaster of quality bait? That's okay though, because the most important thing on the list of everything to be mined was in his hands. A disaster he was glad to see in his hands. The main character's comrades arrived home and saw that Shihan had returned before them. The boy inquired how things were going at the temple. Jennon noted that everything had ended well. The rescue team had arrived just in time. Alita wondered what was wrong with that thief. The hero replied that he had escaped. Unfortunately, he never realized who it was. He missed Ruberex as well as the dragon cloak, but he has a disaster. The comrade rejoiced and said that at last he could see the greatest sword, so he asked if he could see it. Shihan reported that he was already looking at it. Jennon didn't realize if it wasn't the sword he carried with him all the time. Then he saw it in another part of the room and realized it was a different sword. The protagonist stated, as he said before, disaster takes any form. So it has no trouble disguising itself as an ordinary sword, but there's also something the guy can't figure out until now. The thief used Theorinth's abilities, so there is no doubt about where he came from. The true value of this weapon is widely known in Theorinth, so why he abandoned it is unclear. Jennon noted, perhaps the thief wasn't a disciple of Theorinth after all. The 7 heroes of the revolutionaries shared techniques with each other, just as Shihan had taught them aura control and shadow presence. The hero pointed out that everyone knows about the lightning spirit and dragon flame. But knowing and being able to perform are different things. Once one reached the master level, the aura spread throughout their body according to their skills. Even if they used the same skills, the result would be different, unless they were born to sense aura. But the lightning spirit that the thief used definitely belonged to Theoranth's technicians. The hero is certain that the culprit behind the destruction of the Radiance belongs to the Theoranth faction. That's exactly what it is, which means you have to digest everything. Lilstein was in the harbor looking out the window. He was thoughtful, reflecting on what was happening. Soon smiled, speaking of who would have thought. The king found himself in such a faraway land. If Theoranth finds out, chaos will reign. But it's worth the gamble. Next, he asked the very knight who had stolen the relic to remove his armor. The subordinate did so at once. He looked like a normal person, and it clearly wasn't Theoranth. Lilstein said, even if it's an experimental sample, considering his master rank to lose like this was strange. As expected of the northern warriors, this is simply incredible. He still has a lot of work to do. Using the sword as bait, it wasn't a bad idea to come up with a command to retreat. If a little more time had passed, this dragon's cry would have been lost. He'll be perfect to replace that bastard. He informed the subordinate that he had done a good job and let him rest. He followed his orders. The troop on horseback moved through the snowy terrain, and at the head of it rode a carriage. The man reflected that these were dozens of the best warriors of the kingdom of Theorinth. A carriage shrouded in steel with protective orbs, as well as 18 sword knights. Even they wouldn't dare to attack at the sight of such an escort. And he speaks of the ghost of the snowy wasteland. They are fools, pathetic brigands. Everything they do is a burden on the shoulders of the common people. The man next to him noted that the Baron had nothing to worry about. It's just a gang of bandits. They are powerless against the strength of true knights. So he asked to rely on them. Just uttering this phrase, an arrow was emboldened in his head. Blood spurted from his head in different directions, and the Baron couldn't believe it. He began to scream in terror. The defenders immediately prepared to take up defenses. The enemy must be located. One of the men started looking around and saw something on the mountain. He shouted, "The one who did it is out there." But it won't hit him a second time. Suddenly, something came down on them with great force. The men didn't realize if the shields were useless. It was unbelievable how powerful these arrows were. The warriors shouted that it was necessary to hold on, but they also thought that it was impossible to release arrows of such power intermittently. Then they saw what they expected. They were attacked from the woods nearby. Judging by the mask, it was clear that he was here. It's the ghost of the snowy wasteland. A fight broke out between these people. Naturally, the Baron was horrified. He realized that this man was just scattering his soldiers. It's not clear why someone with that kind of power would engage in dirty robbery. It became curious who he even was, and that's when he was attacked. The very ghost of the snowy wasteland asked the Baron where he was going to run to. It turned out to be a girl who had taken off her mask. She greeted Flack. The man just couldn't believe his eyes. He realized it was the Knight of Villette. So is the ghost of the snowy wasteland, this she is. Soon the brigands said that everything was ready. Then they were ordered to attend to the carriage. Violetta thanked Woodrow for a great job. The man didn't say anything back to her, only nodded. With these supplies, they'll hold out for a while longer. Therant was informed of the robbery. The ward apologized to His Majesty. He said that this was the 4th time an unknown band of robbers had attacked the king's tax wagon. The man was dissatisfied, for once again the ghost of the snowy wasteland had tried. The interlocutor complained that the amounts were so large that it was beginning to threaten the administration of the state. Perhaps they would have to increase the fees. The man wondered what else to increase the fees. It wouldn't be right. Robbing a carriage of gold is the responsibility of the royal family. The people did their duty. They should not be held responsible for that loss. So raising taxes would be unfair. Instead, they will collect a special and war tax. If it is the duty of the royal family to suppress banditry, it is the duty of the people to help. They need extra funds for the army, and it will be fair to raise them in this way. The subordinates realized that it was again so His Majesty Theranth's justice in essence meant raising more money. And it didn't even matter what the people thought. Still, everyone told him it was a wise decision and pledged to honor it. Lavina came on the link with Therant and greeted him. The man also did so, talking about how they hadn't seen each other in a while. I wonder what business she used such an expensive communication spell for. He's dealing with matters of state. Let him speak plainly because he doesn't have much time. The girl smiled. She noted that she had heard news of the original source of the glow, so could it really be him? Therant frowned and said that was nonsense. Lavina objected, because it looked like it was all his doing. Didn't he even look like he did it? The interlocutor said she was confusing him with someone else. Who, in general, would talk about greed? The girl didn't like it. She pointed out that they were rulers after all, so no need for low accusations. It had been 10 years. Was he not at all embarrassed by her words? Theorant reported that she was the 3rd. Lilstein and Saffron had already expressed similar suspicions. It became clear to Levine. The man went on to say that his answer is still the same. He is not interested in the Savior's legacy. Immediately thereafter, their connection was cut off. The girl couldn't tell if that was true. Jordan had told her it was Therant's Thunderblade. A subordinate confirmed it, and witnesses claim it was him. But the technique of the gaming blade, the owners are heroes of the revolution. Therefore, among his royal knights are also those who wield it. The ruler confirmed it. It's the same technique, but he can see there are differences between the two. Therant's Thunderblade is only wielded by her students, and Shihan used to wield it as well, though he's not with them now. Suddenly a thought struck her, and thinking, she began to think about Shihan. Suddenly, Jordan came up to her and hugged her from behind, wondering if she was done with her chores. He noted that it had been a while since they'd been together. And how about we have some fun? Lavina said she was impatient enough, and it was still light outside. His offer is really tempting, but it's time for her to go to the training ground. The interlocutor noted, possessing such power, Her Majesty does not stop training. She started divine, war gained power and wealth. In that case, doesn't she have everything that a human being can only dream of? Queen reported that Jordan didn't know her at all. Did he really think she could be satisfied with that? The hero asked around the town for information. The old man noted that he had heard of this ghost of the snowy wasteland. There had been no report of its appearance here. Shihan remarked that he understood and apologized for the distraction. Although there were unforeseen events, they managed to retrieve the cursed destroyer sword. Nevertheless, Shihan and his companions, I went straight back to the kingdom of Lattenberg. They still have business up north. At the table, it must be said. I wonder if they will find any clue about this snowy wasteland ghost gang. They say they operate so secretively that even Therant's soldiers have been unable to discover their identities. The protagonist confirmed this. He wasn't really hoping for anything. Just thought he'd check it out since they were here. Alita wondered why he was actually interested in this gang. The guy replied that he had some information from Keltaran. Whether it's true or not, he basically doesn't know. Looks like there's nothing for them here. So they're leaving early tomorrow morning. Dinah just listened and thought it was the servant's duty not to interfere or ask questions about her master's secret missions. Jennon noted, "This North Sea fish is just something. It gets very fatty in cold water, but you can still smell the fishy odor. It would have been better to use Krental grass marinated in vinegar rather than smoked." The comrades were glad he had cast his eye over it. I wonder what he would cook this time. Suddenly a message was heard from the street to surround these people. The people that were in the tavern couldn't understand what was going on, and the guards shouted that there was nowhere to run. Let the people they have surrounded surrender and drop their weapons. Do they really think they'll get away with it? The man would advise them to surrender quietly, and then he promises them his generosity. The interlocutor noted what other magnanimity he had not heard of. It is said that no one has yet lived to tell of this very generosity. The guard called them stupid bandits. He then addressed the residents and said that it would be a bit noisy. Let them not come close, for it will be dangerous. These are the dangerous criminals, the gang, the ghost of the snowy wasteland. The protagonist watched carefully to see what was going on. He rejoiced when he recognized it as the ghost of the snowy wasteland. If it was really them, it was a great fortune. The knight shouted for these traitors to prepare for death. In the name of His Majesty Therant, the great hero of the revolution, they will be punished. The bandits weren't going to give up. Suddenly they saw something strange begin to happen. Literally, some kind of force swept in front of them. The guards asked what was going on with the weather. It's probably the blizzard magic. The captain was angry that nothing could be seen. It soon became clear that the thieves they had apprehended had already fled. The captain shouted that this was terrible. He didn't think they would have a magical artifact. They couldn't have gotten far, though. Let them be found now. And the ones they were looking for were, naturally, captured by the main character. One of them asked Shihan if he had really done it. The guy confirmed that he did it. Aston's language was surprisingly complex, he thought. The thieves didn't understand who he was or why he had saved them. Sleep noted that he was looking for the ghost of the snowy wasteland. They wouldn't believe him if he told them anyway, so it's unclear what to do. And suddenly I realized there was one way after all. He's going to prove to them that he can be trusted. They must have a password to identify allies. The man thought about it for a moment. Alita didn't know all the details, but if Shihan had been looking for them for so long, did that mean they were connected to his past? In that case, was he really able to memorize this one after 10 years? Suddenly one of the hostages said they were about to check it out. He started to tell him the phrase, "What is faster?" The hero replied that it was a train, and they continued the conversation. The girl listened to him with surprise. This password is a set of unfamiliar words without any context, and the guy remembers it after 10 years. Shihan is really incredible. Shihan realized everything as he thought. Since they were using this password, it must be the ghost of the snowy wasteland. The guy reported that he without even thinking about it, responded. His comrade said, so it is inaccurate, somehow related to them, so he apologized for their doubts. Shihan said not to be so upset. Now let them take them to their comrades. The interlocutor noted that he would do so. Moreover, he wanted to ask him to do it himself. Let him help them get out of this village. The fact of the matter is that their hideout has been discovered. The Knights of the White Wolf left 3 days ago. We need to warn the others immediately. Shihan wondered about the White Wolf Knight. The members of the group did not understand how it happened or how they found them. Woodrow didn't understand who could have given them away either. They had obviously not come here with good intentions. There were many warriors in front of them now. These are the same Knights of the White Wolf Kingdom of Theranth. The captain smiled and said, so that means, who is the ghost of the snowy wasteland is Knight Woodrow. The man knew this man. It was Knight Kite. He's pissed because he's still alive. Kite noted, so he's hiding in this hole. It's a pathetic sight. They'd better give up their pride and just accept it. Woodrow didn't understand how he could stand to be around these brats. The blood of innocence spilled by them still couldn't dry up. They clearly could not be called Knights of the White Wolf. They are the Blood Knights of the Lusklan Empire. The whole continent remembers their atrocities. I guess if they changed their name, they'd let their past go. Kite said, that's how everyone lived back then. And he just did what everyone else did. Their sins have been atoned for by the grace of the great hero of the revolution, His Majesty Terranor. And the world has now changed. The girl didn't understand what they should do now. Even though they are all sword knights, there are only 30 of them. He was the only one who had reached the rank of master. Their enemies have at least 50 knights and as many as 3 masters. So they simply don't stand a chance. Woodrow was getting very angry about it. Kite started laughing and saying they were criminals of this era, and treason is punishable by death. These knights of the azure sky from the past are clearly not going to be helped by any savior. Woodrow wasn't going to give up, so he prepared to fight. He released his powerful arrow towards his opponent. The others said, even though they were rejected, they were still knights of the azure sky, and they will fight to the end. A hand appeared out of the rising dust after the arrow hit. Then the enemy captain lunged and attacked. The girl realized that, like them, you too are experienced warriors. Their forces are roughly equal. That said, they have too many enemies. Soon, she too had to face a master rank knight. The enemy smiled and said, that's Valetta from the Knights of the Azure Sky. It always pissed him off the way she swung her sword. So he would teach her how a real woman should behave. She was outraged and said that Reciphin was unredeemable. Woodrow wanted to help her, so took advantage of the true heavenly technique of reversing the course of history. At that very moment, another force was brought forward to counterbalance him. It was Kite who used that power. He noted that his opponent has incredible power. Really, the man he fights is still in shape. However, he can't defeat 2 masters at the same time, though the man didn't wonder and tried to do so. He noted that the 2 of them were attacking together, which means they must have lost their honor as well. Kate couldn't understand how there could be any honor towards traitors at all. Valetta got hurt, she got hit pretty hard. The enemy shouted that she had held out pretty well for a wench, but it was time to call it a day. The girl realized that she would not be able to block this blow. The knight laughed as if anticipating her death. But soon his death came, as the protagonists arrived and blew that rascal's head off. Valetta couldn't believe what had happened. Neither did the rest of the audience, not realizing what was going on here. The girl didn't understand who these people were. Was he really on their side? Literally with one blow, he decapitated the swordmaster. Suddenly, the guy turned to her and said he hadn't seen her long enough. Valetta realized he knew her. In that case, is this really who she's thinking of? Soon her interlocutor turned around. He was using a change of guise. Thus, the girl didn't realize who it was. Kite didn't hesitate and asked who he even was. Those people are dangerous criminals, ghosts of the snowy wasteland. They act under the orders of the great hero of the revolution, His Majesty Terranor. Then how dare this fellow interfere in their affairs? Or maybe he's in on it too. Either way, he's already in trouble. Suddenly, Shihan asked why Kite was still alive. I don't know why these scoundrels serve Terranor. He must be out of his mind. The captain shouted that this was an impertinent statement. How dare he speak of His Majesty like that? His life would now belong to him. Suddenly, the man saw something start to happen to this guy. The hero noted that he was allowed to do so. At that moment, he had already shown his true appearance and asked if Kite recognized him. The man was surprised at first because of the change in his face, and then he started looking at it, wondering who it was. Thus, after some time, a realization came to him. Kite fell to the ground in terror and began to scream. At the time, Shihan noted that it was unbelievable. It turns out those dogs are still alive. At that moment, he impaled the man with the blunt edge of his sword. Those present were surprised and could not believe it. Shihan threw the weapon away and said it was too easy a death for someone like him. The knights realized in horror that their commander had been killed, and after seeing their lith, it seemed familiar. The enemies immediately began to flee in terror. The hero noted that he has never pursued those who flee from the battlefield. Even if they are soldiers of the Empire, they are just someone's fathers and sons, as well as victims of circumstances. But these men are blood knights, and that is another matter. He is the dogs of the Lusklan Empire, and their hands are covered in blood. That way, no one leaves here. They should have died 10 years ago. The protagonist used the spiritual sword information skill. Thus the enemies began to reach the Kara, and they did not realize what was happening. Then Shihan noted, it looked like some people had managed to escape. I wonder how long Woodrow will stand idle for. The man was simply discouraged. Soon he rejoiced, for he realized that Shihan had returned. So he immediately ordered his warriors to rush to the attack. Let them destroy the Knights of the White Wolf. The people who brought the protagonist in didn't understand what was going on here. They already thought they were finished when the Knights of the White Wolf showed up. But it turns out this guy solved the situation in no time. It's really, they brought him here on interesting who he is. Looks like he changed his face. It's a shame. but the distance makes it hard to see, Alita remarked to her. It seems to her that they are only here, no. The interlocutor stated that they were done with them and suggested going downstairs. There was confusion among those present. They thought it just couldn't be, but really it is that person. Woodrow said for all of them that it was Commander Shihan. The hero smiled. He welcomed everyone and said it's been a full 10 years. Valletta was not as excited as he was. She noted that it had taken her too long to return, and she couldn't believe it. I wonder if it's really their commander. The girl reached her hand toward him and immediately gave him a hard slap, wondering why he only came back now. She also called him an irresponsible person. Now she also has a hand from him, shafting everything the same commander won't even let her hit herself. Shihan noted that Valletta was the same. The rest of the boys were very happy to have their commander back. Dina couldn't understand what other Shihan they were mispronouncing. So surprised to see it being tossed up in the air. To clarify the situation, she informed me that it was not Shihan, but Sean Stein. Sounds a little similar, but it's not. Son Shihan is too much, isn't he? All of Terranor knows that man. Let him use his fist in a jabbing technique that only the Savior wields. But they say its creator was a mercenary king. It seemed to her that his face changed several times, but she kept looking at her master. She must have just imagined it. Suddenly she went quiet. A realization finally came to her, and she wondered if it was true. Jennon was glad she finally understood, and he was already wondering when she would figure it out. Alita felt much better too. She confirmed her ward's speculation. This is the Savior Song Shihan. Soon the ram was informed that Kite was dead. The knight wondered what was wrong with his cuff. The ruler said that this artifact turns black when its owner dies. These were the knights of the azure sky. The interlocutor further stated that Kite must have let his guard down. Woodrow is pretty strong, but not that strong, although he could kill him. But the White Wolf Knights won't lose. The Knights of the Azure Sky were the strongest 10 years ago. They are no longer the same without Isid, Conrad, and Sylphid. Thus, they don't stand a chance against the White Wolf Knights. Theron confirmed it, but he has a bad feeling about it. Immediately have them send a messenger to the Knights of the White Wolf and find out what's going on there. Safran made contact, and he was communicating with Lavina. He noted that they hadn't seen each other in quite some time, and the girl was still beautiful. Lavina laughed and said that he still has the same love for beauty. They say he is the only man among the 3 first beauties of the continent. The comrade wondered what she needed. The catalysts for the bonding spell were expensive. She didn't understand. And if he was so economical, why he had become king in the first place? He's a good king. His cosmetics alone could buy dozens of catalysts. This made the mood between the two of them deteriorate a bit. Safran asked simply to cut to the chase. Levine asked if he was talking about what happened to the original source. Perhaps he thinks it was Therant. The man stated that he was denying everything. It didn't look like he was lying. The girl confirmed he wasn't a fool like Zexard and didn't think he would lie. Safran added, honestly, he suspects Lavina. A swordmaster is able to copy any technique perfectly. The interlocutor was indignant, saying that not every master was capable of it. He must be judging by Shihan, but he was able to do it because he was an earthling. The man said that anything can happen. All he knows is that swordsmen can do anything. Lavina confirmed this and said she understood. He suspected the same thing, but let him listen, and she'll tell him why it's not her. If the goal is to quarrel the 6 kingdoms, everyone has a motive. It's not about motive, it's about opportunity. Maloof, Samid, and Rayful. Only these 3 have enough power to use the Thunderblade. Anyone could have been the one who hired them, but neither she nor Karen has a way to bribe a fleet of them. If it had been Safran or Lilstein, they would have framed her, not Therant. The interlocutor confirmed it. If it wasn't Thunderbolt, Shadow Dance, or Silver Light, he wouldn't have doubted it was her. Lavina noted that it's so all the evidence points to Theoranthus, but it's all too obvious. Next, the man asked if that was what she used the communication spell for. Let her amuse herself with her guesses and herself. Suddenly, she said there was another option. What if it turns out to be Shihan himself? It all adds up, doesn't it? Safran was surprised at this judgment. He noted that everything was logical, but it could not be. Shihan couldn't have returned to Terranor on his own. If someone had summoned him, then it would be different. But he and Lysteen would have sensed it. The Mad Emperor himself barely opened the portal to Earth, sacrificing his relatives. He doesn't think there are any Lusklan descendants that strong left now. Maybe Lavina's just trying to confuse them. The girl pointed out, let him think what he wants. He wouldn't believe a word she said anyway, so she said goodbye to him. Safran pointed out, Of course he doesn't believe her. He's not a simpleton like that Shihan. Don't let him think he'll believe anything she says. Lavina wondered about this conversation. Her interlocutor clearly meant to say that Shihan could not have returned, but Lilstein or Saffron could have covered up any trace of the summoning. Besides, Shihan himself is hardly capable of such a thing. He would never harm innocents for his own gain. But Liston and Saffron have no reason to risk it for his return. And even so, something still confuses her. Now the protagonist and his companions were in the Bearwalt Gorge, and they were the ones going inside the cave. Shihan noted that it wasn't a bad place inside, cozy and clean. And it's easy to hide. Then it was unclear why they were staying in the coniferous forest. They were here. Valletta said that he was first, rather than here. But the cave is damp and the water leaks. Woodrow added that this place was more dangerous than their shelter in the forest. It's really quite easy to hide here. But if they're found, they won't be able to get away. Shihan noted that it really wasn't bad here anyway. Jennon doesn't even complain. And the guy also wonders what's been going on here for 10 whole years. Why the Blood Knights serve Therant. Isn't there an immediate happy life after defeating evil? Alas, the world is not so simple. The heroes of the revolution needed to establish a new order, create a new state, to provide people with security and stability. But they did not have enough people to do this. Thus, they had to bring in former officials of the Empire. Among them were those who had faithfully served the Mad Emperor. This is the strongest unit of sword knights of the Lusklan Empire. The loyal dogs of the Mad Emperor of the Six Blades. 2 of the 6 clans of Lyest and Canavan. They were destroyed by Drutan, Centrain, and them. But the other 4 not only survived, but retained some of their influence. Lilstein severely punished everyone who was guilty of the Empire's crimes. Therefore, the Six Blades had no chance of returning to power. The same thing happened in Anacius. As for Zexard, he didn't want to see those he didn't like around him, so he simply refused their services. So the knights of the clan moved to Sepharan, Phallus, and Theoranthus, done so they could redeem themselves by serving the people. The protagonist smiled, saying that it was a rather hypocritical word to serve. It must have been a pity to lose such valuable personnel. Saffron and Lavina, he understands that, but for Therant to go for it is strange. Woodrow remarked that this was really surprising. He began to make concessions, and his principles turned to stubbornness. After Commander Shihan returned to Earth, they had to swear allegiance to Theoranthrok. After all, he was also a sword knight like their commander. Of course, he did not immediately come into conflict with the White Wolf Knights, these dogs of the Empire. Therant decided to get rid of this problem in a radical way. He accused them of treason. After which he began a purge of the Knights of the Azure Sky. They hindered him more than the Blood Knights. They lost half of their brothers that day, and they can't just leave this country. They just have to avenge them. Shihan apologized, talking about how so much happened while he was gone. Suddenly, Valletta entered the conversation. She wondered what happened the day the guy disappeared. Why had he left without a word? It became clear to the hero that they didn't know any information. So next, he was telling them everything that had happened. Woodrow noted that it made sense now. There had been similar rumors in Theranth, but he didn't think it was true, so they were damned rascals. But now Commander Shihan is back, and he won't punish them together, the girl asked, meaning he was over Zexard. She knew Keltarin wasn't capable of such a thing. The hero objected and pointed out that it was Keltaron who did everything in that coup, and he just finished off his former comrade at the end. The interlocutors were surprised and could not believe this information. They asked if he was saying this about the very man who only wanted to manage and at the beast. The guy confirmed it. Valletta shouted that he was always the first to run away when he saw danger, and all he did was suck up to everyone, so he couldn't be capable of such a thing. Shihan realized everyone remembered him like this, even though it had been a dozen years. In a way, Duke Keltarin was impressive. The guy went on to say that he was always planning routes and gathering information, providing the mercenaries with booze and cozy rooms, and keeping their morale up. Come to think of it, he wasn't a bad commander. I guess everyone can prove themselves if they occupy the right place. Now to the person who is not being told is helping him a lot, so asks them to set aside their prejudices and accept him. Woodrow noted, if that's what the commander says, they'll believe him. Valletta said that ability makes sense. But is he really trustworthy? Shihan confirmed it, talking about putting explosives on him. And through Keltarin, they can contact their brothers. The girl noted, when they find out that Commander Shihan has returned, Acid, Conrad, and Sylphid, as well as everyone else who has returned home, will rush here without delay. Woodrow rejoiced that at last the Knights of the Azure Sky would be reborn. Next, the hero was informed that they had a lot to do. Let him rest tonight. They made sure he didn't need anything. Next, they began to discuss why there were so many books. Jennon, he pointed out, this is the legend of the hero's son Shihan. It felt like the author was doing it all himself. The hero asked what that meant. Didn't they read the books about him below and so knows everything written there? Then Woodrow smiled and announced that he was the author of this book. The comrades were surprised. The guys believed him. Jennon asked if it was when he was the mystery writer Agrius. The man noted that he was doing it out of nothing to do. Recorded their adventures with Commander Shihan. Next, the guy asked for an autograph, and the author gladly agreed. And while this was happening, Shihan didn't realize what was going on here, though he remembered that his comrade had always been like that. So asked Alita to calm him down. But at the same time, she also asked for an autograph. It turned out that the girl just had all the volumes collected. They were in her old cabin, but someone had burned them along with the shelf. The guys were surprised. It turns out that most of Shihan's winged phrases from these books were coined by Woodrow himself. After a little while, the commander was thanking the boys for forgetting about him. They will no longer be some ghost wandering through the snow. He's back, and that means the Knights of the Azure Sky are reborn. Those present began to cheer at that moment. Alita was also overjoyed. Shihan was scolded for complaining that quotes from books are too pathetic, and he says the same thing himself. Woodrow reported that the Knights of the Azure Sky owed a debt to Rant and the Knights of the White Wolf. The commander has already dealt with the Knights of the White Wolf, but they can't leave here until they take revenge on Terrant himself. The boy hesitated and asked who the heir to the throne was now. It was Prince Claude, but he's only 8 years old, so Queen Sosain will most likely be the regent. Shihan stated, if the eldest son is 8, he's a little young, and Zexard's oldest son is about his age. Woodrow said that Zexard had always followed his instincts. A Terrant is a stubborn martial arts fanatic. He only got married after he became king and would not look at any woman but the queen. He has 2 sons and 3 daughters, and they are all by Queen Sosain. Shihan noted, at least he was a good father and husband. Every evil has at least a little bit of good in it. The interlocutor noted that this was not his excuse at all. One should not give up even a mad emperor, for someone was a good father as well as a husband. Alita nodded without confirming it. The man went on to say that if they killed Terrant, his children would have to be deprived of the throne. The hero asked, but then who would rule the country? He wants revenge, but he doesn't want innocent people to suffer for it. Valletta noted, if he's worried about that, there's Duke Errant. Woodrow noted that it was true. He didn't understand how he could have forgotten about him. Terrant's younger brother, unlike him, was a talented manager. And unlike his brother, he didn't become a bigot. He was the one who took care of them when they were in Terrant's disfavor. Errant is a relative of the current ruler, and he has what it takes to be a good ruler. The hero inquired as to where he was now. In response, he heard that he and his brother had an already strained relationship, and of the Knights of the White Wolf not quite quarreling. Errant talked about if you don't get rid of the past, it will definitely make itself known in the future. Terrant replied, what future if they don't have a present? Talented people don't grow on trees. How long can you cling to your ideals? Woodrow continued speaking. When the present government became king, his brother became his counselor. But in the end, he angered his brother and was banished from the capital. They say he is now under house arrest in his small mansion. Shihan confirmed that this man was a perfect fit. He has both ability and motive. He would not harm his nephew, and he would deal with Terrant's daughters. Upon hearing this information, the man asked if he really wanted to let them live. Who knows what they will do when they grow up? The hero informed him that he could not kill 8-year-old children. It's not their fault, and he can't punish them for something that hasn't happened yet. He has the right to avenge those who betrayed him, and they have the right to avenge their father. Woodrow marveled. Valletta, on the other hand, noted that Commander Shihan had always been like that. That's why they always followed him. Alita didn't understand what he was saying. Said quite nicely, but he's going back to Earth. Then what right to revenge? Suddenly, Valletta took a drink and turned her attention to the commander. She noted that he brought his girlfriend with him, so they can't just leave it at that. The others confirmed this and wondered what the beauty's name was, and also how they met the commander. The girl was startled and introduced herself. She accidentally found out who he was, and now they are together. Valletta thought she was cute because she was shy. Alita realized that this girl who was just talking, sweet, funny, she could stick her knife in at any moment. She's clearly on guard. And here was the hero thinking that Alita was clearly up to something. He said this drink tasted wonderful. He hadn't had anything like it in a long time. The following events took place in a cold prison cell. The prisoners shouted that this would not do. No matter how hard they tried, he would never betray his brothers. The man in the room remarked that this was ridiculous. The ghost of the snowy wasteland had already betrayed them without knowing it. The man didn't realize what he was saying. Suddenly force was used on him. The one who did this asked, besides Gwadlor, which he had already told the ghost of the snowy wasteland about, if there were other havens, where they are, and what traps are there. I want him to tell me everything he knows right now. The man on whom the force was used was as if under hypnosis. His stubbornness and courage seemed to evaporate. He spilled all the information without any secrecy. A normal confession spell wouldn't have had the same effect. I wonder what kind of powder Lilstein-san gave the old man. The floor lord is truly unbelievable. Soon the man being questioned fell to the ground. Master Augustus thereupon drew up a report. Therant was informed of the result of a confession spell being applied to the captives. Several new locations of safe havens had been established. The ghost of the snowy wasteland. Had they really destroyed the Knights of the White Wolf? And how did they manage to defeat the territories with such a small force? The government is up in general, and they recognize. Have them prepare the Knights of the White Horse. This time he will go in person. And by doing so, he will put an end to these ghosts of the past. Kelteron came into contact with Shihan. He was a little wary, for this was his first experience with a one-way spell. He wasn't used to speaking into the void. Reports that the ghost of the snowy wasteland he spoke of earlier is the Knight of Azure Sky. According to the evidence, they are commanded by Deputy Commander Woodrow. Judging from the damage to the caravans, the kingdoms of Theranth Knights of the Azure Sky now numbered between 30 and 40 sword knights, and about 200 ordinary warriors. There is something that is also very important. The Kingdom of Therant intends to destroy the Knights of the Azure Sky. According to information, this operation involves Therant himself and the commander of the Knights of the White Horse, Knight Malaf, as well as Therant's apprentice Samid. 60 Knights of the White Horse, 10 units of mages, and about 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Besides, judging from the amount of provisions and equipment they took with the Owl, the Royal Army already knows these hiding places of the Knights of the Azure Sky. They are predicted to be 5 days' travel from the capital city of Glacier. But given the terrain where they could hide, their hideout could be in the Burwalt Gorge, in the Paraman Forest, or in the Lafille Glacier. But they don't have much time. They need to find them right away. So he wishes Shihan good luck. The hero smiled and said what more to find. They are already with them. Can't give him an answer, though. Alita asked if he could use communication spells without a master. Chocolate noted that it was convenient. It was a special spell so he could contact someone. Valette was horrified, not understanding how this type from the Latenburg kingdom knew more about their affairs than they did. Woodrow noted that he would have to admit it. If they're surrounded in the gorge, they can't escape. It would be time to change shelter. The hero asked to wait. He was curious about the sword knights in Therant's army. Woodrow said that Knight Maloof is at the beginning level of superhuman, and Knight Samid is a master. The rest are knights or warriors. They have less infantry on the ground of strong warriors. They are about equal. Shihan thought it was probably because Theornant had personally destroyed the White Wolf Knights. Unexpectedly for a guy, they would have a chance for revenge. The interlocutor said they know the strength of the enemy and can prepare. This is too tempting an opportunity to pass up. It's already been revealed that Therant came into their clutches, and it's a gift from above. The knights under the king's command continued on their way. As has been said, there are a lot of them gathered, but the ruler shouted for everyone to head to the attack. One of the subordinates immediately looked around. He saw a rather unshakable spirit. It is the hero of the revolution and conqueror of the North Sea, Therant of Thunderbolt. Not sure how they did it, but if they decide to compare themselves to the Knights of the White Wolf, or they won't be taken away. They said the Knights of the White Wolf, and they were the Empire's lapdogs. A man would never invite them, but they needed them. And if they accepted the Knight and the Azure Sky into their ranks, they would create 2 great orders, and compete with each other for the good of the kingdom. But they blindly believed the rumors that the heroes of the revolution had handed over the savior. How could they believe such a lie? For they had seen how friendly and trusting they were. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. Right now, the Knights of the Azure Sky are the king's enemies, and a knight's duty is to protect his king. Let not your former comrades be sad, Woodrow noted, as Kelteran had suggested. They had over 30 sword knights left, and about 180 common warriors, if you rounded them all up. But they don't have any time at all to put them together here. And I'm not sure they're going to help them. Shihan said it won't work that way. The privates don't have the military to do it. so they would have to fight Theron's army with only their forces and 30 more Knights of the Azure Sky. Alita wondered, but didn't they have too much of an advantage? Valletta reported that the White Wolf Knights had been destroyed. No matter the strength of the Snow Wasteland Ghost right now, they showed that they were capable of destroying about 100 Sword Knights, including 3 Masters. Then the hero said it was all because of him. The girl added that they would have to fight inside the Burwalt Gorge to level the playing field. They must take advantage of the terrain. Woodrow noted, besides, if they fought outside the gorge, they wouldn't be able to compete with the White Horse Knights in speed. The characters said it ironically, their best chance of winning being surrounded. While Alita and Shihan were discussing tactics, Woodrow said that if he didn't know anything, he'd just lose. It's a good thing they have time to prepare. They will likely use standard tactics. Given their strength advantage, they will build an encirclement. After that, they'll hold their positions. So they'll use infantry just to block their escape route, and only sword knights will enter the valley itself. Nothing more. The hero said that with so many opponents they need to break them apart. The problem is that there are sword masters out there. Earlier he destroyed them all one by one. The interlocutor noted that now they will kill them one by one. Then the commander said he would take Theoranth on, asked if the others agreed. They confirmed this, and said they were light and would take on the Knight of Maloof. Jennon and Alita noted that they would then take on 2 of Theoranth's apprentice knights Samid. Shihan stated that this was a serious responsibility. If Theoranth had truly reached the level of a divine warrior, then he couldn't guarantee victory. Woodrow added that it didn't matter. If Commander Shihan loses, he doesn't even want to live. The hero didn't like it. He asked himself not to be pressured. Theoranth's army continued to move through the gorges. He himself stated that this place is perfect for an ambush. It's really very challenging. The apprentice informed him that the disposition of the troops had been finalized, and their reconnaissance has already even found traces of the enemy. As long as the soldiers surround the gorge, their only chance to break through their lines. Theoranth remarked to Samid that, "That's just fine." The boy asked, "But was this expedition so important that the teacher personally participated in it?" Judging from the traces of the battle in the forest, it was almost a complete victory over the Knights of the Azure Sky. The government said that these footprints could be tampered with. On the contrary, he doesn't believe they haven't forged the tracks. The Knights of the Azure Sky are known for forging battle footprints to deceive the enemy. So they wanted to pretend that they were completely defeated. But in reality they hadn't lost many warriors, and they probably retained a significant portion of their strength. The disciple didn't understand how they could become stronger so quickly. It couldn't be someone falling out of the sky to help them. Theoranth immediately smiled. After that, he said that a dozen years ago, when interdimensional monsters roamed everywhere, there was nothing strange because enemies had fallen from the sky. Of course, it was different now. But they could have come from a neighboring kingdom. If you think about it logically, it's probably from the Phallus Kingdom. Lavina probably decided to support the Knights of the Azure Sky to embarrass her comrade. But if they wipe out everyone she sent, she's the one who's gonna have a hard time. It's a chance, so he's going in there in person. So they did, and he and his knights went forward. Maloof noted that these were impassable mountain trails, so they would soon spot them. The ruler had already sensed something. It was the one that had already been attacked from above. But Maloof easily defended himself with just one swing of his sword, after which he said that this attack is quite long range, as well as accurate. Which means it's Woodrow's arrows. Theoranth asked the knight what he thought of it. The one replied that the attacker doesn't show himself, which means it's a trap. The sword knights attack to keep them in place. Meanwhile, the main force is also trying to leave the gorge, or he wants to divide them up and destroy them piece by piece. Theoranth said the answer in this situation is simple. All they need to do is just trash them all. Suddenly, Samid shouted to the teacher that Woodrow would be destroyed by him, but the governor turned to the knight Maloof and said, "Let him choose 15 knights and 5 warriors, and go and kill Woodrow. As soon as they learn anything new, let them inform him, and he will personally send reinforcements." The guy yelled out that he could fight Woodrow too, but the teacher remarked that he would send 20 Knights of the White Horse with him. Let them find out who was behind them. The apprentice was a little surprised, looking away. There he saw silhouettes of people. They were the main character's comrades. Samid stated that he didn't know them and didn't realize who they were. They are strange enough, in which case it is not a trap. The governor stated that it did not matter at all. Unless he chose to fall into the trap of not running away and going in frontal attack, neither will they be denied. The guy got excited and said he would do his bidding. Everyone was ready for you to fight. They got into the right positions. Shihan saw that everything was going according to plan. A sword knight who was confident in his abilities would do just that, though what he sees now is not exactly what he had planned before. Now it's time for his former comrade Terant to pay off his debts. Soon the first opponents met. The man noted that these men had chosen a good place. It had been a long time since they had seen him. Woodrow noted as he realized he was the Knight of Maloof, seeing him for the first time since the Knights of the Azure Sky had been destroyed. The interlocutor apologized for what had happened. It was His Majesty Terant's decision. If he had known, by all means, he would have talked him out of it. Woodrow noted that he knew it. That's the reason I didn't bring it with me. But as long as Maloof serves Terant, he will never escape the pain of the past, and the man is going to avenge his dead brothers right here and right now. So he pretends to attack. And in another part of the canyon, there was a chase going on. From Samid and his men, the opponents were fleeing. The guy thought enough of chasing them already he wouldn't get an advantage if he backed off. And it wasn't long before they stopped. Alita, Jennon, and the others were ready to fight. Samid, noticing them, said he saw familiar faces, but they were too young to be Knights of the Azure Sky. If you look at them, they appear to be a master and a knight. They have so much experience that it's unlikely they just joined the Knights, which means it's just as he suspected. His teacher was right. They must be royal knights. Jennon was surprised at this judgment. He asked what other royal knights were the Knights of the Phallus Kingdom. The guy asked if they were confused by his guess not to pretend he didn't know anything here. The truth would come out when they fell to their knees. Jennon noted that he didn't know what he was talking about, but it certainly wasn't him who would fall to his knees. Samid realized that he had never seen this style of sword before, which begs the question, do royal knights really use such a technique? But no matter, you can see that it's pretty strong. He's the kind of guy who relies on strength alone, and the guy handles those pretty easily. Terant, in turn, was heading into the gorge itself. Unfortunately for him, he felt nothing, as if no one was there. That's surprising, because they wanted to kill him. Although there are no signals from Maloof as well as Samid, it means they can handle themselves. But then where's the power that destroyed the Knights of the White Wolf? Suddenly, one of his subordinates shouted to His Majesty that there was someone ahead. The man was surprised and saw that there was indeed someone there. That person is already visible to his eyes, but he can't feel him. So is there such strong sword knights in the Royal Knights? It's also unclear why this man is alone. Did he really decide to fight him alone? Which makes him a fool. Suddenly, Terant was dumbfounded when he saw who it really was. His warriors didn't realize who he was, and some already did. It turned out to be Commander Shihan. The hero smiled and greeted Terant. It had been a long time since they had seen each other in a dozen years. The former comrade couldn't believe it was Shihan. He said that she might not realize who had summoned him. Sleep informed him that it was all nonsense and he was back on his own. 10 years ago he had betrayed him, and now it was time to pay the price. The warriors immediately began whispering about what he was saying, that he had betrayed him, which meant those rumors were true after all. These are rumors that the heroes of the revolution betrayed Commander Shihan. Suddenly Terant said it's complicated. He realizes how incomprehensible it can be. The hero was surprised and wondered what it meant that he didn't understand. Terant asked to leave here with him and talk later. Shihan shouted out that he was saying such a thing, and the interlocutor had already fled. Sleep couldn't figure out what the bastard was doing. It turns out he's abandoned his own army and is running away. But in that case, where is he going to run to? He has no regard for the safety of his own warriors. Suddenly, one of the knights turned to the commander. He asked if he was really back in that case. What should they do? Shihan knew he had been betrayed by Terant, and he and these men were not enemies. If they hesitate, they'll lose Terant too. He doesn't want to show his true colors in front of people. So the guy rushed forward, realizing that his former comrade was a trickster. Terant in turn continued to run away. The hero hesitated. He remembered what had happened earlier. The boy was sitting alone when Terant came to him and asked what he would do. Shihan noted that he had killed many warriors today. They are, after all, also someone's fathers, as well as sons. Can he claim that he has the right to kill them? He just can't sleep because of all these thoughts. The comrade sat down and remarked that it was a noble thought. He who has shed blood must bear the weight of his own sins, but surrendering to the burden of sins is foolish enough, because he who fought for life is right. Let the lad remember the weight of his sword, and also follow his path. Only a man can judge another man. Shihan was cheered up by this, and he smiled, although he and Terant often argued. But he was always the elder brother of the family of revolutionary heroes. Thanks to him, they did not give up in front of reality. And so the heroes cannot understand. How could he forgive the traitors of Lusklan and why he had destroyed the Knights of the Azure Sky? The Tyrant he knew would never do such a thing. I wonder who his former comrade is now. Suddenly the man stopped running and looked around and said he thought that was enough. The hero wondered if it was his gravestone. A silence hung between them at that moment. After that, Tyrant asked what was going on. Saffron and Lilstein were sure that he could never come back here. It's not clear who called him here, and what he means by betrayal. Could it be that he was summoned by the remnants of the Lusklan Empire, and they now control him? Shihan just couldn't believe these judgments at all. He was just furious, calling his interlocutor a scoundrel, and asking what he was up to. Does he think he came here to grieve for the past? He's a traitor and doesn't even blush. Tyrant accepted this information with surprise. He said, meaning, still Shihan can't forgive him for what happened. Even before the 7 heroes of the revolution appeared, there were people in every corner of Terranor fighting the Lusklan Empire. But the White Horse Squadron, operating in the west of the country, was particularly notable. Shihan first met Tyrant in a small town in the west. Then the man asked if he was being offered an alliance. It is hard to accept such an offer. He knows they are important allies in the fight against the Empire. But if a guy really wants to be with him, let him prove his loyalty in battle. The head of the White Horse Squad, Tyrant Lansil, was an honest and wise man. In a duel with each other, the hero defeated him. Tyrant shouted that he was not only a superhuman and a sword knight, but also a top-ranked mage. And he fought the Mad Emperor. The Nevis have yet to turn their backs on Terranor. It seems it was up to him to prove his worth. Shihan only smiled when he heard that, and the man shook his hand and indicated that he would join them. He really could genuinely respect his opponent. Tyrant became the first real older brother in Shihan's life. He shared the wisdom of life and was worthy of respect and trust. And so once again they met in Terranor. The former comrade said that Shihan had no right to complain about them. They brought him back to his family unharmed and unharmed. The hero was surprised, asking if she was saying he should be grateful to him for bringing him home, for sending him back to Earth. The man confirmed it. He said that at that time the guy was still a kid, so he might have thought they had betrayed him. But it's been a whole 10 years. At his age, he should already understand why they did that. Shihan noted if she was talking about it, then Karen needed to, told all about it. He realized that if he was talking about Karen, then the disappearance of Zexard was also his doing. What a rascal, and how dare he be so stupid. They really don't know what's going on. If he had stayed in Terranor, his immature mind combined with the power and fame he could not carry, all would have destroyed him and eventually ruined all of Terranor. And yet he went to Earth and all problems were solved. Shihan was horrified and asked how they had decided to do this. He tricked him and used him for his own purposes, then sent him to Earth, saying that it was all for his sake. The man confirmed this immediately. The guy sighed and said that the interlocutor was too confident. They condemn him for not following the rules of Terranor, but they themselves never tried to understand him. If he was really doing this for him, then why didn't he say anything to him? Tyrant asked what he would do if he told him. He has lived in this world much longer than that one. So, therefore, knows perfectly well how he would have reacted. Sleep wondered then why he had taken the Blood Knights. The man responded by saying that there was a necessary evil in the world. Yes, they committed crimes, but they were also talented people. The last question Shihan wanted to ask was what he would say in his defense about the Knights of the Azure Sky. Theorant didn't understand what other defenses there were, what he had to defend himself against. They were spreading false rumors and sowing discord in his kingdom. As king, he had to punish those who tried to undermine his authority. The protagonist immediately smiled. He didn't understand why he was laughing. The guy noted that he just reminded him of someone. He remembered one person, just as stubborn, and believes only his beliefs are the absolute truth, just like his father. Tyrant saw that the Shihan had his weapons ready and readied his own at once. He declared that he never understood him. The protagonist immediately rushed to the attack and said that his former comrade was definitely right about one thing. He was a fool. He trusted him with his future, and that's what he turned out to be. The man shouted that he was very weak for saying such things, but he was no longer the man he used to be. Now he's going to show him what a savior from another world is like. He's about to figure it out. The first thing Tyrant did was to use the Thunderbolt Fire Sword skill. At the same time, Woodrow continued to fight. He used the true heavenly technique, which carried the deadly name of explosion. The enemy at that easily defended himself from his arrow. So even though there was an explosion, it didn't hit. Suddenly, it became clear to Maloof that there was more to it, because Valletta attacked him sharply from above. But here, too, he successfully defended himself, deflecting her blow and tossing her aside. Woodrow asked his enemy if he was not too confident. 2 against 1, but they could not fight him on equal terms. The interlocutor noted that he is laying down everything he can to take them prisoner. This battle is really pointless, and he doesn't want anyone to die. In the end, it's settled. Let them surrender. The Knight of the Azure Sky died because they disrupted the kingdom. So don't they realize that it wasn't the hero of the revolution who betrayed them, but the rescuer? Woodrow noted that he understands everything. From his perspective, it looks like this. But he doesn't think he'll hear him. In that case, it's probably time for shock therapy, which means they'll keep fighting. Maloof wondered, not understanding what this confidence was, as if he had something that could change the whole situation. Elsewhere, swords also crossed. Jennon used his strength to push the enemy away. Samid was surprised, realizing that his opponent had tremendous strength. That's why he called him a wild boar. A sword that relies on strength alone is nothing, which means he'll show him what a real sword is. Immediately after these words, the fellow rushed impetuously to the attack. He reported that it was the copper, chosen by 6 heroes of the revolution. Jennon said, "Lucky to be picked, but it's not that simple." So he also attacked, but the opponent managed to get back. Though he was horrified when he saw the attack, he has a 2-handed sword and he commits to a jab. It's unclear what fighting style he possesses. The battle between the guys was pretty fierce. Samid thought about what this flaming sword-style sword from Terranor West was. He had fought with it before. That said, he didn't even know he could wield a 2-handed sword. It was like giant beams were coming at him. It's really a completely different style. Soon there was a satisfyingly heavy thud. Jennon mockingly asked, wasn't he a disciple of the strongest swordsman of the continent? He's not using a sword style but a spiritual technique, so it's disappointing. Samid called him an impertinent man who didn't understand who he was dealing with. Suddenly he sensed danger coming from outside. It turned out that he was attacked by Alita, but he managed to dodge. The guy realized that the girl had just applied the shadow dance and stepped out of the shadows. Alita was disappointed because she didn't make it. Samid thought that was what was expected of royal knights. They are clearly not as simple as they may have seemed at first glance. That's why the guy said the girl was a pretty good fighter. But even so, they simply don't stand a chance against him. Behind him stands the great hero of the revolution, His Majesty Theron. If he stalls, they'll have to take the fight to him. He saw Alita's surprised face, so he started laughing. After which he noted that she was visibly nervous, let her get even more nervous. Her concentration is weakened by it. The girl replied, something inarticulate, as if she didn't care. Samid couldn't believe it wasn't working. Why it wasn't taking damage was unclear. She doesn't even bend to Theron's name, and she must be hoping for something. So is there anything stronger than the heroes of the revolution? Suddenly the subordinates turned to the commander. They asked him to look toward the gorge. At the same time, the guy just couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing something incomprehensible, he wondered what it was that happened there. Also, the others were very surprised. Maloof said it just couldn't be. This power is very familiar to him. So is it really Commander Shihan? Theron is known as the strongest sword of the continent. He had an incredible talent for studying the sword and mastering its essence, but in spiritual techniques, he wasn't as talented. Therefore, he reached the superhuman level later than Lavina and also Zexard. Of course, she had unimaginable talent. But Theron was also a genius of a level that one can meet one in 10,000 times. The boy from another world had mastered spiritual techniques and reached the level of a divine warrior in just 3 years. Compared to him, Theron's talent wasn't that outstanding. The man thought he couldn't handle him, and there's only one way out. Thus he studied sword styles, honed them, perfected them, and mastered them. And the moment he attained perfection in handling the sword, and mastered his body, he became as strong as his friends. Theron was sure he was on the right path, and even after becoming king, he didn't stop practicing. If he saw the Sword Anxiety clan, he would immediately invite him to join him. All of this has been going on for a dozen years. It was then that he reached the pinnacle of his own art, and by now he was fighting Shihan. He managed to fend off the guy's swift attacks easily enough. That said, he wasn't going to stand still. He was going to fight as well. But the hero is also not an easy opponent, so easily dodged. He then decided to get close, and did so thanks to his great speed. The former comrade was prepared for this turn of events as well, so counterattacked, knocking back the enemy with his shield. It was clear to Shihan that his flawless technique had not changed, but the power of his punches had increased tremendously. That was why he said it completely differently from when he was fighting Zexard. He really hadn't rested all these years and had only trained. The man, on the other hand, said that he hadn't changed. Although he is still stronger than him in spiritual strength, he is not so much superior to him now. The protagonist confirmed this and rushed into the attack once again. The same fighting power his opponent decided to show. Shihan used the Conqueror's Fist in the Fall of the Sun, and Theorent used the Fire Dragon technique, namely, fire. Indeed, two huge forces clashed with each other in a fierce battle, as their forces were almost equal at that moment. Neither of them could take the upper hand, and the boys jumped apart. The protagonist confirmed his hunch and said that it was just as he thought. Theorent successfully broke the Divine Warrior barrier. Suddenly, his opponent asked if he remembered the first time they hadn't met. The one was a knight. Well, he was no worse at magic. Then the man lost to him because of his magic, but he will stop him now. Let him use magic like he did that time. Shihan smiled, indicating that it wasn't necessary. A sword would be enough for him to defeat him. Theorent laughed at these words as well. He wondered if he wanted to fight him with only a sword. Had he forgotten what was happening on the ground? In the springs where they didn't use spiritual techniques and magic, he hadn't defeated him once. His vast store of spiritual energy was his greatest asset. But now he was not yielding to the pressure of his spiritual power. Thus, the outcome of the battle would be decided by the sword art. Having said that, the man continued to attack. In the end, he even managed to spill the guy's blood. Seeing the surprise on his opponent's face, Theorent asked if he thought this one had missed. Let him take his time to rejoice and accept it. He speaks of the sword he has spent a lifetime perfecting, gathering knowledge from across the continent. An ungrateful dog must be taught reason, so let Shihan get ready. A few more blows he took, the hero fended off. The man was surprised that his punch had been repelled, so he wondered if it was a coincidence. It soon became clear that he was having less and less success in breaking through Shihan's defenses. This meant that he was getting used to his sword, but it's unclear how it happens. Suddenly, the hero said that he represented everything he could, and then he immediately counterattacked, saying that he didn't expect to hear accusations of ingratitude. He has no right to condemn him. There are many clans in Theoranth that have been honing the art of the sword for centuries. Their clans have passed down deep and honed styles, and Theorent has absorbed all that knowledge. His body is filled with countless sword styles, and he changes styles in the middle of a fight. No one but him can deal with him. After all, he changes too quickly. Therefore, the man doesn't understand how Shihan can stand up to him. The hero wondered why he was so surprised. He was not lazy on the ground either. Because the art of the sword is the art of killing people with a sword. There are indeed similarities, but not completely. Only principles as well as ideas can be considered. But it turns out that technicians also exist even on Earth. Theorent didn't understand if there were really martial arts on Earth. How could there be martial arts in a world without spiritual energy? The hero here kept saying this and said that they fight there with bare hands, so their swords are more advanced. Of course, there was a difference between martial arts as well as sports, but he needed time to adjust to Terranor's style. The interlocutor didn't believe it. These styles are a secret from Terranor itself. So do they really teach such a valuable art to everyone they meet? Shihan confirmed. It's adding that they distribute them to everyone. For example, the technique he just used, where he changes the distance using the attachment of his waist, shoulders, and legs. This is widely used in their time by boxers, as well as fencers. In the old days, the one-handed overhead kick in kendo was the secret technique of the clan. But nowadays, all you have to do is use a search engine and it will find a video. On the ground, martial artists are begging to share their knowledge. The former comrade shouted for him not to talk nonsense. It couldn't be that martial arts were so unappreciated in some world. The hero inquired what the oddity was. There are people in this world who do not value human life. It's actually not that easy to master the art just by watching a video. Compared to Theorent, this is a superficial introduction. But the value of a technique that a person has never seen, and a technique that he has seen once, is a huge difference. Theorent could never handle the difference in spiritual power between him and his savior, but he weathered to keep that difference to a minimum by using his technique. Although Shihan overcame the difference in technique, and he did it by using his own spiritual power, Theorent was angry, saying what his opponent only thought Levine was thinking. It wasn't clear where this guy came from. He came out of nowhere and ruined everything for him. So he wondered if it was Levina who had summoned him. The hero was surprised, not understanding why he had assigned her to him. The man said it was clear to him now. He couldn't have come here of his own free will. So she must have called him here. He had succumbed to her entreaties again, and he was a fool. Shihan pointed out, he probably doesn't even realize he's to blame for his own misfortune. The opponent admitted he was wrong, but that doesn't mean he lost. The guy realized that something was about to happen. Soon he felt a strong flow of martial energy, and even the rocks around them began to crumble. It was because Terranor had released a large amount of energy. The protagonist realized that this was clearly not a good thing. It looks like he's using her. It really is that divine technique. The former comrade told Shihan to surrender and throw away his weapon. That would mean he was still willing to forgive him. The hero only smiled. He wondered if he was cringing from being praised by everyone. He wasn't scared at all now he thought about it. The man noted, so that's his answer, and then it's clear. After that, he actually utilized the divine skill. The hero realized that he had immersed himself in the light of spiritual energy. There is nothing known about this divine technique, so you don't have to let your guard down. Next, the guy saw something strange. Terranor said he didn't want to kill him, but he's going to punish him. Shihan realized that the enemy was preparing to attack. This was definitely a divine technique. The former comrade had actually used it. It was called a sword deity. A multitude of spirit blades hung in the air. The protagonist, thinking that his opponents do not put their power into the sword as he does. It turns out that he himself has become the sword, which means that that is their excellence in the art of the sword. Just then, Terranor applied the divine technique of the 12 swords of the zodiac, and the protagonist was bombarded with this weapon, but luckily for him, he dodged it. After that, he attacked with his own forces, and the many blades that attacked Shihan were destroyed. The guy smiled, asking what was going on. There were quite a few blows, but the force, it turns out, weak. Opponent noted that he's just testing for now. These are the techniques he honed for the fight with Lavina. Apparently, they were ineffective against him, a monster with an infinite supply of spiritual power. If he can't engage him in direct combat, then he won't do it. The hero thought that his interlocutor was very talkative, so he decided to attack him again. But unfortunately for him, it never managed to end in success. It was amazing to the guy that the enemy dodged. It was incredible that he could move so fast. Just as he thought about it, he was already under attack, and sensed the approach of the enemy, behind him. So he literally immediately turned his attention there. It became clear that each sword moved as if it were alive. It's not about strength, it's just that there's no chance to break through it. During the battle, Terranor asked why he was only defending himself. Didn't he say he knew all his fighting styles? Shihan understood perfectly well that this was the pinnacle of sword art. It can't go on like this. He would only have to defend himself, and there was no need to think about a counterattack. Undoubtedly, it just impresses him. It's like he's surrounded by sword masters. The guy said it can't be her, he can't win. The enemy heard it perfectly well. So, making another attack said this is the end. But his weapons gradually began to crack. Shihan smiled, saying that it was impossible to win with techniques. If so, then he would crush it by force. To do so, he concentrated fully, and blocked attacks on himself while counter-attacking. Terranor thought it was a terrible force, even the blow throwing him back. His sword having reached the pinnacle of art, he's just trying to crush his own by force. He's clearly a rascal. And indeed, the weapons were destroyed. So the man himself also began to emerge from the divine skill. The hero wondered if he was already done. Terranor shouted, wasn't he ashamed to use such methods after becoming a divine warrior? Divine knight, sword is the pinnacle of all the continent's warriors' dreams. If he is worthy of this title, let him behave accordingly. Shihan didn't realize if he had lost his mind. In a technical fight, he will definitely beat him. He's too confident and doesn't know what else to say. Still, he agrees and will fight him with technique. Thus he applied it at once, and said that his enemy would have to activate the divine technique again to hold this blow. But I wonder if he still has spiritual power left. Now they're going to look at it, let him try it. It was time for their battles to end. Shihan was used in the divine technique, a heavenly light without limits. This is the very technique of clenching all 12 swords of the zodiac into a fist and throwing them at a person. A simple and quite powerful technique. This technique is a bundle of spiritual energy that has tremendous power. But it is slow to start and moves in a straight line. It can be repelled or returned if you see it in time. But Terranor realized that he had no spiritual energy right now and would not be able to do anything. Therefore, the man shouted that his former comrade has no respect for him. He uses a technique against him that is only suitable against monsters. So it's still not over, and he hasn't lost yet. The man began the challenge of waiting for his immense power again. The hero was surprised to see this. It became clear that Terranor was trying to extract the remnants of his spiritual power. He was indeed able to use the divine sword deity technique. Shihan noted that he could continuously use divine techniques. This is incredible willpower. With the help of his strength, his opponent rushed upwards. He did so in order to resist the divine technique that was used against him. He had a very difficult time there, but Terranor did not give up and continued to strive upwards. Soon, his divine technique dispelled, as did Shihan's. The man cheered and laughed when it happened. And the protagonist realized that the heavenly light without limits has been destroyed. Theorant called him a fool. If he had used the 12 swords of the Zodiac, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. But he let his pride ruin his chance of victory. Theorant now had the advantage. Shihan had used up all his spiritual power to activate the heavenly light without limits. So he is definitely exhausted now. The man was going to do it right here and now. With his divine technique, he overcame the most powerful divine technique of a savior from another world, heavenly light without limits. It means that technique can defeat force. And he had proven his lifelong belief, so he prepared to kill Shihan. But he saw something strange, right down below. It was a light that clearly exuded from magical power. The hero took advantage of the sparkling strike of destruction, arcane final strike. Theron shrieked in horror that it was magic. Hadn't the interlocutor said he wouldn't use it? Shihan smiled nonchalantly and said he had lied. It actually made the opponent more angry. But it was too late, and the magical power was rushing towards him. The man could not resist her, so he was badly wounded, and immediately fell to the ground. His condition at that moment was not good. But he was conscious, he said, of the fact that the hero had been deceiving him all the time. So he's recanted, which means he doesn't even have a shred of honor. Unlike him, he has a conscience. He just sent him home and he repaid him with black ingratitude. Shihan stepped closer, wondering why he had chosen to make up his own mind for him. He had no right to judge his life, after all. Theron is clearly not him. The man sighed and said that Shihan never wised up. But he agreed. Let him take all the revenge he wanted. The hero noted that he had something he wanted to say, and that's what his places are over. He's already got a guest who came in early. The man was indeed standing on the slope. Shihan motioned for Woodrow to come closer. Theron noticed him and was surprised. The man was completely focused. Then the hero said he was handing Theron over to him. Woodrow came close and said it was a disgrace to the sender. He failed to protect his brothers and withered away in despair. And he also failed to achieve victory on his own, only grasping at the success of others. In that case, at least let him comfort the souls of the dead. Maloof stood on the mountainside and watched. Valeta was in the seat next to him, said that she didn't even expect him to give up. He had never given up on anyone. The man replied that it wasn't a surrender, just a temporary truce, until he sees Commander Shihan in person. But that didn't mean he had betrayed his majesty. A savior from another world is also worthy of his respect. These two people he believes will become enemies. And in that case, he can't take sides until he's convinced himself. Theron cried out to Woodrow that he had defamed the king's authority with his false rumors. He spread false stories that men betrayed the savior, and ate up the discord of the kingdom. Their guilt was also heavy. Was he angry with him because he had not atoned for his sins? The interlocutor asked what other false rumors. Is he still saying that? The hero realized that this man of their deaths remains confident in himself. He is the same as before, never doubting his truth. He never abandoned his ideals, even in the face of the tyranny of empire. He was a revolutionary on his own path. But now that the world has changed, he's just a stubborn dictator and nothing more. The king shouted that there was no way he could, or else he was doing it for his own people. Woodrow said they did not need to be persuaded. Let them leave their excuses for the knights of the azure sky who were killed. They will decide for themselves whether to forgive him or not. Immediately after those words, Vidra walked over and plunged his blade into his chest. Theron's blood rushed in all directions, and he shouted that these people were fools. The last words he said were, who would rule this country and when he would die? He could never wait for an answer. His hand fell dead to the ground. Woodrow realized it was the end and said his goodbyes, calling him a former hero they once believed in. After a little while, Dina reported that Knight Samid had died. After seeing a bright flash from the other side of the gorge, he still couldn't focus on the battle. Alita in turn prepared to use magic. The guy still had time to notice the attack on himself, but he couldn't block it, and he was destroyed by the wizard's magic. So there wasn't even a body left. Although, to be more precise, it's some body parts that are left. Left leg, part of the right leg, one kidney, half of the liver, part of the duodenum. The hero thought that such details to succeed definitely not necessary. Jennon added that even after the death of Commander Samid, the remaining knights of the White Horse continued to fight. Among them were those who fought shoulder to shoulder with Shihan. They wanted to avoid unnecessary casualties, but they couldn't. The hero sighed and said there was nothing to be done. War is war, but he wonders what will happen now. This was the question he asked the Maloof Knight. It was obvious the man was confused, so he said he didn't know. They find it hard to believe that His Majesty betrayed the Savior. But if the Savior himself said it, it's true he doesn't believe Commander Shihan. What happens next is unclear. First, we need to calm the situation down. They can't turn their backs on reality. The hero asked if he really wanted to cover up Theoranth's death. The interlocutor noted that he did not think he had the right to decide this. First of all, they need to meet with Prince Erent. They want to go to the glacier capital together with Commander Shihan. The protagonist smiled and agreed to it. After a while, the camp was already set up. Alita led to Shihan and congratulated him that a third of the revenge had been accomplished. The boy looked at her in surprise. Then he asked if revenge was cause for celebration. He wondered what had happened. The girl said she came because she thought he was getting emotional again. He's always like that after revenge. Shihan apologized for that. To be honest, it's not easy for him, but that's about it. He felt out of place the whole time, neither Earthling nor Terranor. Revenge as a second option on reflection, and as an Earthling it was back and forth the whole time. He couldn't finish revenge on his own, and doesn't think he would have been praised for what he did. He realized that the most important thing was that he was at ease. Shihan said that is correct, and one should do whatever one wants to do. According to the report of the Knights of the White Horse, His Majesty had reached the taxing level of his training, and died from the unrestrained surge of divine technique. And he carried not only himself but everyone around him with him, including Knight Samid, of course. Many Knights of the White Horse died with him. The subjects couldn't believe it. His Majesty Theorent was dead. Erent was also present there. A little earlier, the man was surprised when he met Shihan. Also by his side was Woodrow with Willetta, who is being sought after everywhere. He soon realized it was all true. So the rumors were true, and they and the Knights of the Azure Sky had not come to his brother, but to him. The protagonist confirmed his hunch and said that Theorent was dead. The interlocutor froze for a moment. He didn't immediately accept the fact that his brother was dead, but soon informed that he understood everything. He would go to the palace and ask the Knight Maluf to help. He will take the throne of the Kingdom of Theoranth as they wanted. Thanks to Maluf's character, as well as Arant's, everything goes smoothly, and death by unrestrained outburst of divine technique is a little too implausible. But no one suspects that Maluf is lying. Maluf and Arant have no reason to hand over Theoranth, and unlike Zexard, Theorent was not a bad king. Since Shihan had chosen to hide the truth, the man's death would not be in doubt. The protagonist pointed out that this is a good thing. No need for innocent people to be disturbed. But what about Theorent's children? Perhaps his death would be received naturally. Woodrow added that Erent had declared himself heir. The hero noted that this was excellent and most of the problems were over. Although they've stayed here longer than they expected, they have no more business here. Thus, it would be time for them to go home. Suddenly, the boy wondered since when Terranor Mansion had become his home. After a while, Keltaran praised Shihan for being unharmed. The hero asked if he was being too direct. The interlocutor remarked that he was very glad for Shihan's safety. He was so excited that he didn't even have time to put on his shoes. Let him feel his loyalty. He just can't give up old habits. Also, next to the gentleman, the man saw Knight Woodrow, so he noted that they had not seen each other for quite some time. Knight himself remembered the man as a little brat with a funny nickname. He couldn't even believe he'd become a minister. Marquis remarked to the protagonist that he had completed his errand. The boy thanked him, and Jennon was interested in what it was. Shihan smiled, replying that this was the Azure Sky Knight's new job. The Knights of the Azure Sky were destroyed by Theoranthus and dispersed throughout the continent. Each of them sought their own path. Seeing the former hero, do not get the respect worthy of Keltaran. Minister Latenberka secretly contacted them, and the Knights of the Azure Sky, touched by this man's sincerity, decided to serve the Knights again under his leadership. Marquis asked what they thought of this scenario. Woodrow was very angry, asking if they were suggesting they join Keltaron's unit. But Keltaran's squad is a band of misfits who don't know how to fight and are only after money. They're even spoken of in the Kingdom of Theoranth, so he wants to insult the Knights of the Azure Sky. The old man noted if he didn't like the scenario, and let him talk to the squad leader personally then. The protagonist immediately revealed that this commander was him. Keltaran wondered if his interlocutor imagined how much effort he had to put in to get them back to their former rank. Shihan is a great mage, but the Knights and Azure Sky know all needed to keep them in sight. He didn't even recruit a personal guard so as not to arouse suspicion. Woodrow as well as Willita hesitated a bit. Then Keltaran asked that he be treated with respect as a minister, so as not to dishonor Shihan. Of course, he would never disrespect them. It's not like he would insult the Knight of the Azure Sky. People would be mad at him. The interlocutor agreed. He said that if the Shihan commander agrees, they won't mind. So they asked Keltarin to help them. The hero was glad it had come to such an end. Soon he noted if talking about more with Theorant was too many witnesses. And even if they gagged the Knights of the White Horse, rumors would still spread. So he didn't understand what to do. Marquis noted that everything will be fine for now. Even to officially announce a new policy and spread the word takes days, if not months. Rumors don't stop, but they also don't spread as fast as fire. Such an event would certainly spread rather quickly. Although there is a truth right now that is even more unbelievable than the rumors of death from Theorant's unrestrained outburst of divine technique. It would be several months before the rumor of Shihan's involvement spreads throughout the continent, Woodrow asked. But what was the reaction of other countries to Theorant's death? After Zexard, another hero of the revolution, passed away. Keltarin noted though the events happened in short order, few people think they are connected. The coup in the kingdom of Zexard and Theoranth's death by divine machinery are both present coincidences. The hero wondered if he thought there was too much randomness here. If the fight with Karen was also known, it would be bad. The old man confirmed that it would indeed be dangerous. But Shihan had done well. He had left Theorant's body to apparently indicate the cause of death, and to separate his death from the coup in Zexard. Shihan didn't plan all this, but he said he did. So for a few months, his return would not be known. In that case, it is necessary to finish with Lavina before his return is known to all. The girl was just contemplating the deaths of her former comrades. Things are getting really suspicious now, because a lot of coincidences have happened. This could have happened if Shihan had come back. Once is a coincidence, twice a coincidence, and 3 times a pattern. That leaves Lilstein, Saffron, and Karen. Maybe something else will happen to someone. In that case, it would definitely be safe to say that Shihan had returned to Terranor. After a while, Keltarin was telling the Knights of the Azure Sky that he welcomes them to Keltarin's unit. This place is the School of the Knights. Here everyone will have their own room and the chef prepares great food. Literally the entire mountain surrounding them. A training ground. Their job is to train here. And they're going to help them all do that. The old man was very happy because everything was going according to plan. And even if Shihan does finish his business and return to Earth, these people will stay with him. Relationships are really important. Night and Azure Sky became the Knights of Keltarin. The kingdoms of Theoranth as well as Leitenberg became allies, all thanks to Shihan. But if a man deceives a lion and pretends to be a fox, he will still be caught and eaten. That way they are much safer to be in the country. Dina asked to be allowed to introduce people to their new commanders. At the head of Keltarin's squad is Sean Stein. Woodrow was appointed deputy commander. Their captains are Valletta and also Jennon. In addition to them, Alita Relkin will still be the captain. Hay Knights rejoiced the most. They noted that the girl drives a captain, and she's also with the commander with Shihan. She's very cute, and she has a great personality. The commander is hardly allowed to look at girls now. I wonder if he knows Lavina's true nature. He's not likely to succumb to her charms now. The protagonist remarked to Alita that she was popular with them, so wished her luck. The girl yelled at him and asked him not to push her. Of course, not everyone was as cheerful as the rest of us. The man sighed. He asked if the Knights of the Azure Sky had joined them. It was unclear how that was the case. Keltarin's squad had 10 knights before. Before the Azure Sky Knights joined, this man named Mark was also one of them. He called himself a knight, but he was a common thug who intimidated the weak. He spent his life in glory, as usual, and a thug, and suddenly his life was turned upside down. Commander Woodrow didn't let them get away with it. He had everyone practicing, but those workouts were very hard. Mark was a terror, and that Keltarin first does a coup. And now also an apprentice to a mercenary king among the Knights of Azure Sky. It's unclear why they're with them. Suddenly one of the knights came over saying they were too weak. She would not worry, for they would grow stronger. It was the same with them. If it wasn't for Commander Shihan, they would have continued to be losers. A person can change under the influence of circumstances, so they will also become strong. The others cheered and thanked Knight Lodwerg. This was what they expected from the Knights of the Azure Sky. They would be able to become legendary after all. It seemed like they would be able to do whatever they wanted. The man noted that all of this will happen, but if they can't adapt, it will die. At this, his interlocutors were shocked, and Woodrow ordered them to keep practicing. In the end, Keltarin's squad became a truly real squad of knights. Mark was not at his best. The main character saw them and realized that the former Keltarin knights looked like zombies after all the training. But for them, it's like a thunderbolt on principle. Training with the Knights of the Azure Sky is tough. Alita pointed out that they do try and learn quickly, don't they? These people are already stronger than Dina. The girl noted that she didn't mean to offend her. She is very strong for her age. The hero confirmed that this is true. She is trying very hard. But Lavina was already a knight at her age. And at Alita's age, a master. And their Dina is just ordinary. The interlocutor took umbrage, asking what of it. Lavina is indeed a monster. Let him not compare with her. The hero apologized after all, did not want to offend her. Lavina's talent is like a mistake of the heavens. Doesn't know how much stronger she has become in a dozen years. But with her talent, she is stronger than Terranor. Alita wondered if she was stronger than Shihan. The guy said they would look at that future, but there wouldn't be much difference. He's also a master of spiritual techniques, and he's also a floor master. So he definitely won't lose to anyone one-on-one. It's simply difficult to find the right moment to fight. If it happened the way it did with Terranor, it would be good. You have to wait for the right opportunity, because the one who strikes in the back always wins. Alita smiled, indicating that he sounded convincing enough. Sleep realized it was sarcasm on her part. He agreed that he had indeed been stabbed once in the back. After a while, news came from the kingdom of Phallus. Queen Lavina had stepped up her guard at the palace. Terranor didn't think this was a good time to approach her. Shihan didn't understand why she was beefing up her security. Did she really suspect his return? The interlocutor assumed that she was introducing an attack. After the death of Zexard as well as Terranor, everyone would be suspicious of the other heroes of the revolution. Really, no one can suspect Anacius. She's too kind for such conspiracies, and she knows the heroes of the revolution better than anyone. The hero noted that it is important to a person if one behaves appropriately. The minister said they could not rule out the possibility that Lavina sensed his presence. Shihan agreed with that judgment, for it was entirely possible. She's always had great intuition. But for now it's just feelings. She doesn't know anything for sure. She wouldn't hide like this if she had proof. It looks like she's just getting ready, so we'll have to wait and see. Earth, as well as Teranor, are two similar worlds. They have almost identical environments. Terranor also has 360 days a year and 4 seasons. The only difference is that there are 20 days in a month. And a year is 18 months long. Plus 5 ominous days, that's a full year. The new year begins just as it does on Earth on the shortest day of the year. This calendar was created by the first emperor, the Great Lusklan, and it has been used for centuries. It is still in use today, even after the fall of the empire and the formation of the 6 kingdoms. The main character was sitting and reading a book. He realized it was written in the ancient language of Aston. Shihan didn't understand how he had gotten to the point where he was learning a dead language. In school, he had always cheated on classical literature. That said, they need the ancient language of Aston. It is necessary in order to deal with the stagnation of Shihan's magical power and Alita's excess of magical power, and also to learn the effects of the art of summoning from another world. They need to deal with Duran's legacy of the general theory of summoning for another world according to Lusklan. The protagonist was already exhausted and thought his head was about to explode. Suddenly, Alita wished him a happy new year. She informed him that everyone was already gathered and suggested we go. And in reality, everyone was already having fun. People rejoiced and congratulated each other, wishing each other pleasant things. Soon they met Commander Shihan. They inquired about his New Year greetings on the ground. The boy remarked that he would tell them now. There is no word for luck in this language. He wished them a happy new year and granted them good luck. A lavish table was also set, and everyone marveled at the sheer scale of it. Woodrow was amazed, saying it's a great table and treat. They really have a great cook. Alita, for her part, objected, and said that Jennon was the one who had prepared everything. The guy just happened to come to Shihan's house and said that he had cooked a takuk. The hero was pleased and said it was damn good. The comrade noted that there was nothing complicated. The ingredients were almost the same as her traditional Anacius dish. Except he didn't know what sesame oil was, so he added sunflower oil. Shihan cheered and praised it, and the next thought was kimchi. Violetta asked interestedly if this dish was from his country. Alita was also interested. She asked if she would get some. The guy told them to help themselves. They have a tradition of eating a cup of takuk and becoming a year older. The girls did not like the idea. Suddenly, someone turned to Shihan. The boy wondered, asking what Terranor had forgotten here. Shouldn't he be at the palace for the banquet? The interlocutor noted that he needed to talk to him. They have a visitor from Anacius, and he wants to meet the guy. He was surprised that someone wanted to meet with Sean Stein. The old man objected. and reported that this particular guest had come to Shihan's house. Naturally, the hero headed to this meeting. It was a girl who noted that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and here they were meeting again. The main character, he realized it was Cydia. He thought only Karen knew his secret, but it was her. Isn't she pretending anymore, Karen? The girl confirmed it and said that Her Majesty had returned. He had changed a lot and had become quite mature. Shihan reciprocated. She's happy too. Changed. Now she looks her age, not Karen's. The interviewee noted that he is still as attentive as ever. Next, the guy apologized for the incident where he snuck into her room and used the gaze of heaven. Cydia said that he had nothing to worry about because she didn't remember anything. Now she'd like to talk about why she came here. She asks the guy for help. Her Majesty needs him. Karen Anacius had lost all her power. She was no longer a hero of the revolution or high priestess of the moon. But she couldn't give up her throne. The 6 kingdoms are young nations, only 10 years old. They are just beginning to build new nations, and they need the support of the heroes of the revolution. Their names are the guarantors of peace. Keltarin noted that it was true. When Theorent died in the kingdom, instability began, though things have gotten the opposite of better in Leitenberg. The hero noted that he was the exception. The girl went on to say that Karen didn't want to become queen, but she was still doing her duty. And so they need to show the people that she is still in power. If they manage the Silver Moon Festival, they will have a year to settle things. Her Majesty remembered her promise to him. Shihan said it was fine. He didn't need to explain anything else. He's not mad at Karen at all anymore, and if he can help in any way, he'll do it. The guy realized that after Theorent, Karen seemed like a literal angel. He asked Cydia what she was planning on having him help her with. He doesn't know anything about the sacred arts. He could do a sword show, but he didn't see how that would help at a religious festival. The girl reported that she didn't know that either, but Her Majesty said he could help. That's why she's asking to go to Anacius with her. Soon the carriage was ready, and as the girl spoke, they all set off for Anacius. On the way, Alita noted that they parted as if they would never see each other again. But here they were again. Shihan must be embarrassed about that. Jennon added that he was just learning how to cook traditional Anacius dishes. Now he'll be able to taste real food. Because of all the talk of the game, he wondered why they had gone with him. He could have done it alone. Alita pointed out that this was all nonsense. If he left, then who would maintain the magic of blocking the fluctuations between worlds? Dinah informed him that she was his servant, so she had to be by his side. But Jennon said if he was in his way, he could leave, but his boyfriend would like to keep him. He said he had to be with him, and that without him he'd starve to death. 2 weeks later, Sean Stein as commander of Keltarin's squad arrived again, in Anacius's capital city of Lysaterium. Karen met the protagonist and the others. Shihan thought she was back in the form of a queen. She looks the same, but the atmosphere is completely different. The girl thanked him for coming and apologized, for she did not want to break her promise. The hero has reported the condition. What to worry about, he is no longer angry. Let her treat him the same way she did before. After Theorent, she is literally an angel to him. The interviewee remarked that he had indeed changed a lot, and the hero added that he had taught him a lot too. Although now he learns from his mistakes. Next, Karen wondered, but would he really help her? Shihan confirmed this, saying that he was also to blame for this. With the death of Zexard, as well as Theoranth, the balance of power between the kingdom and greatly shaken. And Lystane, Saffron as well as Lavina will show their ambitions. So Karen simply cannot give up the throne. He believes she should remain queen. The hero can't let people suffer because of his revenge. But he doesn't know how he can help her. Doesn't know how to fly her out and can't imitate her holy power. But the girl was glad he was going to help. She said to prove that she was still in power, she only needed to use her power once, during the Silver Moon Festival. She has a plan for that. Karen started to tell it and dumbfounded the hero with it. So much so that he wondered at the end if she had lost her mind. The Moon Festival, held on the night of the full moon, is the main celebration of the moon worshipping Kron-Lizat cult. At the festival, there is a tradition of the High Priestess blessing the people in the temple. Karen's sacred power was so great that she could bless not only the temple, but the whole central square. And so that day came, the moon of the Silver Moon Festival rose. People were in anticipation of what was to come. They rejoiced when they saw the High Priestess Her Majesty Karen. The girl appeared in the guise of a queen and was focused as always. And the rest of us were literally waiting for a miracle from her. And so raising her hand, Karen addressed the beloved sons and daughters of the goddess. These are dear brothers as well as sisters. Turning to Kron-Lizata, she asked for her mercy to be sent down upon them, Immediately after saying those words, the sky really lit up like before. People were very happy to experience the sacred light. The priests also thought it was Karen's holiest power. Every time they see her, they are amazed at her greatness. I wonder how she can spread sacred power over such a distance. It's simply unbelievable. Her Majesty Karen is simply incomparable. The girl continued the ritual and said to those present, "May the blessing of the moon descend upon them all." The people immediately began to pray, asking that their queen protect them. The ceremony ended and the girl finally entered the tower. Her condition at that moment was not of the best. Luckily, Jennon was nearby and picked her up as she fainted. Alita asked him to hurry up because there was an urgent need to find Shihan. After that, they fled, leaving everything to Cydia to continue the ritual. Karen's heart was sustained only by sacred power, and if she used it, she would die. But it also meant something else, and that's that she can use the power once before she dies. And after she uses the sacred power, her heart will disappear and she will die. That's when Shihan must use the Eye of Heaven again to bring her back to life. The guy was focused, so he sighed. He reported that it was really too dangerous. Even though there was no other way out, no one could guarantee that it would work. Although he wasn't going to give up in using force, he thought he had to be careful. It was necessary to control the force until the last moment. Karen lost her power, but she still did her duty even at the cost of her own life. So he just can't make a mistake. Thus the hero applied his skill to her heart. His technique was soon dispelled. The boy froze in anticipation of whether he had succeeded. Karen continued to be in the same state of mind, but suddenly soon she opened her eyes and immediately looked at Shihan. The first thing she asked was if she was alive and wondered how many days had passed. The protagonist was finally able to calm down and sit down. He reported that it had been less than a day and they were still in the basement, and how difficult it had been after all. Karen noted that it was strange. She used to recover for days at a time. Shihan explained that he was exhausted then. The girl smiled, saying that 10 years ago she had fought to the death and never died. Now she had already died twice. The character says she will never participate in this madness again. It's incomprehensible how she can joke around at a time like this. Karen asked not to worry. She won't ask him to do it again. By the next Silver Moon Festival, she will solve all her problems. She was very cheerful and smiled carefree as before. Then Shihan remarked that that was the end of his work. Karen Anacius risked her life to prove she was still in power. And it wasn't just important for her country. Now that Lattenberg and Teranor are weakened, if Anacius, their ally, also shows weakness, the balance of power on the continent could be upset. And now that Karen has proven her power in Teranor, peace will reign for a while. That's what the protagonist thought. Suddenly, Her Majesty Karen was approached by Cydia. Shihan saw that she was out of breath, so he asked what happened. Why did she come here? If she was seen, it would be bad. The girl continued to breathe heavily, after which she stunned everyone present by saying that the kingdom of Lilstein had declared war on them. Kagan, the largest trading city on the continent, is a golden land where vast sums of money revolve. Anacius cannot give up this town, which has long been home to the Galan people. Because of this, they have had frequent conflicts with the neighboring kingdom, Liston, because of Kagan. This conflict could have turned into a war, but thanks to Zexard's intervention, Kagan became a neutral territory. It was the first war for him. And now the second war has begun. Lilstein reported as an old friend. He says that their agreement is off. He declares that Kagan belongs to him. After a while, Karen informed the counselors that she wanted to hear what they had to say. They, for their part, were indeed confused, cheering, yelling that he didn't understand politically or militarily that now was not the time for war with Lilstein. They know how strong and targeted they are. If they start a war, they will weaken themselves and become easy prey for other countries. The king of Lilstein is no fool. He is the strongest wizard and would not start a war for no reason. It's definitely not Zexard. Perhaps they want to test Lattenberg's strength. Anacius, Lattenberg, and Teranor are allies now. There's a chance they want to draw reinforcements from Lattenberg. But in that case, they sent too few soldiers. He sent about 3,000 soldiers to Kagan. If they wanted to lure reinforcements, they would have sent an army of more. Maybe they want to test the strength of their alliance. Together, the three kingdoms could pose a threat to Lilstein, so they may be testing to see if they're ready to fight shoulder to shoulder. There are too many soldiers on such a case. If they send so many warriors to Kagan, who would defend the state itself. To test the strength of the alliance, a smaller army would be enough for them. Someone pointed out a possible not true want to take him over. A man stated that they have too few soldiers then. It's not enough to deal with Anacius. Karen and the others didn't realize what they were up to. The queen stated that they cannot understand, but Kagon is the land of the Galen people. They cannot leave them in distress. So let them prepare an army. They won't ask Leitenberg for help. Don't even know what they're up to, but they don't need to show their power. At the time, Shihan noted that Karen speaks differently when she is the queen. Before, she would be polite to everyone, but now she speaks very commandingly. The girl was embarrassed and replied that she was just used to being a queen. She doesn't even notice how her voice changes. If she spoke differently, people would suspect something. The boy remarked that he liked him. When he first came here and saw Cedia in her guise, he just thought she was the queen. But now he thinks Karen has become a real queen. She didn't understand what the difference was. Shihan replied that it just looked good on her. By the way, he wondered what Lilstein was up to. He obviously wouldn't just start a war for no reason. Of course, now would be a good time for him to attack, since Karen has lost her power. But he just can't know that. And he doesn't feel in battle personally, he seems to suspect something. Karen said if you reasoned logically, Lilstein's army should have gotten strong enough to defeat them, so they hit a dead end together. After which Shihan smiled and said that it was simply impossible. The girl also added that they couldn't have gotten stronger in one day, unless they learned to stamp mages and knights like donuts. The hero pointed out that she didn't even know what donuts were, but using that comparison anyway. Karen replied that he often said that, and she was used to it. They can't figure out what the enemy state is up to until they get more information. But Shihan has nothing to worry about because it's her problems with Lystain. He should focus on his own eyes. The protagonists wondered, asking if he was sure about it. She had just recovered and needed to rest. If she was worried about him, she would get worse on the plane. Karen stated that it's okay. It's just a power struggle. It takes power, not force. There's also something else. She would do anything for him. Will follow his will. This is her way of redeeming herself. They have too few soldiers to start a real war. It seems to be just a provocation. The only question is whether it will escalate into a real war. But it's unlikely Lilstein will lead his entire army alone. He won't leave his kingdom undefended as long as Saffron and Lavina are alive and well. He may have an ally, but will they trust each other? Suddenly Shihan noted. To think that they, 10 years ago, had trusted each other. I wondered if power could change people like that. Karen countered that it wasn't about power. The thing is, they betrayed him. They betrayed one friend, so they'll betray another. And by betraying another man, betrays himself. Shihan was struck by those words, and he remembered the way they were friends altogether. The girl said they all didn't realize it before. Karen was preparing for war with Lilstein and tried to keep an eye on the neighboring states. She paid particular attention to Phallus, where Lavina ruled. A distant alliance of short-range attack. She decided that Lilstein had likely made an alliance with Phallos, which was far away and posed no threat to him. If Lavina's behind this, that's good news for Shihan. If she's up to something, he can use it. Lavine merely concentrated her troops in the capital and took no action against Lilstein. Karen wondered if Saffron was also idling, so did Lilstein decide to capture Kagan alone? Whatever he's up to, but he can't let it happen. So she turned to Clairman and told him to pray. In the name of Kron Lizat, may he lead them to victory. The man indicated that he would perform as his queen wished. The Knights of the Blue Moon are Queen Anacius's personal squad. Their leader Clairman is the cult's strongest paladin and asked to be the equal of a superhuman. A 3 times superior army and Clermay at the head of the Knights of the Blue Moon. Everyone thought Lilstein would back down, but in the end, the situation changed dramatically. Shihan stated that there has been silence for 2 weeks. He, in turn, hoped that Lavina would team up with Lilstein and then they would have a chance. He wanted her to be involved as well, but she keeps hiding, and it's disappointing. Jennon wondered if perhaps they should attack Saffron first. To Shihan, he's a commoner. And Lilstein was unlikely to have told Saffron about the black powder, since he lived in his white tower. The hero confirmed the fact that mages are quite cautious, but they also have a lot more protective spells and artifacts. The only problem is that even with black powder, it is not so easy to neutralize magic. It can neutralize any magic sent at it. For example, if the sword electrocutes him, he won't take damage. But if it's just a sword that runs on electricity, he can damage it. The guy can't neutralize indirect magic attacks. The interlocutor was surprised and said that means not all magic disappears near him. Shihan asked, but how would he use it? Destroyer is also a magical artifact. For example, during the Revolution, Lilstein created golems with magic and fought monsters, and Saffron created a magic cannon and fired it at rocks as well as metal. The 10-meter cannon fired subsonic projectiles, and people called it the Saffron Cannon. Jennon was a little surprised to hear that. after which he reported that the name didn't sound dangerous. Shihan said that it was surprising, but don't underestimate her. He released a level 7 or even level 8 magic, but all these spells are too long and complicated to fight with humans. That's why they have to fight one-on-one. If they team up with Lavina, they'll be in trouble. The comrades said it was clear to him, so we should start with this girl. Suddenly, Sidia entered their room and turned to Shihan, speaking about her majesty wanting to see him. The boy inquired what had happened. The girl replied, "The thing is, they have news from Kagon, and it's because he's been taken over by Lilstein." The protagonist immediately headed toward Karen. The girl was a little discouraged. Shihan asked how that happened. Did Clerman lose to Lilstein? Karen replied that he hadn't lost. Their army was defeated, and the enemy had almost no casualties. And even Clerman, the commander of the Night and the Blue Moon, died in the battle. The hero didn't understand how it was possible that they had a clear advantage in terms of effort. The girl reported that the survivors said that they had 5 very strong knights. These 5 used swords of fierce light. Sun wondered. After all, they are spirit blades. But then they must be superhumans at the very least. Does Lilstein really have 4 other superhumans besides Commander and Dane? The interlocutor objected and stated that the knight had not even participated in this campaign. His deputy, Knight Tron, had also stayed in the capital. The protagonist was even more surprised, stating, "It means that Lilstein secretly prepared 5 knights of equal effort to the Red Dragon commander." But that's simply impossible. Karen confirmed that it was indeed impossible, so she didn't understand anything. What this man is up to is very strange. Perhaps he's learned to stamp on superhumans like he would donuts. At this time, there was already a different power in Kagan. The commander of the invading army stood in his office. He thought about the fact that they had won rather easily. At the same time, they didn't use any tricky dueling strategies. And also the morale of their soldiers was not too high. They just had 5 superhuman sword knights. Surprisingly, even Clerman couldn't handle them. It's like they're some kind of puppets with no emotion. It's unclear who they even are. The man ordered them to return and go to rest. Suddenly he remembered that this was not the way they team would listen to him. So raised the magic crystal up and ordered them to do the same thing again. Now those very knights had heard his command. They all responded with affirmation, but communicated each in a different language. The commander realized that they all obeyed the one holding the staff of power. Something was clearly wrong here. Plus, it's unclear what kind of weird language this is. A meeting was being held in Anacius. Someone in attendance shouted that they had to get Kagon back. They couldn't just back down. The interlocutor noted, "But how can they win if even Clerman lost?" The first speaker shouted that it was nonsense. They have the immortal witch Karen Anacius, the hero of the revolution. The others took this information for granted, this truth. If Her Majesty participated in the battle, they would definitely win. Even 5 superhumans wouldn't be able to handle an immortal witch. The queen stated that she has heard them at this meeting is over. The others slowly began to leave the room. The girl at that moment was a little confused. She didn't know what to make of the situation. After all, this was Sidia, not the real Karen. The real Karen came out of, said when she lost her powers, felt relieved, as if redeemed. But now she even regretted losing her own powers. Sidia noted that she knew it wasn't her fault, but she couldn't blame her. If she could make things right, that would be fine. Karen returned that she couldn't do that. Then everyone would know who she was and her secret would be out too. If there was a good reason why Shihan should intervene, that would be nice too. Suddenly the hero noted that he would like to talk about it. Sidia startled, not realizing when he had come. The guy informs them that there's actually one other person who knows about their problems, and that's Keltarin. Karen asked angrily, wondering if he had contacted Leightonberg through magic, and told him her secret. Sleep shouted that it wasn't. Magic had been used, but it was a one-way message. He didn't tell him anything, but Keltarin had contacted him as soon as he heard about Kagon. Then he pondered. Eyewitnesses say there were 5 superhuman sword knights, and the immortal witch doesn't interfere. Perhaps she can't just do it. Shihan also didn't say anything to him, but maybe they had a fight. Whatever the case, it's bad news if the witch can't use her power. In that case, Lattenberg is at risk as well. All this reflection led him to one conclusion. The man decided to have an emergency meeting. Then His Majesty Ainz discussed it with his advisors. They decided that their state should help Anacius and provide military support. But given the current situation, they can't send an army there. That's why Keltarin's squad is going there as reinforcements. The hero stated that the commander of Keltarin's squad is Sean Stein, which is him. Thus, he cannot intervene in the war for Kagan. Karen was amazed at such happy news. She's excited for Shihan to be able to be in the fight, and Keltarin is just brilliant. The hero reported that Keltaran's squad is a nobody. But the Knights of Mischievous Sky, that's a different matter. What other reason does he have to join the fight, even without Karen's involvement? In that case, it's time to show what mercenary ship apprentice Sean Stein can do. People were discussing the fact that Keltaran's squad had been augmented by the Knights of the Azure Sky. It's a straight-up rescue squad from another world, and their new commander is the heir to the mercenary king Baraka. He is still young, but he is already a master. They say he reached superhuman level in just a few months. Perhaps he was superhuman, or perhaps he was just hiding his power. Anyway, superhuman, Sword Knight and Azure Sky Knight are on their side. Shihan sighed, realizing he hadn't worn armor in a long time. If one uses spiritual energy for a long time, one must wear armor to protect oneself from unexpected attacks, even if one is a divine warrior. The boy was used to Lubersk always wearing it, and now he realized how difficult it was for them. Villette wondered if it was really that difficult. Shihan saw that she had come, and was pleased. He then asked if she had come alone or where Keltaran's squad was. The girl said she had not brought them. If she had, they would all be dead. Jennon thanked Knight Woodrow for coming. The man couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered if it was Jennon. What had happened to his face? The boy noted that he was ashamed to say, but he was in the army of the Kingdom of Listan, and he quickly studied the fickle mask so he wouldn't be recognized. Alita was surprised, as she'd been studying this technique for over a month. And the guy was able to master it in just half a day, still doing it for a completely calm. The hero wondered what she was saying. Lavina learned this skill in just an hour. The girl was not happy that he was saying that and yelled at him. Woodrow was amazed at their speed in learning the technique. Valletta said that she had been learning the fickle mask for how many years. They both have amazing talent. Soon a man arrived and said he was pleased to meet Woodrow. He is the stuff of legend. He is the wanted of the ages. His name is Holterin, and he is a servant of Kron Liza of the Blue Moon Squad. Woodrow reported that he, too, was credited with familiarizing himself with the sword of the goddess. Holterin thought they were serving a legend, and these were the Knights of the Azure Sky. Even though he is the heir of the mercenary king, to once again take such a young lad as a commander is truly commendable. Next, the man said that the situation needed to be addressed first. Lilsitin had not yet taken over Kogon. It's a neutral city. It has no army, so it's only guarded by mercenaries and local troops. And they won't give up the city without a fight. It looks like they've retreated and are waiting for a chance to counterattack. This place is perfect for guerrilla warfare. So Litzane still has enemies in the city itself. If they fight them, the fighting will take place in the Klein Plain north of Kagon. It is this place that will be their battlefield. Shihan realized that it was a good thing. If they had 5 superhumans, then it was necessary to demonstrate their power blatantly. And the enemies inside the city would also lose hope. The speaker went on to say that this is his plan. If they have any other suggestions, let them say so. He is already in command of them. But let them remember that they are allies. The protagonist reported that this is just a great plan. Holteron is an excellent commander. Keltaran's unit will follow his orders. The man was glad that the knight was such a young guy, and he wasn't even in his 30s, and he was so calm. Now I can see why the Knights of the Azure Sky obey him so easily. Though the heroes didn't understand why he was so surprised. Dina was helping to put on Alita's uniform. She said that the war was about to start, so let the master be careful. Alita asked not to worry. They have some pretty powerful allies. The girl said that is fine. If anything is wrong, let her run to Shihan right away. Men love weak women. Alita didn't understand what she was saying. Dina thought her mentor had changed a lot when she found out who the real Shihan was. The girl didn't realize she was being subdued, but it hit her in the head, and then she turned her attention to her trembling hands. It became clear that her student was deeply distressed, so she asked that the girl be careful. On the battlefield, anything can happen. Soon the wars on both sides were ready for battle, and they lined up across from each other. Seeing the situation, Shihan said that Holterin was right. They could win even without a siege just to show their strength. Woodrow noted that he didn't think he would be fighting shoulder to shoulder with the captain again. When they had fought Therant, they had been separated, and he hadn't seen his back in 10 years. Valletta also reported that she had seen his back before. He always ran ahead and she stayed behind, although she always tried to keep up with him. Although it eventually became strong, he always rushed forward right behind Zexard. The hero asked him to stop because he was very embarrassed. He apologizes, of course, but he's attacking head-on again today. Because that's a major strength. They will attack in the heart of the enemy army suddenly, so let him follow. Thus, the battle between the two enemy armies was on. Holteren rushed forward with his warriors without fear. On the way, he spoke of Kron Liza, may his faithful servant glory. The Blue Moon Knights were marching forward and shouting about it. And a few moments later, there was already a collision. Shihan also rushed forward to fight. He dispensed with these warriors quite easily, just like before. One of the warriors couldn't figure out where his sword was. Shihan smiled while talking about how a destroyer could only take the form of a sword. But what is a spear? You just need to lengthen the hilt of the sword, and you have it. At first, he wanted to order the Knights of the Azure Sky, but he remembered to tell Keltaran's squad to attack. The enemy captain watched the battle from the sidelines for the time being. The man realized that this is also an important warrior, and there is the heir of the mercenary king. There's also a Platinum Guard Knight, Otherworld, with them. It might be necessary to use all their strength at once, though it's becoming clear that this would be reckless. They immediately laid out all the cards and had nothing else left. Thus the man said it was all right. If he didn't remove them, the rest would fall. So used his magic staff and directed the 5 red knights to attack. Their targets are these 2. Naturally, the knights obeyed his orders and prepared to fight. The warriors realized that things were bad. These 5 superhumans had come to attack again. Holteren also realized that these were their head enemies. And these enemies don't stop at anything, they just run at them. Suddenly, a royal technique called destruction was used by the protagonist. The force of this attack was so powerful that the radius of impact was outstanding. After applying this skill, the guy immediately assessed the situation. He saw that all 5 warriors had surrounded him. From their expression, their faces, it was obvious that they were focused on the fight. The guy smiled, asking sarcastically if they were all attacking him. That's just fine in that case. You should try to fight. Holteren said earlier that Listan's army will likely send superhumans into battle and attack Keltaran's squad leader Knight Shihan for starters. They will think that their troops will fight back, but they, in turn, can take advantage of it. Schonstein and the Knights of the Azure will distract the superhumans. The rest of them will attack Lilstein's army head-on. Of course, 5 superhumans are not easy to deal with. But the Knights of the Azure Sky are experienced warriors. They have fought divine warriors before. They and the Knights and the Blue Moon Knights will hold the line until they defeat Lilstein's army. That's supposed to be their task, but the Knights of the Blue Moon aren't strong enough yet. Shihan countered that the man had said all the right things. It was the right decision. 5 superhumans, they could handle it. There's no one suitable for this task but Keltaran's squad. During the revolution, the Knights of the Azure Sky's main objective was to keep the enemy at bay, until the Savior had finished off the main enemy. They are masters of stalling for time in a battle against a powerful enemy. Woodrow wondered, but would they be able to act like this? If they chose defense, their plan wouldn't work. Holteren asked not to be disturbed. The commander-in-chief of Lilstein's army is Knight Lawrence. He fought shoulder to shoulder, and he knows him well. This man is not so stupid that he doesn't understand. Lawrence really thought the plan was just transparent. Holteren was too hopeful about the Knights of the Azure Sky. They were strong as long as they were led by the Savior, but how will they be able to stand up to 5 superhumans? And even without superhumans, they're strong enough. No need to think about the enemy's plans. Let them just destroy the Knights of the Azure Sky and don't look back. Then their plan will turn against themselves. Seeing what was going on, Shihan said, "That's just the way it is." Holteren was right. Together with the superhumans, it's even easier for them. It's time to show what they can do after all. So he prepared himself to fight. It became clear to the guy that the punch was too powerful, so the divine technique wouldn't go. Suddenly, the hero glanced around at the knights and realized there were 4, not 5. One of them headed in the other direction, so the heroes didn't realize where he went. Lawrence reported that it didn't feel good to go along with their plan, so he sent one of the superhumans to Holteren. Shihan realized that Knight Lawrence was much smarter than the Blue Moon leader had assumed. But on the battlefield, things never go as planned. It's okay to let it go. It'll still end up the way Shihan wants it to. Violetta continued to fight furiously. She was the one who was the first to meet the superhuman who ran the other way. The girl managed to knock him down and next told Woodrow to work. The man immediately did what was needed, releasing several energy arrows. But as it turned out, the superhuman didn't care about that. Just a few moments later, he rushed to attack Woodrow. But the attack he made was not destined to come to fruition. A Knight of the Azure Sky came to the leader's defense. He said he knew where the superhuman was going. Opponents were angry that he had failed to achieve what he wanted. But he continued his attack, becoming even more fierce. The guys were discussing that this knight was really not easy. He's been hit in the heart and he's still in the fight, which means he's pretty strong. Violetta shouted that you don't have to be greedy in battle, it's important to survive. A bat flies like a butterfly. It fries like a whisker. So there's no need to set yourself up. If a person gets hit by the spirit blade, he's finished. Let the knights wear him down and wait for Commander Shihan. Woodrow thought about the fact that it was all rather strange to fight this superhuman quite easily. Perhaps it seems to him, but his magic is strong, and he wields his sword very poorly. Shihan also picked up on the fact that they spiritual techniques used the plan, and they had trouble with the sword. Incredibly, he had seen their kind before, so there is some connection between them and also the destroyer. In terms of spiritual techniques and physical structure, they are not the same person, but they have quite a lot in common, which means they are somehow connected. To find out more, you have to take him prisoner, but the hero doesn't want to waste any time. He has two enemies. Jennon has one, Woodrow one, and Holterin one. These thoughts never left Shihan's head. The next thing you know, he just rushed into the attack. The enemy prepared to get on the defensive, but his defenses were quickly interrupted and his armor pierced. The protagonists noted that 5 of these creatures is a lot to capture. He's got quite a lot on his plate, and he's busy. Something began to happen to the magic staff. Lawrence immediately saw the reaction of the Staff of Power. It became clear to the man that one of the 5 superhumans had died, but really so quickly. It was strange what had happened to him. Holterin also felt one of the superhumans disappear. Unless Sean could handle him. Gone clean. Much stronger than the man had thought. He remembered that all the heroes of the revolution were young, not to mention their talent. Sean Stein has something special. The commander of the Knights of the Azure Sky is black-haired and black-eyed, wielding a royal technique. He looks a lot like a savior from another world. Suddenly the man pushed those thoughts away and thought enough of the delusional thinking. So he grabbed his weapon and shouted that he needed to focus on the fight now. No matter how strong an army is, if there is no commander-in-chief, it will fall. So if Lawrence is removed, everything will be fine. Only Holterin, he was going to attack him as the defense became superhuman. The knight realized it was bad one of them was rushing towards him, and indeed the Red Warriors attacked him. The warriors of the Blue Moon turned to Kronlisa asking for strength. The leader of this squad was confused. The enemy was near, but he cannot approach him. Lawrence smiled and said, "What a shame." Did you really think that taking him out would win, he thought, would give him back the plan? Their plan failed. The superhuman attacked Holterin and tossed him aside. The members of the squad were amazed. He could not believe that their captain had been struck down. Lawrence, on the other hand, rejoiced and thought that all was well. It was over and they had won. But what he saw next shocked him. It turned out that Holterin was fine, and he did a pirouette in the air, after which he rushed to the attack. Lawrence couldn't believe it, realizing that the enemy had set the whole thing up. The leader of the Blue Moon Squad had really impressed him. The very same magical staff that controlled all superhumans was destroyed. Using a one-handed sword style with a two-handed sword, Jennon created a sword style that was difficult for an opponent to defend against. With this unusual style, he could defeat even the strongest opponents. But in this battle, everything was difficult. It turns out that this style only works against those who aren't very strong in the art of the sword. As the attack hit Jennon, Alita rushed into the fray and slew the superhuman. The knight was held back and said that this type style wasn't really suitable against him. He was too simple. The girl reported that he is so simple that he can be defeated easily. There are almost no side effects. Jennon wondered. He singled out that something strange was going on with the one they were fighting. He started acting very strangely. The interlocutor said perhaps it was the shadow dance only now beginning to take effect. But the boy objected. Woodrow also noticed the difference, not realizing what was going on. It turns out that this evil as well as strong opponent suddenly became very weak. Something happened, as if he had betrayed himself, and it's gotten a little too weak. The warriors didn't understand what happened either, but now they are alive. His sword wasn't very strong, but the spiritual power of a superhuman cannot be underestimated. Another second, and one of them would have died. Violetta, on the other hand, cried out if the war was over, the way is up. But the guy reported that he did not have the strength to even move a finger. Holterin, as well as everyone else, didn't realize what was going on, but this was their chance. He shouted that the superhumans were gone, so let the Knights of the Blue Moon go on the attack. Alita noted that all of the superhumans speaking had suddenly weakened. Perhaps that's why one of them is holding his head. Jennon realized it was perfect. This is their chance, so he rushed into the attack, intending to avenge everything. But suddenly the superhuman changed. He sensed the danger, and immediately unleashed a powerful battle energy at the sides. Shihan felt her and didn't realize what had happened, and Jennon instantly felt the danger on her. In an instant, the superhuman he wanted to destroy attacked him. The attack was so strong that the guy couldn't take the blow. The other warriors, sensing the danger, all rushed at the superhuman together. They thought this was his last attack. He was weak now, and it was necessary to kill him. But the enemy turned around and counterattacked back. His speed was so strong that he dealt with the enemies individually. Jennon was also no longer able to fight. Alita immediately used a shadow technique and appeared behind the enemy's back, but the superhuman noticed her attack just moments ago as well. The girl realized it was dangerous for her. At that point it was too late because she was airborne. The red-armored knight struck her and threw her far away. Fortunately, Alita was still conscious and thought that even a light scuffing does a lot of damage. The girl realized that he was not weak. On the contrary, all his weak points disappeared. It turns out that this is the real superhuman, the Knight of the Sword. The knight saw that she was conscious and rushed to finish her off. And the girl couldn't do anything about it, as she hit herself pretty hard. She couldn't move and already felt her own end, but the savior was already rushing to her defense. The protagonist swiftly arrived at the line of attack and fended off the superhuman's strike. This attack was so powerful that the man even flew back. Shihan realized it was dangerous. If he didn't lunge at him, it would be too late. He's clearly not like the rest of them. He's a very strong opponent. I wonder who he even is. Shihan decided to catch him and then question him. Therefore, he rushed into the attack, using the skill royal style Shine. The superhuman was ready to be attacked, so despite his tremendous speed, and so he dodged them. The main characters just couldn't believe it, especially when he saw the enemy near him and attacking. The knight was so fast next to him that Shihan even missed a punch. Sun thought about it. The superhuman had gotten back from all the blows and was even able to counterattack quickly. What a reaction he has. It's just incredible. His martial arts are similar to Karen's, and his tactics are like Lavina's. His spiritual energy has increased, and he is now stronger than Zexard. In its place, you had long ago applied spiritual sword techniques. Who would strike with their fists with such a huge amount of spiritual energy? Shihan right now, it's like seeing himself in the past. In general, you can't fight him without using all your own strength. It is necessary to wait for the right moment and destroy him at once. The superhuman attacked the guy and he dodged. After which he froze for a moment. Sleep wondered what would happen next. It was as if he already knew what was going to happen. It was a familiar technique. Could it be Lysatarina's style, Arna's style, or Saphir's? Although all of this was clearly not the same, it was a martial art of the land. Realizing this guy even managed to counterattack perfectly and destroy his opponent, the enemy troops had no choice but to withdraw. The advancing army realized that their enemies were retreating, and they were victorious. Woodrow arrived at the commander's office, asking if he was all right. Shihan stated that all was well and asked to remove the helmet from this knight. If he turns out to be right, he should have a tattoo on his neck. He was asked if he really knows him. Shihan replied that he did. He had watched videos of his fights many times. Turns out it's Vincent Franz Helpenstein, the legendary middleweight mixed martial arts world champion from America. How he broke the treaty with the Three Kingdoms, excluding Lilstein, and made a new treaty with Laithenberg and Anacius, agreeing to pay taxes in exchange for protection. The second war over this city ended in Lilstein's defeat. The alcohol basement was Keltern's squad's temporary base of operations. The protagonist was examining the bodies of superhumans. It turns out that in addition to Vincent, there was one Asian, 2 Europeans, and 1 Hispanic. Shihan couldn't believe it, so he decided to make sure. He opened the mouth of one of the men to look at the teeth. It became clear that they all had fillings on their teeth. That means they're Earthlings. The hero is really used to death by now, but seeing dead Earthlings is unpleasant for him. The guy was really pissed off about it. He didn't understand what Lilstein was getting up to. Jennon pointed out that they're Earthlings, and that explains everything. There's no way the Liston had 5 superhumans just show up. If they did, they're the only ones who fell out of the sky. Alita asked if that meant Lilstein could summon Earthlings like the Mad Emperor. Shihan said that was most likely the case. He has called on at least 6 people already. Jennon noted that even the Mad Emperor had only summoned a Shihan, sacrificing so many relatives. Did he really have a Ma more talented than the Mad Emperor? The hero objected. He was sure there was no more powerful magical summoner of the hotel than the Mad Emperor. Even Duran, who opened the 13-meter portal, was nowhere near as powerful. The Mad Emperor's power was a full 500 meters. He could tear apart the heavens and summon hundreds of monsters at a time. The interlocutor was surprised the monsters Duran had summoned were also strong. But this was a whole other level. Shihan noted that he knows who the property summoner himself is in Terranor right now, and he speaks of Alith. If there was someone stronger than her, they would be called to him. I guess he makes up for quality with quantity. The Mad Emperor sacrificed 19 members of his own family. If one has enough Lusklan hearts, one can summon anyone. In 10 years, he could have accumulated many hearts. He didn't just call on these 6. There must have been about 10. One Shihan changed the fate of Terranor, and it's unclear how many more there are. Jennon pointed out that they couldn't compare to the Savior, could they? Not in skill, not in experience, not in anything. The hero said they were too weak for superhumans. Perhaps they've only recently arrived. At least one of them was drafted after his return. The guy had seen him fight in America and hadn't seen any news of him missing. Alita noted that he was good at spiritual techniques after all. She thought he had been practicing for at least a year or 2. Shihan said she was reasoning by Terranor standards, and it's a little different for Earthlings. For example, royal-style shine is 9 strokes in 1 breath. The average citizen of Terranor would learn to take 2 strokes first, then 3. But he, in turn, can do all 9 at once. Jennon said it was incredible he could only do 5. Hero reported that he didn't mean to brag. He couldn't even make less than 8. I mean, he's saying that Common Ground isn't a genius like Jennon and Lavina. He can repeat after someone, but he can't come up with something new. Honestly, he still doesn't even understand how the royal style works. In general, you can't judge training time by the quantity and quality of technique. What matters is the ability to adapt. That's why he thought they had recently arrived in Terranor. Suddenly, Alita noted that there was one question that bothered her. If they are the Earth of neither, they must be intelligent. But they, in turn, behaved like an animal. Maybe it's some kind of side effect of the transition between worlds. The protagonist objected. He said Lilstein obviously did it. So, as not to repeat the fate of the Mad Emperor, who was killed by an Earthling, he literally broke these people's minds and turned them into puppets. Jennon got angry saying it was cruel, so he's worse than a beast, and he served that scoundrel. Shihan said that for some people nothing is simply sacred. But Lilstein knows what Shihan went through in that hell. How he can use Earthlings as tools. Sleep feels like his whole life has been a lie, and it's a terrible feeling. Suddenly, Alita clapped her hands together, drawing attention to herself. The hero immediately took notice of her. The girl noted that Lilstein was in big trouble. He was sure that 5 superhumans would bring him victory, but Shihan had ruined his plan. If it weren't for him, their armies would have been developed, and they are only alive because of him. Jennon stated that those words were true. He apologizes to the dead Earthlings, of course, but it's a good thing they were weak. They were able to kill them before they got stronger. Sleep cheered up a little. He confirmed what they said, and said that Lilstein really must be in shock. Teranor arrived and greeted Shihan. The guy was surprised to see him, so he asked what he was doing here, shouldn't he be working? The old man asked how he could rest when he was here. He hadn't shown up lately and just wanted to know if he needed help. The hero wondered if he had come to show his face diligently, and Sycophant not otherwise. He went on to say that he had a question for him. After learning all the information, the minister said he suspected the 5 super people were for a reason, but he couldn't believe it. Shihan added that it was good they managed to stop him before things got really bad. Lilstein probably didn't expect that. The interlocutor objected, indicating that he had his doubts. Perhaps his former comrade does not know that Shihan is here, but he hardly thought 5 superhumans would give him victory. He figured that number would be enough to handle the allied armies of Leitenberg and Anacius. On second thought, the hero said he was probably right. On second thought, he wouldn't have taken that risk. Teranor stated, I guess he assumed he might lose 1 or 2. I mean, he did say they were suddenly weakened. That's something Lilstein certainly couldn't have foreseen. If he were this man, Teranor wouldn't risk more than 30% of his army. He might be calling on more Earthlings than they realized. Shihan noted, if the interlocutor is talking about such a number, it's possible these people are around 20. If that's the case, it's already scary to think about. Even if they are not experienced, 20 superhumans is too much, and maybe they will improve. The old man kept talking, of course. It was all just his guesses, but they will soon learn the truth. The hero pointed out that it was true. When Lilstein attacked again, they would know. But Teranor countered that that wasn't what he was talking about. He smiled, after which he said that the truth would reveal itself on the other side. The guy asked what he meant, and his interlocutor dumbfounded him with the news that Saffron had sprung into action. His army had invaded the northern border, Lilstein, days ago. The old man knew it would happen after the rumors of Lilstein's defeat in Kagon spread. Thus, everything is going according to plan. And right now, these people clearly don't care about Kagon. Lilstein's army was defeated at Kagon, and Saffron felt the chances of starting a war to take over Lilstein's northern territories. Saffron said it was time for this man to pay the price for greed. There was panic in Lilstein. It was reported that the fortress of Belgar in the north had fallen. 8,000 of Saffron's finest warriors are moving south, led by 100 white tigers, Saffron's elite force. One of the advisors realized that everything had happened as he thought it was for nothing that they had attacked Kagon in the first place. But His Majesty was too stubborn. They were hoping for superhumans. It's unclear who they were in the first place, though it doesn't matter anymore. Because those people are gone. Men thought the ruler was silent all the time, wasn't he worried? One of them plucked up courage and turned to His Majesty, asking what they should do. Lilstein immediately stood up. Then he prepared to send the red dragons to the battlefield. Gather knights and warriors from all provinces and send them to the north. Concentrate all forces on the northern border, otherwise gather the Saffron army. The old man objected that then the capital would be defenseless. The ruler pointed out that it did not concern them. He's already made up his mind, so let his subordinates do his bidding. Afterward, Lilstein went about his business. When he found himself alone in the room, he was overjoyed, because Saffron finally took his bait. Of course, defeat in Kagon is not by plan. But from the beginning, Kagon had been the bait to get Saffron to go to war himself. He just couldn't help but glare, and if it were him, everyone would do so. Of course, the guy in Kagon wanted to grab for one. But the defeat has made Saffron let his guard down, and things are looking up. That being said, there is one more thing, and this is the guy who managed to kill the superhumans in Kagon. It turns out his name was Shaun Stein. He's the heir to King Barak's mercenary king, and the new commander of the Knights of the Azure Sky. He has black hair and black eyes, like the Galen people. And that's not the only thing that reminds him of a savior. It's already being said that Shaun Stein is actually a savior from another world. There are too many similarities, but they're just rumors Shihan can't be in Terranor. He could never cross the portal on his own. The pair were not convinced of this with the help of the summoned Earthlings. Because the blood simply does not have the portal power gene. Lilstein even summoned a man of similar ethnicity to Shihan, and tested them repeatedly. That's right, only Lusklan descendants can open portals. But he cannot understand why, even with the evidence, he is not left in doubt. Soon the guy just smiled. He realized he was really being overly cautious. How could he doubt his own knowledge? He would find out soon enough anyway, so there was no point in thinking about it anymore. It won't be long before he manages to get the White Tower of Saffron. After a while, the hero said goodbye to Karen and asked her to take care of herself. The girl replied the same way, but it seemed to her that they would meet very soon. Shihan noted that it was entirely possible. Things, somehow, had gotten complicated. If Lilstein and Saffron start a war, this is their chance. Karen noted if he can help, she's ready. The guy shouldn't overstretch himself, and let him take care. The protagonist smiled, asked not to worry about it. He's not dressed up. I mean, he almost died in the fight with Karen. It made the girl self-conscious, and Shihan was finally able to say goodbye. Saffron's army, which was moving south, was temporarily halted by a counterattack by Lilstein's army. The defending country had a geographical advantage, but they lost many soldiers at Kagon. Saffron didn't want to conquer Lilstein, he only wanted to capture a few cities in the north. He had already captured 4 fortresses. If he just procrastinated, he would already benefit. But then, Lilstein decided to make an unexpected move. Keltaran said it all. It turns out that instead of defense, he launched a counterattack. He sent his troops along the western sea route and captured the port of Helkarta, which is near the capital of Saffron Aulad. Shihan was surprised, I asked, wondering if he had decided to rob the house while the owners were away. He should have been clearly defensive, not attacking. But did he really have such an army left? After all, the Red Dragons and the rest of the soldiers are still fighting on the northern border. The interlocutor said, the 100 knights that were leaked in secret are a new personal squad. Crimson Knights, as they're called. The hero wondered if it was true. The old man confirmed, it looks like his plan is working. There's 100 of them, probably most of them regular soldiers. Well, at least a dozen of them are Earth superhumans. Shihan reported if Saffron knew nothing about the Earthlings, he was finished. He could lose the White Tower as well. Suddenly Keltaran said he had a great idea. They, as the Kingdom of Leitenberg, will send reinforcements to Saffron. The hero asked if he meant it. He must not destroy them, and Saffron is unlikely to accept their help. But suddenly he realized that it really wasn't a bad idea. They can infiltrate them disguised as allies and get a chance to kill Lilstein with them. And most importantly, the Magi won't suspect them. The kingdoms of Zexard and Saffron have always been friends. They have not yet terminated the treaty of cooperation with them. So they will say that they want their royalty recognized in Saffron. With that justification, He won't suspect anything wrong. If they don't tell His Majesty the real value, no one will know anything. The hero noted that Keltarin makes it pretty easy to talk about using your own master. The man noted that the most important thing to him is Shihan. Guy added that it was a great idea and let him get started right away. It was clear that now they would have to put their plans for Lavina on hold. After all, they wanted to destroy her first, so she wouldn't join forces with the other mages. But if they could deal with Saffron or Lilstein, it would be even easier. Jennon, Alita, and the Knights of the Azure Sky, Keltarin's squad and the armies of Leitenberg, Theorint and Anacius are their strength. They have every chance of victory. If they can take out even one of them, then even if Lavina teams up with whoever, they'll be fine. Keltarin then obtained the Alliance King's permission and sent a formal proposal to Saffron. He offered to restore friendship and fight together against the enemy. Saffron had nothing to lose by accepting the offer. The conclusion of the treaty was only a matter of time. But the Kingdom of Lattenberg began to prepare its army even before they received an answer. At this time, Jennon was practicing. He was definitely going to help Shihan this time. The hero inquired what happened to the guy. Alita replied that he always helps him. His ability to cook comfort and cleanliness, he always takes care of the little things. He is irreplaceable. Jennon shouted out that he wasn't talking about that. He never once helped Shihan on the battlefield. The girl confirmed that he had been lying down the whole time. Suddenly, Keltarin came running in, and it was obvious that he was very anxious. The first thing the man reported was that the irreparable had happened. The hero asked what happened. Did Saffron reject their offer? The old man objected and stated that the dialogue was much worse. The war is over and the white Saffron are dead. Shihan just couldn't believe what he was hearing. The hero remembered the past. At their first meeting, Saffron introduced himself. He said he was honored to meet 6 prominent resistance leaders. He is the leader of the Wings of Freedom, and his name is Saffron Pel Grungart. The hero saw him with a clear face and smooth color. His first impression of this man was how beautiful he was. Zexard asked Lilstein if Magi are chosen for their appearance. The comrades reported that this was certainly not the case. Theorint thought about the family circles, this option not having deep ties to Lusklan. The lad replied that these ties had led them to become one family that had fallen too low. They could no longer even be called nobles. With Saffron's deep understanding of politics, they were able to absorb the various resistance factions scattered throughout Terranor when he joined them. Guy played a significant role in getting others to see them as heroes of the revolution rather than traitors. The reason why Saffron, a former nobleman, decided to join the revolution is that he judged others solely on their abilities. Since he judged the worth of people only on the basis of their wisdom, knowledge, and strength, he respected and accepted anyone who demonstrated these qualities, regardless of their status or background. Although he was arrogant in town, he was the kind of person who would open up completely to anyone he recognized. That's who Saffron was. Shihan once asked why he always bickers with Lilstein when he sees him. He thinks the other one is good enough for him to recognize him. Saffron said it's because he's his rival. He recognizes his skill, and the one has the right to stand with them together. The hero said he's smug. The comrade quipped that he gets it all the time. It's just that talented people have to deal with it. But let Shihan make sure he doesn't trust Lilstein too much. After all, he cares too much about gaining power. He knows he's weak, so he's willing to do anything to gain power. The hero wondered, asking why he was so sure of that. He hasn't known him that long, after all. Saffron reported it because he's like that too. You could say they are like 2 peas in a pod. Though the guy might know that most mages, and who seek knowledge, tend to think that way. Shihan informs him that his interlocutor is not like them. They both may desire more knowledge, but they do not abandon their principles. Nor are they like the mages of Lusklan, who continue to commit inhuman atrocities. Saffron replied that Shihan didn't know that for sure. There is no end to the greed of a selfish man. Those who seek power will never be satisfied. There may come a time when he himself will cross that line. But all will be well if Lilstein or he ever gets across the border. He knows he can rely on Shihan to stop them. They can live quietly and strive for strength, knowing the guy will back them up. This happened 2 weeks ago, on a field far from the capital city of Saffron. Lilstein from the Scarlet Tower, from the guards from the Alabaster Tower, fought each other. Saffron noted that it had taken the troops only a week to reach here from the port of Helkarth. He had expected nothing less from his enemy, though he had brought only 1,000 warriors with him. He must have ordered only part of his main force to strike while his troops were away. But that's a bad idea on his part, since Saffron's army is 10 times his size. These soldiers were originally deployed to control neighboring kingdoms, but they became more necessary after the two kingdoms went to war. Safran thought it was hard to believe that Lilstein couldn't foresee such a simple thing. He currently had a significant advantage in all aspects. If this coward wanted to do such an ugly action, then it is strange. It means he has some kind of trump card. Lilstein may want to pull some kind of stunt as well. Like the high-level superhumans he bragged about in Kagon City. Safran understands exactly who they were. They were definitely people native to the land. Lilstein was really obsessed with the land, and it looked like he had managed to reach it. The guy is sure that in this army below there are a few people from the ground as well. The only question is how many of them there might be. 5, maybe 10, maybe more. But that doesn't change anything. People will trust and follow a king who proves he has the power to rule the kingdom. Lilstein is not the only one who has spent the last 10 years preparing a hidden trump card. One of the defending warriors shouted that they had an advantage in numbers, so victory was assured for them. The Knights of the White Tiger should go on the attack. The warriors immediately rushed into battle. They were surprised at what happened next. Their king has used his power. He has asked you to stand and raise the supreme storm. May the Lord of Lightning cover the sky. This skill was called Archon Meteor Shower. The astral barrier was attacked by this deadly skill. This barrier was created by Lilstein. He turned to the sons of the earth and said, "Let the essence of life enter the stone and awaken their sleeping spirit." The stones he had channeled his power onto immediately began to come to life. They were golems controlled by a wizard. The defending army was stunned to see them. Safran, for his part, did not hesitate for a second and attacked these stone creatures. His warriors said it was a terrifying battle. It's just one massive spell after another. Safran is known for his offensive spells, and Lilstein is known for his defensive spells. This is what it looks like. A battle between two great wizards. The defending king told Lilstein that he's keeping his cool for now. But is he not too impatient? They are equal in their skill level, but when it comes to the size of their troops, the opposite is true. It may seem like the battle will be equal, but it won't be that way at the end. Isn't it time for Lilstein to show his own hidden trump card by now? He was just pointing out that Safran is not a bad fighter. Now they would see if he could handle it. The ruler has sent his superhumans into battle. Safran's troops realized things were bad. It was a fierce battle aura. Everyone needed to get ready, after all. These were top-level Grand Masters, and they weren't alone. Safran started counting them and got to 6. Lilstein, on the other hand, continued to send his Scarlet Knights into battle. Let them destroy the enemy army. The fellow Scarlet Knights, who were supposed to be fighting, faced an opposing force, and several of them were destroyed in an instant before they even had time to react. Lilstein couldn't believe his eyes. He saw this tremendous power, and it became clear that the Safran cannons had just been used. The opponent smiled at the video of the guy's discouraged face, but he didn't stop there and continued his attacks. The power of the shots was really just tremendous. Lilstein didn't understand how this was happening. He thought that he could use this spell since he would be going up against people from the ground, but its accuracy was very poor despite its immense firepower. Then it's unclear how she expresses his power so accurately from such a long distance. His firepower is now on a whole other level, which is even more astounding. I don't know how he did it. Safran reported that he had been improving the skill for a whole 10 years. He could not make more improvements to the spell itself. However, instead of using anything as ammunition like before, he has now developed an ammunition that was designed by him. The new form of this ammunition maximizes the effectiveness of his spell. Through trial and error, Safran designed a projectile similar to the rockets on the ground. But that wasn't enough to fix his cannon's accuracy problems. Earlier, Shihan had told him that there was something called rifling carved into the ground inside the barrels of guns. This rotational force increases the destructive power of the bullet. Safran had found it quite interesting at the time. Safran didn't understand how this fool couldn't understand the knowledge that comes from his own world. It had nothing to do with his power. But with this information, he was able to increase the accuracy and maximum range of his cannon. Lilstein smiled upon hearing this information, after which he said, "I must admit it was unexpected." But he was disappointed if that was all his former comrade had cooked up in all these 10 years. Saying that, he had already used his skill and summoned more Scarlet Warriors. Safran's army couldn't believe their eyes. Weren't these all the warriors he had summoned? They can sense dozens of streams of strong aura. Are there even more strong warriors? The ruler himself knew there would be many more. He counted about 15 knights who were not very skillful riders. Watching Shihan, he realized that the people on Earth did not know how to ride horses. Lilstein must have collected a significant amount of Lusklan's ashes. He may have summoned 20 men from Earth, but he is confident that he can still win despite the difference in their numbers. He will destroy them all before they can adapt to this world. However, to Saffron's great surprise, these warriors dodged his shots. Lilstein said it doesn't matter how good the shots are. Hunters can't hit a bird if they don't aim well. Did he really think it would be so easy to hit Grandmasters of the Sword who move without ceasing? If he also spares his precious white tiger knights, it will be even harder for him to shoot. So it is thought that high accuracy is becoming a curse. I wonder what Saffron is going to do now. The guy immediately smiled slyly and maliciously. Rocks gradually began to fall to the ground, and they came down directly on the Scarlet Warriors. Lilstein couldn't believe his own eyes. He began to ponder what it was. Could it be a trap for the dragon? But there was something more important. Why his magic can affect people from another world. Lilstein wondered if his research had somehow gotten away. But that's just not possible. He doesn't know how they ended up in other countries. But he was very careful to make sure nothing was accounted for in Saffron. That's when he saw the magic signature. This is clearly not the power of Lusklan's descendants. He's using the corpses of otherworldly beings. Saffron said that he knew. He was summoning many otherworldly monster-like creatures like the Tyrant Emperor. So he kept researching how magic could be used against them. It shouldn't be surprising if he knew there were creatures his powers had no effect on. How he could rest peacefully at night without doing anything about it. Also, this offensive magic barrier is an improved version of the Dragon Net Trap. He calls it the Dragon Net Trap. Even if all the heroes of the revolution unite their own forces, they will simply be powerless against it. The immobilized Scarlet Knights were easily dealt with by the White Warriors. Lilstein was indeed dumbfounded. Saffron thought this technique was also powerful, but it also required a lot of training and could only be activated from the Alabaster Tower in Aeolad. Lilstein missed the moment when he decided to enter the territory of his kingdom. On his barrier isn't strong enough to reach him. It would still be a huge victory for him if he managed to rid all those people from the ground right now. He would only save it for today, so now let them not retreat. The former comrade sat silent. Afterwards, he said he understood everything. No matter how much effort one exerts, it is simply impossible to predict a person's actions. That's what makes the future so scary. It doesn't matter how much people think it is, as long as they are human. They are bound to be shattered by unexpected calamities and overwhelming force. That is why strength is crucial. You have to go through contingencies, and that requires absolute power. What Saffron saw was that the strength of the enemy troops had increased a great deal. He realized he'd screwed up, and couldn't believe he'd fallen for such a simple trap. He thought that his former comrade could summon no more than 10 people from the earth. To summon even one person from the earth, a large number of Lusklan's descendants would have to be sacrificed. The guy didn't think there was a chance that many descendants were still alive. This number corresponded to the number of knights who were also bad riders. In hindsight, using Grandmaster-level physical abilities to ride should be easy, but Saffron had never imagined that all of this man's knights were men summoned from the earth. Lilstein said he could have won without suffering any casualties if he had lain down first. But then the enemy would not have faced his army, and he would have survived by retreating. He believes that Saffron thought he had won, and took advantage by letting all his magic go, because he only now revealed his trump card. He admits this former comrade is his greatest rival. His vast knowledge and wisdom, all of his magic and power, all of these qualities, are equal to his strength. He just chose a very different path. And that choice determined his fate. Let his puppets go forth and attack him, bringing his king the head of Saffron. Saffron asked if he really thought that was enough to kill him. He's Saffron from the Alabaster Tower. He is a wizard who has reached the pinnacle of magic. Those were his last words. News of the defeat of the Saffron Kingdom shook all of Terranor, putting it in disbelief after its trail. What shocked most was not the news of the Soprano's death, or the fact that most of his men had joined Lilstein's army. The revelation that he had 100 supreme swordsmen under his command. People whispered, "This is not a joke." It was impossible. Even if they gathered all the Grandmasters of Swordsmen in Terranor, there would be no more than 30 of them. Does this mean that most of the Grand Sword Masters in all of Terranor are under Lilstein's command? Lavina was also worried about this number of warriors. She hoped they were joking. But Saffron had managed to kill 20 of them. Still, the girl knew he wouldn't give up without a fight. But there are still 80 of them left. The man next to him reported that it was hard to believe. It was incomprehensible how he had trained so many supreme Grand Swordmasters, no matter how incredible his magic was. Lavina thought, Most likely these people were summoned from the ground. Just by doing that, they would have the same amount of aura as Shihan had. Does that mean Lilstein was behind that incident? In that case, it really had nothing to do with Shihan. That rascal is pissing her off. That explains why he was so sure it wasn't Shihan. It's always been him. The girl may be a god of war, but she doesn't know how to fight 100 sword grandmasters. Even Shihan couldn't handle it. They need all the heroes of the revolution, along with the 3 war god swordsmen from the past, to have any chance at least. The counselor said that he heard that their aura levels are abnormal for supreme sword grandmasters, so they have no chance of winning. The queen replied that a tamed tiger is still a tiger, but he shouldn't have created so many people using the same method as the Mad Emperor. I wonder what Lilstein did. The man said that at these speeds, the Phallus Kingdom wouldn't be able to handle the Lilstein Kingdom alone. The situation on the continent had changed drastically in the past few months. Why don't they use this chance to form an alliance with other kingdoms, especially with the religious kingdom of Anacius? The girl was furious, asking what he was saying, whether he could hear himself. Does he really want to unite with these fools? Does he really want her to unite with these cowards and brats? She can't ask Karen for help now, even if their kingdom is isolated. She would never bow her head first and ask for help. Suddenly she realized something. Now that it's come to this, it would have been better to go and work for Lilstein instead, though she doesn't like that idea of serving after abandoning Shihan. But it's still better than losing everything and dying. She doesn't need to make any decisions yet. She will keep an eye on the situation between Lilstein as well as the other kingdoms. The main character was out for a walk. He strolled leisurely, thinking about everything and everything. The thought that visited his head was whether Saffron was really dead. He still hadn't paid the price for his betrayal. And he hasn't faced up to Shihan's betrayal. And now he'll never know that the boy has returned to Terranor. These thoughts were sad indeed. Suddenly, the hero asked what Alita needed. The girl came out from behind the tree and said she should have known he would notice her. Shihan reported that he only realized she was here when she came within 32 feet of him. He would say that was comparable to Lavina's skill. The girl was indignant and asked him to stop right now. She didn't need to hear about her. She knows she has a long way to go to match him. Next, she asked if she understood correctly that he was upset. The hero confirmed it. After all, the man he wanted revenge on had recently died. If he was just someone who had betrayed him, then he would probably be glad to hear of his death. But if it were that simple, he wouldn't have come back to Terranor at all. Shihan could simply choose to overlook their betrayal and start a new life on Earth. He'll be honest. Life on Earth is much better than here. There is a computer TV, internet, hot water for heating, sodas, and more. The guy could live very comfortably with the powers he got here, but he couldn't do that. He had everything on Earth, but he missed the people who really mattered to him. His dear partner and his companions. The people he saw as his family. Revenge seems to be the only way to connect the unfinished ends of his unfinished story. He doesn't know how things unravel, and even if it could lead to his death, he couldn't move forward in his new life until he dealt with the old one. But now he would never know why Saffron had betrayed him. Why did he only die before he found it? He's a fool. Alita was really sad to hear all of this. She said she knew there was no point in saying it, and she knew it wouldn't bring him comfort. But what's done is done. The guy just needs to let it go and move on. Shihan glanced at her, after which he said that she was really not shy with words. The girl noted that she did not see the point in changing her mind. The world doesn't revolve around him, even no matter how strong or how amazing he is. A father once told a girl, "Life goes on, it waits for no one." So if a person faces problems that he cannot solve, let him just let them go and keep moving forward. So the hero doesn't have to feel guilty for letting it go. And that's a really good thing. Those words caught Shihan's eye, and he noted that her father looked like an optimistic pessimist. Now he understands where she got that from. Alita stated that many people have told her that she looks like him. The hero smiled, and stated that this way of thinking has really helped this time around. He already feels very annoyed at having to juggle so many different things. He was so consumed with the desire for revenge that he spent the entire day focusing on Saffron's death, while Lilstein's actions put all of Terranor at risk. Following those words, the guy threw rocks into the pond and claimed he turned out to be some kind of savior. The interviewee noted that she agreed. He is definitely not a hero. He may have done some heroic deeds in the past, but he's still just a regular person. That's what she likes about him. If he was a cold hero, as they say in the stories, she wouldn't have fallen for him, Shihan asked, wondering if that was the case. It wasn't until then that I realized what she had said. He was greatly surprised and asked what she had said. Alita, for her part, just smiled sweetly. Shihan was embarrassed again, and asked again what she had just said. The girl continued to smile, a little embarrassed. Afterwards, I asked if there was something wrong with what she said. He's handsome and has a great personality. He's responsible and treats her well. Let her not put too much importance on that. She just means that he's fine now. The hero didn't realize if that was what she was trying to say. Alita kept telling him to believe in the path he had chosen. Well, if he's obsessed with revenge, the purpose of his revenge is to destroy Terranor. Now he can take his revenge and save the world. He can kill two birds with one stone. Suddenly she announced that, looking at the time, she really needed to get back to the training ground. After which she left. To the hero it seemed a surprise indeed. He's sure she didn't mean anything by it. Soon, Dina asked the master why she was taking so long. They had just finished training and were about to leave. The girl answered nothing and dashed beside them. After which she began to fight the mannequins very furiously. Jennon stated, "That's amazing. She's really practicing well today. Maybe he should practice a little more before leaving." And the student wondered if something was wrong. Lilstein stated, after Terranor was divided into 6 kingdoms, there were endless conflicts and tragedies on the continent. But he would put an end to all that suffering. Let the 4 kingdoms of Anacius, Phalos, Lattenberg, and Theoranthus listen to him. Let them worship the only king of this world. Arendt was horrified, thinking how dare he give himself such a title. It's arrogance. No kingdom will accept him. Karen said that they would never allow another emperor to rise. If he didn't give up his foolish ambitions, he would have to fight the combined might of the 3 kingdoms. Lilstein stated, "That means they will all die." He responded ruthlessly to the 3 kingdoms that challenged him. He sent each kingdom about 5,000 soldiers and 10 Scarlet Knights, though the city of Kagan managed to remain neutral during the many crises it faced. It eventually fell to the kingdom of Lilstein, becoming one of its territories, despite receiving reinforcements from the religious kingdom of Anacius. As for the kingdom of Theoranth and its royal white knights, Maluf is the ultimate sword, was able to single-handedly slay 2 Scarlet Knights. But in the process, he lost his left arm and half of the royal white knights. Both the religious kingdom of Anacius and the kingdom of Theoranthus were outnumbered, and had no choice but to continue retreating after losing their territories. However, this did not apply to Leitenberg's army. They had the Marquis of Kelteron, Protector of Nations, and his Knights of Kelteron. Woodrow couldn't believe that this man was a defender of the nation. Villette didn't understand what they could do now. They couldn't risk revealing Captain Shihan's identity. Now they were running away from those Scarlet Knights. 3 of them are coming this way, so they're counting on the captain. The hero has apologized to the people of the land. He will do everything he can to save them, but all the odds are against him. Therefore, he used the Divine Aura 12 Blades of Light Divine technique. In the end, the person who was in charge of these Scarlet Knights was shocked. He was informed that 3 more Scarlet Knights had been killed. There were only 3 of them left. Reputation, it seems. It seems that the reputation of the Blue Warriors is well-deserved. He didn't understand how he could lose when he had 10 supreme swordsmen at his disposal. It was unbelievable. At this rate, his reputation would be ruined. It was probably better for him to die on the battlefield if he lost next time as well. He must win the next battles no matter what. Their only choice is to win or die now. After a while, Shihan informed the Lord that he had returned with victory. Kelteron praised him. He said he was grateful for the hard work. A detailed report he can give him inside, so asked him to follow him. And soon they were in the study. Marquis finally gave a normal hero's welcome, and noted that he looked confused. Shihan confirmed it. He couldn't save anyone today either. He can't force them unless he attacks without caring for his own safety. And it's impossible to render them powerless when they possess a Grand Master-level aura. The hero can't think of a single way to stop these rabid, mindless puppets from the ground. He apologizes for being too immersed in his worries. So inquired what they wanted to talk to him about. Kelteron also apologized for his bluntness. But how many Scarlet Knights did he think he could defeat? Shihan replied, if he didn't need to hide the aura of the god of war, he would be able to handle 15 or more people at the same time. And if he could use magic, he could probably handle 30 of them. The interlocutor stated that it was unbelievable, and the hero noted that he would not have been able to fight more. If luck had been on his side, he would have managed to save from 40 at most. Kelteron noted that's what he wanted to tell him. Everyone's fighting back too hard. But why did Lilstein attack 3 kingdoms at once? And why he sent 10 superior swordsmen to each of them? He knows that this power is still significant. But instead, he would send all 30 top swordsmen of the Water Kingdom. Launching an attack without a guaranteed chance of victory only increases the number of casualties. It feels like there is no plan or strategy to his actions. It was as if he was intoxicated with power, enjoying the sight of his armies dominating the entire continent. This is not how a master of a magic tower should act. At this point, their conversation came to a standstill. Suddenly, Shihan noted the need to focus on winning the war right now. If they spent too much time worrying about his true intentions, they were just playing into his hands. The interlocutor had nothing to worry about. They could always earn his blessings by singing his praises. Calderon noted that it was nice to serve someone who really understood him. Men on horseback were rushing toward the fortress. Jennon noted that today it was their turn to be the bait, to further unleash its full power, the power of the warrior god. They have been given the important task of luring the Grandmasters of the Sword into a deep forest far from the field. It will be very dangerous, so let Alita be careful. The girl asked as he performed the same, and everyone was ordered to prepare for battle. Captain in charge of the Scarlet Knights realized that the Blue Sky Knights are already here. He will be finished if he loses the 3 remaining Supreme Swordsmen here. So he will leave his advisor in charge of the army and focus on controlling the Dominion state. So he ordered the Scarlet Knights to follow him. They'll kill everyone. Jennon didn't understand why they weren't attacking as before. It would make it harder to lure them out. Suddenly he saw something strange that surprised him, as it was with the enemy leader. The man didn't understand why the Scarlet Knights weren't moving. Let them move. At that very moment he felt something, so literally immediately turned the other way. It became clear that someone was coming this way. Could it be enemy reinforcements? What he felt was simply incredible. This is a very strong battle aura.